In his previous life, the true young master, Qin Jiang, returned home after a reunion with his family, exerting every effort to win their favor, only to be betrayed by his biological parents who drugged him, forcing him into the abyss of despair for the sake of his younger brother. His 5 sisters watched coldly as he was drained of life by his unfaithful fiancée and her scheming brother, leaving no trace of his existence. Consumed by hatred, he met a tragic end, his spirit unable to find peace. Only the return of his ailing yet formidable ex-wife, the once despised heiress, brought forth a bloodbath upon the Qin family, sparing not a single soul. In his final moments, he glimpsed the fervent love hidden beneath her frenzied wrath. Jiang, I have told you, in this life and the next, you shall never escape me. Even in death, you remain my husband. Liang unhesitatingly embraced death, leaving Qin Jiang in torment. Reborn, he saw through the feigned affections of his negligent father, mother, and 5 deceitful sisters, vowing never to forgive them, even as they knelt in supplication. On their wedding night, the ailing yet imperious princess Liang forcefully drew him into her embrace, asking, "Are you still trying to escape?" Chapter 1. Exclusively mine. In a world so harsh, you alone are my fated passion, a flame that belongs solely to me. Jiang, are you afraid? A frigid hand gently caressed the man's cheek, the woman's chilling voice resonating like an echo from the depths of an ice cavern. If I were to break your legs, would you dare to escape? Qin Jiang shuddered violently, instinctively recoiling from the fear that gripped him, nearly leaping from the scarlet bed. His gaze met a pair of sickly, alluring, crimson eyes. Jiang, look at me. It is your destiny to belong to me. The woman's beautiful eyes narrowed in an almost obsessive proximity, revealing an uncontrollable malady within. Liang dominantly grasped Qin Jiang's chin, compelling him to meet her gaze. This scene, this familiar grand bed. Qin Jiang pinched his thigh, feeling pain. This was no dream. He had been reborn. This very night marked the moment his biological parents forced him to kneel and marry into the prestigious Yin family for the sake of his younger brother. Rumor has it that the eldest daughter of the Yin family, Liang, is cruel and violent, madness coursing through her veins. Before his brother Qin Yun's fate was sealed, 7 men were brought forth to lift her spirits, and all 7 perished. A mortality rate of 100%. This led the noble families of the capital to abandon any thoughts of alliances with the Yin family. Yet, the Qin family, fully aware of the impending doom, chose to protect their younger son, sacrificing him instead. Jiang, do not think that by harming yourself in my presence, I will let you go. The woman's voice was cold and sharp, like a blade slicing through his fragile nerves. Liang, my aunt, you truly are not dead. Qin Jiang, do you wish for my demise so eagerly? And do not call me aunt. Are you still so fixated on by Chu? Awaken, for tonight you are mine. Liang ground her teeth, her previously somber expression growing colder still. She was merely an elder cousin, a distant relative, who had inherited the title of aunt from Bai Chu. Was Qin Jiang still addicted to calling her that? In the next instant, Liang's hand seized his throat with a fierce grip, the aura of her sickly, domineering rage pressing down upon him, a clear sign of her fury. The suffocating sensation left Qin Jiang in a daze. The name Bai Chu made his teeth clench. She was his childhood sweetheart and fiancée of 3 years, yet she betrayed him with his biological brother, leaving him for dead. Such a woman, he would gladly feast upon her flesh and drink her blood. Noticing Qin Jiang's momentary distraction, Liang's gaze turned icy. In the next moment, she forcefully pushed him down. As he struggled, her lips punished him with a fervent bite. Qin Jiang, if you dare to think of her again, I shall destroy. Qin Jiang was overwhelmed by her savage possession, the fear he had once harbored for her sending shivers down his spine. Yet he knew all too well Liang's true nature. Unyielding in her pursuit of a response, she pressed on. Thus, he stiffly complied, attempting to placate her unruly emotions. Liang, my darling, do not be angry, all right? I was with Bai. His lips were taken once more, punished by Liang's fervent kiss. His reason crumbled the moment he acquiesced to her will. Qin Jiang felt as if the air was gradually escaping him, a dizzying sensation enveloping him. His body instinctively resisted, yet he was once again forcefully pressed into the bedding by the woman. Liang saw through his feigned compliance, yet she could not help but willingly succumb. Jiang, say it again. Liang, darling, my darling. Liang was quite pleased by his words, leaving Qin Jiang almost unable to bear it. So obedient, what do you desire in return? Well, as long as it is not to see her, I shall agree to anything you ask. After enough kisses, she lifted her skirt and prepared to leave. Jiang did not like her staying the night. By the bedside, a corner of the woman's silk nightgown was suddenly tugged. Qin Jiang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately could not resist gazing longingly at Liang. Her lips were so red they seemed to glisten, and the corners of her eyes curved in a delicate arc, enchanting him to the point of losing his senses. The sheer nightgown was slightly torn, revealing a glimpse of her flawless, snow-white shoulder. "Yin Yin, I desire you. Come back and hold me while I sleep." Yin Liang froze momentarily, then a sprinkle of starlight shimmered in her eyes. As adults, they naturally understood the true meaning behind those words. "Very well, I shall grant your wish." Even though she was well aware that tonight, Qin Jiang, leaving everything behind to keep her by his side, was merely out of fear that she would seek trouble with Bai Chu. Her heart ached. Thus, she resorted to even more frenzied means to remind her of the reality she possessed at this moment. This. Qin Jiang opened his eyes in confusion. Beneath him lay the luxurious bed he knew all too well, its black gauze curtains concealing the view within. He tossed aside the covers. The glaring marks on the sheets served as a stark reminder of the events that transpired the previous night. He felt utterly hollow inside. The arm that had supported him fell listlessly. Awake. In the opulent, palace-styled room, the curtains were drawn back, revealing Yin Liang standing at the bedside, backlit, adorned in a black Gothic Lolita dress, its hem intricately embroidered with vivid floral patterns, the buds of blood-red hue, alluring like the most seductive of blood. Her unadorned visage now radiated the innocence of a 20-year-old girl, her voice soft and delicate, as if still in the throes of adolescence. Upon closer inspection, she appeared to possess an added layer of feminine allure compared to before. Yet, only Qin Jiang knew that this seemingly harmless, sweet-faced woman was, in truth, a creature embodying sickness, ruthlessness, dominance, and madness all at once. In his previous life, he had avoided her like a venomous snake. He had heedlessly believed the slanderous words of the school beauty by Chu and his brother Qin Yun, harboring disdain and aversion toward Yin Liang. He even conspired with Bai Chu and Qin Yun to steal the secrets of the Yin family, leading to Yin Liang's disgrace and forcing her to release him. After losing his value, he was deceptively drugged by Bai Chu, witnessing in a half-conscious state as she donned a mask and extracted one of his kidneys. Tears streamed down his face as he clung to his broken body, questioning, Chu, why? Why would you harm me?" Bai Chu scoffingly placed his kidney into a cold chain box, mocking, "Qin Jiang, do you truly believe I would be interested in someone like you, a pathetic creature who has wallowed in the depths for years? I and a Yun are childhood sweethearts. If not to make you willingly serve as a Yun's mobile blood bag, I would find it repulsive to come near you. Now, Ayun requires your kidney. Of course, I shall personally perform the transplant for him. Did you not profess that you loved me so deeply you would surrender your very life? I have merely taken one of your kidneys, not your life. You ought to be grateful." Each word from Bai Chu pierced his fragile nerves like a razor-sharp blade. Qin Jiang's eyes brimmed with anguish, yet he could only lie feebly on the hospital bed within the private laboratory, clinging to life. In his hazy consciousness, he perceived the familiar sound of footsteps. Weakly, he opened his eyes to find his parents and 5 elder sisters from the Qin family gathered around him. His second sister, Qin Muyun, spoke first. "Qin Jiang, Ayun's transplant surgery has triggered a severe rejection reaction. He urgently needs a blood transfusion. We must draw more of your blood. Ayun is the Qin family's lucky star. We cannot afford any mishap." He resisted the blood transfusion, summoning his last strength to oppose it. "No, I will not give him my blood." Smack! Qin Jiang was struck sharply across the face by his father's hand, the sound resonating against the bed. The pain was excruciating, tearing through his heart. Weakly, Qin Jiang coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face paler than death itself. Qin's father raged. "Qin Jiang, that is your own younger brother. Because you consumed his nutrients in the womb, he has been frail since childhood. What harm is there in you, as his elder brother, giving him some blood? Furthermore, you have been donating blood to him for 4 years already. Giving a bit more won't kill you. And Chu is Ayun's girlfriend. You, a curse upon this family, are a calamity to her. Rest assured, once Ayun recovers, I will ensure you sit at the head table and serve as his best man." Second son, immediately connect the transfusion line to Qin Jiang. Qin father's words lodged like a splinter in Qin Jiang's throat, shattering his heart and filling him with revulsion. Seeing this, his 5 sisters even joined in urging him. "Qin Jiang, you are the elder brother. Be magnanimous and yield to Ayun. Qin Jiang, it's just a blood transfusion. A brother who sacrifices for his younger sibling is a good brother. Damn them all. They were not the ones giving blood, yet each was eager to benefit from others' generosity. Over 4 years at the Qin household, he craved familial affection and strove desperately to integrate himself. His eldest sister, Qin Mayun, a powerful female CEO in finance, inspired him to master financial knowledge madly. He earned certificates in 3 months and worked tirelessly overnight to develop projects for her, secretly aiding her in expanding her business empire to rank among East Asia's top 5. His second sister, Qin Muyun, a physician passionate about herbal medicine, drove him to brave perilous rainforests alone to gather rare herbs for her research. Many times he barely escaped death, yet never once complained. His third sister, Qin Jiang I, a legendary race car driver, was supported by his ingenious design and modification of the perfect racing car, steadfastly safeguarding her path to racing glory. His fourth sister, Qin Jiang, an acclaimed actress, was silently aided by him through securing blockbuster scripts and attracting investments, never demanding credit, propelling her to the pinnacle of stardom. When she suffered a disfiguring accident falling from a wire rig, with industry cosmetic surgeons all shaking their heads in despair, he refused to abandon her. He traveled abroad to master the most advanced reconstructive techniques, restoring her visage and enabling her triumphant return to the throne of acting. His fifth sister, Qin Jiang I, attended Huaota University with him but succumbed to debauchery, destroying the experimental samples of a senior student's guaranteed graduate project, framing him for the offense and causing his expulsion from Huaota University. For 4 years, he devoted himself diligently to assimilating into the Qin family, willing to sacrifice everything for his kin. Yet, he could not warm their hearts. His second sister, Qin Jiang, donned in a sleek lady's suit that accentuated her proud figure, radiated a poised and gentle demeanor. She looked down upon the feeble and disheveled Qin Jiang, her brows knitting slightly. It felt as if a tiny insect had lightly stung her heart, but the sensation quickly faded. Seeing her hesitation, his fourth sister, Qin Jiang, decisively stepped forward, snatched the transfusion needle, and deeply pierced Qin Jiang's vein. Ion's kidney failure was caused by overexerting himself to restore my appearance. Qin Jiang, you must not bear resentment against Ion. Consider this kidney and the blood as a debt owed to you by your fourth sister. Qin Jiang's expression instantly relaxed with relief. Ion had hope. Qin Jiang despaired, vowing that if there was a next life, he would claim that kidney from Qin Jiang. For 7 days straight, Qin Jiang was drained until he resembled a desiccated corpse. Death loomed near. He silently awaited the inevitable. Thump, thump, thump. The familiar click of high heels echoed. A woman clad in a blood-red Lolita dress, her dark red hair flowing like seaweed with her steps, cradled a rag doll bound in chains. Yan Liangchuan's striking features exuded a seductive allure at the corners of her eyes. Abruptly, Qin family members, missing limbs and covered in blood, were unceremoniously thrown onto his bedside by her bodyguards. The woman pursed her crimson lips, crouching down, her eyes flickering with morbid amusement. Innocent yet sinister. The one who bullied my Jiang will be made into a doll. Yan Liang lifted a blood-stained sickle, slowly raising it to Bai Chuchu's mangled face. What a pity. If I had skinned you before to make a doll for our bridal chamber, would he have ever escaped? She muttered to herself, then sliced Bai Chuchu's throat with a backhand. Blood gushed forth madly, as Yan Liang suddenly laughed aloud. Nonchalantly, she wiped the blood splattered on her cheek with a silk handkerchief, then cast her gaze upon the Qin family. Panic seized them utterly. The rumors in the imperial capital were true. You are a monster. Help, help, help. Yet, no one responded. At death's door, Qin Jiang witnessed her personally remove Qin Yun's kidney and drain his blood. Jiang belongs to me. Not a drop of his blood shall you touch. He bore witness to a true massacre, but, for the first time, felt no fear. He saw the bloodied woman finish her grim task, exhausted, approach his bedside. Her alabaster fingertips stroked his rough skin. She released the rag doll from her arms and nestled into his icy embrace. Click! A chain locked firmly around their wrists. Jiang, be good. Don't struggle this time. Then we shall never be apart again. Qin Jiang rasped hoarsely, summoning his last ounce of strength. Go. Hurry. There's a time bomb here. Bai Chuchu had drained his blood for 7 days to silence him. This was his final hour. The explosion sounded. Yet Yan Liang clutched him tightly to her chest. She whispered, Jiang, don't be afraid. Yin is here. Before death, she held him, smiling contentedly. Now I have nothing, but I still have you. Jiang, if there's a next life, please stay by my side, won't you? Qin Jiang wept bitterly. He felt utterly unworthy. Yet he could not help but nod, embracing Yan Liang tightly. I promise you, if there is a next life, I shall never fail you. We promised each other. The painful memories of the previous life caused Qin Jiang's nose to sting. Yan Liang lifted the veil, revealing his dejected and hopeless visage. Clearly, he regretted it. Seeing the redness at the corners of Qin Jiang's eyes, she could not resist gently caressing his face. A flicker of remorse and self-mockery flashed in her gaze. Was she saddened for having broken her vow of chastity for Bai Chuchu? Did he truly love Bai Chuchu so dearly? I will never touch you again, but don't think you can escape this time. Then, she arrogantly tilted his chin upward. In this lifetime, you shall belong only to me. At that moment, the icy touch of the chain closing upon his wrist was achingly familiar. Click! The shackle fastened, as if echoing the final promise of their past life. Qin Jiang's body instinctively recoiled in panic. Fear and resistance surged within him. Yan Liang's eyes darkened. Without a backward glance, she strode away, leaving the door ajar. Qin Jiang felt utterly exhausted, having taken quite some time to regain his strength before finally rising to his feet. Relying on the memories of his previous life, he located the spot where Liang had placed the keys. With a resounding thud, the chains fell to the ground. Qin Jiang approached the mirror, and at first glance, he was nearly overwhelmed by the sight of his own reflection. Was this truly the appearance he had presented to Liang last night, leading to his consumption? Such a taste was indeed rather peculiar. Sister Liang must have been exceedingly famished. Chapter 2. Kinship. Qin Jiang gazed into the mirror, beholding a reflection that bore the hallmark traits of a spirited young man. His hair dyed a vivid yellow, ears adorned with an array of unconventional piercings. His face was marred by numerous red pimples of varying sizes, while the dark circles beneath his eyes, earned from countless sleepless nights, were more authentic than those of a treasured panda. His attire consisted of tight trousers paired with casual loafers, and a t-shirt emblazoned with a dragon and tiger motif, a quintessential emblem of streetwise youth. Adding to this disheveled appearance was the pallid, exhausted aura left by last night's overexertion. Discarded in a heap of refuse, no one would spare a glance. Even the most unscrupulous human traffickers would shake their heads in disappointment upon seeing him. With a grimace of self-disgust, Qin Jiang swiftly retreated into the bathroom. An hour later, he emerged transformed, dressed in pristine and elegant apparel. His sculpted features were reminiscent of a finely chiseled statue. Arched brows, eyes like stars, a prominent nose, and thin lips. His white shirt was casually unbuttoned at the collar, while black tailored trousers accentuated his long legs, exuding a demeanor both gentle and refined. Aside from the lingering acne scars and dark circles, he resembled a noble gentleman of serene grace. In his previous life, to deter Liang from taking an interest in him, Qin Jiang had deliberately neglected his appearance under the instigation of Bai Chu, hoping to disgust Liang into rejection. Fortunately, his aversion to pain prevented him from piercing his ears. Instead, he had merely affixed decorative earrings to his ear cartilage. The yellow hair was a temporary dye job. These superficial alterations were easy to reverse, but the dark circles and blemishes evoked a sudden chill in his gaze. They were the result of relentless nights spent drafting financial plans for his eldest sister Qin Moyun and creating hit scripts for his fourth sister Qin Xian, all while preparing for Qin Yun's marriage into the Yin family. The pimples, meanwhile, were the aftermath of a venomous spider bite incurred during a perilous trek into the rainforest to procure a rare medicinal herb for his second sister Qin Moyun. Recalling these sacrifices, Qin Jiang's knuckles cracked audibly. In his past life, he had devoted himself entirely to his family, only to meet a tragic fate, bled dry and robbed of his organs, left without a single intact remnant. Such folly. This time around, he vowed never again to be exploited by the Qin family, toiling like a beast of burden. Reborn, he believed all could be altered. He could regroup and rewrite his destiny. All that he had once given to the Qin family, he would now reclaim. His talents belonged solely to himself and would no longer nourish those unrelated to his cause. With this resolve, he had confidence in building a powerful commercial empire of his own. Even if he could not surpass Liang's achievements, he would at least stand as her equal. Exhausted beyond measure, Qin Jiang collapsed into sleep. Upon awakening, he powered on the phone resting on his bedside table. Astonishingly, he had slept for 2 full days and nights. The missed calls list had, unsurprisingly, exploded. Soon, the most frequently calling number reappeared on the screen. Qin Jiang answered, only to be met with a woman's voice. Haughty and impatient as ever. Qin Jiang, it's just a matter of you marrying into the Yin family on behalf of Ayun. Yet you want to even donate blood for her? How selfish can you be? I'm giving you half an hour. Go to the private hospital in Jing City immediately to give Ayun a transfusion. The caller was his fourth sister, Qin Xian. As a celebrated actress, her voice was usually light and melodious, akin to the clear chime of jade striking stone, but now it brimmed with intense vexation. Her curt words provoked a wry smile from Qin Jiang. Before he married into the Yin family for Qin Yun, the Qin family, fearing sudden illness, had coerced him into donating 2 bags of blood, which were now depleted after merely 3 days. Not a drop left, no blood transfusions. The newlywed's wife is too alluring. All of it has been surrendered to the public cause, he replied, raising an eyebrow with cold indifference. Qin Shiyun's brow furrowed in disbelief. She could hardly believe that Qin Jiang had actually shared a bed with that little monster, Liang, and emerged unscathed. And yet he dared to talk back? Her tone turned colder and more impatient. Qin Jiang, it's just a matter of losing your morals. Ayun is frail, and you, as a man, should care for Liang, that little miss of the Yin family. Yet you insist on using this to disgust your own family? Even if your heart belongs to Bai Chu, Chu still cares deeply for Ayun's well-being. If you truly wish to win Chuchu's favor, then hurry up and donate blood. Otherwise, Chuchu will personally break up with you. Her practiced threats rolled off her tongue, nerves taut. The entire family was uneasy about Qin Jiang's marriage into the Yin family, but saw it as the best way to protect Ayun. Sacrificing Qin Jiang alone preserved the safety of the entire Qin family, as well as Ayun. A worthwhile bargain. Qin Shiyun, your language is filthy. Did you forget to wipe your mouth after using the restroom? Or did you crawl out of some sewer? Qin Jiang retorted sharply. Excuse me? I'm your sister. And you dare insult me? Qin Shiyun exploded. If you can speak properly, then do so. If not, go bark with the dogs. I want tea, just insult you. I'll engrave it on your tombstone for free. Qin Jiang snapped before abruptly hanging up. He immediately blocked her number, then methodically blacklisted all his sisters' and parents' contacts. This time, he needed no relatives. Qin Shiyun was left stunned, the busy tone on the other end still ringing in her ears. How dare that brat hang up on her and insult her, freed from familial ties? Qin Jiang felt refreshed. He headed downstairs to find something to eat and decided to prepare a nourishing soup for Liang. He moved confidently into the kitchen, retrieved a fresh pork femur, and raised a cleaver. A single chop sent blood spurting from a bone. Bang! The blade dulled. It needed sharpening. He selected an ancestral whetstone from the yard and began to hone the cleaver with vigorous strokes. Just then, a loud crash echoed outside. Qin Jiang, you coward! Stop hiding in there. I know you're home. Come out at once. The door was kicked open with force, and a vibrant, flamboyant figure burst into the estate. It was none other than Liang's rebellious younger brother, Yanzue, 17 years old, brimming with defiance and scowling fiercely as he approached Qin Jiang. Who are you? What are you doing at Liang Manor? Where's that punk, Qin Jiang? Though Qin Jiang's white shirt and black trousers imparted an air of refined elegance, the acne and dark circles betrayed his weariness. Yet his deep, handsome features hinted at undeniable potential, an ideal candidate for their family's entertainment company's roster of fresh-faced talents. Had Liang finally changed her tastes? Returned to conventional aesthetics? Third young master is looking for Qin Jiang, Yanzue added, subtly easing his suspicion. In the previous life, after marrying into the Yin family, Qin Jiang had awakened prematurely and foolishly fled to the hospital to voluntarily donate blood to Qin Yin. Overexerted, he slipped into a coma, barely clinging to life before Liang had brought him back to Liang Manor. When he was on the brink of death and heard that Qin Yin still required blood, he had attempted to escape again to save her. He remembered clearly, his limbs shackled with chains, wrists suspended to receive life-sustaining 4 drips, Liang holding him tightly. Try to warm his cold body. She whispered in his ear, Jiang, others are not worth your life. If you dare die, I will have your entire family accompany you to the grave. Her fierce, ruthless demeanor slowly crumbled, replaced by a vulnerable whisper, you are mine. How could you abandon me? The sensation of warm moisture sliding down her neck seemed a mere hallucination in his dying moments, something he had dismissed upon awakening. But now, he realized it had been real. This time, however, he had refused to donate blood to Qin Yun, and the subsequent course of events was bound to diverge. He gazed at the youth before him, for it was rumored that Yanzue and Liang shared a distant relationship. As the sole daughter of the Yin family, Liang currently wielded the most significant central power within the clan. It is said that this was largely due to her elder brother, who was disabled and voluntarily relinquished his authority. Even more scandalous, there were whispers that Liang had been the one to ruin her brother's legs. Yet, under the oppressive presence of this sister, Yanzue still managed to hold his ground, which spoke volumes of his capabilities. After all, you are merely an employee of our family. It is no harm in telling you this. I have been entrusted by Sister Chu to find that ungrateful Qin Jiang to donate blood for his ailing brother. Sister Chu insisted that even if Qin Jiang refuses to come, he must send over 2 bags of fresh blood. After all, he and Qin Yun are brothers. How could a true brother turn a blind eye to his sibling in distress? Furthermore, if Qin Jiang wishes to earn Sister Chu's forgiveness, he should promptly transfer the 20,000 prize money he won under Qin Yun's name in last month's university technology competition to her account, so she can purchase skincare products for Qin Yun. Yanzue spoke with a sense of righteous indignation, though he was not a virtuous person himself. He merely seized the opportunity to provoke Qin Jiang. After all, he was someone who admired beauty. He could hardly endure the sight of his sister chasing after a so-called shamateur in a melodramatic chase. It was an eyesore. Each word that escaped Yanzue's lips made Qin Jiang grit his teeth in frustration, as he sought a means to vent his pent-up anger. With a swift motion, he swung a blade that narrowly missed the boy's groin and struck the ground, revealing the knife had been polished to a sheen. Residue from earlier butchering still clung to the blade and Qin Jiang's collar. Little third wheel, you're looking for Qin Jiang? That would be me. Do you have any instructions? Yinzhua. How could you possibly be that Qin Jiang, the shamader? Am I opening the door incorrectly today? Yinzhua could scarcely believe his eyes, instinctively inching backward, while hastily shielding himself to protect his nearly petrified comrade. However, upon closer inspection, he realized the entertainment industry's promising young star truly was Qin Jiang, that yellow-haired oddity. Ahem, if you're indeed Qin Jiang, then come with me to the hospital to donate blood for your brother. Alternatively, you could use the blood extraction kit and storage bags that Sister Choo Choo specially prepared for you. Hurry and draw 2 bags for me. I'm rather pressed for time. Upon confirming Qin Jiang's identity, Yin's expression shifted to one of impatience. Though he could not deny that Qin Jiang's appearance still possessed a certain charm, Qin Yun's life was at stake. It was merely a matter of donating some blood. No one's going to die from it. Why be so pretentious? Is that so? But I cannot leave the Liang manor. How can I donate blood to Qin Yun? Qin Jiang stated plainly, for he was aware that after his rebirth, he was not in a hurry to escape. Understanding fully that the security system of Liang manor had been upgraded following his previous attempts to flee while being imprisoned by Liang. Yinzhua, upon hearing such a feeble excuse from Qin Jiang, slapped his thigh in exasperation. Fine, fine. As long as you're willing to donate blood, we can discuss anything. Here is my private card. You must go to the hospital now. Qin Jiang accepted the card and then, with a sudden motion, beckoned Yinzhua closer with his index finger. Yinzhua. Though he was quite the catch, this man was technically his sister's husband. What was happening here? Qin Jiang, do not wear that lewd expression. I am not inclined towards men. In truth, Qin Jiang's expression was indeed somewhat cheeky. Yinzhua's encouragement for him to donate blood was merely an act of collusion. He certainly would not let this slide easily. Lil Yin, what are you thinking? I genuinely have something to discuss with you. Come a bit closer. After a brief exchange, Qin Jiang left Liang manor with remarkable swiftness. He runs so fast. Clearly, he's been swayed by my kindness. He is not a bad person, Yinzhua thought to himself, resting his chin on his hand. Filled with satisfaction, an hour later, someone, young Master Qin, has escaped again. The alarm at Liang manor rang out, throwing everyone into disarray. Oh dear, young Master Qin has fled again. Are we not in for trouble? Does young Master Qin not realize how fortunate he is? Our young lady is wealthy, powerful, and beautiful. What does he lack compared to that so-called pure school beauty by Choo Choo? With his ugly appearance, that yellow-haired shamader. I wonder what our young lady sees in him. Is it his poor grades? His years of seclusion? Or perhaps his sour cabbage fish, sour, green, and utterly superfluous? I heard he's universally disliked in the Qin household. Such a man is truly a calamity. Only our young lady would treat him like a treasure, guarding him as if he were her own eye. In the midst of the chaos, the servants vented their frustrations. They had endless grievances against Qin Jiang. Enough. How many tongues do you have to criticize the new son-in-law? Steward Su admonished sternly. As a professional steward from a prominent family, regardless of the son-in-law's shortcomings, they were not in a position to speak ill of him. Not good, Steward Su. The young master has escaped, and I do not know who he has dismembered. The scene is too bloody for me to look at. The kitchen is drenched in blood. At the scene, we discovered young Master Yan's clothing. Upon hearing this, Steward Su was finally taken aback. What? Oh my heavens. Hurry and call the young lady. Young Master Qin was courting disaster again. The old steward's heart sank. Everyone at Liang manor knew well that Qin Jiang was not to be trifled with. Yan Liang had effectively imprisoned him within the manor, and in retaliation, he wreaked havoc on the estate's valuable possessions, uprooting precious medicinal herbs worth millions, watering his vegetable garden with tian shan, snow water flown in daily, smashing auction-level vases to serve as dog bowls, and tearing down high-end silk curtains to craft a doghouse. As if that were not enough, he even sought to breed the most esteemed snow wolf owned by the young lady with a stray dog he found by the roadside. The key issue was that the dog was a scruffy mutt, its fur a haphazard mess, an eyesore. Their noble Snow King would never lower itself to such a level. Each time he thought of the noble snow wolf being sullied by a mutt, Steward Su felt as if he might vomit blood. The most severe incident occurred when Qin Jiang set fire to the treasure vault of Liang manor. Steward Su could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for the Yan family. Yet, even then, the young lady showed no signs of anger. Instead, she gleefully bound Qin Jiang to a chair, gently wiping the soot from his face while a deranged glint flickered in her eyes. So you enjoy destruction? What a coincidence, for I too delight in watching cold jewels and priceless artworks burn and be destroyed. Once they are ruined, they belong entirely to me, and they will never be stolen away. How wonderful it was! Her fingers, tinged with the seductive hue of crimson lacquer, accentuated her serpent-like gaze, now tainted with a sickly red hue. Yin Liang's expression softened, and in the glow of the flames, she suddenly leaned down and captured his lips in a fierce kiss. With greedy fervor, she advanced inch by inch, reveling in the delight of marking him with her essence. Yin Liang gasped softly, instinctively desiring to seize everything. The sensation of suffocation was, in itself, a form of exquisite pleasure. The first to crumble was Qin Jiang. Yin Liang, have you lost your mind? The one I love is Chu Chu. You are her aunt, and we hold you in the utmost respect. Do not touch me. Regardless of what you do, I will only feel disgust. Qin Jiang thrashed about like a madman. Anyone would break down if they were seized and imprisoned by a woman they had never met while shopping for nutritional products for their brother with their girlfriend. He was just an ordinary person, and encountering Yin Liang, the powerful heiress of a top-tier family, was merely a stroke of luck thanks to Chu Chu. Yin Liang allowed Qin Jiang to vent his frustrations without a care, sitting atop him, her body bound in ropes, her head leaning affectionately against his neck. Is that so? No matter what I do? How about this? The woman's hand suddenly wandered downward, brushing against a zipper, her fingertips gripping the pole with a steady hold. Life hung by a thread. In an instant, Qin Jiang's face flushed crimson. Why, you pervert? Did you just realize that? Yin Liang ultimately ceased her intimidation, refraining from further frightening him. Steward Su recalled, with a mix of amusement and exasperation, the illustrious escapades of Qin Jiang at the Liang manor. Unable to resist scratching his wise bald head. Let us head to the kitchen first. A grand procession made its way to the kitchen, where the resounding thuds of bones being chopped echoed ominously. The crowd gasped in horror. Is the dismemberment still ongoing? Qin Jiang, don't go mad. You are surrounded, and the young lady is on her way back. If you continue. Just then, the assailant in the kitchen turned around, a blood-soaked grin spreading across his face. Sister S back? I need to finish butchering this leg bone to make soup for her. The bloodied visage obscured his features. But Qin Jiang had previously been coerced by the young lady to call her sister. Steward Su felt a surge of dread. Help. Another lunatic has emerged in the household. This one is even more terrifying than the young lady. Not only has he killed, but he also intends to make soup? No. I cannot allow him to continue down this path. I, Neo-Hiru Su, must ensure the young lady's safety. Thus, he seized a baseball bat he had prepared earlier, stepping resolutely into the blood-stained kitchen. Steward Su, you needn't assist. Bang. Yin's graciously declined. Qin Jiang said that sister has recently taken a liking to pork bone soup. He insists on personally slaughtering and simmering the soup for her. This way, he might have a chance at acquiring the limited edition race car he desired next month. Qin Jiang, who have you killed this time? Steward Su, growing ever more assertive, pressed down on the bloodied figure. Cough, cough, cough. I'm Yinzua. Yinzua collapsed to the ground, tears welling in his eyes. Neo-Hiru Su, robust as an ox, exclaimed, What? Young master? What do you mean? My Yin family's young master is in your pot. The servants and bodyguards collectively dropped their jaws. It's over. Qin Jiang is truly finished. Yinzua retorted, You're the pig. Your whole family is comprised of pigs. Chapter 4, Calling Her Wife. Yinzua found himself unceremoniously pinned beneath Steward Su in the blood-soaked kitchen, struggling in vain to free himself. Just as he prepared to muster his strength, a cacophony erupted at the door, followed by a respectful, synchronized call. Young lady. Yinzua looked up to see the crowd parting to make way for Yin Liang, who approached in a flowing dark satin gown, complemented by a fitted black blazer and sharp high heels, exuding an air of cold decisiveness. Her striking features were sharp, her lips a beguiling red. Yet her expression was frostily serene and devoid of any warmth, her dark curls casually tied back, her shoulder and neck lines reminiscent of a graceful swan. The juxtaposition of her fierce allure and her calm demeanor was perfectly balanced, her presence exuding an undeniable nobility. Upon her arrival, the atmospheric pressure in the room dropped significantly. Yin Liang cast a glance at the kitchen's gruesome scene, her gaze sharp as ice, radiating an intimidating aura. Where is Qin Jiang? Yin's heart leapt to his throat. Him, Qin Jiang, was let go to the hospital to donate blood for Qin Yun. Qin Yun is his biological brother, and he was meant to become part of the Yin family to help us thrive. Qin Jiang is merely a substitute. Donating blood won't cost him his life. Yet he hesitates. What kind of man is that? Sister, such a cowardly man is unworthy of you. Yinzua, indignant, had long disapproved of his sister. Despite her high-born elegance and strategic prowess, repeatedly lost her senses over a man of such low stature. Thus, he stood up and approached Yin Liang, intending to reason with her. The Yin family, a prominent lineage in the capital, was embroiled in fierce internal strife, Yet he had been nurtured under his sister's protection. She had cherished him dearly. There was no way she would jeopardize their bond for a man. He had that confidence, and he possessed the foundation to back it up. Zhou Ning, hang him up. Drench the whip in salt water. Liang commanded coldly. Cutting off Yin was chance to speak boldly. Understood. Zhou Ning acted swiftly. Soon Zhou found himself suspended from a tree in the backyard. Beside the tree, Steward Su wiped the cold sweat from his brow while preparing the young lady's favored whip with salt water. No one dared to question the young lady's orders. Liang emerged from the house, and immediately someone held an umbrella over her to shield her from the sun. The woman's gaze was obscured. Sister, how can you be so deceived by an outsider? I am your true brother. Can that worthless man compare to even a toe of mine? Liang picked up the whip, personally dipped it in salt water, and with a swift motion, she raised it high. Crack! A cry echoed throughout the Liang manor. Zhou cried out, feeling as if his tender heart had shattered into pieces. In his sister's eyes, he truly paled in comparison to that utterly useless Qin Jiang. Why was that? Qin Jiang, perched at the second-floor window, casually observed Yin's punishment, even taking the time to capture the moment on his phone. Provoking me is akin to stepping on cotton. But this cotton is flammable, and Liang is the spark. As Liang wielded the whip, the entire atmosphere of Liang Manor became suffocating, and if even the young master faced such punishment, one could only imagine the fate of others. Steward Su, unable to contain himself, urged, Young lady, I will send someone to the hospital to bring the master back to the manor immediately. This time, while the master escaped, third young master bore the brunt of the punishment, allowing the young lady to vent her frustrations. If third young master hadn't taken the hit, who knows how many antique vases would have been shattered or how much wallpaper would have been torn off in the manor. Outsiders labeled Liang as a deranged and brutal monster, known for her mercilessness, with rumors swirling that previous grooms sent to appease her had met with bizarre ends. Yet few knew that the young lady merely suffered from severe bipolar disorder, leading to sleepless nights that twisted her temperament, leaving her with a perpetual pallor and a strong urge to destroy. When her episode struck, even Steward Su and Zhou Ning dared not venture within 20 meters of her presence. No need. I shall return to my room. Liang discarded the bloodied whip without casting another glance at Zhou and strode back inside. Old Su was bewildered. I've already searched the room thoroughly. Qin Jiang has escaped. On the second floor, Qin Jiang swiftly stripped off his clothing and climbed into bed, relocking the chains that Liang had secured before leaving, placing the key back in its designated spot. His heart, which had been racing, finally found some semblance of calm. Shortly thereafter, a throng of individuals followed the young lady into the master bedroom, where they found Qin Jiang sitting on the bed, looking unscathed and disheveled, as if just waking from slumber. What a colossal mess. Qin Jiang stretched lazily, feigning a rub of his eyes, embodying the posture of one just awakened from slumber. Liang stepped into the room, and with a mere gesture, Steward Su astutely closed the door to the master bedroom, shielding them from prying eyes. They said you had escaped again. Is it only by tethering you to me that you will behave? Qin Jiang's heart raced. Although he had been reborn for several days and had been digesting the events of his past life, he instinctively recoiled in fear when faced with Liang. The sight of this woman in a fit of madness was truly terrifying. Once, when he attempted to flee through a window, he fortuitously passed by a dim chamber and witnessed Liang nonchalantly dissecting something with a scalpel. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was unmistakably a human being. This further solidified his belief that Liang was capable of murder, and he was merely her next experimental subject. No, I have not fled. I am right here. Liang, dear? Qin Jiang swallowed hard, striving to suppress his fear of Liang. His anxiety almost led him to utter a grave mistake. Liang, his dear aunt, had always been regarded by him as an elder, yet she harbored desires to consume him. You are afraid of me. Liang approached, lifting the covers, revealing the unmistakable bloodstain from that fateful night still lingering on the bedding. She had not allowed anyone to disturb Qin Jiang, ensuring these marks remained. Qin Jiang's throat constricted as his gaze fell upon the same spot as Liang's. It was as though the madness of that night was still vividly etched in their memories. The woman leaned in, her breath brushing against him, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Jiang, I want you to be wholly mine. Surrender yourself to me. From Liang's perspective, she had claimed him. Yet in Qin Jiang's heart, he had taken Liang's innocence. As a man, he was bound to take responsibility. Otherwise, would he not be a scoundrel? Liang, noble and beautiful, with a splendid figure, was someone he could never let down. However, he currently possessed too little. He could not remain passive. In his past life, he had grown accustomed to sacrificing himself for the sake of his 5 sisters, allowing them to drain his vitality. He had the capability. He must rise gradually, to rightfully stand by Yan Liang's side. As his thoughts settled, he found himself at a loss for words, prompting a flicker of displeasure in Yan Liang's eyes. Realizing this, Qin Jiang hastily clarified, I am not afraid of you, nor have I ever considered fleeing. Is that so? Yan Liang raised his chin with her hand, denying him the chance to evade, her crimson lips descending towards him. Instinctively, Qin Jiang recoiled. He could not afford to further provoke Yan Liang, as he still hoped to appease this deranged beauty and plead for a chance to return to school. Thus, he rigidly propped himself against the bed. Since you are not afraid, then prove it to me. The woman drew closer, her lips lightly kissing his eyelids, then his brow, nose, lip corners, and finally gliding down to his jawline. A flurry of delicate kisses, deliberately avoiding the focal point, left Qin Jiang's heart in disarray. His breath hitched, enveloped by a sweet aroma reminiscent of ripe black cherries entwined with a smoky, woody scent, an intoxicating combination that threatened to ensnare him. I truly will not escape again. This time I mean it. This time is different. You are already mine, and I shall take responsibility. I will be your devoted husband. I have even prepared soup for you to nourish your body. Qin Jiang attempted to explain that before he arrived with Yan Zhuo, he had already simmered a pot of soup in the pressure cooker for Yan Liang, intending to restore her health. As for the need to butcher bones again, it was merely to prepare her a signature dish. Reborn, he now possessed nothing. All he could do was treat Yan Liang kindly. He was striving to regard her as a wife. He simply needed time. After all, she had once been an esteemed elder in his eyes. Yan Liang furrowed her brow slightly, her fingertips gliding across his bare chest and down to his abdominal muscles. The oppressive atmosphere in the room finally began to ease. The sensation of her touch was overwhelmingly present, causing Qin Jiang to tense, unable to relax. Husband? It is indeed a delightful title. A flicker of amusement danced in Yan Liang's eyes, as if her mood had lifted somewhat. However, you clearly fled just now. You have already taken Yan's private card. What? Cannot you find your way out? Yan Liang's gaze fell upon the shoe print on the window. One Qin Jiang had failed to erase. It had rained that morning, and he had ventured outside, leaving traces he had no time to fully conceal. The oppressive atmosphere returned, overwhelming Qin Jiang once more. I merely went out. Qin Jiang began to respond, but Yan Liang suddenly leaned in and kissed him forcefully. This kiss was devoid of tenderness, imbued with fierce aggression and a desperate resolve. Yan Liang intertwined her fingers with his, pressing him back onto the bed, her eyes brimming with intense possessiveness, as if devouring him at this moment was the true essence of claiming him. The prolonged kiss nearly awakened Qin Jiang's hollow body. Seizing a moment of respite, Qin Jiang quickly covered Yan Liang's lips with his hand, panting as he spoke. Wife, listen to me. Yan Liang paused, the icy aura surrounding her dissipating, revealing a hint of the innocence and charm befitting a girl of her age. Qin Jiang was taken aback to see her so docile. So this tempestuous beauty could be so easily subdued? Chapter 5. To please me I indeed ventured out just now. Since we are married, having wed you, I cannot remain idle. This ring is all I can offer you for my current savings, though it is less than a carat. I will strive to make it larger. I understand that no treasure holds much value in your eyes, but grant me time, and I will prove my determination. Qin Jiang produced the diamond ring he had hastily purchased, a modest yet exquisite 0.6-carat diamond worth 23,000. While it was a relatively grand design, it appeared minuscule compared to Yan Liang's stature. Qin Jiang hesitated, gripping the ring tightly, reluctant to hastily adorn Yan Liang's finger. He was acutely aware of its small size. Yet this was all he had at present. The 20,000 was a prize he had earned from university technology competition, while 3,000 was from his recent part-time job, which he intended to save for by Chuchu's latest smartphone. He often subsisted on plain buns and pickled vegetables, and only when he needed to donate blood to Qinyan would by Chuchu kindly take him out for a lavish meal. In his past life, he had tirelessly competed in university contests and worked diligently to earn money, solely to ensure by Chuchu never fell behind. Others flaunted luxury handbags, watches, and cars. Yet despite being the young master of the Qin family, his life was far more frugal than Qinyan's. However, every time he had money, it was always for Bai Chuchu's whims. Each date with her left him financially drained as he splurged on gifts she fancied. This time, he would not repeat such foolishness. A man's earnings should be spent on his wife. What innocent girlfriends? Away with that notion. Yan Liang lowered her gaze upon the diamond ring clutched in his hand, her fierce demeanor softening. She willingly extended her hand, gently nodding at Qin Jiang. All right, Jiang, I really like it. The finest treasures in the world were beneath her disdain. Yet this ring, gifted by Jiang, held a different significance. Regardless of whether he was merely placating her with a temporary measure, At this moment, she undeniably felt a sense of delight. As Qin Jiang slid the ring onto her slender ring finger, he found himself captivated by her delicate, alluring fingertips, unable to suppress a swallow. Liang was stunningly beautiful. Her profile was strikingly bold, yet her frontal appearance radiated a sense of innocent charm. With a pure exterior masking a dangerously seductive allure, she was indeed a deceptive beauty. God had bestowed upon her the most exquisite visage and a powerful lineage, yet also granted her a heart that was fearsome and unyielding. Qin Jiang momentarily lost himself. Having once feared her like a demon in his past life, never having taken the time to truly appreciate her beauty. Now, as he scrutinized her closely, he couldn't help but lament the creator's bias. He carefully placed the ring on Liang's finger and leaned down to bestow a kiss upon her ring finger. It was as if he were making a promise to himself. In this lifetime, he would never again betray Yan. To demonstrate my resolve, I wish to continue my education, if you please. The atmosphere around them seemed to freeze in an instant. A chilling aura enveloped them, and a sudden wave of hostility surged forth. I assure you, I am merely going to school and will have no further dealings with Bai Chuchu. Otherwise, may my entire family suffer dire consequences. Qin Jiang raised his hand to swear an oath. Liang understood how much he valued those parasitic relatives, and her gaze turned earnest as she studied Qin Jiang closely. She scrutinized him for quite a while. Finally, her fingertips brushed against the sensation of her ring finger. She nodded. All right. Subsequently, she released Qin Jiang from his chains. Outside, a frantic knocking on the door could be heard. Butler Su, having received permission, entered the room. Miss, it appears that young Master San is in dire straits. Liang maintained an impassive expression, casually rising to her feet and pulling Qin Jiang along with her. They ascended to the window on the second floor, where a figure resembling a suspended silkworm could be seen hanging from a nearby tree. Indeed, Yen's curses were becoming increasingly feeble. Let us wait until evening to bring him down, she mused. It was midday now. Qin Jiang glanced outside. The sun beat down mercilessly upon the earth, and even Yen's, suspended beneath the tree, was bound to suffer from heat stroke. That pampered young master would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards him after enduring such punishment. He had anticipated Liang would punish Yen's, yet he had not expected her to be so severe. Miss, young Master San is too delicate to endure being hung like this for so long. Perhaps we should move him back indoors and suspend him there instead. At least he wouldn't have to endure the scorching sun. Butler Su couldn't help but suggest, as the young master was typically quite favored in the Yin household, and he had never seen him punished so harshly by the young lady before. No need for that. If we move him back inside, how will Jiang enjoy such a splendid view? Don't you agree, Jiang? Liang's lips parted slightly, her tone distinctly gentle. It sent chills down one's spine. Qin Jiang realized that Liang had known all along that she was setting a trap for Yen's. Butler Su gasped, Miss, if you assist in this villainy, what will happen if Madam and young master to find out? Good heavens! This is clearly a case of being blinded by lust. It's all your fault, Qin Jiang. You were the one who bullied my Jiang first. Jiang is mine. Yen's would dare to send him to provide blood for Qin Yun. He deserves to be punished. Did Butler Su have any objections? Liang did not argue, but instead took Qin Jiang's hand, her tone remarkably calm. Butler Su replied, I have no objections. How would he dare to have any? An old man like him, if he dared to voice dissent, would he not end up in a dire predicament? Have the documents prepared by Zhouning been readied? I returned unexpectedly and have numerous urgent matters to attend to. Yes, Mississippi. Everything is ready. There's a multinational video conference in 5 minutes. Please proceed to the study. The Liangjiao Manor was vast, restored to resemble a grand white castle, its pinnacle adorned with a crescent moon emblem, a symbol of the Yin family's ancient lineage, reserved solely for the residents of the family's primary heir. Liang nodded and dismissed the others. Just moments ago, she had yanked Qin Jiang from bed, and now he stood without a shirt, his physique on full display. He worked often, and although he was frequently drained, the intensity of Qin Yun's affliction had yet to escalate, allowing him to maintain his robust form. His muscles were smooth and powerful, broad-shouldered with a narrow waist. A physique that was naturally enviable. Liang's gaze roamed over him unabashedly. She knew Qin Jiang well. She was acutely aware of all his peculiarities and changes today. He had always only offered her a modicum of sweetness when he was certain he could part ways with her. Yet today, he was overly indulgent with himself. Even the act of fleeing had somehow turned into a return, enduring fear and disgust to once again engage with her. What, she pondered, did he desire this time? What more could she offer him? Jiang, tell me honestly, why have you suddenly compromised with me? What schemes are you plotting? What methods do you intend to employ for revenge? You have always loathed me, scorned me, and fled from me. Qin Jiang was taken aback. He had anticipated that Liang's vigilance would have caught on to his transformation. However, he could not explain to her the circumstances of his rebirth. With a resolute bite of his lip, his ears flushed crimson as he boldly declared, "It's because your figure is so stunning. I crave it. I admit it. I am infatuated." Oofed. Outside, fearing that Qin Jiang might once again pose a threat to the young lady, the diligent butler Su and Zhou Ning stumbled in their steps. Their faces flushed with embarrassment. Liang was momentarily stunned, her hand suddenly grasped and placed on his solid, powerful abdomen. Firm, with an indescribably delightful sensation, she boldly squeezed. "Quite satisfied. You may attend school, but the condition is that you must accompany me to bed every night. Can you manage that?" Liang lifted her gaze, earnestly locking eyes with him. In the past, Qin Jiang had disliked her staying over. She had to rest in the adjacent room, similarly adorned, with her bed positioned opposite his, separated only by a wall. Yet, that had never sufficed. She yearned to absorb his essence, his body, everything about him, and possess him entirely. Could this be too frequent? Though he is young, overindulgence can be detrimental to one's vitality. Too frequent? I merely request every night. Is that too much to ask? Liang's gaze turned icy, the surrounding atmosphere once again becoming oppressive. Do you disagree? Qin Jiang was evidently still enduring the discomfort of being with her. This piqued her curiosity. How long could he maintain this facade? Ultimately, Qin Jiang bashfully nodded. It was all right. He was young. He could manage it. Chapter 6, Opening a Household Register. After Liang departed, Qin Jiang found himself unable to refrain from pacing in his room. Having given away the ring, he was now completely devoid of resources. He had to find a way to earn money. Since Liang had already consented to his going out, he boldly departed from Liangjiao Manor. He intentionally took a circuitous route, passing by the suspended Yanzhua, moving swiftly and with an air of bravado. He indeed garnered a vigorous and harmonious greeting from Yanzhua. As he passed, Butler Su muttered, "What a shameless fellow. Yet, one cannot provoke him. Truly a frustrating life." In the study, Liang reclined on a genuine leather sofa, her slender waist perfectly accentuating the alluring silhouette of a woman in the bloom of maturity. The hem of her dress lifted slightly as she crossed her legs, revealing a glimpse of her fair, tender skin, showcasing her long, elegant legs. Her eyes glimmered like water. One arm propped beneath her chin, allowing her softly curled hair to cascade around her. At this moment, she exuded a languid, regal air, akin to a white lion basking in the aftermath of a kill. No one could overlook her formidable presence. "Miss Liang, young Master Qin has just left the manor. Should we fetch him back?" Zhou Ning, a trusted confidant of Liang, had an unremarkable appearance that few could recall clearly. Even Butler Su, who had brushed past him countless times, took a long while to remember him. No one knew his origins, only that he had been rescued from the northern deserts when Liang was 15. His identity remained a mystery. Taciturn, yet executing tasks with the same ruthless ease, it is rumored that the venerable Yin family, with a lineage spanning a century, suffers from a peculiar hereditary affliction whereby no daughter lives beyond the age of 25. Hence, the Yin family hastened to arrange Liang's marriage at the tender age of 20, hoping to expedite the birth of an heir bearing the Yin bloodline. Qin Jiang, at best, was merely a human sperm bank, used and discarded without remorse. Did he truly regard himself as nothing more than a clove of garlic? Qin Mo, the eldest sister, scoffed disdainfully. Since returning to the Qin household, Qin Jiang had been obedient, never once defying familial expectations. Yet now, having allied with Liang, he had grown rebellious. Fourth sister Qin Shuyun, donning a mask and arching her brow, remarked, "Don't blame Qin Jiang for his short-sightedness and narrow-mindedness. After all, he was raised in a remote, impoverished village, unlike our Qin family's heir, Ayun, who was meticulously groomed with every resource at our disposal. Were it not for Ayun's frail health, I would have preferred Qin Jiang remain in the countryside, sparing the household from his pervasive aura of impoverished pretension." She recalled how Qin Jiang had abruptly ended a call with her and hurled insults, a transgression she had not forgotten. When he returned, she vowed to reprimand him thoroughly. Indeed, Qin Jiang had shamelessly exploited Ayun's vulnerability, both his delicate constitution and his benevolent nature that forbade him from retaliating, and brazenly usurped the honor and prize money of a university student invention award rightfully belonging to Ayun. Such a man was steeped in destitution and shamelessly claimed even his own brother's achievements. Did he possess an iota of shame? Fifth sister Qin Qianyun, infuriated, declared, "I attend the same university as Qin Jiang and Qin Yun, and I am well aware of the prestige of that University Science Award. Chu mentioned that Yun entrusted Qin Jiang, his elder brother, to register the entry on his behalf. Yet, Qin Jiang had the audacity to inscribe his own name as the inventor. How could such a man be called Yun's brother? Qin Xianyun then cast a look of admiration toward Qin Yun, having grown up alongside him. She knew that from a young age he had been passionate about invention and exceptionally talented, already garnering numerous scientific accolades. Though physically fragile, Qin Yun's resolute spirit and brilliance assured that success was only a matter of time. In stark contrast, Qin Jiang risked expulsion from university. How could such a failure be considered her brother? At the hospital, as Qin Jiang failed to arrive with the promised blood transfusion and Qin Yun's condition improved, the family dutifully transferred him back home for care. Except for the absent second and third sisters, the entire Qin family was assembled. Qin Yun, clad in patient attire, pale yet radiating an aura of refined scholarly grace, brushed aside his sister's anger. Please don't be upset. Brother Qin Jiang surely did not deliberately miswrite the name. Perhaps it was an inadvertent slip. Besides, Chu said he intends to use the prize money to buy me supplements. His voice was gentle, his manner composed. Yet illness cast a shadow of melancholy upon his brow, lending him a fragile, ethereal quality that inspired a protective instinct. He stepped forward, gently grasping fourth sister Qin Shuyun's wrist in a conciliatory gesture. But Qin Shuyun, already vexed by Qin Jiang's provocations, felt her temper flare anew. Qin Jiang is an adult. How could he make such a careless mistake? Don't excuse his ambition. He envies Yun's extraordinary talent and seeks to appropriate everything you have. Qin Xianyun echoed her sister's sentiment. You and Chu are too kind-hearted and truthful. If she says she witnessed Qin Jiang alter the inventor's name, there is no doubt. Qin Yun's expression darkened, furrowing his brows. He regarded his sisters with mild displeasure, gently admonishing, "Sisters, there must be some misunderstanding. Brother Qin Jiang is not that sort of person. Besides, his academic excellence is well known throughout Peking University's student union. He is recognized as the most capable president. Unlike me, who due to ill health, repeatedly missed selections and could not even secure a student leadership position. I am truly inept." His tone was tinged with regret, his already pallid countenance paling further. Evoking a deep sense of pity, Qin Jiang strode boldly through the Qin family's threshold, sneering upon hearing familiar voices. He had returned expressly to transfer his household registration and to claim the few possessions within the Qin family that rightfully belonged to him. Henceforth, he would reside with the Yin family, openly and honorably as Yin Liang's husband, leaving no room for threats or entanglements with the Qin family. You're right. You're utterly useless, always lurking behind women, stealing what is mine. Qin Yun, you're a coward through and through, ignoring the hostile gazes of all present. Qin Jiang confronted the perennial provocateur, Qin Yun. Brother Qin Jiang, what are you saying? I don't understand. Did something happen on your wedding night? If you truly cannot endure Yin Liang's inhuman torment, I will go to the Yin family myself. I'm sorry you had to suffer in my stead. You can blame me, but please do not blame our parents and sisters. They only acted for my sake. Qin Yun's voice was feeble and gentle as he stepped forward, reaching to take Qin Jiang's hand. Qin Jiang did not grant him the chance. Instead, he slapped away the outstretched hand with a clean, decisive strike. The resounding slap stunned everyone present. To strike Qin Yun openly. Before anyone could react, Qin Jiang raised his hand again, poised to deliver a second blow. He hesitated deliberately this time. Qin Yun staggered weakly backward, deftly evading the strike. Wasn't he, I suppose, to deliver blood transfusions to you at the hospital? Without transfusions, you'd be dead, right? Yet here you are, lively and kicking. Qin Yun's face turned ashen, humiliated by Qin Jiang's brazen exposure. The eldest Qin sister could no longer contain herself, sharply rebuking, "Qin Jiang, what madness have you brought upon your return? Yun is your brother. How dare you strike him?" Qin Jiang, resigned and defiant, declared, "He is not my brother, and you are no longer my elder sister. I have come to sever ties with you all. Here is the agreement. Siga, how absurd. The achievements from the Kyoto University Technology Competition were undeniably the fruits of my relentless toil over the past fortnight. How dare Qin Yun, with such audacity, presume that this honor belongs to him? Furthermore, Yin Yin is no monster. She is my beloved wife. Should you utter a single disparaging word about her, do not blame me for being ungracious." Qin Jiang's expression hardened as he faced the Qin family, a wave of resentment surging within him, yet he refrained from acting impulsively. The true torment lies in making them forfeit what they desire most, shattering their beliefs, and extinguishing their spirit. Such an outcome is far more dreadful. This revenge must be meticulously orchestrated by him. Qin Jiang, my elder sister is only advising you for your own good. Do not be ungrateful. Fourth sister Qin Shuyun observed, growing increasingly convinced of Qin Jiang's madness. In the past, he would have entered the Qin household with a pleasing demeanor, bustling between his sisters, showering them with kindness. How could he ever dare to confront or defy them? The atmosphere had grown exceedingly tense. Qin Yun, anticipating the value of Qin Jiang's blood, stepped forward, feigning vulnerability as she attempted to mediate. Brother Qin Jiang, it's all right. Let us consider that research achievement as yours. You have suffered in marrying into the Yin family on my behalf, and I should not compete with you for accolades. I apologize. Yet, the glimmer of moisture in Qin Yun's eyes struck a chord with those present. As the younger brother, Qin Yun graciously relinquished her claim, while Qin Jiang, as the elder brother, appeared petty and relentless. Their characters and ambitions were starkly revealed. Though he may have married into the family, usurping glory is a wholly different matter. Qin Jiang, you are the one who agreed to marry a Yun into the Yin family to bring her fortune during her illness. A Yun was gravely ill and did not partake in the discussions, yet you insist on placing the blame on her while attempting to seize her accolades and rewards. How shameless! Qin father descended from the second floor, visibly displeased with Qin Jiang. His furrowed brows and eyes brimmed with fury, as if ready to erupt. He was determined to punish Qin Jiang, who had faced his fair share of family discipline over the years. Today would be no different. As the rightful heir arrived for the household registration transfer, Qin Jiang sneered, "In terms of shamelessness, I can only bow to you, venerable ancestor. Enough of your theatrics. My time is precious. I must return to prepare nourishing broth for my wife. Can you bear the consequences of your delays?" Qin Jiang spoke with impatience. Having lost all patience with the Qin family, he flung the severance agreement directly at Qin father's face, his gaze indifferent. Qin father had been observing Qin Jiang's demeanor from the second floor. In his view, it was wise to distance himself from Qin Jiang at this moment. He was a harbinger of misfortune, and now he had entangled himself with that monster from the Yin family. Perhaps the disaster and the monster would counterbalance each other, allowing Qin Jiang to escape with his life. However, such bad luck must not befall the Qin family due to Qin Jiang. For years prior, when Qin Jiang returned to the Qin household, he had lost all contact with his adoptive parents, leaving him with only a solitary household registration. Qin father believed that bringing Qin Jiang back in the family fold would invite misfortune and had thus refrained from doing so. Now, it saved him the trouble of arranging the transfer. "Ah Jiang, I'm not unreasonable. You may take your household registration, but you must first return what rightfully belongs to a Yun. I heard from Chu Chu that the prize from the Kyoto University Technology Competition has already been deposited into your account. Though 20,000 may not be substantial for our Qin family, it rightfully belongs to your brother, and you must return it." Qin father's words were clear. Qin Jiang had previously speculated that his household registration had never been merged with the Qin family. Now, that speculation was confirmed. However, he had no desire to share the same household registration with anyone from the Qin family. Qin elder sister, Qin I, gazed at their father in disbelief. "Father, Qin Jiang's household registration has never been transferred back to the Qin family? For years have passed. Why has it never been done? Was it obstructed by his adoptive parents? Or was there some hidden truth?" Qin I struggled to comprehend. Despite her disdain for Qin Jiang, she had long accepted him as her brother. Yet, her father's failure to reinstate Qin Jiang's household registration suggested that he had never regarded him as a son. Such an action could not help but chill the heart. He is nothing but a disaster. His adoptive parents abandoned him, and our Qin family has shown him enough mercy by providing him food and shelter. Qin father remarked dismissively, shedding the pretense of kindness he had previously shown to Qin Jiang. Qin I, upon hearing her father's words, felt a surge of doubt. Yet, she restrained her suspicions. "Qin Jiang, even if you are now being expelled, there must be something detestable about one who is pitiable. After years at the bottom, he has learned not only to lie and steal, but has also mastered the art of claiming credit. He truly deserves some lessons." Qin Jiang stood resolutely, his expression devoid of emotion, but a flicker of malice crossed his eyes at the mention of his adoptive parents. They would never have abandoned him. Rather, upon discovering he was the long-lost son of a prominent family in Jing City, they could not bear to let him continue living in obscurity. Thus they orchestrated their disappearance to keep him from finding them. And there were two sisters and a younger sister. They too were missing. In this new life, he must find them. Having seen through the essence of familial bonds, he understood that blood ties do not outweigh the kindness of those who raised him. His adoptive family had loved him as their own, and he would seek them out, ensuring their comfort in their old age and reuniting with his sisters. "I have already spent that 20,000. It was my hard-earned income, and it bears no relation to you. Do not attempt to twist the narrative and accuse me of stealing Qin Yun's honor. You have employed such tactics too often, usurping too many accolades and achievements that rightfully belong to me. But from now on, I shall no longer serve you, since you refuse to grant me my household registration. Do not be surprised if I become unyielding. Heir, come forth. Qin Jiang had long anticipated that Liang would never allow him to leave openly. He would undoubtedly be surveilled by bodyguards. And heir were the Yin family's elite bodyguards, loyal to Liang. They were among the world's most elite bodyguards. How could Qin Jiang possibly discover their presence around him? The young lady had merely instructed them to monitor Qin Jiang, not to act as enforcers, which would require a different price. Thus, they decided to remain passive, realizing he could not recruit these two brothers at present. Qin Jiang languidly stretched. Oh dear, serving President Liang has left me with aches and pains. Even walking has become a challenge. If certain individuals remain disobedient, perhaps tonight I shall exert myself further and test the winds of my pillow. And heir. This Qin dog lacks martial ethics. Suddenly, the imposing figures of and heir appeared in the Qin family's living room, both clad in the Yin family's custom black suits, exuding an air of menace. Young master, what are your orders? Pleased with their obedience, Qin Jiang smirked. Wreck this place. Leave no trace. Chapter 8. With a single command from Qin Jiang, and heir exchanged glances, seizing a nearby vase and smashing it down onto the floor with a resounding crash, marking the irrevocable severance of ties between Qin Jiang and the Qin family. Qin Jiang, you have truly crossed the line. Where are you going? As the head of the family, Qin father could not allow Qin Jiang's associates to wreak havoc without consequence. He attempted to intervene and prevent further destruction. Yet, he was no longer spry. Waved him aside, sending him stumbling backward. Before I descend, ensure the severance agreement is signed, or I shall wreak havoc on the second floor as well. Qin Jiang stood at the staircase, intent not only on severing ties with the Qin family, but also on reclaiming his cherished possessions. He ascended the stairs, passing by numerous opulently decorated doors, until his footsteps finally halted at the disheveled entrance of a cramped attic. This was his room. It was not merely dilapidated. It boasted no decent bed, only a discarded mattress. The Qin family was not devoid of wealth, yet they were exceedingly parsimonious towards him, often justifying their meager provisions with the rationale that he, being a boy, should be raised in poverty. In his earlier years, he had acquiesced to this treatment in an attempt to please his family. The already confined space was cluttered with various items that Qin Jiang had painstakingly prepared for his 5 sisters. Financial plans for the eldest, Qin Yun. An assortment of rare medicinal herbs collected for the second sister, Qin Yun. Blueprints from modified racing cars, customized script from prominent brands, professional books on cosmetic surgery techniques, and beauty ointments crafted for their mother, among others. This small room was nearly overflowing with his affection for the Qin family. Yet, since they did not value it, he resolved to reclaim it entirely. With only a single suitcase filled with belongings, he dragged it downstairs. Brother Qin Jiang, are you planning to leave our Qin family? Don't act impulsively. I understand you're upset with me. I should be the one to leave. I'll marry in the Yin family right away. You can. Smack. Qin Yun approached him, attempting to persuade him, only to receive a sharp slap across his right cheek in return. It was a clean, decisive strike that resonated in the air. Qin Yun, Yin is already my wife. Spare me your insincere attempts at connection, Qin Jiang asserted, his robust frame towering as he seized Qin Yun by the neck, lifting his gaze towards their father. What? Have you finalized the termination agreement? If you don't sign it soon, I won't be so merciful towards your beloved son. Qin Jiang's threat echoed ominously. Qin Shiyun stared incredulously at her brother, as if she were encountering a stranger for the first time. Disappointment flickered in her eyes, her voice laced with ice. Qin Jiang, you have gone too far. During your 4 years at home, you received everything that a Yun had, yet you remain unsatisfied? Once an acclaimed actress, Qin Shiyun had suffered an accident 3 years ago while filming, leaving her with scars on her face and body that were nearly impossible to mend. Consequently, her passion for acting had forced her into a temporary retreat from the limelight, relegating her to a behind-the-scenes role as a screenwriter and director, donning a mask for years to compensate for her lost love for the craft. This had rendered her increasingly peculiar and reclusive, seldom displaying warmth to her family, except towards Qin Yun, whom she treated with less hostility than the others. Her gaze fell upon Qin Yun, filled with worry. The most esteemed cosmetic surgeon had given up on her face, yet recently, the grotesque scars that marred her visage had miraculously begun to fade somewhat. Although the improvement was minimal, it ignited a flicker of hope within her. This was all thanks to the new scar removal ointment that Qin Yun's younger brother had diligently applied each night while she slept. She had also discovered numerous medical manuals on reconstructive surgery in his drawer, along with notes predicting the success rates of various procedures. Qin Yun was her beacon of hope for restoring her appearance. "I've been too harsh, so what?" Qin Jiang retorted. "Qin Shiyun, if you continue to prattle on, I shall make Qin Yun's face as repugnant as yours." The room fell silent as everyone gasped in shock. Since the incident that had marred Qin Shiyun's face, it had become a topic that the family avoided at all costs. Yet here was Qin Jiang brazenly provoking her. "Qin Jiang, you seek death." Qin Shiyun cried in exasperation, snatching a shard from shattered vase, ready to strike at Qin Jiang's face. How dare he humiliate her? Qin Jiang did not flinch. As Qin Shiyun charged towards him, he pushed Qin Yun into her grasp, causing both to tumble to the ground. The glass shard grazed Qin Yun's neck, nearly severing an artery. The entire Qin family screamed as they rushed forward. Their father, in a fit of rage, signed the documents and hurled them along with the household registration book at Qin Jiang, adding venomously, "Qin Jiang, you ungrateful wretch. If you wish to leave, then go. Don't come crawling back to us when Liang discards you." Receiving the papers, a satisfied smile crept into Qin Jiang's eyes. "Rest assured, you will be begging me to return on your knees," he proclaimed. "A den of thieves, a family that siphons my blood and reaps my rewards." His description was not without merit. With a nonchalant flourish, he departed, even turning to give them the middle finger as he reached the door. Their father, infuriated, overturned a table. "Wretched son, how dare you refer to me in such a manner? I'm still alive." His gaze was icy as he surveyed the chaos around him, his resentment towards Qin Jiang deepening. This wild child had the audacity to defy his authority, relying solely on the Yin family's influence. He would learn the harsh realities of the world outside. Without the Yin family, he was nothing. "Ma Yun." I recall that Qin Jiang studied finance in university and had an internship requirement in his second year. Spread the word that no one in the industry is to offer him an internship opportunity. The Yin family's business empire in the capital was vast, and the financial sectors were under the purview of that reclusive, disabled elder brother of the Yin family, not Liang. He was eager to witness how Qin Jiang, merely a sperm bank in his eyes, would fare without Liang's support. He needed to teach him a lesson, forcing him to return home and apologize, to delineate the hierarchy within the Qin family. "Yes," Qin Mo Yin nodded, her gaze fixated on the middle finger Qin Jiang had raised as he departed, her brow furrowing in concern. This Qin Jiang, having endured life at the bottom for over a decade, was truly of poor character, utterly despicable. She supported the idea of teaching him a lesson. If the family could not do it, then society would have to whip him into shape. At that moment, the fourth sister, Qin Shiyun, held the fallen Qin Yun in her arms, her expression a tumult of resentment and fury. Qin Jiang has truly gone too far. If he has the ability, he should never return. Otherwise, he must endure the family's punishment and kneel for 5 days and nights. Little sister Qin Xianyun had never witnessed such an uproar. Yet for some reason, as she watched Qin Jiang's retreating figure dragging his suitcase away from the Qin family, a heaviness settled in her chest. Qin Jiang called their family a den of thieves, but had they ever stolen anything from him? It was clear that it was Qin Jiang who had been caught pilfering from his brother and parents. He was the one with unclean hands, steeped in the bitterness of the lower class. With a complex expression, Qin Xianyun spoke up, "Fourth sister, I believe this time Qin Jiang truly won T comeback. He has cleared out everything from the attic." Qin Xian busied herself tending to Qin Yun's wounds, grateful she had managed to stop the glass shard in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Qin Yun's complexion was pale, his lips trembling as he bit down, furrowing his brow. "Sisters, it's all my fault for angering brother Qin Jiang into leaving. Once I recover a bit, I'll immediately go find brother Qin Jiang to apologize and surely bring him back to the Qin family." Seeing her brother injured, yet willing to seek reconciliation for the sake of family harmony, Qin Shiyun felt a surge of affection for Qin Yun, especially when contrasted with Qin Jiang's reckless demeanor. When Liang grows weary of him, I wonder how he will manage to strut about then. He will surely be crying and begging to return to the Qin family. Yun, you need not blame yourself. Qin Jiang is nothing but a little disaster. Tough-skinned and resilient, enduring hardship outside will serve as his training. You, with your delicate skin and frail body, should rest assured that we will protect you. Moreover, once Qin Jiang is discarded by Liang, he will find himself utterly alone in the capital. Where else can he go but back to the Qin family? He cannot possibly avoid returning home forever. In the Yin family's study, before the screen for an international conference, Liang reclined in a genuine leather chair, her dark red hair cascading lazily down her back. Her fair skin appeared even more luminous under the lights, and her soft, plump lips held a lingering smile. Mr. Liang, the project in the Middle East has been secured, and the proposal for the underwater cruise hotel project in Donghai has been drafted after our initial discussions. Please have a look. Zhou Ning stood behind Yan Liang, observing the ever-composed General Manager Liang, who never lost focus during meetings or allowed personal feelings to intrude. Yet today, she seemed entirely absorbed in the exquisite diamond ring in her hand, so diminutive that Zhou Ning felt an urge to procure a magnifying glass for her scrutiny. Meanwhile, the executives at the other end of the table trembled as they cautiously reported the meeting's agenda, fearful of the silent Liang, who had yet to utter a word of guidance. They could only relay the meeting's content incessantly, their backs damp with anxiety. Heavens, why is that female tyrant smiling? Is some group about to face ruin through acquisition? Or is a management team on the verge of being entirely dismissed? When she smiles, it feels as though the Yin Corporation could be on the brink of a tempestuous upheaval. The project has been commendable. Salary increases are in order. Each person's year-end bonus will be raised by 1 million. Liang finally lifted her gaze nonchalantly, the smile in her eyes sending a chill down the spines of those across the screen. General Manager Liang was known for her ruthless, chilling demeanor in the business realm, her presence capable of freezing individuals into mere skeletons within a 10-meter radius. Curiously, she possessed a penchant for Buddhist prayer beads. Her serene visage exuded an aura of compassion that belied her enchanting allure. Yet the beads she twirled were made of bone, rumored to be crafted from the spinal columns of those who had once defied her in her quest for the head of the Yin family. Each of her recited sutras was laced with the symbols of bloodshed. The executives were taken aback, exclaiming, "Thank you, General Manager Liang." Alas, something unusual was afoot. Could it be that Liang intended to use them as bait for a Middle Eastern partnership, treating them to a lavish meal before their demise? I ask you, is this ring beautiful? Liang's lips curled up involuntarily, her gaze, usually icy, now shimmering with innocence and sweetness. The executives quickly turned their attention to the ring, attempting to discern what made it worthy of Liang's admiration. Yet, it appeared rather ordinary, lacking even a carat, and was devoid of any renowned designer's touch, merely a commonplace style easily found in the streets. Perplexed, they nevertheless nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is beautiful. The design is unique, and the diamond embodies both elegance and sophistication, perfectly complementing General Manager Liang's aura. Since she favored this ring, perhaps a project could be conceived around it, a theme park celebrating the beauty of love, with the ring as its emblem. Would General Manager Liang invest? If she chose to wear it, it must possess a distinctive quality. Flattery was in order. Let us propose an investment of 100 million. The executives were left bewildered. Liang's satisfaction was palpable as her fingers caressed the ring, eager for the world to know. It was a gift from her beloved Jiang, her first present. No less, a ring. Zhou Ning had never witnessed such a side of Liang, finally revealing the purity and beauty befitting her age. Yet beauty is often fleeting. For instance, Qin Jiang had yet to return. If he delayed any longer, Liang's patience was likely to dwindle. Forgive my boldness, but may I inquire who bestowed this ring upon you? General Manager? One executive, reveling in his own flattery, envisioned promotions and raises just around the corner. However, upon uttering this question, Liang's gaze darkened, and when she opened her eyes again, they shimmered with an intensity that was both domineering and frenzied. Qin Jiang still not home? So disobedient. Perhaps I should sever his hands and feet and turn him into a living puppet, ensuring he remains by my side and listens to me? Chapter 9. This time, he would not escape. After settling his luggage, Qin Jiang drove to Jing University under the watchful eyes of Muda and Mu'er. His phone rang, and upon seeing a familiar name, he answered. Brother Jiang, if you continue to go off the grid, I'll start to suspect that Bai Chuchu has lured you to northern Myanmar to sell your kidneys. Call me Daddy, and I'll give you real-time updates on Jing University's latest gossip. By the way, the incident with Senior Li Hao's research experiment has been made public, and the school is considering expelling you. Have you thought about how to respond? I advise you not to let your fifth sister take the fall for you. You've just been elected president of the student council at Huajing University. Your future is bright, and you don't want to tarnish your record with any scandals. Song Jie's loud voice momentarily stunned Qin Jiang. They had grown up together in the lower echelons of the Qin family, neighbors of his foster parents, and had been inseparable since childhood. Song Jie was intelligent and, after gaining admission to Huajing University, had rekindled their brotherly bond. His current girlfriend, Jiang Kexin, had also grown up with them. Though they lived modestly, their love was strong and optimistic, with a bright future ahead. Yet, Qin Jiang knew that Jiang Kexin was now close to Bai Chuchu, and that Bai Chuchu's wealthy admirer, Wu Yu, had begun to pursue Jiang Kexin, showering her with luxury items only to abandon her once he had his way, leading Jiang Kexin to take her own life in despair before Song Jie. After her tragic death, Song Jie had exhausted his meager savings to hire a lawyer. However, his efforts were ultimately in vain. In a world where the impoverished struggle to voice their anguish, Qin Jiang had been imprisoned by Liang at Liang Manor when Song Jie reached out for help, and he had no means to respond. In the end, he could only watch the news report of Song Jie's desperate act, which garnered minimal attention. While Wu Yu faced but a brief confinement and continued to live lavishly, enjoying Bai Chuchu's company. Upon learning of his brother's death, Qin Jiang's rage towards Liang erupted, and he struck her in a moment of fury, demanding she leave. The slap echoed in the air, and he could feel the entire Liang family holding their breath. Yet, he was beyond caring. He had nothing left to lose. His imprisonment had caused him to miss his brother's plea for help, and he blamed Liang not only for his suffering but also for his own inadequacy. He awaited Liang's wrath, expecting her to retaliate mercilessly. Instead, the typically ruthless Liang approached him and gently wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye. Her expression unexpectedly filled with confusion and regret. Jiang, I'm sorry. In that moment, the pride of the Liang family seemed to bend for him. But what good were apologies? Could they bring back Song Jie? Liang, you monstrous creature, you are so lonely, devoid of friends and family's love, that you wish for me to lose them as well. What a cruel sentiment. Yet, Qin Jiang refused to accept her pity. He knew how to inflict pain upon Liang, driving the knife deeper into her heart. In a frenzy, he wreaked havoc upon Liang Manor, leaving destruction in his wake. Once he had vented his fury, Liang silently arranged for the manor to be restored to its former glory, thereafter remaining by his side, fearful he might do something foolish. She refrained from locking him up again, which ultimately granted him the opportunity to steal the Yin family's secrets and escape. Reflecting on his brother's fate in his past life, Qin Jiang felt grateful for his rebirth, believing he could alter this life's outcome. This time, he would not let Song Jie suffer the same fate. He would no longer direct his anger at Liang. She was merely a lovesick girl yearning for his affection. As long as he complied with her wishes and remained by her side, she would not confine him against his will. Her desire to keep him close stemmed from her fear of losing him. This time he would not flee. He would stay with her for eternity. My son, I understand your intentions. Fear not. I would never allow myself to take the blame for Li Hao's experiment. I shall not bear the burden of Qin Jiang's mistakes. She must face the consequences of her actions. Song Jiexing laughed with excitement, scarcely able to believe his ears. Good heavens, has Chairman Jiang finally come to his senses? Ever since you became president of the student union, you've had to clean up after Qin Jiang countless times, nearly landing yourself in hot water on several occasions. This time, can you truly disregard your fifth sister's fate? Qin Jiang nodded solemnly. I have come to understand. Are there any profitable opportunities recently? Any university competitions? Though Song Jie's background was humble, his industrious spirit and academic excellence distinguished him. Being an adopted son, he no longer relied on family funds in university, subsisting instead on part-time jobs and winnings from various campus contests. Whenever a high-stakes competition arose, he was invariably among the first to seize the chance. In this era, short videos had just begun to flourish, and many internet celebrities were already capitalizing on this wave of opportunity. Although it was an opportune moment to enter, Qin Jiang was acutely aware that after a few years of ephemeral prosperity, the short video industry would ultimately depend on robust talent and cutting-edge AI technologies to sustain viewership. As university students, solidifying their technical and cultural foundation was paramount. With such expertise, venturing into AI research and development early on would secure a firm grasp on the era's dividends. At Huajing University, exceptional talent was abundant. Assisting professors with projects eventually revealed that research patents and scientific innovation were the true gold mines, highly coveted by major corporations. Yet, such considerations remained distant presently. Qin Jiang was utterly frugal, focusing on consolidating his position within the school as committee. His future was long, and he refused to stagnate. Of course, there are opportunities. Didn't you, just win the gold medal at Huajing University's scientific research competition? 20,000 yuan. That's enough to cover my living expenses for an entire year. And you even spent it buying a designer bag for Bai Chuchu? Song Jie chided with a hint of frustration. Man, snap out of it. Bai Chuchu doesn't he need a sycophantic lapdog like you? Just yesterday, I saw her coyly entertaining a wealthy heir. Mentioning Bai Chuchu darkened Qin Jiang's gaze. He sneered coldly, fully aware of her true nature. When he lay on his deathbed, drained of blood, That wretched woman had arrogantly confessed to instigating Wu Yu to sleep with Jiang Kexin and maliciously exposing Jiang Kexin's compromising photos on internet forums, driving her to despair and eventual suicide. All because Jiang Kexin's beauty rivaled hers and her superior academic achievements threatened by Chuchu's status as campus belle. That vile woman had not only destroyed herself, but also ruined the life of his brother. Is that so? Where's Bai Chuchu now? Qin Jiang ground his teeth, yearning to tear her apart. Unbeknownst to them, Emoda and Heir, equipped with listening devices, shivered down their spines. This is it. We're done for. Chapter 10. Miss, which technician number are you? Brother Jiang, you simply can't compete with Bai Chuchu. Give up. There are plenty of women outside. Pick any, and I'll even help you pursue them. Song Jia earnestly advised. He had long discerned Bai Chuchu's cunning, but Qin Jiang's devotion was different. He regarded Bai Chuchu as an untouchable, pristine white moonlight, granting her every desire, even if it meant working multiple jobs to afford her gifts. Yet Bai Chuchu treated him merely as a free ATM, and of course a blood source. I have no need to seek anyone else. I'm already married. As for that wretched Bai Chuchu, just mentioning her makes me nauseous. I only wish for her to descend into hell, Qin Jiang retorted coldly, leaving Song Jia dumbfounded. Such words were unthinkable from Qin Jiang, for Bai Chuchu had been his beloved. Even a mild criticism of her would have sparked fights between the two brothers. Yet now, Qin Jiang openly called her a vile woman. Had he lost his mind or been possessed? Song Jia felt a mixture of relief and alarm. What? You're married? To whom? Has the Qin family forced you into some arrangement? Since reuniting, Song Jia and Qin Jiang had shared nearly everything. Yet Qin Jiang remained reticent about Liang's perverse imprisonment and exploitation. He wished to shield Song Jia from being entangled and used as a threat. And as a man, he found it unbearable to speak openly of such torment. No. This time, I chose willingly. My wife is stunning, far more beautiful than that despicable Bai Chuchu, and could easily be considered the wealthiest woman in Jing City, Qin Jiang explained. Song Jia was skeptical. Bai Shushu, though malicious, was undeniably the campus belle of Huajing University, with an immaculate, pure image and countless admirers. Her beauty was unrivaled. Qin Jiang had likely fabricated this wife from his wounded imagination. Shaking his head, Song Jia lamented his friend's apparent mental unraveling. Enough, brother. Stop bragging. I know your limits. By the way, where have you been disappearing to lately? You seem unhinged. I should take you to see a neurologist. Realizing he could not persuade Song Jia immediately, Qin Jiang inquired about his friend's current situation and cautioned him not to let Jiang Kexin and Bai Chuchu grow too close. As they spoke, a familiar voice called out, halting Song Jia. He cursed inwardly. Bai Chuchu had approached. Song Jia, who are you sneaking calls with? Be careful, or I'll tell Kexin you're cheating. Bai Chuchu, the campus belle, naturally looked down upon Song Jia, a poor soul like Qin Jiang. Yet Qin Jiang had severed contact with her days ago. The last time she eyed a 1,300 yuan LV bag, Bai Chuchu, though related to the Yin family on the periphery, had long since fallen from grace, maintaining her facade of superiority through Qin Jiang's part-time earnings and competition prizes, supported further by Qin Yin. By the way, since you're close to Qin Jiang, has he contacted you recently? If he does, tell him to transfer the money for the bag to my account. I've already made an appointment with the LV boutique. They said the latest model is highly sought after, Bai Chuchu declared unabashedly, revealing her true nature before Song Jia. Rumors at Huajing University had long suggested that Qin Jiang idolized Bai Chuchu as his unattainable white moonlight, serving as her obsequious admirer. Yet Bai Chuchu, with her aura of purity and nobility, deemed someone like Qin Jiang utterly unworthy. To avoid jeopardizing their studies, Bai Chuchu insisted that Qin Jiang keep their relationship secret. Thus, to outsiders, Qin Jiang appeared as a shameless, persistent admirer desperately vying for her attention, standing amidst the bustling campus. Song Jia and Bai Chuchu attracted the scornful whispers of passers-by. Tisk, Song Jia is just as shameless as Qin Jiang. Look at his shabby background. How dare he stand beside the campus belle Bai Chuchu, whereas our renowned campus lapdog Qin Jiang. The school feels strange without him fawning over the belle like a lackey. Bai Chuchu with Qin Jiang? That's laughable. They're both from humble origins. Yet they dream of a prince and princess romance. It's like a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. The jeers grated on Song Jia's nerves. Previously, Qin Jiang had silently endured such insults for Bai Chuchu's sake, keeping their relationship secret and serving her humbly despite public ridicule. Yet Bai Chuchu fully acknowledged that Qin Jiang treated her as his legitimate girlfriend, albeit clandestinely, deliberately forcing him to abase himself in public. Her intentions were clear. Unable to bear the mockery any longer, Song Jia snapped. By Chuchu, on what grounds do you think Brother Jiang should indulge your extravagant shopping habits? Yes, not your boyfriend. Why should he pay for your whims? Besides, Brother Jiang is already married. Are you seriously planning to be a mistress? Given your character, even if you were to become a mistress, my Brother Jiang would still find you quite unappealing. Your penchant for subjugating your admirers and trampling upon their sincere affections, reducing them to mere sycophants, is truly disheartening. If that is the case, you may as well seek someone else. My Brother Jiang will no longer indulge you. Song Jia, in a fit of anger, responded sharply, fully aware that what Qin Jiang had just said about marrying the richest woman was likely a figment of his imagination. Yet, in the heat of the moment, he let loose without restraint. By the time he regained his composure, the disdainful gazes from those around him only intensified. Ha ha ha, Song Jia, have you truly lost your mind? Do you honestly believe that the campus belle would choose someone as destitute as Qin Jiang to buy her luxury goods? Every bag she carries is worth tens of thousands. I doubt your annual living expenses could even cover one of her bags. Indeed, who would dare to fantasize about Chuchu becoming a mistress for a pathetic loser like Qin Jiang? He truly thinks he can marry the capital's richest female CEO? Such delusions. Qin Jiang is nothing more than a worthless piece of muck. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Seeing this, Bai Chuchu deliberately showcased the logo of her designer bag. A purchase made from the prize money Qin Jiang had earned after tirelessly participating in several competitions over the past 3 months. However, no one was aware of its origin. She frowned slightly, appearing reluctant to shatter the young man's pride, and advised gently, Song Jia, I understand you and Qin Jiang are good brothers, but spreading such unfounded rumors and defaming me will surely upset him. Her words, though delivered with a facade of kindness, carried an unmistakable undertone of threat. Bai Chuchu was indeed Qin Jiang's white moonlight. Whatever she desired from him, Qin Jiang had always been compliant. If she wished for him to sever ties with Song Jia, he would likely comply without hesitation. Bai Chuchu felt confident in her influence over Qin Jiang. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted in the distance. Look, someone has actually driven a Bugatti Divo to school. My goodness, that is the globally limited edition Divo. It retails for a staggering 13 million. How can our school boast such opulence? Whoever can afford a Divo must belong to some affluent family. It's astonishing that our school harbors such hidden talents. Who dares to discover the identity of the individual behind this magnificent supercar? The crowd buzzed with excitement, and even Bai Chuchu's carefully maintained composure began to waver. Yet, she found herself too proud to inquire. Maintaining her image of purity and virtue, she thought, if it were indeed a distinguished young man, he would undoubtedly recognize the campus belle. Perhaps he had come to seek her out. With this thought, Bai Chuchu nervously adjusted her skirt and once again highlighted the designer bag's logo. In terms of family background, she could not allow herself to be looked down upon. Just then, the Bugatti Divo came to a halt right in front of Bai Chuchu and Song Jia. Bai Chuchu felt a surge of excitement, but maintained an aloof demeanor as she gazed at the supercar. The tinted windows rolled down, revealing a lean but sharply defined face. Although dark circles and blemishes marred his features, the presence of the Bugatti Divo overshadowed any flaws. Get in, son. Qin Jiang's gaze swept past Bai Chuchu, not affording her a single glance. Song Jia was taken aback. That familiar voice? Could it be that the young master in this top-tier supercar was indeed Jiangge? No, that was impossible. Had Jiangge truly married a wealthy female CEO? Was he being kept? But he had heard that such heiresses were often unattractive and overweight. Could his brother withstand such pressure? Hey, I'm coming. Song Jia quickly hopped into the car, effectively slapping the faces of those who had mocked his poverty moments before. Bai Chuchu recognized the voice of the man in the driver's seat. It was vaguely familiar, but she hesitated to confirm it. Sir, you seem somewhat familiar. Have we met before? She asked, her face adorned with a pure smile, the curvature of her lips perfected to display her most charming side. Qin Jiang replied coldly. At first glance, you do seem familiar. What is your technician number, miss? His voice was raised, ensuring that many around heard him. In an instant, rumors of the campus belle being insulted by being likened to a technician spread across the school forum, each image clearer than the last. Bai Chuchu's face turned pale. Her teeth clenched, yet she dared not offend this young master. You certainly have a knack for humor, she replied. Qin Jiang rested his head on one hand, glancing at her with a feigned expression of regret. Oh, I see. You're not just a foot masseuse, but a princess from the club. The crowd murmured, Club Princess. While it was indeed a misunderstanding, Bai Chuchu's reputation for being pure and innocent was now tarnished. How could she, the campus belle, who had always upheld a virtuous facade, now be seen as someone who flirted with a supercar owner? Chapter 11. The Obsessive Tycoon. The humble plea for love Qin Jiang chose to ignore her completely. raising the window and leaving Bai Chuchu standing awkwardly in place. Those around her had witnessed her earlier sycophantic demeanor and began to whisper amongst themselves. Bai Chuchu's friend, Yu Qian, had been observing from the sidelines and quickly approached, linking her arm with Bai Chuchu's, saying suspiciously, Doesn't that young master's voice sound remarkably similar to Qin Jiang's? And his features are quite comparable as well. Chuchu, do you think that wretched man has found himself a wealthy mistress just to come here and spite you? Yu Qian truly felt that the affluent young master bore a striking resemblance to Qin Jiang, especially as he had let Song Jie, that impoverished fool, get into his car to save face. Only Qin Jiang would do something like that. Bai Chuchu's brow furrowed at this thought. Impossible. I am Qin Jiang's white moonlight. He would risk anything for me. How could he intentionally humiliate me? Unless he has discovered my affair with Qin Yan. But that is even less likely. Qin Jiang is not that foolish. With just a bit of coaxing, he would continue to believe in me unconditionally. Indeed, Qin Jiang was the poorest yet most generous sycophant by her side. However, no matter how much he gave, he could never match the worth of Bai Chuchu, the beautiful and noble campus belle. If anyone were to be deemed a match for her, it would undoubtedly be that sharp-tongued young master from earlier. Chuchu, I believe that man is fully aware of the multitude of suitors you have. He is merely attempting to attract your attention in this juvenile manner. It's quite childish, Yu Qian suggested, lifting Bai Chuchu's spirits while internally scoffing at her pretentious innocence. Ah, how disingenuous it was to act pure in public while indulging in vices in private. Who knew how far she had gone behind closed doors? Upon hearing Yu Qian's words, Bai Chuchu's expression softened slightly. Upon observing the affluent young master's presence earlier, she realized he was even wealthier than Qin Yan. Such a charismatic and promising man was truly worthy of her, Bai Chuchu. Indeed, he is certainly the most juvenile of my suitors. However, his naivete is rather endearing. I think he is quite decent and deserving of a chance to get to know him better, Bai Chuchu replied with sincerity. Yu Qian rolled her eyes internally. Sister, you dare to entertain such thoughts? That kind of man seems desperate for female attention. Song Jie appears to be quite familiar with him. I've heard that Song Jie often participates in various competitions outside of school. Perhaps the young master is actually our Hua Jing University as benefactor. Why don't we ask Song Jie for his contact information? Yes, I will have Song Jie pass my contact details to him, Bai Chuchu affirmed. Inside the car, Song Jie was utterly stunned, feeling as though he had been struck by lightning. What, Jianggu, in just a few days apart? Not only have you undergone cosmetic surgery and latched onto a wealthy woman, but have you also sold your body and soul? Let me check. Are our kidneys still intact? However, upon seeing your current appearance, I am at ease. Having discarded that ostentatious attire, you are undeniably handsome with effortless charm. Song Jie felt a pang of numbness. While his own failures were indeed daunting, the success of a brother was even more heart-wrenching. Yet, regarding the wealth amassed by Qin Jiang, he felt no envy, rather, a twinge of sympathy. It seemed that Brother Jiang had truly sacrificed himself for money. As he spoke, Song Jie moved to tug at Qin Jiang's waistband. Relax. We are adults. It's normal to be in a relationship, Qin Jiang stated candidly, having been thoroughly consumed by Liang. At that moment, the vehicle halted in an open space. Qin Jiang was about to elucidate his recent tribulations to Song Jie when, unexpectedly, the car door was yanked open, and a large hand seized Song Jie by the scruff, yanking him out. Immediately thereafter, a graceful and alluring figure assertively entered the vehicle. Song Jie was flung outside like a small chick. Just then, he caught a fleeting glimpse of Liang's visage, which was nothing short of breathtaking. Where did this celestial being come from, exuding a potent aura, yet radiating an innocent beauty that surpassed even Bai Chuchu? Brother Jiang, steady yourself. Song Jie was abruptly silenced by Mo Da's hand covering his mouth. His eyes darted around, only to realize that their Bugatti Chiron had been encircled by over 20 imposing figures clad in black. The sheer intensity of their presence weakened his knees. Despair enveloped Song Jie. What trouble had Brother Jiang gotten himself into? As Liang entered the car, her slender waist accentuated in dark red hair cascading around her, she intertwined herself with beauty. Her long dress sculpted her enchanting figure, and her delicate arms moved in front of his eyes. Qin Jiang was momentarily entranced by Liang's beauty, his focus entirely drawn to her, only to be domineeringly restrained by her. As her gaze fell upon him, it turned laden with inscrutability and a hint of malice. The atmosphere grew tense. Qin Jiang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Jiang, do you have feelings now? Is it because of him? The anger in Liang's eyes flared. She was displeased that Qin Jiang had gone to meet Bai Chuchu, and even more so that he had intentionally changed his taste to provoke her. She could tolerate him being with other women, but not allowing her clothes. Was it because he had just met Bai Chuchu? The woman drew near, her body pressing against him, causing Qin Jiang to instinctively tighten his breath. Having recently ventured into intimacy, he felt a disconcerting heat spread through him, coupled with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Yin, let me explain, it's not as you think. Qin Jiang earnestly attempted to calm Liang, swiftly elucidating the situation and clarifying Song Jie's identity. Oh, the woman paused momentarily, her gaze igniting with a more chilling, bloodthirsty crimson. In an instant, she pounced upon Qin Jiang, forcing him down onto the driver's seat. But you want to see her. This time, she afforded him no chance to resist, her lips sealing over his with an insatiable desire, claiming him as if to recover some semblance of reason, to indelibly mark this man as hers. As the situation spiraled out of control, Qin Jiang quickly embraced Liang's slender waist, forcefully breaking free from her grasp on his lips to thwart her unrestrained advances. It must be said that Liang's taste was intoxicating, nearly driving him to the brink of madness. No, Yan, please, let us go home. I'm willing to give you my all. Qin Jiang endeavored to steady her, having discerned that her current state was far from normal. Her complexion was flushed. Her dangerous yet enigmatic eyes bore an unsettling emptiness, yet they remained fixated on him. She had lost control. Or perhaps, was it that her affliction had resurfaced? Liang's mood swings were severe. When her condition flared, she exhibited an alarming propensity for destruction. In her past life, when he had been confined in the small dark room, she had resorted to smashing things to vent her frustrations. When he was present, he became her best remedy. There had been moments when he felt utterly drained, as if she would hollow him out completely. His fear and aversion towards Liang only intensified. Jiang, you belong to me. Her voice turned possessive. If you continue to misbehave, I will have to bind you to me, to ensure you are wholly mine. Liang was still spiraling out of control. She suddenly lunged at Qin Jiang, sinking her teeth into his neck, the familiar metallic taste flooding her senses. Her eyes glimmered with a fierce, bloodthirsty light, as if she would explode at any moment, breaking Qin Jiang's limbs and claiming him as her own forever. Yet, Qin Jiang could not allow her to act so tyrannically. In a critical moment, after suppressing his rationality multiple times, it ultimately seized the upper hand. Having accompanied her for many years in their previous life, he knew precisely how to pacify the uncontrollable Liang. Thus, he gently patted her back, encircling her slender waist, his fingertips gliding over her delicate skin, providing her volatile emotions with a point of focus. Wife, I am yours. Whatever you desire, I shall accompany you. But first, you must promise to behave, all right? Qin Jiang coaxed her tenderly. It was precisely because he cherished and cared for Liang that he could not take advantage of her suffering during her moments of turmoil. Even though he was nearly consumed by the fire she ignited in him, Liang tilted her head in contemplation for a moment. The next instant, her blood-stained lips descended upon Qin Jiang with renewed ferocity, though this time her actions were markedly gentler. Content. She closed her eyes. Jiang, I will listen. I beg you. Do not fear me. The most tyrannical and terrifying Yandere in the capital, pleading for his affection. All right, I'm not afraid. Jiang will belong to you for a lifetime. And he, in turn, was willing to bestow upon her the grandest love of his life. Chapter 12. The Yandere's most cherished thrill, however. This state of being perpetually dominated by Liang was not what he had always desired. He had previously resisted it vehemently, with her always taking the initiative to please him. Yet this time, he willingly submitted, no longer wishing to burden the lady. To quell Liang's current explosive destructive urges, he offered himself up, only to find himself in the position of overpowering her instead. He aimed to demonstrate through action that he was willing to give himself to her. Qin Jiang's actions took Liang by surprise. He had never before been so proactive, especially not on that first night, which had solely been about her relentless pursuit. She was acutely aware that his resistance could not be altered overnight. Was he afraid again? Afraid she might harm Bai Chuchu nearby? Nevertheless, as long as he was willing to take the initiative, she would accept it with joy, even if it meant deceiving her. The tinted windows of the top-tier supercar played a crucial role at that moment. Mo. Observed the rhythmic movements of the vehicle and waved his hand, signaling the bodyguards to disperse, not to disturb Miss Liang's amusement. He then pulled Song Jie aside to a nearby tree, leaving him there without further action. Not far off, Bai Chuchu and her friend Yu Qian had initially intended to return to their dormitory. But upon hearing that the luxurious supercar had yet to leave the campus, they deliberately pursued its direction. The two quickened their pace, finally spotting the globally renowned Bugatti Chiron parked along the tree-lined avenue. Chuchu, look, that wealthy young man is indeed playing hard to get. Isn't he just waiting for you to get in? Yu Qian's tone dripped with jealousy. Naturally, she too found interest in this affluent young man and wished to gain his attention. However, if she approached him directly, she feared she would be met with disdain, much like Bai Chuchu had been. Thus, she thought it best to let Bai Chuchu make the first move. If that wealthy young man truly accepted Bai Chuchu, she would have no worries about having the opportunity to be alone with him. Just like Qin Jiang, who, in his attempts to win over Bai Chuchu, would often buy her extravagant breakfasts and take her to upscale dining establishments, always bringing Yu Qian along. Reflecting on this, Yu Qian smirked disdainfully. Qin Jiang was nothing but trash, unworthy even to shine the shoes of that wealthy young man. Suddenly, she found herself delightfully contemplating. A person of such affluence surely wouldn't mind acquiring an additional girlfriend, would they? Bai Chuchu, noticing the vehicle had unexpectedly halted beneath the shade of a tree, could hardly contain her exhilaration, though she maintained the facade of her noble and pure image. How could this be? Perhaps the gentleman encountered some trouble, prompting him to stop. Why not join forces to assist him? Bai Chuchu intentionally pulled Yu Qian along, fearing that approaching alone might lead to embarrassment. Yu Qian, initially eager to assert her presence, readily agreed. As they drew closer, they were once again captivated by the dazzling allure of this world-class supercar. Standing by the car window, Bai Chuchu hesitantly rapped on glass. "Excuse me, sir, do you require assistance?" The tinted window obscured her view of the situation within. The sudden knock jolted Qin Jiang back to reality, causing him to stiffen at the sight before him. Liang, positioned nearest to him, sensed the shift in his demeanor. His body tensed as if struggling to contain a torrent of intense emotions. Qin Jiang was exercising restraint, holding back the overwhelming hatred that surged within him. A desire to confront Bai Chuchu. This woman had once subjected him to unimaginable torment, extracting his kidney and drawing blood, even resorting to explosives to obliterate evidence. Dragging Liang into the abyss alongside him. Liang, attuned to his turmoil, felt her own eyes glimmer with a predatory intensity. She swiftly seized the belt that Qin Jiang had previously discarded, methodically binding his hands, rendering him helpless once more beneath her. Regaining his senses, Qin Jiang instinctively struggled. Desperate to explain. "Liang, what are you doing? Please, don't act rashly. Rashness is the devil." He realized the fleeting moment of distraction had nearly pushed Liang over the edge. Bai Chuchu was so perilously close, just beyond the window. The scene was undeniably provocative. Yet, for someone like Liang, who thrived on chaos, this was precisely the thrill she craved. After securing Qin Jiang, she audaciously placed her hand on the window control. "Jiang, you're deceiving me again. Are you planning to wait here for Bai Chuchu? Now that she has arrived, do you dare open the door and let her see you in this state? Jiang, I warned you that deceiving me comes at a price. Why can't you ever learn?" With that, she declared, "Then you shall accept your punishment." Bai Chuchu stood outside the window for a moment, feeling a flicker of doubt. Had she misinterpreted the situation? Impossible. She was confident in her charm as the belle of Huajing University. Just then, the window cracked open a couple of centimeters, just enough to reveal a glimpse of the interior and the sounds emanating from within. Liang, please stop this," Qin Jiang implored his back to the window, unaware of the small opening. Suddenly, Liang leaned in and bit down hard on his neck, the sharp pain mingling with the intoxicating scent of her perfume, igniting a fiery heat within him. He groaned, trying to halt her escalating frenzy. He could feel that this time, her loss of control was far more severe. Not only was she biting his neck with fervor, but she also left her mark upon him, claiming him as her own. "Tell me, what is our relationship?" Liang gazed up, her serpentine eyes locking onto the woman outside the window. This woman was the most painful presence in her heart. Countless times, she had contemplated eliminating her, for Bai Chuchu occupied an inordinate amount of space in Qin Jiang's heart, leaving Liang feeling utterly displaced, starved of any affection. She had even resorted to hiring assassins to infiltrate the Bai household, only for Qin Jiang to overhear her plans as he prepared to flee. That night, he knelt in the torrential rain outside Lianjia Manor, whipping himself while declaring he feared no death. If he so much as harmed a hair on Bai Chuchu, he would willingly sacrifice himself, ensuring she gained nothing. Ultimately, Liang was frightened. She observed the man, bloodied yet resolute, standing tall amidst the storm. The proud and bloodthirsty heiress of the Yin family had chosen to bow her head. She approached him beneath her black umbrella, her heart aching for his injuries, but more so for the fact that he would forsake everything for his white moonlight, yet grant her not even a semblance of kindness. Call her despicable if you must. In this moment, she was declaring her claim. Jiang was hers, marked with her indelible seal. "We are married. You are my wife. Liang, please let us go home." Qin Jiang replied, his voice low and somber. Though vengeance coursed through him, he recognized that he should prioritize Liang's state of mind. She was dangerously unhinged. If he were not present, there was a real risk of her being torn apart by her own intensity. It was far too perilous for her to remain in such an unstable condition outside. He needed to coax her back home. As for Bai Chuchu, he would settle accounts with her in due time. This time, his deep voice resonated, and Bai Chuchu felt an undeniable familiarity in his tone. Yet this noble gentleman could not possibly be the impoverished Qin Jiang she knew. Nonetheless, had this gentleman already taken a wife? The narrow opening of the window obscured her view, revealing only the woman's alluring. Dark red hair intertwined with a dangerous glimmer in her serpent-like eyes, domineering, cold-blooded, and cruelly predatory, like a venomous snake ready to devour its prey. As a woman, she recognized the declaration of ownership being made before her. However, high-quality men were a rare commodity. She was merely expressing admiration and reverence. If these men chose to bask in her adoration and offer her, a pure university student, some encouragement and life advice, what business was it of hers? Sir, are you there? My name is Bai Chuchu. We met recently. I noticed your voice sound a bit hoarse. Are you unwell? I have cold medicine in my dormitory, and if your condition is severe, I'd be happy to escort you to retrieve it, to aid in your swift recovery. Bai Chuchu spoke gently and innocently, her eyes straining to catch a glimpse of their activity, unwilling to be outdone. Though she could not discern Liang's full visage, the mere hint of her beauty was already breathtaking, instilling a sense of urgency within Bai Chuchu, the belle of Huajing University. This time, Qin Jiang heard the voice from outside the window. Clearly, Liang had intentionally opened the window, just a crack. The reason she dared not fully open it was not from fear, but rather to avoid further provoking Qin Jiang and inciting him to inflict pain upon himself, thereby tormenting her. Bai Chuchu's words further chilled Liang's gaze. This woman was quite astute, pretending not to recognize Jiang while attempting to lure him away with such petty tactics. The temperature inside the car plummeted to a frigid point. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Qin Jiang seized the opportunity before Liang completely lost control. With his hands bound, he could only use his elbow to search for the window control and press down vigorously, opening the window a bit further. This allowed for a full view of Liang's enchanting visage and the upper part of Qin Jiang's torso, partially exposed due to Liang's earlier movements. The woman's figure was ethereal, her wine-red curls cascading languidly, her features exquisite, with her lips slightly pursed and a blood-red hue accentuating her allure. Her disheveled dress exuded a vivid vitality. Yet, her beauty bore no hint of vulgarity. Rather, there was an intoxicating blend of lethargy and danger, as if tinged with the scent of blood. Observing her attire, the delicate straps of her high-fashion silk gown had slipped off her shoulders, a dress she had once been denied access to due to its exclusivity. Yet here she was, wearing it with nonchalance, wrinkled but unbothered. This woman was not only beautiful, but exuded an undeniable aura of power. Regarding appearance, Bai Chuchu, the renowned beauty of Huajing University, for the first time felt utterly unworthy even to be a mere servant to this woman. Bai Chuchu even thought that she was not deserving of jealousy. Who are you? With someone like you, don't wait for others to pick you. You wouldn't stand out even in a garbage heap. Qin Jiang mercilessly mocked, belittling Bai Chuchu to the point of insignificance. Liang was taken aback, seemingly surprised by Qin Jiang's behavior. Wasn't he the one who would never spare a harsh word for his beloved Bai Yueguang, even at the cost of his life? But now was he merely acting? Yet, one had to admit, his current demeanor was indeed pleasing to her. Hey, don't think that just because you have a bit of money, you can trample on others' dignity. Let me tell you, our Chuchu did not come to flatter you. She is simply too kind-hearted. Thinking you needed assistance when she saw your car parked on the roadside, Yu Qian stepped forward deliberately. She knew too well that Qin Jiang was the one most willing to go all out for Bai Chuchu. In the face of such an arrogant young master belittling Bai Chuchu, few suitors would dare to stand up for her. But Qin Jiang was different. He would risk everything rather than let Bai Chuchu be humiliated. Bai Chuchu naturally recognized this, yet she still did not wish to create conflict with the man before her, fearing it would jeopardize her chances with him. Qian, what nonsense are you spouting? She hastily interrupted Yu Qian, then gazed affectionately towards the interior of the car. If she was not mistaken, this woman's arrogance was merely a facade supported by the wealth of the young master. What if she were to occupy that passenger seat? I'm sorry, Chuchu, I shouldn't have mentioned that coward Qin Jiang. Someone like him isn't even worthy to carry your shoes. You, being noble, kind-hearted, and academically accomplished, surely deserve to be with a young master of high status and good looks. Although these words resonated deeply with Bai Chuchu, she could not openly admit it. Qian, you shouldn't speak of Qin Jiang like that. No one can choose their origins, despite his humble beginnings. He has worked exceptionally hard. We should regard everyone equally. It's character that differentiates people, not their status. This grandiloquent statement, however, endeared Bai Chuchu to many passing students. Their campus beauty was truly kind-hearted and cultured. Qin Jiang, upon hearing these words, rolled his eyes dramatically. Oh really? Bai Chuchu, take a good look. I am the very coward you speak of, the one from a poor background who isn't even worthy of carrying your shoes. You just caused irreversible depreciation damage to this car by banging on its window, and I now demand a compensation of 200,000. Would you prefer to pay via QR code or credit card? Qin Jiang spoke bluntly, his tone devoid of any compassion. Bai Chuchu was taken aback, staring at the man in disbelief. His visage bore a faint resemblance to the Qin Jiang she once knew, yet he was undeniably far more handsome now. Of course, she would never admit that his attractiveness was significantly enhanced by the luxurious sports car he drove. But why would Qin Jiang demand money from her? He had been so infatuated with her that he would risk his life for her. Could it be? Bai Chuchu's gaze flickered towards the woman in the passenger seat, her long, dark red hair, her commanding presence, exuding an air of aristocracy with every gesture. This was unmistakably Yan Liang, the terrifying and bloodthirsty aunt. Shouldn't she be tormenting Qin Jiang instead of allowing him to drive a luxury car? Was this a deliberate attempt to test her relationship with Qin Jiang? Yan's aunt? Bai Chuchu lacked the courage to utter Yan Liang's name, feeling utterly unworthy to do so. The Yin family, being a peripheral branch of the Yin clan, rendered her knowledge of Yan Liang scant. She knew only that her aunt was a mere 20 years old, even younger than herself, yet she was the most formidable presence within the Yin family. Yan Liang returned her seat, mockingly raising an eyebrow at Qin Jiang and Bai Chuchu's performance, suppressing her anger. She could not act rashly. A Jiang might harm himself. But did they truly think her a fool? Were it not for Qin Jiang's presence, she would have killed this woman who irked her. Bai Chuchu, stop the nonsense and pay up. Qin Jiang pressed again, sensing Yan Liang's patience wearing thin, having no time to waste with Bai Chuchu. Qin Jiang, you are simply asking for too much. Chuchu merely tapped the car window. The car isn't even damaged. Why make such a fuss? Besides, what depreciation fee could possibly warrant such a staggering amount? Clearly, you are just seeking revenge because Chuchu has been spending time with Li Xiao, trying to assert her dominance. Right? And you even deliberately rented a beautiful girlfriend and a fake luxury car for this charade. How juvenile. Just tell me, how much did it cost to rent these? Are you extorting Chuchu to cover the expenses? Yu Qian did not recognize Yan Liang, and standing behind Bai Chuchu, she was unable to see Yan Liang's face. Upon recognizing Qin Jiang, she instinctively hurled insults. Bai Chuchu, having identified Yan Liang, feared for her own safety, quickly deducing that Qin Jiang's harsh demeanor was likely a result of Yan Liang's coercion, forcing him to feign a rift with her. Qin Yan had mentioned that Qin Jiang had caught the eye of the terrifying Yan Liang. If he could appease her and secretly infiltrate the Yin family to obtain confidential documents, he could turn the tide for the business empire Qin Yan had secretly established, surpassing the Yin family. Therefore, she could not afford to expose a relationship with Qin Jiang. Bai Chuchu quickly pulled Yu Qian aside. I'm sorry, Qin Jiang. I accidentally tapped the window. 200,000 is far too much for me. As a third-year student, I haven't even started working. I simply can't afford it. Qin Jiang's expression remained indifferent. Then go ask Qin Yan for it. I'll give you 3 days, and regardless of how you obtain it, you must transfer the money to this account. Qin Jiang produced a card, revealing a string of bank account numbers. However, there might be another message concealed within. Bai Chuchu hastily accepted it, fearing that Yan Liang would intervene. Qin Jiang drove away from Huajing University, the tension within the car palpable. Upon returning to Liang Manor, Yan Liang headed to the study. Mo Da and Mo Heir, having received no orders to release Song Jia, brought him to Liang Manor and casually tossed him beside Qin Jiang. In the study, investigate what those numbers Qin Jiang gave to Bai Chuchu truly represent. I refuse to believe they're merely a random string of bank account numbers. Yes, Mississippi. The bloodlust in Yan Liang's eyes intensified, prompting Zhou Ning, who had been closely following her, to speak up. Miss, you should take some calming medication first. I will call for a doctor. The high-intensity work within the Yin family had left Yan Liang's nerves perpetually taut. She suffered from not only bipolar disorder, but also severe insomnia and anorexia. The young lady had not eaten all day. She appeared petite and fragile, her skin perpetually pale, yet her formidable presence often masked her vulnerability. Yan Liang rubbed her temples, fatigue washing over her while her nerves remained on edge. a sense of irritation enveloping her. She was on the verge of losing control, overwhelmed by her destructive instincts. No need. I'll go to the dissection room to calm down. This time, I must prevent Jiang from seeing those he would think of me as a monster. Yin Liang's voice held a hint of desolation and sorrow. In the eyes of everyone, she was merely a monster, yet she felt utterly unable to control herself. At 13, Yin Liang had been cast into an organization that trained assassins by her father and confined within a cage, becoming a human sacrifice in underground beast fights. Like beasts of burden, they could only fight against their kind and ferocious predators to survive. Before his departure, the father gently caressed her face, his voice tender as he said, Liang, your sister perished here. She was not destined to return to the Yin family to enjoy its blessings. Within the Yin family, she possessed nothing, not even a rank. If you were to die, you would share her fate. The Yin family has no need for a daughter with no purpose. Later, Yin Liang annihilated the organization with a sickle and returned to the ancestral home of the Yin family on the night of her coming-of-age ceremony. That night, no one knew what transpired. All that was known was that the heir of the Yin family, who was supposed to inherit the family legacy, would henceforth be confined to a wheelchair. The patriarch of the Yin family suffered a stroke and became paralyzed, while the matriarch was admitted to a psychiatric hospital. Only the youngest, Yin Zhua, was studying abroad, appearing to have narrowly escaped the catastrophe. Rumors spread throughout the capital that the eldest daughter of the Yin family was a bloodthirsty monster. At the age of 18, Yin Liang took the reins of the Yin family. No one dared to utter a word against her. Her hands were stained with blood. In the basement, beneath the pale glow of fluorescent lights, a woman clad in a pure white surgical gown toyed with a sharp scalpel. Skinning, dismembering. Do you think if I turn him into a new doll to accompany me, Jiang will dislike it? Her long, dark red hair was tied up, and her clear eyes reflected a pool of crimson. A smooth, delicate layer of skin was perfectly severed from her grasp. She gazed at the object with an almost obsessive admiration, as if appreciating an exquisite work of art. Or perhaps, if she made Jiang into a doll, he could remain with her forever, just like this. The girl tilted her head, her tone imbued with an innocence that contrasted sharply with the ruthless decisiveness and allure she displayed in the outside world, as if, in this moment, she had shed her guise entirely and was freely expressing her pathological psyche. Zhou Ning observed the skinned rabbit, his tongue clicking in dismay. Even though he had witnessed Yin Liang's madness countless times, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. This was merely a rabbit. What had she been coerced into dissecting in the underground laboratory of the organization? He dared not imagine. President Liang, you should take your medicine. Zhou Ning had been by her side since she was 15. By then, she had already lost the innocence of youth. Take medicine? Jiang is my medicine. Then bring him here. Yin Liang's gloved hands were still stained with blood and flesh. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she tossed the scalpel aside, her tone once again taking on a tone of innocent whimsy. No, Jiang will be scared. Then let us restrain him first. She produced chains and handcuffs, her clear eyes reflecting Zhou Ning's face, which was drenched in cold sweat. You seem quite frightened of Yin Liang as well. Perhaps I should turn you into a doll too. No one is allowed to run away. You must stay with Yin Liang forever. Zhou Ning. Help! When a young lady fell into her madness, even he, accustomed to blood and violence, found himself utterly unprepared. Just as he felt he might go mad with fear, a commotion sounded outside the basement door, and the voice of butler Su rang in Zhou Ning's ears like a celestial melody. Miss, the new son-in-law is looking for you. He is on his way to the basement. Yin Liang blinked her blood-tinted eyes innocently, as if contemplating the truth of his words. Would Jiang actively seek her out? Did he desire her company? Miraculously, the frenzy in her eyes calmed, and her voice regained its cold, detached quality. Stop him. My current appearance would frighten Jiang. Yet she was still curious. Did Qin Jiang have business with her? The butler hesitated to enter the basement, for it was the young lady's private domain. Apart from Zhou Ning, none had ventured in and returned. The son-in-law said he prepared nourishing pig bone soup for you. He wishes for you to drink it while it's hot. Yin Liang was taken aback and pleasantly surprised. It was hard to believe that Qin Jiang cared about her well-being. Even if he were merely acting, this was a plot he had never played before, piquing her interest. Just the thought that he would take an interest in her made her heart flutter. But miss, there must be something wrong with Qin Jiang's soup. You absolutely must not drink it. The butler had watched Yin Liang grow up, remembering her as a charming, intelligent, and beautiful girl, the center of attention in the Yin family. However, at 13, she had mysteriously disappeared, much like her sister, who vanished at the same age and never returned home. Yet Yin Liang returned on the night of her 18th birthday, wielding a bloodied sickle and dressed in a blood-red Gothic dress. That night, he had hidden beneath a table, listening to a night filled with screams and the haunting lullabies sung in her tender voice, the very lullabies that once delighted her in childhood. Now transformed into a nightmare for all. The stars in the sky twinkle and blink. By the roadside, there lies a doll. Doll, why won't you go home? Is it because you have no home, no father, and no mother? Doll, do not be sad or afraid. Let me lend you half of my mother, so we can share a home together. Let me lend you half of my father, so we can share a home together. That night, he thought he too might lose his life. A sharp sickle lifted the tablecloth before him, revealing Yin Liang's obedient face. Butler Su, could you continue to care for me as you did when I was a child? Liang has no home now. In that moment, the butler's heart ached fiercely, and he rushed to embrace the blood-soaked Yin Liang. The young lady had never been wrong. If the world failed to understand her, he would stand with her against it. Do not fear, young lady. From now on, Old Su will take care of you. I shall ensure you never suffer harm again. He understood the lingering trauma that Yin Liang bore, which fueled his disdain for Qin Jiang's repeated betrayals. In the past, Qin Jiang had not hesitated to tamper with her food. Knowing she was allergic to shrimp, he would gently peel the shrimp for her, personally feeding her the very morsels that could lead to her suffering. He could not escape, so he sought to torment Yin Liang. Yet she cherished even this small act of tenderness, willingly consuming the shrimp that could cause her to break out in hives or even perish. Ultimately, she spent over half a month in the hospital, slowly recovering. But upon returning home, Qin Jiang presented her with more seafood. Everyone in the Liang manor knew Qin Jiang sought to torment Yin Liang. Yet the young lady indulged him, willingly eating those allergenic foods. But now, he had prepared pig bone soup. What trickery was he up to? Or was there seafood hidden in the soup? Upon changing into a clean outfit, Yin Liang emerged from the basement, her eyes carefully concealing the bloodlust that had briefly surfaced. Having just released some pent-up emotions, she appeared somewhat more composed. Though both the butler and Zhou Ning could not shake their concerns about Qin Jiang's potential mischief. As soon as Yin Liang stepped out of the basement, she saw Qin Jiang approaching with a bowl of soup. A soft hue began to blossom in her eyes. During such moments, he was always at his most gentle, and she cherished it deeply. Darling, where did you go? I've been searching for you everywhere. Qin Jiang stepped forward, his keen gaze not missing the fresh bloodstain on her neck. You been to the basement again? This reminded Qin Jiang of a past life when he had stumbled into the basement, witnessing her in rubber surgical gloves, dissecting a human body. That sight had instilled a profound fear in him. Even now, he struggled to mask his trepidation, haunted by memories of that moment. Apologies. I was just dealing with a few matters. It seems that the only person capable of eliciting a personal apology from the esteemed Miss Yin is none other than Qin Jiang. Song Jia stood a short distance away, his gaze fixed in astonishment. He had surmised that Qin Jiang was being supported by a wealthy woman. Yet this was no ordinary affluent lady. Radiant in beauty, with an enviable figure and remarkable wealth, she treated Qin Jiang with an unwaveringly gentle demeanor. This was no mere marriage of convenience for Qin Jiang. It was as if he had ascended to paradise. No worries. I heard you haven't eaten today. Allow me to nourish you with some soup. Nonetheless, Qin Jiang's heart ached for Yin Liang, whose stunning visage appeared somewhat worn at that moment. Outwardly, she maintained an air of ruthless decisiveness, cold and unyielding. Yet, in his presence, Yin Liang willingly shed her facade, resembling an ordinary girl yearning for care. Her pair of crystalline eyes gazed at him with an insatiable longing, as if she could never have enough of him. Ah, Jiang, you're truly kind to me. If only you could remain this way forever. Alas, it was all an act. But Su, the housekeeper, could no longer bear to watch. He boldly stepped forward and snatched the spoon from Qin Jiang's hand. Sir, this soup is too hot. Let me first test it for Mississippi. He felt it was his duty to ensure the young lady's safety. After taking a sip, he could not help but shut his eyes in delight. The onlookers were perplexed. What kind of poison has Qin Jiang concocted this time? Is he attempting to blind the young lady? Zhou Ning grew anxious. Old Su, how is the soup? Does it contain seafood? The housekeeper clicked his tongue, savoring the rich flavor of the pork bone soup, momentarily rendered speechless. It's exquisite. Chapter 14. The ruthless young lady transformed into a gentle kitten after relishing the flavor of the pork bone soup. Su stirred it with a ladle, meticulously searching for any trace of seafood, but found none. Had Qin Jiang's methods evolved to the point of pulverizing seafood into the broth? Despite his thoughts, he could not shake his anxiety. Thus, he gestured for a female servant, also allergic to seafood, to step forward and take a sip with a new spoon. Upon seeing her free from any allergic reaction, he finally felt relieved. Yin Liang frowned, displeased with old Su's overreach. That was the soup prepared for her by Jiang. She had yet to have her first sip. Would Jiang be upset? Yet, was it possible that this time, Jiang had indeed refrained from tampering with the soup? She felt a flicker of surprise, quickly followed by clarity. It dawned upon her that Qin Jiang was deliberately trying to please her to cover for Bai Chichu. Old Su, deduct 100,000 from your year-end bonus. Yin Liang, feeling displeased, decided to impose a penalty. Old Su, on the verge of tears, realized that this amount was merely a fraction of his year-end bonus, indicating that the young lady still held some favor for him. He mentally consoled himself. Understood, Mississippi. The soup is now drinkable, though it is a bit hot. I shall. As the professional housekeeper, Su tended to Yin Liang's every need with utmost care. However, just as he reached for a new spoon, a hand intervened, taking the spoon from him. Qin Jiang scooped a spoonful of soup, blowing gently on it. There is no need to trouble others. I shall feed Yin Yin myself. Qin Jiang's initiative once again surprised the onlookers. Su wiped the cold sweat from his brow, bracing for any signs of Qin Jiang's impending outburst. Something is amiss. The absence of seafood must be a prelude to an attempt to scald the young lady, he thought, ready to call for an ambulance if necessary. The scene before them appeared warm and intimate, yet it was merely the calm before the storm. Qin Jiang disregarded the wary gazes of those around him, acknowledging that in the past he had been ruthless and cruel in his departure from Liang Manor, causing Yin Liang much harm. But now he had changed. As her husband, he bore the responsibility to care for and protect her. More importantly, he vowed to cherish her. He held the spoon, tested the temperature, ensuring it wouldn't scald her, and then gently offered it to her lips, watching her with eager anticipation. Yin Liang did not hesitate. She obediently drank it down, as if anything Qin Jiang brought to her lips, even poison, would be sweetened by a smile. How long had it been since she had received a genuine smile from this man? Perhaps never. Yet, she treasured it deeply. Is it good? You have a severe aversion to food. Look how thin you've become, practically a skeleton. How can your body recover like this? Allow me to care for your meals from now on. I will ensure you become plump and healthy. And once you regain your strength, we can have a child of our own. Qin Jiang declared, voicing a future that Yin Liang had scarcely dared to dream. Was it possible that Jiang wished to have a child with her? Hadn't he once detested the very thought, preferring sterilization over allowing her to conceive? Yin Liang looked up in disbelief, her clear, glassy eyes sparkling with surprise. Su, the housekeeper, felt a wave of numbness. Here we go. This scoundrel is indeed weaving dreams to deceive the young lady. He knew full well how intelligent Yin Liang was. She merely chose to believe in Qin Jiang. Yes, I will eat obediently, Yin Liang replied earnestly, nodding, her ears tinged with a blush from Qin Jiang's words, behaving in an unusually docile manner. Stripped of her fierce and bloodthirsty demeanor, in Qin Jiang's presence, she was merely an ordinary girl longing for love. Yet, she would only lower her guard before him. In this world, she trusted no one else. Meanwhile, Song Jie stood in utter bewilderment. Not only had his brother ascended to great heights, but he had also allied himself with the most formidable and feared female executive in the capital. At just 18, she had taken over the Yin Corporation, establishing her foothold by 19, and had since ruled for 2 years, effortlessly eliminating any faction that dared to oppose her without leaving a trace. No one could challenge her authority. Even her so-called elder brother could only manage peripheral affairs from a wheelchair. The true sovereign of the Yin business empire was Yin Liang, the ferocious and terrifying young lady who instilled fear throughout the capital. And this ruthless young lady was being tamed into a gentle kitten by Qin Jiang? This was utterly unfathomable. Yet, Song Jie felt genuine happiness for Qin Jiang. For no matter the outcome, Miss Yin was far more beautiful and wealthy than that vile Bai Chichu. More importantly, she treated Qin Jiang with kindness and care, while Bai Chichu only sought to exploit him. After feeding Yin Liang 2 bowls of soup, Qin Jiang finally remembered to introduce his brother to her. Yin Yin, this is Song Jie, my childhood friend. Before returning to the Qin family, he was my best friend, and he still is. Suddenly, under the scrutiny of everyone, Song Jie felt a surge of nerves, especially with Yin Liang. She appeared as a docile kitten in Qin Jiang's presence, yet her gaze upon him was sharp and commanding, akin to that of a white lion. She appraised Song Jie and then instructed Su, arrange for him to receive a villa closest to Liang Manor, and also allow him to select 2 vehicles from the garage for his use. Song Jie. Thanks to his brother, had he suddenly become wealthy overnight? Qin Jiang was equally taken aback. He had merely introduced his childhood friend, and Yin Liang was already being so generous. Oh no, I don't want this, he protested vehemently. I won't take advantage of Qin Jiang. I refuse to be bribed. The struggle to voice his refusal had been a monumental internal battle. Liang Manor was situated in the heart of the capital, surrounded by villas worth over 100 million. Not to mention the luxury vehicles in the manor's garage. Each one a top-tier luxury car. Just taking one would make him rich, and now he was offered too. Alas, my son, do you truly comprehend the sacrifices your father has made for you? Song Jie stands resolutely, though his heart is besieged by an overwhelming sorrow. Yin. Song Jie does not require anything further. Qin Jiang does not wish to dictate decisions on behalf of Song Jie. Rather, he feels himself inadequate at present. What Liang has bestowed upon Song Jie is tantamount to gifting it to him, a debt he cannot repay. Jiang, this is a token of our meeting. I am elated. This is the first occasion you have introduced me to your friends, Liang expressed, her heart brimming with genuine joy. The windfall of gold coins was merely a serendipitous occurrence. Qin Jiang pressed his lips together, momentarily unable to utter any words of refusal. He grasped Liang's hand. Speaking earnestly, Yin, though I possess nothing at this moment, and my promises may seem hollow, I vow to toil diligently. And one day I shall rise to a position worthy of you. Liang's smile radiated happiness. Regardless of the veracity of Qin Jiang's words, she was utterly captivated. She had always known that the man she admired was no ordinary soul, content with mediocrity. Yes, I believe in you. Jiang will surely achieve this. Regardless of Qin Jiang's words or actions, Liang offered her unwavering support. In the subterranean parking garage, Song Jie gazed in awe at the array of luxury vehicles. His senses overwhelmed. Brother Jiang, I believe the adage in wealth, do not forget old friends, was merely an illusion we conjured, yet you have realized it. I am exceedingly fortunate to be your brother. A grin adorned Song Jie's face, more pronounced than the AK he referenced. Qin Jiang, feeling an unexpected sense of comfort, patted his shoulder and suddenly recalled something, turning to Song Jie with a cautionary tone. Jie, I hope you can keep this matter confidential. Song Jie, puzzled, asked, does this include Qin Jiang? Qin Jiang was his childhood sweetheart, and they shared everything. He had initially intended to share the news with her right away, but was hindered by a dead phone. Yes, keep it secret from everyone. Sudden wealth is best kept under wraps. Otherwise, it may attract misfortune. As an orphan with no connections, acquiring wealth in a place teeming with affluent peers like Huajing University will surely incite their jealousy, and they will endeavor to bring you back down. Qin Jiang's concerns were multifaceted. He was all too aware of the true nature of some wealthy students at Huajing University, and given the timeline, Qin Jiang had already secretly become involved with the wealthy heir, Wu Yu. The reasons behind her past suicide were only hearsay to him, and he did not grasp the full truth. For Song Jie's safety, caution was paramount. All right, Brother Jiang, I will heed your advice. Song Jie recognized the validity of Qin Jiang's words. As a newly affluent individual lacking connections, he would inevitably face exclusion and targeting from the university's original wealthy elite. Yet, on a brighter note, the prospect of living a life alongside a brother of such stature was simply exquisite. After watching Qin Jiang drive away, Bai Chuchu cast off Yu Qian and found a secluded spot to call Qin Yun. Yun, something has happened. Qin Yun was currently in his designated room at the Qin residence, receiving an intravenous drip. The sting from the slap Qin Jiang had dealt him still burned fiercely. Even after the medication, Bai Chuchu recounted the events at Huajing University in meticulous detail, particularly emphasizing the exquisite Bugatti Chiron, the only one of its kind in existence. That Qin Jiang had been driving. Yun, you know I cannot possibly produce 50,000. Qin Jiang is simply extorting me. What if he incites Aunt Yin Liang to retaliate against me? Bai Chuchu exclaimed, her urgency palpable as she expressed her distress over the extortion amount. Qin Yun furrowed his brow. He indeed had the means. However, relinquishing 50,000 without cause to Qin Jiang was not something he could afford to do. Yet, he needed Bai Chuchu to continue luring Qin Jiang, so he could not allow her to come harm. Do not worry, Chuchu. I will handle this matter. He reassured her. After ending the call, Qin Yun lay on the hospital bed, counting the minutes. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a graceful figure entered the room. His sister, Qin Xian. Among the Qin family, her bond with Qin Yun was the closest. Upon entering, she adeptly adjusted his blankets and checked if he needed a new drip, attending to him with meticulous care. Fourth sister Qin Yun, lying in bed and looking somewhat pale, appeared hesitant to speak, which only accentuated his frail demeanor. What troubles you, Yun? Has that disaster of a brother, Qin Jiang, been tormenting you again? Tell your fourth sister. I shall confront him. Qin Shiyun's fury was palpable, her attitude toward Qin Jiang starkly contrasting her affection for Qin Yun. To her, Qin Jiang was nothing more than a wretched creature incapable of rising above his lowly origins, while Qin Yun was a true gentleman, cultivated as the heir of the Qin family. Qin Yun's hesitation sparked a sense of foreboding in Qin Shiyun. She was certain that Qin Jiang was up to no good again. Fourth sister, may I borrow 60,000? Chuchu accidentally damaged Miss Yin Liang's car, and Brother Jiang is demanding 60,000 for depreciation. I have spent considerably on my health and have saved little, Qin Yun said, somewhat embarrassed. This only deepened Qin Yun's concern for him. Once a film star, she currently enjoyed a lucrative career as a director and screenwriter, amassing a considerable fortune. If a Yun needed it, she would gladly provide. However, why should Qin Jiang demand such a sum? It was clearly a malicious act of revenge against the Yun and Chuchu, and she could not allow Qin Jiang to bully her family. Thus, she tenderly ruffled Qin Yun's hair. Do not fret, a Yun. I will take care of this. I will transfer 100,000 to you. It is inconvenient for you to be ill without funds. As for the compensation, you need not worry. Tomorrow, I will personally confront Qin Jiang at Huajing University. Extorting our family? Has he lost his mind? This is outrageous. I must teach him a lesson on behalf of our mother. Every child of the Qin family received a monthly allowance of 300,000. It was entirely reasonable that Yun, being unwell, had not saved any money. Yet, Qin Jiang had no such excuse. Qin Shiyun's eyes darkened with anger as she realized. Qin Jiang was clearly seeking trouble. As night descended, Song Jie was discreetly sent away. Yin Liang stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of her study, her delicate fingers instinctively caressing the diamond ring Qin Jiang had gifted her. The woman was graceful and alluring, yet at this moment, her silhouette appeared solitary and desolate. Zhou Ning stood cautiously beside her. The medication prescribed by Dr. Man had worn off, and the current state of the young lady was far from optimistic. The specialized medical team recommended that she spend 3 months abroad for treatment. Otherwise, given the curse that no daughter of the Yin family lived beyond 25, Yin Liang would lose 2 more years of her life. This news had reached Yin Liang a month prior, yet she maintained a tranquil demeanor, never contemplating departure. Zhou Ning understood that it was because Qin Jiang was still here. She was reluctant to leave. However, her health was a matter she could not disclose to Qin Jiang, for he would surely flee at the first hint of trouble. Qin Jiang had never cared for her life or death. If she were to perish, it would conveniently provide him with an escape route. Miss Liang, you have not slept for 3 days. I suggest we call Dr. Man to induce sleep. Otherwise, you may lose control again within the hour. Zhou Ning, having accompanied Yin Liang for 5 years, regarded her as family, and her concern was genuine. Yet, Yin Liang had never fully opened her heart. Go, fetch chains to bind me. I will walk into the basement myself. You need only lock the door to prevent anyone from entering. Yin Liang lifted her eyelids, her calm tone laced with an air of authority. Her methods were typically ruthless, yet she was even harsher on herself. Each time she lost control and emerged from the basement, she bore wounds and blood. It was during moments when she found herself unable to restrain her emotions that she would wield a scythe against her own flesh, all in pursuit of preserving her final semblance of clarity, yearning to reclaim her humanity. My lady, I implore you, seek treatment abroad, Zhou Ning beseeched. Continuing on this path will only lead to an inexorable depletion of your health. You are so young, should you perish, binding Qin Jiang to you would be rendered utterly futile. Zhou Ning attempted to invoke Qin Jiang's significance in Yin Liang's heart to persuade her. Indeed, her frost-bitten gaze flickered at the mention of him, only to blossom with a familiar, sanguinary madness. Then let me slay him to accompany me in death. I cannot bear to be without him, nor can I tolerate the thought of him being tainted by another woman. Before I meet my end, I must first extinguish his life, ensuring he belongs to me entirely, his body and soul etched with my name, intertwined with my very essence. Yin Liang's crimson lips quivered, and the scarlet depths of her eyes split open. Zhou Ning, sensing the impending storm, hurried to retrieve chains. Yet, just as he departed, a figure boldly pushed open the study door and strode in. Qin Jiang entered, carrying a bowl of snow lotus and bird's nest soup. In the Yin household, only Qin Jiang was granted unrestricted access to any corner of the Lianjiao manor. Have you brought the chains? Bind me, Yin Liang commanded, her back turned to the door. At that moment, her mental fortitude was being mercilessly torn apart under immense pressure, and the oppressive pain rendered her unable to perceive the identity of the newcomer as she usually would. Qin Jiang placed the bowl on the desk, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. In the latter part of their previous lives, Yin Liang would vanish for stretches of time each month, during which he would seize confidential documents from the Yin family, leading to their irrevocable downfall. Later, as he lay in a dark, lifeless hospital bed, drained of vitality, he gleaned from Bai Chuchu that Yin Liang was gravely ill. The rumor that the women of the Yin clan seldom lived beyond 25 was proving alarmingly accurate. In retrospect, he recalled how much weaker she had been back then compared to now, and the thought caused his heart to ache. A woman's body requires nurturing, Regardless of how long Yin Liang could endure, he vowed to remain by her side and uncover the cause of her affliction. In this life, he would personally bring her back from the brink. Little darling, Qin Jiang suddenly spoke, a term of endearment that left Yin Liang feeling somewhat alienated and disoriented. Yet, she merely paused for a moment before her eyes lit up, turning to look back at him. Jiang, what brings you here? Her crimson lips trembled, a hint of helplessness in her demeanor. She felt herself on the verge of losing control again, fearing that time was slipping away and that she might inadvertently harm Qin Jiang, causing him to fear her once more and flee from her presence. Have you forgotten? We promised to sleep together every night. If you don't return to your room, how can I accompany you? Qin Jiang stepped forward, his tall frame bending gently to envelop Yin Liang in a warm embrace. Despite her height of 165 centimeters, she appeared diminutive and endearing next to his towering 188 centimeters. Her waist was so slender it seemed barely capable of being grasped, prompting Qin Jiang to furrow his brow. He needed to help her gain some weight, for holding her was currently too uncomfortable. However, her figure was exquisite. She was slender where she should be, and ample where it mattered, a vision of voluptuousness. At that moment, with the warmth of her body against him, his gaze filled with concern nearly caused him to lose composure. The alluring fragrance of her beauty enveloped him, and as she gazed up at him, her eyes shimmered with a beguiling haze, accentuating her already striking beauty. Cough, cough. This is not the time for distractions. He lowered his gaze, taking her hand and guiding her to sit on the leather chair. Little darling, your health is fragile. You must nourish yourself. This is the snow lotus and bird's nest soup I simmered for 2 hours, and I'll feed you. Observing Yin Liang's haggard visage, a pang of sorrow surged within him. In their former life, he had never paid heed to her health, only wishing for her demise, believing it would bring him joy. But now he was determined to protect her, having grown up in a family where he was never truly cared for or loved. He understood the profound sadness of being unloved. Yet, Yin Liang had always poured her heart into him, and he was resolved to reciprocate her affection with even greater care. He could no longer allow her to be the sole giver. All right, Yin Liang replied obediently, and in Qin Jiang's presence, she could set aside her icy demeanor, coiling around him like a gentle serpent. Seeing his efforts bear fruit, after feeding her the soup, Qin Jiang moved to stand behind her, resting a hand atop her head. Qin Jiang, what are you doing? Stop. Do not harm the young lady. At that moment, Zhou Ning returned with the chains, followed closely by Butler Su, both visibly agitated. They were met with a scene so shocking that Butler Su nearly fainted. Oh no, Qin Jiang has finally revealed his true intentions. He plans to abduct the young lady. He thought, this time, if she truly loses control, the entire Lianjia manor will need to be refurbished. Old Su instinctively felt the weight of the bulletproof vest he had purchased with months of salary, soft yet reassuring. He was not a selfish man, and he quickly pulled another vest from his pocket, handing it to Zhou Ning. Little Zhou, put this on. I'll ensure your safety. Zhou Ning, however, did not heed Butler Su's words. The situation had escalated too quickly. He had drawn his gun and aimed it at Qin Jiang's head, as if to indicate that should he dare to make a move, he would pull the trigger without hesitation. Of course, he lacked the courage to truly kill Qin Jiang. Nevertheless, he could not afford to lose face. Unfazed by the tense atmosphere, Qin Jiang's fingers deftly found a pressure point on Yin Liang's head, applying firm yet precise pressure that began to ease her taut nerves. To her surprise, the warmth of his touch alleviated her tension significantly. She raised her hand, signaling Zhou Ning to lower his weapon, as well as Butler Su, who was lurking behind with a large kitchen knife at the ready. You may leave. I trust Jiang, she declared, a statement of faith that also conveyed her willingness to entrust her life to him without regret. Zhou Ning and Butler Su exchanged incredulous glances. Ah, my lady, you must be mistaken. Qin Jiang is nothing but a male seducer. Chapter 16. Qin Jiang has once again ensnared the young lady. Unwillingly, Zhou Ning and Old Su departed the study, yet their wariness of Qin Jiang remained unaltered. They exchanged a glance, resolutely choosing to continue their discreet surveillance. Inside the room, Qin Jiang expertly applied pressure to a few more of Yin Liang's acupoints, and miraculously, her tense nerves began to relax, finally becoming less taut. Yin, does that feel good? He inquired in a low, husky voice, his familiar presence almost overwhelming her senses, nearly compelling her to throw herself into his arms. Yin Liang lowered her gaze. She was teetering on the edge of losing control. She could not allow herself to desire Qin Jiang. Should she succumb to her affliction, she might disregard his well-being and possess him entirely, risking harm to him. Yes, it feels wonderful. Jiang, your technique is truly remarkable. Qin Jiang's hands were strikingly beautiful, fair and well-proportioned, with distinct knuckles and long, strong fingers. Years of part-time work had toughened his fingertips, giving them a slightly coarse texture that was oddly electrifying. Qin Jiang felt a twinge of shyness at her praise. His ears flushed with warmth. Did she not realize how scandalous her compliment was in a man's ears? Cough, cough, it's merely average, he stammered. I also brought some soothing essential oil I formulated myself. Why don't you lie down on the sofa, and I'll help you unblock your meridians. Having resolved to restore Yin Liang's health, Qin Jiang took action. He had just returned to his room to organize the belongings he had brought from the Qin family, specifically retrieving the oil he had crafted over 2 years, intended to relieve his elder sister Qin Moyun's stress and fatigue, enabling her to maintain peak performance at work. However, Qin Yin merely took time each week to personally visit Qin Mo Yun's financial company, leading Qin Mo Yun to naturally believe that her neurosis was alleviated by Qin Yun's presence, which brought her joy and improved her mental state. Meanwhile, Qin Jiang's behind-the-scenes efforts to relieve her stress through massages were deemed insignificant in Qin Mo Yun's eyes. Each time a significant project arose at Qin's financial, he would proactively offer his services to ease his elder sister's burden, but Qin Mo Yun repeatedly declined his visits, often using her busy schedule as an excuse. She would even require him to plead for an audience, reluctantly appearing only to hasten him along, urging him not to delay her meetings. When Qin Jiang departed from the Qin residence, he not only took with him the essential oils he had crafted in the attic, but also scavenged through each room to reclaim all that was rightfully his. In this lifetime, he was determined to witness whether Qin Yun's mere visits could truly remedy Qin Mo Yun's neurosis when she fell ill again. Qin Jiang produced the essential oil, skillfully pouring the calming blend into his palm, warming it between his fingers. He cradled Yin Liang's delicate waist, gently laying her down on the leather sofa, his long, well-defined fingers tentatively brushing against her shoulder and neck. The touch was soft and silken, akin to milk-white skin. Yin, close your eyes and relax. This is my specially formulated calming oil, designed to alleviate nerve tension and neurosis, promoting relaxation and aiding sleep. Now, I shall begin. Yin Liang nestled comfortably on the sofa, resembling a languid, luxurious long-haired cat. She granted Qin Jiang the highest privilege, allowing him to do as he pleased without seeking her permission. With her eyes closed, she surrendered herself entirely to Qin Jiang, even if he had some ulterior motive. She would not shy away. The warmth of this moment made it all worthwhile. Indeed, Qin Jiang's fingers were gentle yet firm, expertly locating acupressure points, his fingertips gliding over Yin Liang's fair skin with the aid of the oil's smoothness. The gentle fragrance of the essential oil gradually enveloped the room with each press of his fingers, truly conducive to relaxation. However, the scene was undeniably tempting, causing Qin Jiang's breath to quicken. Although Qin Jiang was not entirely indifferent to his past life, his only concern now was his disabled uncle, Qin Yangcheng. In his youth, Qin Yangcheng was a renowned master of traditional Chinese medicine in the capital, once anticipated to inherit the Qin family's legacy. Yet, after an accident left him paralyzed from the waist down, he could no longer stand. The head of the Qin family could not be a disabled individual, leading to Qin Fu inheriting the family's business, while Qin Jiang suffered the scorn of being the family's most overlooked member, drawing him closer to Qin Yangcheng. The latter, having no descendants, compelled Qin Jiang to learn all the essence of traditional medicine he possessed. In his previous life, Qin Jiang devoted himself tirelessly to learning from his uncle, solely to use his skills to heal his fourth sister, Qin Shuyun's scar. He invested all his effort, only to end up with nothing and meet a tragic end at the hands of conspirators. In this life, he vowed never to tread the same path again. Outside, Zhou Ning and old Su discreetly opened a crack in the door to eavesdrop, overhearing some rather scandalous remarks. A naive old virgin and a powerless older man exchanged glances, both turning away in disdain. Cough, this Qin Jiang indeed possesses some skills. He's managed to ensnare the eldest lady. Old Su scoffed, thoroughly exasperated. Miss Liang has suffered from insomnia for 3 days now. This episode will surely be tumultuous. Steward Su, you should. Zhou Ning observed Qin Jiang using the calming oil to massage Miss Liang, who appeared to be enjoying herself with her eyes closed. However, he had witnessed their interactions too many times to believe it was genuine. Perhaps, at this moment, Miss Liang was merely suppressing her breakdown, putting on a facade for Qin Jiang. After all, her insomnia was severe, despite the numerous hypnotists and psychologists the Yin family had consulted, to no avail. Could it be that Qin Jiang, an amateur, could concoct an oil that would truly provide relief? Well, I've already arranged for a construction team and a medical team. If the eldest lady were to demolish this place, they could start rebuilding immediately and if she were to harm anyone, we have professional orthopedic doctors on standby. Old Su continued, brimming with confidence. Zhou Ning was speechless. This is absurd. However, it's better to be prepared than to be caught off guard. Yet, the most pressing concern loomed. Should the eldest lady truly succumb to her illness? She could unleash a fury that would not only spare Qin Jiang, but could also uproot the very foundations of Liang Manor. Naturally, the injuries Qin Jiang sustained were of a nature they dared not witness, and despite their experiences, they lacked the courage to disrupt the seemingly warm equilibrium before them. At that moment, a figure, cloaked in resentment, appeared at the staircase. Yinzhua, having endured a day under the sun, bore whip marks on his skin that, while not exposing bone, caused him considerable suffering. He was determined to confront Qin Jiang, navigating through Liang Manor as one of its half-owners. He quickly learned that Qin Jiang had just brought a bowl of soup into the study. Given his understanding of his brutal, cold-blooded sister, Liang, he surmised she would likely be in the basement at this hour. Thus, it was the perfect moment to settle the score with Qin Jiang. Zhou Ning and Old Su's attention was now fixed on the battered, tattered Yinzhua. The two old foxes exchanged knowing glances. Young Master Yan, whom are you looking for? Zhou Ning feigned ignorance. I'm here for Qin Jiang. That scoundrel caused me to suffer under my sister's whip, and he dares to provoke me again. I will show him. Yinz was seethed, furious. As the local tyrant of the capital, he had never been bested by anyone except for the bloodline pressure exerted by his sister, Liang. The gentleman is currently in the study, giving the eldest lady a massage with essential oils. It would be rather inconvenient for you to enter now, Steward Su interjected, playing the role of the good guy. But Yinzhua quickly connected the dots. Liang suffered from severe insomnia and required a professional hypnotist and psychologist to assist her in sleeping. The notion that essential oil massages could suffice to address her insomnia was laughable. Qin Jiang was foolish enough to employ such a trivial remedy on his sister. This provided Yinzhua with the perfect excuse to deliver a scathing reprimand to Qin Jiang. Thus, fueled by reckless courage, Yinzhua burst into the study. Sister, Qin Jiang's meager skills dare to be displayed here? He stormed in like a whirlwind, only to find himself quickly retreating with a dislocated jaw. What the devil? Was it that his entrance was somehow flawed? Yinzhua inquired, his voice tinged with disbelief, as he stealthily replaced Zhou Ning and Old Su. Peering through the crack in the study door, his expression one of utter confusion. My sister actually fell asleep? Yinzhua exchanged bewildered glances with Zhou Ning and Old Su, all three equally perplexed. Is this truly the case? This is supposed to be the most stubborn and intractable insomnia, sanctioned by global experts. And yet, a mere bottle of unremarkable calming oil has resolved it? Heaven help me. Had he not fled quickly, waking her would surely bring down the heavens. I must make my escape. While Qin Jiang may be rough around the edges, he does possess some redeeming qualities. At least he can grant my sister a peaceful night's sleep. Yet, the humiliation he suffered today would not go unavenged. Having narrowly escaped another beating, Yinzhua felt invigorated mentally, though physically he limped as he was assisted into a vehicle, retreating from Liang Manor in disgrace. Qin Jiang carried the sleeping Liang back to the master bedroom, and as he passed through the corridor, Steward Su cast a look of admiration and gratitude toward him. This is splendid. It would have been a hassle to serve the two mad women of Liang Manor. Now it seems that the madness has become intermittent. If the two can stagger their bouts of insanity, the construction costs of the Liang Manor could save several $100 billion by the end of the year. How delightful. Saving money indeed. Qin Jiang gently placed the woman on the soft, large bed, tenderly brushing aside a strand of dark red hair from her cheek. In her slumber, Liang shed the domineering coldness of the day, revealing a hint of the innocence and purity befitting a girl of her age. Unable to resist, he leaned down and placed a kiss upon her petal-like lips. Yin, I am sorry. I am sorry for all the harm inflicted upon you in our past life. I am sorry for betraying your unwavering affection and love. I am sorry for leading you to share my fate in the flames. But in this lifetime, I shall dedicate my existence to compensating you and proving that your choice of me is anything but misguided. Rising, Qin Jiang approached his luggage. He moved the few belongings he had left at the Qin residence into the master bedroom. Yin Liang's master bedroom was spacious, featuring a designated office area, a walk-in closet, and even a media room. Within the office area, Qin Jiang found a desk that belonged to him, prepared by Yin Liang well in advance. It was identical to her own desk and positioned adjacent to it, revealing the young girl's romantic inclinations. Yet in their previous life, he had found it repugnant and had destroyed that sandalwood desk right before Yin Liang's eyes, using an axe without hesitation. Unable to escape her captivity, he had sought to obliterate the prison itself. But this time, standing before the sandalwood desk, Qin Jiang traced the engraved characters of his name, Qin Jiang, etched in seal script upon its corner. It dawned upon him that this was a meticulously prepared gift from her. Her careful craftsmanship evident in the way she inscribed his name, employing seal script to keep it a secret from him. Liang truly loved him, expressing her affection through every means within her understanding. At this realization, Qin Jiang felt a slight sting in his eyes. He knew he must grow exponentially, establishing a commercial empire that would stand alongside his delicate, ailing wife. Opening his laptop, he was greeted by a highly confidential financial proposal, one he had labored over for a week for Qin Jiang just a month prior. It had already been uploaded to the internal system of Qin Financial. However, he understood Qin Jiang well. She cared little for the content of the proposal he submitted, only for the results it yielded. As long as projects were successfully secured, that was all that mattered. His gaze fell upon the screen, where he noticed the name of the proposal signatory had been altered to Qin Yun. Without a doubt, this was condoned by Qin Jiang. Qin Yun, now in his third year, not only required internship experience, but also needed a commendable achievement to showcase. Should this financial proposal secure a significant international investment, his value would undoubtedly rise. In their past life, Qin Jiang had allowed Qin Yun to exploit him repeatedly due to familial ties, unwittingly granting him a considerable advantage. It had enabled Qin Yun to use his financial proposal as a stepping stone to usurp the position of student council president from him at Huajing University, a place he had been on the verge of expulsion from. Both Qin Yun and Bai Chuchu were in their third year. Bai Chuchu was advancing through her studies normally, being a year older than both Qin Jiang and Qin Yun, while Qin Yun had the privilege of skipping a grade. This leap had led the Qin family to view him as a prodigy, deserving of such an advancement, while Qin Jiang was seen as merely mediocre, unable to keep pace with the educational resources available to him. Qin Jiang's expression remained indifferent. The anticipated alteration did not stir any turmoil within him. He regarded his past sacrifices as nothing more than fodder for dogs. However, now he was determined to turn the tables on those dogs. With practiced ease, he began typing on the keyboard, a flurry of code flashing across the screen. Suddenly, the computer screen turned black. A deep ripple of intensity spread across the deep brown of his eyes. Qin Jiang was never one to be underestimated. He had merely been lost in his yearning for familial affection, willingly subsisting as the family's sacrificial lamb. Meanwhile, in the office of the general manager at Qin Financial, Qin Jiang suddenly found her screen going black, only to return to normal moments later. She quickly checked the internal system, only to discover that the newly input financial proposal had vanished, along with all confidential documents transforming into blank files. Panic surged within her. Chapter 17. The eldest sister. Kneeling to admit fault, she hurriedly called Qin father and contacted hackers to see if they could restore the lost files. Following that, she called Qin Yun to inform him about the theft of the financial proposal and to inquire if he had any backups, as she had entrusted him with the password to the encrypted files. Despite his frail health, Qin Yun was exceptionally clever and had often managed to solve her most troublesome issues. This was precisely why she trusted him wholeheartedly. This brother of hers was remarkably gifted. Apart from his physical shortcomings, he was nearly flawless. What sister could resist doting on such an exceptional sibling? Having just disconnected his four, Qin Yun was stunned and then seemed to grasp something, though he hesitated to speak. Sensing his unease, Qin Jiang encouraged him to voice his thoughts. Thus, he hesitantly began, "Elder sister, if I say something, please don't blame Qin Jiang, all right?" The moment Qin Yun uttered those words, Qin Jiang ignited like a stick of dynamite. "Qin Jiang, that scoundrel again. 4 years ago, when grandfather agreed to take him back into the Qin family, he should have been grateful to us for rescuing him from a life of poverty. Instead, he acts as if he has come to exact vengeance upon us, involved in every calamity, and now he dares to extend his hand into the family business? The last time he stole the fourth sister's diamond necklace and was punished. He should have had his legs broken. Let's see how he continues to wreak havoc on our family." Qin Jiang, the noble and elegant female president of the group, had always maintained strict discipline over her younger siblings. Yet Qin Jiang was the most rebellious among them. With the loss of confidential documents, a wave of immense pressure crashed over Qin Jiang, tightening her nerves like a rubber band pulled to its limits. Any slack would lead to disaster. She pressed her forehead, feeling as if her head were being pierced by needles. Qin Yun, with a gentle demeanor, attempted to soothe her. "Elder sister, perhaps Qin Jiang is merely seeking amusement. Want to play a game of hide-and-seek with you. Rest assured, he must have a backup USB drive. He's been upset with me lately, but I will plead with him tomorrow at school to prioritize the greater good and return the backup USB to us." Qin Jiang, feeling a slight alleviation from the weight in her heart, leaned her forehead against her hand. "Yun, You are the most understanding and considerate of the family, truly my confidant. Qin Jiang doesn't even come close to your worth. However, considering his habitual mischief, I shall assign my 2 most capable bodyguards to you. Should Qin Jiang stubbornly refuse to hand over the backup USB, my bodyguard will be tasked with teaching this unworthy brother a lesson. With meticulous care, Qin Mo Yun arranged for Qin Yun's protection. Unable to suppress her pride in her considerate brother, after hanging up, her neurosis flared up once more, the condition seemingly worsening. Maintaining her composure, she dialed for emergency assistance, urgently calling out for help. Someone! Staff rushed into the office, quickly assisting Qin Mo Yun to a sofa. She felt as though her head might shatter. The employees moving about her appeared in double vision, and amidst the blur, she recognized a familiar figure. With a commanding tone, she barked, Qin Jiang, bring me the calming essential oil at once. I have a terrible headache. Qin Mo reflexively uttered a name, and in the next moment, she found herself momentarily stunned. Qin Jiang? That scoundrel had already moved out of the Qin family and boldly declared he would never return. However, Qin Mo Yun knew him all too well. This was merely Qin Jiang's ploy to attract the family's attention and vie for favor against Yun. In no time, he would come scurrying back home, seeking forgiveness from the entire family, and play the part of the dutiful younger brother, showing concern for each of his sisters. It must be said, she had nearly been deceived by Qin Jiang's seemingly obedient demeanor. Back then, he would express concern for her neurosis, even taking time off work each month to visit her at the group to alleviate her persistent ailment. If she were to calculate the days, he ought to be coming to find her again soon. Thus, the time left for him to kneel and admit his faults before the family was growing short. She was waiting to see what price he would have to pay to return home. Mr. Qin, whom are you calling? Assistant Zhao inquired suspiciously. Are you feeling unwell, Mr. Qin? Qin Mo Yun rubbed her temples, realizing she had lost her composure. After a moment's pause, she replied, I am fine. Could you check if there's a bottle of unlabeled calming essential oil in my cabinet? Qin Mo Yun prioritized alleviating her pain over chastising Qin Jiang. Assistant Zhao adeptly began rummaging through the cabinet and soon raised an empty bottle, saying, Mr. Qin, there's no calming essential oil in here. It's long been emptied. To substantiate his claim, Zhao even twisted the cap off and tipped the bottle for her inspection. Indeed, it was utterly devoid of contents. In that moment, Qin Mo Yun felt an inexplicable surge of irritation and anxiety rising within her. Emptied long ago, she fell into a daze once more, her fingers instinctively curling as if to grasp something. Yet, it seemed as though something had withered and perished in a corner she had deliberately overlooked. However, at that moment, Qin Mo Yun had no time to spare. Chapter 18. The Universally Acknowledged Sin. Qin Jiang is a calamity. The following day, without any calming essential oil, Qin Mo Yun found herself unable to endure, leading her to the hospital for a drip, her cold sweat rendering her utterly haggard. Assistant Zhao stayed by her side, witnessing for the first time the CEO of Qin Financial in such a disheveled state. As the CEO, Qin Mo Yun had always placed great importance on her image. She was almost invariably adorned in tailored high-end suits that accentuated her superior figure, complemented by exquisite jewelry and elegant high heels, exuding confidence and charm. With her tall and slender physique, she radiated an air of cold elegance and nobility, her demeanor graceful and unsmiling, as if she could perpetually maintain her composure, giving off an aura of distant aloofness. Yet now, her meticulously styled hair was in disarray, her eyes reddened, and her lips cracked, her mental state teetering on the brink of collapse. Nevertheless, Qin Mo Yun had wielded power for many years. Summoning her strength, she commanded, Old Zhao, go fetch Yun. Her nerves were frayed. In the past, when Qin Yun visited her at the group weekly, he would also take back some of the more challenging proposals from Qin Financial, alleviating her burdens and providing her with relief during her bouts of distress. Especially because Qin Yun carried a unique fragrance that often helped dispel her fatigue. She had always felt that being close to Qin Yun, the family's lucky star, would bring her blessings. The better she treated him, the more fortune she would receive in return. However, during her last encounter with Qin Yun's brother, she had inexplicably sensed that the comforting fragrance that had once soothed her weariness was absent. At that time, she attributed it to her own exhaustion and the absence of a flare-up, thus failing to discern it. But now, she was in the throes of her neurosis. She wished to ascertain which had alleviated her condition more, the calming essential oil from Qin Jiang or the elusive scent from Yun. Yet deep down, Qin Mo Yun remained steadfast in her belief that it was Qin Yun's blessings that had provided her shelter and relief from her ailments. Her inherent pride forbade her from acknowledging any indebtedness to Qin Jiang. Moreover, Yun had been groomed from a young age to study medicine under a mysterious traditional Chinese medicine master. While what could Qin Jiang possibly know? He likely only recognized some wild herbs for treating livestock. The cognitive disparity and educational gap were sufficient to create an insurmountable chasm between Qin Jiang and Qin Yun. Qin Mo Yun massaged her temples, lamenting her genuine illness, which led her to believe that her affliction could be alleviated by Qin Jiang's meager massage skills. Furthermore, that empty bottle of essential oil, hadn't she deliberately discarded it? A product devoid of a label, a 3-no item, likely had no clear expiration date. Every time Qin Jiang had finished a massage, he would leave half a bottle for her in case of emergencies. But an open bottle left to sit would surely lose its efficacy compared to when it was freshly presented by Qin Jiang. As the eldest daughter of the Qin family, accustomed to a life of luxury, she was particularly discerning about products used for maintenance, health, and beauty. However, out of consideration for Qin Jiang, her brother, she had only waited until he departed to have her assistant dispose of it. After all, when Qin Jiang returned, he would need to take that oddly shaped, seemingly ordinary glass bottle with him. On the other side, Qin Mu Jiangminjiao had just returned home from her maternal family to find her youngest son in a pitiful state. Without hesitation, she sent Qin Yun to the VIP ward of the city hospital for recuperation. "Mom, I'm really fine. Brother Qin Jiang may just be temporarily upset with me. Letting him vent his frustrations will help ease my own feelings. I'm not in pain. Look, the swelling on my face is almost gone." Qin Yun lay on the hospital bed, the marks from Qin Jiang's slap still distinctly visible on his face, appearing even more severe than before. Qin Mu Jiangminjiao sat beside the bed, exuding the dignified aura of a noble woman, her appearance well-maintained, her skin seemingly untouched by the ravages of time. Yet at this moment, her brow was furrowed with disappointment, disdain, and anger directed at Qin Jiang. "Yun, my dear, I know you've always been kind, gentle, and understanding, but goodness can be taken advantage of. That unruly boy, Qin Jiang, dares to bully you behind my back. It seems the last punishment of making him kneel at the ancestral hall for 3 days and nights was insufficient. This time, I must administer 30 lashes to teach him a lesson, instilling in him the values of brotherly respect and humility." Whenever Qin Jiang was mentioned, Jiangminjiao felt a deep sense of shame and humiliation. Qin Yun was her pride and joy, raised with utmost care, although physically frail. He embodied the grace and etiquette of a young nobleman. However, Qin Jiang, upon being brought back to the Qin family at the age of 17, had arrived filthy and ragged, as if he had been plucked from a garbage heap. It was hard to believe that in this day and age, someone could be so destitute. Perhaps this young boy had deliberately dressed in such a manner to elicit sympathy from mother. "I fear you have missed your chance. Qin Jiang has already moved out and has declared a severance of ties with our family." Qin Xianyun spoke candidly, her tone laced with indifference. She did not genuinely believe that Qin Jiang possessed the capability to completely sever his relationship with the Qin family. Jiang Yu paused momentarily, taken aback. Yet soon, her expression hardened into a chilling frost. "He truly is a wild brat." The fortune-teller's words were not mistaken. He is indeed a calamity, destined to bring misfortune wherever he goes, cursed to never enjoy a life of ease. He has harmed Yun and now feigns avoidance of responsibility, pretending to sever ties with us, believing he can escape my retribution. He is still too naive. Such words, uttered by a biological mother, were a scathing indictment of her own son. Yet none present found anything amiss. After all, Qin Jiang had always been the black sheep of the Qin family, and his mother had long since grown accustomed to disciplining him. Fifth sister Qin Xianyun recalled the carefree and arrogant demeanor Qin Jiang displayed when he left home, as if he were celebrating his escape from their family with firecrackers. The Qin family was, after all, his bloodkin, yet Qin Jiang appeared eager to distance himself from them, which was quite irksome. Qin Xianyun nodded in agreement. Mother is right. If we, as his own family, do not impose strict discipline, we will only exacerbate Qin Jiang's bad habits. And if he causes trouble outside, it would tarnish the reputation of the Qin family. As for the moniker of calamity, although Qin Xianyun had received a higher education and was not particularly superstitious, she could not ignore the correlation. When only her younger brother Qin Yun was around, Yun had been in good health and had even been the distinguished and graceful campus heartthrob. But ever since Qin Jiang returned, not only had Qin Yun fallen ill, but even their grandfather had been bettered in withdrawing from public life. Their grandmother claimed it was all because of Qin Jiang's return that the oldest and youngest members of the family bore the brunt of calamity. However, expelling Qin Jiang was simply impractical. It would damage the family's reputation externally, and their grandfather, clearly suffering from Qin Jiang's influence, remained committed to supporting him. He even publicly announced that Qin Jiang was another son of the Qin family, lost for many years. Yet, Qin Jiang was a calamity. The whole family devised a plan, relocating his room to the distant attic. Their grandmother even personally summoned a master to perform rituals in Qin Jiang's attic room, covering the door with talismans to ward off evil. With the family's consensus, Qin Jiang naturally accepted this widely held belief. From then on, every time Qin Yin required blood transfusions from Qin Jiang, she felt it was only natural, never sparing a thought for Qin Jiang's plight. Their grandmother was right. Qin Jiang was not merely donating blood. He was repaying a debt owed to a yin. Cough, cough, cough. The frail cough of Qin Yin echoed from the sickbed, instantly heightening the tension in the room. Unlike the troublesome Qin Jiang, Qin Yin had grown up under their watchful eyes, the level of intimacy far beyond what the returned Qin Jiang could ever hope to achieve. Mother, I suddenly feel so unwell. Fifth sister, save me. Qin Yin weakly uttered, his voice barely a whisper, his complexion pallid and ghastly. Coupled with the evident red and swollen marks on his face, Jiang Yu felt a surge of both pity and anger. Quick, summon the doctor. Little 5, go fetch Qin Jiang to the hospital and tell him I command him to come. I am his biological mother, who gave him life. He must repay his debts. Jiang Yu hastily pressed the call button for the doctor, swiftly instructing Qin Jiang. Qin Yin had always been frail, and after Qin Jiang's return, he had developed sepsis, requiring regular blood transfusions. However, Qin Yin's blood type was P-type. The P blood type system is a rare classification outside the ABO blood type system, including P1, P2, P1K, P2K, and P phenotypes. Among these, the P phenotype is particularly uncommon. In O continent, there are 58 cases of P blood type per million, while its frequency in the Huiguo population is less than 1 in a million. Such a rare blood type just so happens to be shared by the Qin family, Qin Jiang and Qin Yin. Thus, Qin Jiang naturally became the blood donor for Qin Yin. Every time Qin Yin fell ill, Qin Jiang was required to be present or to ensure that freshly drawn blood was properly stored and personally delivered to the Qin family. He took such meticulous care, yet received not an ounce of gratitude from the Qin family. Rather, they regarded his blood donations as a mere obligation. Because he was healthy and, moreover, Qin Yun's brother, he was expected to unconditionally provide for his ailing sibling. Mother, rest assured, I shall go to Huajing University to find Qin Jiang. For Yun, I will even resort to kidnapping him if necessary. The gravity of the situation propelled Qin Jiang to dash out of the hospital room without delay. Assistant Zhao had just arrived at Qin Yun's special care ward when he stumbled upon the frantic scene of doctors rushing about. He quickly dialed Qin Zong to report the situation. As he pressed the earpiece to his ear, a graceful female voice halted him. Assistant Zhao, what brings you here? He promptly explained and mentioned Qin Muyun's condition. I understand. Muyun has always been strong. It's just a minor ailment of the spirit. So I shall refrain from visiting her for now. Yun has just entered the operating room, and as her mother, I must remain here to watch over her. Notify Muyun to come and keep vigil over Yun once she feels better. As the eldest sister of the Qin family, she should exemplify care for her younger brother. Jiang Yu stated matter-of-factly. As a mother, she yearned to be needed by her children. Yet over the years, her daughters had become increasingly independent, no longer requiring her nurturing. But Qin Yun was different. He needed her the most. Only he, frail and sickly, remained in constant need of her presence. Having devoted herself to caring for Qin Yun over the years, she had grown accustomed to prioritizing him, naturally declining to visit Qin Muyun. The eldest daughter was sensible and independent. She would surely not selfishly blame her mother for her unavoidable choices. Qin Muyun, of course, overheard her mother's words through Assistant Zhao's earpiece. It dawned on her how painful it felt to be unappreciated by one's family. She found the scene eerily familiar. Once, while Qin Jiang was cleaning the windows on the second floor, he fell and injured himself, shattering glass slicing through his skin, resulting in numerous fractures. At that time, Qin Yun was also unwell. However, due to the blood bags that Qin Jiang had stored in advance, there was no demand for him to be present at the hospital during Qin Yun's surgery. Qin Jiang's injury was discovered by the nanny, Su Ma, who rushed him to the hospital, where he was treated just down the corridor from Qin Yun's operating room. While she could not quite approve of her rebellious and wayward brother, as the eldest sister of the Qin family, she felt obliged to keep vigil over Qin Jiang. Even if reluctantly, just as she was about to leave, Jiang Yu stopped her. Qin Jiang has always been robust, even if he sustained minor injuries. They would only be superficial. He is deliberately seeking to divert attention from Yun, employing a strategy of self-harm to vie for the family's affection. No one is permitted to visit him. Should we indulge him this time, he will believe he can manipulate us repeatedly, likely resorting to feigned illness to swindle money for gambling. I shall never allow him to spiral further into decay. The Qin family will not provide him with a single cent for living expenses, and none of you are to give him pocket money privately. Otherwise, my efforts to discipline him will be in vain. Yet a month later, when Qin Jiang returned home with crutches, his body covered in shocking scabs, Qin Weiyun could not help but flinch. Was this truly a ploy for sympathy? Those scars were undeniably real. Later, when she sought out the nanny Suma, who had personally taken Qin Jiang to the hospital, she learned that Qin Jiang had fallen while attempting to fulfill their mother's wish to see the stars on a rainy night devoid of them. Qin Jiang had gone to stick glow-in-the-dark stars on the window for her, only to tumble from the upper floor. Moreover, after his fall, there happened to be several banana peels on the ground, clearly indicative of someone having thrown them intentionally. However, Qin Jiang was gravely injured at that time, and upon returning to the Qin residence, any evidence had long since vanished. Listening to this, Qin Makin furrowed her brow tighter, recalling that day when she happened to return home to retrieve some documents. As she passed through the living room, she caught sight of her fourth sister, Qin Xian, who typically succumbed to illness, inexplicably at home, seated on the sofa, indulging in a fruit salad. Coincidentally, it was a banana salad. Normally, Qin Xian had no fondness for bananas. Yet, she thought little of it then, took her documents and left. On her drive back to the company, she was informed that Qin Jiang had fallen. She was acutely aware of her family's sentiments towards Qin Jiang. As the eldest sister, albeit reluctantly, she went to the hospital, first stopping at the emergency room where Qin Yun was, before intending to check on Qin Jiang. Upon discovering the truth, Qin Makin could only perceive everything as an unfortunate accident. How could one's own family harm another? To maintain familial harmony, she chose not to pursue the matter concerning Qin Shiyun, tacitly accepting it as a mere accident. Yet, the fact that Qin Jiang had fallen while trying to adhere luminous stars for their mother was something she had intended to disclose to Jiang Yuyeo. However, the company's overwhelming affairs occupied her mind, and she failed to prioritize it. Later, opportunities to mention it eluded her, and perhaps she had unconsciously enjoyed Qin Jiang's sacrifices, dismissing the month he spent recuperating as inconsequential. After all, as a man, enduring some injuries was nothing. Yet, as she now sat beside the hospital bed, her head throbbing painfully and the space beside her achingly empty, she began to truly empathize with Qin Jiang's previous plight. Alas, the damage had already been done. Her pride would never allow her to lower herself to make amends with Qin Jiang. With only 2 days left before he would come to the company to massage her, she contemplated extending a hand of kindness, offering him a chance to acknowledge his faults and return to the Qin family. In this way, she could subtly compensate for Qin Jiang's suffering. A plan was forming in her mind, yet an inexplicable sense of unease lingered. Chapter 19. The delicate yet dominant female so encroaches on me. Liang had not experienced such a deep slumber in ages. Slowly, she opened her eyes, and the sights before her, along with the sensations on her body, made her breath hitch slightly. Had she truly fallen asleep? Moreover, she had not lost control last night. Yet at this moment, her mind could hardly entertain such thoughts. Cocooned in the warm down comforter, a familiar large hand encircled her slender waist. Skin pressed together without any barriers. The familiar scent enveloped her, belonging to Qin Jiang. She was almost too astonished to stir, fearful that this might be a dream. She dreaded the thought that upon waking, she would find Qin Jiang coldly turned away, curled up at the edge of the bed, a distance too great for comfort. Just then, Qin Jiang stirred. The arm that lay across her waist seemed to navigate upwards, as if guided by a compass. Liang, like all men, Qin Jiang succumbed to his nature now that he had a wife. However, given how closely they were pressed together, nearly melding into one, how could he not perceive the tension in her once soft and relaxed body, now evidently awake? Qin Jiang deliberately extended his other hand, his fingertips gliding over Liang's fair cheek before trailing to her delicate swan-like neck. The rough pads of his fingers caressed her tender skin, as though savoring or seeking to please. Yin, does that tickle? He murmured, his throat involuntarily tightening. Unbeknownst to Liang, he had spent the entire night sleepless, unable to take his eyes off the peaceful form of the slumbering Liang. In her sleep, she resembled an innocuous little kitten, burrowing closer to him, intoxicated by his scent, wrapping her arms around his waist, and boldly slipping her hands beneath his shirt, caressing his abs with a freedom that left him breathless. He struggled valiantly to restrain the urge to wake her. His Yin had not slept so soundly in a long time, and he was reluctant to disturb her sweet dreams. Yet, her hands slithered like serpents, seemingly too accustomed to his presence, leaving him panting as she toyed with him. Left with no choice, Qin Jiang firmly held his mischievous wife in his embrace. entwining her arms around his waist to prevent her from crossing the final boundary of his defenses. In the stillness of the night, he gazed at Yin Liang's serene, sleeping visage. Unburdened, she appeared innocent and endearing, a stark contrast to her daytime demeanor of ruthlessness and cold-bloodedness. Qin Jiang could not help but revel in the happiness of this moment. In his previous life, he must have been blind, forsaking such a delicate, captivating woman for that wretched, by Chu-Chu. At this moment, Yin Liang awoke, her eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation, as if fearing that upon realizing she was in his arms, she might be cast aside. The sickly yet powerful female who held dominion over the commercial realm of Jing City, seemed to regard him as her world. As a man, Qin Jiang felt a swell of pride. Yet, this was not right. Yin Liang's actions stemmed from fear of losing herself. He ought to provide her with more security, rather than taking pride in her dependence. With a gentle caress of her exquisite neck, he playfully tickled her, intending to lighten the atmosphere and signal that it was time for her to rise. There were pressing matters awaiting her attention, and Zhou Ning and Butler Su were anxiously waiting at the door. Butler Su, having paced the corridor from end to end, lamented, "Oh, esteemed lady, deprived of the favor of the young mistress, I, your humble servant, am akin to a discarded concubine, left to count the tiles in the cold palace through the lonely night." Having waited from 6 in the morning until noon, old Su could no longer contain his frustration. Zhou Ning remarked, "Looks like another one has gone mad. Xiao Ningzi, are you not anxious?" Old Su shifted his focus towards Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning sat calmly at the entrance of the master bedroom, legs crossed. "Not anxious. The young mistress hasn't had breakfast yet. Let us wait a bit longer." The Yin Corporation's business was extensive, and while the projects requiring the highest authority of Yin Liang were not numerous, they were absolutely confidential and urgent. Even Zhou Ning and Butler Su were forbidden from perusing them. Not even Zhou Ning had the complete trust of Yin Liang. Her heart was bristling with defensive thorns. Anyone who approached would only be left battered and bruised, or worse. Yet, the gates to Yin Liang's heart were open solely for Qin Jiang. Old Su pondered aloud. What could the young mistress possibly have for breakfast at this hour? In the room, Qin Jiang found his attempt to ease the atmosphere somewhat superfluous, for he was just about to remind Yin Liang that it was time to rise. There were many important matters waiting for her. However, the next moment, he was overwhelmed by the undeniable allure of Yin Liang, who now seemed like a mesmerizing Medusa, her dark red curls cascading about her, both enigmatic and enticing. Her silk nightgown lay wrinkled around her slender waist, resembling a blooming toxic flower. Not only did it allure prey, but it also sought to consume it whole. Yin Liang could not conceal her yearning for Qin Jiang. Regardless of whether he was still playing the part of the accommodating husband, she was utterly ensnared, completely ensnared. She had given Qin Jiang everything but trust. A fierce possessiveness surged within her, her eyes shimmering with a dark crimson hue. Leaning closer to Qin Jiang, her lips, reminiscent of a begonia kissed by morning dew, were intoxicatingly alluring. "Ah, Jiang, I am hungry." Her voice held a husky quality, yet commanded with an air of authority that brooked no dissent. "Hungry? Then eat me?" After enduring the tumultuous journey of rebirth and the intense interactions with Yin Liang, Qin Jiang had overcome his initial trepidation. He had begun to understand her well. Now, with a mere glance from Yin Liang, he knew precisely how to appease the fierce lioness. Yin Liang silenced Qin Jiang's lips, akin to an addict enthralled by opium, or a calico cat drawn to catnip, yearning desperately to get closer, to possess, to demand. Qin Jiang, feeling her grasp on his arm, allowed her to maneuver him momentarily before seizing the opportunity to turn the tide in his favor. In certain matters, one may yield to his wife. Yet there are battlefields where he must assert his dominance. 2 hours later, Qin Jiang emerged from the bathroom, his legs trembling slightly. He inwardly cursed his ironclad youth. Had it not been for the considerable blood drawn by Qin Yun, he would never have found himself in such a weakened state. Evidently, maintaining physical prowess requires continuous training. Moreover, he must replenish his strength. As he stepped out of the bathroom, Yin Liang had already changed into her attire and was seated at the vanity, tidying herself up. Even without makeup, she possessed an innate beauty. With just a touch of professional makeup, she exuded a sharper, more feminine allure. The door to the master suite finally opened at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Yin Liang emerged, her spirit invigorated, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and her lips curving into an almost uncontrollable smile. She resembled a flower bud, nourished and ready to bloom at any moment. After years of oppressive terror within the Lianjiao manor, the dawn of a new era had finally arrived. Old Su was nearly moved to tears. My goodness, it has been ages since the young lady smiled so radiantly. Immediately following, the master suite door was timidly pushed open once more. Qin Jiang, a young man in the prime of his life, appeared strangely haggard, his lips pale. This state was indicative of a significant deficiency in vitality. Zhou Ning floated by. Indeed, it has been quite some time since the young lady has enjoyed herself so thoroughly. Old Su remarked, perplexed. Chapter 20. The strength is just right, bewilderment without injury. Are you all right? Old Su inquired, leaning in with a mischievous grin that accentuated the wrinkles on his face. To Qin Jiang, he appeared as a walking chrysanthemum. What do you think? Of course, he had matters to attend to. The situation was rather severe. He felt as though he were on the brink of collapse. Yet the dignity of a man summoned a formidable willpower within him. A man must never admit defeat. Truly a classic case. I believe you could benefit from some kidney tonic. 1 bottle to invigorate the mind. 2 bottles for endless energy. 3 bottles for immortality. However, before old Su could finish his sentence, Qin Jiang couldn't help but deliver a playful knock on his head. Save a kidney tonic. With a steward as dedicated as you, I shall reward you with a bump on the head instead. The force was just right, bewilderment without injury. Qin Jiang was almost amused to the point of laughter, extending his weakened arm to deliver a gentle thump. Young master, lunch is ready in the kitchen. It's all nourishing food. Health is the foundation of revolution. So please do not neglect your body. Zhou Ning, allowing old Su to playfully tap his head, then guided Qin Jiang towards the dining table. Old Su exclaimed, young lady, I must report that Assistant Zhou is privately, well, bullying an old servant, boo-hoo. Zhou Ning maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, yet inwardly, he was chuckling like a blooming chrysanthemum. Qin Jiang's well-being is undoubtedly paramount. After all, he is the lifeblood and beauty treatment of our Liang family. We must not misuse him. He deserves to be well cared for. As Liang descended the stairs, her long, dark red hair cascaded like a waterfall, framing her perfect profile. Her beauty combined brilliance and serenity, akin to a blood-red poppy blooming freely in the dark night, or snow lotus on a lofty mountain peak. Tantalizingly out of reach, these two contrasting qualities miraculously coalesced within her. Typically, apart from her occasional bouts of madness, Liang lived up to her name, cold and aloof, her gaze often exuding a sense of icy indifference, as if she were entirely disconnected from the world. Her methods in dealing with affairs were equally devoid of emotion, akin to a frigid data system, devoid of any trace of humanity. Liang Manor was vast and opulent. However, prior to Qin Jiang's arrival, it lacked even a hint of warmth. Even old Su had to suppress his true nature. As for Zhou Ning, in old Su's words, he had previously mirrored Liang's stoic demeanor. Anything that could be expressed in a few words would never be elaborated upon. Since Qin Jiang's arrival, although Liang Manor had erupted in chaos every 5 days, at least it had gained a semblance of liveliness. Even the once dreaded Liang had become more vibrant due to Qin Jiang's presence. Previously, she had shown no interest in chastising or correcting the young master, Yin Xiao. She was cold, sharp, and ruthless, treating her family with the same severity. Yin Zhua was the only member of the Yin family who dared not fear Liang. Yet he too refrained from approaching her. Although the young master often muttered about his fears, old Su could tell he yearned to connect with his sister. Yet, Liang would not grant anyone the chance to draw near, except for Qin Jiang. As Liang descended the staircase, her professional attire was strikingly sharp, yet the curve of her lips suggested a newfound softness. While still maintaining an air of unattainable distance, there was an undeniable warmth that she exuded today. Good afternoon, young lady. In the living room, the servants and bodyguards stood in orderly formation, dutifully greeting her. Liang cast a glance over them, offering a faint acknowledgement. The servants and bodyguards exchanged astonished glances towards the floor-to-ceiling windows. Was the proud, icy young lady actually responding to them? However, before they could recover from their shock, they were further astonished to see the esteemed young lady personally heading to the kitchen. Madam Wang, she called, if you require anything, please instruct us directly. The kitchen is not befitting your status. I shall fetch whatever you need. Liang paused. Indeed, she had never set foot in the kitchen. In her youth, she had been pampered. Her parents had always told her she was their most cherished princess, and her hands were not meant for menial tasks. After being sent to the organization at 13, she had not tasted a proper meal since. Starving to the extreme, even rats, cockroaches, and insects became delectable morsels. No need. I wish to serve him myself. Liang's tone was calm, yet it inadvertently carried a touch of tenderness. Madame Wang was taken aback, watching as Liang, amidst the fearful gazes of the servants and chefs, awkwardly served a bowl of oyster porridge to Qin Jiang. She had certainly noticed the meticulously prepared, kidney-nourishing meal in the kitchen. Without a doubt, it was Zhong Ning's doing. He was always thorough in his arrangements. As Qin Jiang approached the dining table, he was met with the sight of the privileged young lady personally presenting a bowl of oyster porridge before him. Qin Jiang was somewhat taken aback. He swallowed hard. Could it be that after Liang provided him with this nourishment, he would be expected to charge back in a battle? Do you not like it? Liang observed Qin Jiang's hesitance, clearly reluctant to drink the porridge. Did she truly prepare everything for him, only for him to instinctively resist? Her thoughts swirled, and a frown creased her brow, as an uncontrollable desire for self-destruction surged through every nerve in her being, sweeping away the rare softness that had graced her features. She struggled to maintain a facade of gentleness to mask her inner turmoil, but the veins on her pale hand betrayed her emotions. At her core, she was a villainess, a serpent, a monster. No wonder Qin Jiang would disdain the porridge she offered. Liang Manor instantly felt as though it had plunged into an icy abyss. The servants were stunned. My heavens, had it only been mere moments of peace? Were they about to witness another fierce battle? Old Su swiftly moved forward, deftly removing the antique vase adorned with fresh flowers from the table. The other servants discreetly began to relocate the more precious and fragile items to safety. Qin Jiang, previously engulfed in his animosity towards Liang, had never noticed the servants' and bodyguards' actions. Now, witnessing their furtive attempts to conceal valuable items, a flock of crows flew overhead. Yet, this was not the time for observation. The real battlefield lay directly before him. Seeing Liang's evident misunderstanding, Qin Jiang hurriedly clarified, his voice laced with a gentle, coaxing tone. How could I possibly dislike something that my wife personally served to me? I find myself somewhat taken aback. Such laborious tasks ought to be performed by your husband. My role is to attend to you, to serve you. You're my wife. And caring for you is not only my duty, but also my privilege. As Qin Jiang spoke, he observed Liang's expression closely. After his explanation, the murderous intent in her eyes dissipated, replaced by a sense of awkwardness and helplessness, akin to a little girl who is aired but is coaxed into offering her complete trust with a piece of candy. Just moments ago, Qin Jiang had felt a flutter of anxiety in his heart. Now, he too felt somewhat at a loss. Liang was far too easy to appease. As long as he remained obediently by her side, he became her exclusive source of stability. To alleviate her concerns, Qin Jiang lifted the bowl and drank all the kanji. He then rose to serve himself another bowl, locating a ceramic spoon. Carefully, he blew on the kanji, personally checking its temperature, ensuring it was just warm enough before bringing it to Liang's lips. Rest assured, everything you provide, I cherish dearly. Of course, my greatest treasure is you, my beloved Liang. In the past, Qin Jiang had loathed interacting with Liang, the unpredictable and capricious maiden. Yet recently, he discovered that she merely craved his companionship. A gentle word to soothe her. She was like a child in a nursery, simply afraid of abandonment, lacking a sense of security. As long as he showed her a modicum of kindness, Liang would remain elated for a long time. That afternoon, Liang obediently allowed Qin Jiang to feed her 2 bowls of kanji. Her appetite was minimal, compounded by her anorexia, making this the second time she had eaten so much in a month. The last occasion had been when she sipped the soup he had painstakingly prepared. Meanwhile, Qin Jiang felt quite drained. He wished he could consume the entire table of sea cucumbers as a meal, but after 2 bowls of pigeon soup, he finally ceased. For the sake of Liang's happiness, he too needed to replenish his strength and vitality. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already afternoon. At that moment, his phone lit up with a barrage of messages from Songjia. Father, you truly are my father. On such an urgent day, how could you not come to school? The committee's decision is about to be announced. A friend of mine personally printed the documents. This afternoon at 3, the principal will publicly declare your expulsion. In 100 years of Huajing University's history, no student has ever faced such severe consequences. Even those who have destroyed senior students' experimental subjects in previous years have not been expelled. This is clearly a personal vendetta from Li Hao against you. Upon reading the message, Qin Jiang could not feign indifference. He did not wish to become a disgrace in the annals of Huajing University like in his previous life. Liang, I need to go to school this afternoon. Would you kindly accompany me? Qin Jiang inquired, understanding that since she lacked a sense of security, he would demonstrate it through his actions. Reporting his itinerary was a testament to his trust in her, and inviting her to accompany him would dispel her unfounded worries. Liang, seated nearby, naturally caught sight of the message's content. She could easily ensure Qin Jiang's place at Huajing University with a mere wave of her finger. However, her inherent selfishness and malevolence led her to desire his expulsion, leaving him with no choice but to remain with her, entwined day and night. concealing her malicious thoughts. She lowered her gaze, ensuring Qin Jiang remained oblivious to her twisted mindset. Yet, he had the audacity to invite her to send him off. Even if it was merely to accompany him, her heart fluttered uncontrollably. Liang's hands trembled slightly, and disbelief flickered in her deep, cool eyes. All right. She heard her own voice tremble. Yes, my dear Liang is truly obedient. I love you. Qin Jiang smiled brightly, overwhelmed with joy, and affectionately tousled Liang's dark red hair. This gesture was something he would never have dared to do in his past life. Liang sat quietly, seemingly indifferent, yet the blush creeping to her ears betrayed the heart that would always tremble for Qin Jiang. I said I love you. Is there no reward? The man's cool breath washed over her, laced with undeniable temptation. However, his words sent Liang's emotions spiraling like a roller coaster. A reward? Was this yet another means of compelling her to leave? Yet this time, Qin Jiang provided her no opportunity for unfounded speculation. He leaned in unexpectedly, capturing her lips without hesitation. The kiss was tentative at first, exploratory. Liang was taken aback, her mind momentarily blank, as if something monumental had crumbled into oblivion. Within the Liang manor, the onlookers were taken aback. Is the sky about to rain? Or is the daughter getting married? Qin Jiang is forcefully kissing the delicate maiden? The kiss was brief. Qin Jiang did not delve deeper. He felt a tinge of shyness and awkwardness with so many witnesses. However, he knew he had to solidify Liang's feelings through action. Thus, he boldly captured her lips once more. The effect was undeniably potent. Within mere moments, Liang waved her hand, and within 30 seconds, they were left alone. Qin Jiang was bewildered. Did everyone at Liang Manor possess the ability to teleport? In the next moment, Liang stood and pushed him against the dining table, clearing away the food. Her kisses rained down upon him, soft lips brushing against his forehead, eyes, and nose, until her long-suppressed possessiveness surged forth unabated. As always, she was domineering, advancing with relentless fervor. Qin Jiang held her tightly, his warm palm gently soothing her back as he tilted his head to receive the passionate kisses of the delicate maiden. Liang kissed fiercely, as if determined to merge him into her being, leaving no distinction between them. Just as Qin Jiang felt himself on the verge of suffocation, his body growing weak against the table, Liang finally ceased, leaving him yearning for more. Qin Jiang wanted to inquire if that fleeting kiss had been her notion of a reward. Liang's beautiful eyes sparkled. Her once formal business attire now tousled from their fervent exchange, exuding an indescribable allure. The sheer stockings encasing her long legs brushed against Qin Jiang's trousers, transforming her into an enchanting temptress. Yes, Qin Jiang gasped, nodding in agreement. Just moments ago, he had believed he held the reins. However, it was clear that Liang was the true master of the situation. But fortunately, in this life, he was willing to be under her control. Ah Jiang, this kiss is the reward for me. Was she referring to that kiss, which teetered on the brink of overwhelming passion? The delicate maiden indeed exhibited an unrestrained vigor. Yet, it must be said, such an exhilarating kiss truly suited her character. At your service, my lady. Yes, my good dog. This title, which had once humiliated him in his past life, now elicited an inexplicable shame from Qin Jiang. Please do not call me that. He trembled all over, on the verge of losing his sanity. This time, Liang made it abundantly clear to Qin Jiang that appeasing her could be both effortless and exceedingly challenging. She personally drove him to the side entrance of Huajing University as per his request. Given his obedient demeanor moments ago, she graciously indulged him. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Before he could exit the vehicle, Qin Jiang was met with an impassioned kiss that sent waves of sensation coursing through him. Only then did he stagger out of the car, moving at a snail's pace towards the campus. I feel as though I'm being drain dry. Inside the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Liang pressed the answer button. It was Butler Sue. Young miss, the third young master is causing quite a ruckus at the hospital, crying and threatening to jump off a building. Perhaps you should go and see him. Sue's voice trailed off, aware that he had overstepped his bounds. However, deep down, he genuinely yearned for the esteemed young lady to accept her blood-related brother. After all, she was the last remaining kin in this world who had never brought her harm. Let him jump. If he dies, just burn the body. Furthermore, you are punished to tend to the general in the back mountain. The general was the fierce, bloodthirsty white lion raised by Liang, untamed and wild. Steward Sue dreaded it the most. On ordinary days, he would take a detour whenever he spotted it trailing behind the young lady at the Liang Manor. Such a severe punishment indicated that the young lady was indeed furious. With a sigh, Steward Sue bore no resentment, only a lingering ache in his heart. Yes, my lady. Chapter 21. His father is Liang, casually influential within the campus. Qin Jiang's silhouette remained until it vanished around the corner, at which point he resumed his normal gait, stealthily peering around the wall, confirming that Liang had departed. Qin Jiang exhaled a sigh of relief. Although Liang possessed an enchanting and alluring figure that was hard to resist, he was currently low on ammunition and needed to engage in guerrilla tactics to replenish his reserves first. Just as Qin Jiang took a couple of steps, he was recognized. There was no avoiding it. Yesterday, a video of him berating the campus belle by Chu while driving a top-tier supercar had been captured and posted on the campus forum. After all, gossip involving luxury cars and beautiful women was bound to generate considerable buzz, especially within the campus community. Bai Shushu, universally acknowledged as the campus beauty of Huajing University, was undeniably stunning, exuding charm and eliciting sympathy. As such, her admirers were countless, and the competition was fierce. Now that Qin Jiang wasn't strutting about in a sports car, it seemed to confirm that both the luxury vehicle and the so-called beauty were merely rented. Moreover, with Huajing University recently announcing his expulsion, Qin Jiang had truly become a pariah. Oh, isn't that the Qin Xiao who flaunted his top-tier supercar at school yesterday? What happened? Has all that petty money gone to car rental fees, leaving him to slink into school like a drowned rat to face his punishment? Tisk tisk. Daring to humiliate our campus belle Chu to attract her attention. Who gave you the audacity? Li Yungxiang, along with several classmates, deliberately obstructed Qin Jiang's path. With the expulsion notice issued, Qin Jiang, needing to come to school, would inevitably take the route closest to the administrative building. They had been waiting here for him since early morning. Qin Jiang recognized them. They were seniors, third and fourth year students, and also lackeys of Li Hao. Li Hao was one of Bai Chu's suitors, the most persistent and passionate among them. Coming from a powerful background as the sole heir of a high-ranking official at the school, he was accustomed to walking with a sense of entitlement, leveraging Bai Chu's beauty to rally votes throughout the campus. Currently in his fourth year, Li Hao's research project had been sabotaged, and Qin Jiang had willingly taken the blame. He had long harbored disdain for Qin Jiang, the so-called lick-spit love by Chu. This time, he had finally caught a significant opportunity and would not let it slip away. Is that really Qin Jiang? Has he undergone cosmetic surgery these days? With his sharp brows and bright eyes, even in a simple white shirt, he looks remarkably handsome. He even exudes the demeanor of a nobleman. With such looks and physique, he seems oddly well matched with our campus belle by Chu. Bah, what right does a pauper like Qin Jiang have to associate with our Chu? I've heard he has been fawning over her for years. But he should take a good look in the mirror. He's nothing but a frog. It was a pity that someone who spent all their savings to show off would only end up with a lifetime of introversion. A considerable number of students gathered to watch the spectacle, most of whom had come specifically to witness the latest developments regarding Qin Jiang. Disinterested in the antics of these fools, Qin Jiang strode purposefully and brushed past Li Yungxiang and the others, clearly dismissive of their presence. In his past life, he had practiced martial arts, boxing, and various combat techniques in order to escape Yan Liang's control at Lianjiao Manor. Seeing his interest, Yan Liang had directly arranged for trained bodyguards from the Yin family to spar with him. Eventually, he could handle 4 opponents without issue. If he were to continue training, he might. Yet, regardless of how well he trained, he was merely a stronger, more robust plaything to satisfy Yan Liang's desires. Thus, he became disheartened, unable to persist any longer. However, what he had learned was sufficient for the present. His physical capabilities hadn't yet reached their peak from his past life. But with his skills, these few individuals were hardly a challenge. As Qin Jiang appeared unfazed and prepared to leave, Li Yungxiang was unwilling to let him go. Just as he was about to cause trouble, a commotion erupted nearby, revealing Bai Chu surrounded by a crowd. Li Hao stood proudly by her side, presenting himself as a gallant knight. However, upon catching sight of Qin Jiang's face, Li Hao's expression darkened. How could a nobody like Qin Jiang, who was unwanted, dare to look more appealing than him, the campus heartthrob? Qin Jiang, I presume you are heading to the administrative building to collect your expulsion documents? Here, this senior kindly brought them for you. Qin Jiang shot him a glance, instantly discerning the malice behind the gesture. Sure enough, before he could move, Li Hao tossed the document onto the ground, smirking with condescension. I almost forgot, Qin Jiang, you were the one who destroyed my research project, causing me to miss out on my graduate school opportunities. Merely being expelled is far too lenient for you. How about you kneel and kowtow to me 30 times? Then shout that you were a fool while running naked around the school 10 times? What do you think? The humiliation was palpable. Just as Qin Jiang arrived at the school, she spotted Qin Jiang surrounded by the crowd and rushed to pull him away, pushing through the throng to grasp his arm. Qin Jiang, come with me now, Ayun. Yet this time, Qin Jiang seemed to anticipate her arrival. sidestepping her touch and nearly causing her to stumble and embarrass herself in front of everyone. He was not surprised by Qin Jiang's appearance. In his past life, he had been expelled and humiliated for taking the blame for her, but her first act upon appearing was to drag him away to donate blood for Qin Jiang. He wanted to break free, to tell his fifth sister that he no longer wished to take the blame, nor to be expelled. But suddenly, Qin Jiang called out to him, Jiang, please. I beg you. Yun and her mother are still waiting for us. Okay? At that moment, he felt his resolve weaken. Back at the Qin household, his 5 sisters would refer to Qin Jiang as Yun. While they had always addressed him by his full name, never once calling him brother, they wouldn't even utter a single plea. For this reason, he willingly allowed Qin Jiang to take him away, completely missing the chance to defend himself against the accusation of destroying the research project. But this time, he would not be so foolish. Seeing Qin Jiang actually evade her, Qin Jiang's anger flared, but recalling that Yun still needed him, she decided to coax him instead. Gritting her teeth and softly calling out, Jiang, please just listen to your 5th sister. Qin Jiang gazed calmly at the woman before him, realizing she had once deceived him into donating blood with such a mocking gaze. He took a step back, coldly asserting his boundaries. His classmate, please conduct yourself with dignity. I have no relation to you, nor am I your brother. Do not presume to forge connections where none exist. He had severed ties with the Qin family, and his words were justified. Qin Jiang's brow furrowed, feeling displeased that Qin Jiang had publicly refuted her in front of so many. Habitually irked, she reprimanded, Qin Jiang, do not force me to slap you in front of everyone. I am your 5th sister. If I order you to go east, you must not go west. As she spoke, she lunged forward to grasp Qin Jiang's arm. He sidestepped once more, remaining indifferent. However, this time, he timed it perfectly. As Qin Jiang lunged at him, he extended his foot, tripping her and sending her tumbling onto the very document of his expulsion. The document had yet to be signed, rendering it ineffective. He understood that Li Hao had lied. This expulsion notice was merely a photocopy. Although the committee had unanimously decided on his expulsion, the principal had not yet signed it. In his past life, he had been dragged away by Qin Jiang, fainted after donating blood, and upon returning to school a week later, everything had already been set in stone. Qin Jiang stumbled to the ground, her gaze rising to meet the leisurely withdrawn foot of Qin Jiang. How dare he trip her? This was utterly outrageous. Qin Jiang, Qin Jiang exclaimed, her patience worn thin. Yet, the instigator merely wore a serene expression, playfully mimicking the action of cleaning his ears with a finger, his smile devoid of warmth. What business do you have, you shrew? The onlookers were bewildered. Was Qin Jiang's mental state truly stable? Could he have been driven mad by the threat of expulsion? I have neither the time nor the inclination to engage in your theatrics. The research project of Li Hao, which you destroyed, has nothing to do with me. I will not take the fall for you this time. Qin Jiang, it is you who should face expulsion. Such a disgraceful act of scapegoating was laid bare. Qin Jiang's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend Qin Jiang's heartlessness. After all, she was his elder sister. Yet her attention was drawn to the documents at her feet, which detailed accusations against Qin Jiang for maliciously damaging the research project. Though she often caused trouble at school, leading to Qin Jiang bearing the brunt of the consequences. Those were mere trifles. At worst, standing under the scorching sun as punishment or cleaning an entire building. Qin Jiang had always willingly accepted the blame. Huever, the current situation left Qin Jiang in disbelief, recalling how a week prior, Qin Yun and Chu Chu had specifically invited her to tour the laboratory at Huajing University, where she had inadvertently knocked over an instrument. At the time, Yun had reassured her, stating it was inconsequential and that he would explain it to the teacher. She had dismissed it without a second thought. But why was she now facing such severe repercussions? Suddenly, Qin Jiang turned her gaze toward Bai Chu Chu and Li Hao, her expression darkening with complexity. No matter how much she loathed Qin Jiang, she could not bring herself to commit such a vile act as ruining his future. Yet, Qin Jiang's cold and hostile demeanor left her feeling too embarrassed to offer an explanation. The atmosphere grew tense. Observing this, Bai Chu Chu rushed to help Qin Jiang to her feet. Fifth sister, are you all right? Qin Jiang, I understand that you are under immense pressure from the changes in your circumstances, unable to return to the Qin family, struggling to find a job, and facing expulsion, which has led to your emotional outburst. But you cannot falsely accuse fifth sister without any evidence. Bai Chu Chu gently reproached. Yet each word seemed to guide the crowd to misconstrue Qin Jiang's intentions. The onlookers were struck with realization. So it was that Qin Jiang had been driven to madness by his misfortunes. How absurd. A lunatic, and he dares to pursue the school belle? Bai Chu Chu had indeed been skilled in manipulating hearts, having previously toyed with Qin Jiang. However, she failed to notice the increasingly grim expression on Qin Jiang's face as she processed the situation. Qin Jiang I stared incredulously at Bai Chu. Her eyes clouded with a mix of emotions. She looked back at Qin Jiang, guilt washing over her. Qin Jiang, I did not. The crowd had gathered in such numbers that it soon attracted the attention of the school committee. A rotund man in a suit pushed through the throng, shouting, "What is going on here? Who took the committee's documents? Where is Qin Jiang? He is to report to the committee immediately." In my decades of teaching, I have never encountered such a malicious student. Not only did he destroy a senior's research project, but he also dared to steal others' achievements to claim the gold medal from the Huajing University research competition. Initially, considering he was admitted as the top scholar of the city, I intended to give him a chance to be placed on probation, but now, expulsion is the only option. Such a toxic element cannot be tolerated at Huajing University. The person speaking was Su Rongwang, the head of the committee. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his round face flushed with anger. Instantly, the crowd parted to form a path. Qin Jiang remained in place, slowly raising a hand to wave at Director Su, feigning innocence. "Hey, Director Su, you were looking for me?" Director Su surveyed Qin Jiang, grumbling to himself. It seems he might indeed have some mental issues. The sky is falling, and he still manages to smile. Either he is mad or foolish. "You are Qin Jiang?" Su scrutinized him, inwardly lamenting. So handsome, yet with such a dark heart. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. "I am," Qin Jiang replied. "I wish to report. The committee's documents were stolen by Li Hao, who claimed his father is Liang and that he could do as he pleases on campus. Director Su, you wouldn't want to provoke him, so please don't pursue this matter." The onlookers gasped. "Qin Jiang, you truly are a talent. You've turned the tables in this game." Clearly, he was the one at risk of being expelled, yet here he was reporting others. Li Hao's face paled, nearly choking on his rage. Chapter 22. Born of Evil. One should have snuffed out Qin Jiang at birth. "You slander me, Director." "I did not." Li Hao's complexion shifted drastically. His father, Liang, was the vice principal, and he had indeed used this to intimidate others. However, Director Su's son worked in the disciplinary committee, and he had to avoid him at all costs. Qin Jiang had the audacity to publicly accuse him. But how could Qin Jiang know the inside story? "You did not take the internal documents, or Liang is not your father." Qin Jiang raised an eyebrow, maliciously retorting. "What does that have to do with you?" Li Hao fumed, realizing Qin Jiang was clearly trying to trap him with his words. But with Director Su present, he could only swallow his anger. Plotting to have Qin Jiang beaten in a secluded alley once he was expelled. "Li Hao, if this is indeed the case, I will personally issue you a warning. Your father is of no help here." "Qin Jiang, don't be too quick to smile. You are the greatest toxin here in all my years of teaching at Huajing University. You are the worst student I have ever encountered." Director Su showed no favoritism, causing Li Hao to worry that his father would punish him severely. All of this was thanks to Qin Jiang. Then, Director Su interrupted Qin Jiang's gleeful anticipation. He couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. After all, Qin Jiang was the student council president and often participated in various competitions, winning awards. He had previously held a good impression of him. However, with the issue of the gold medal theft, he had no choice but to investigate Qin Jiang's past accolades to ensure they were legitimate. This matter was too serious. If proven true, Qin Jiang must be expelled. "Come, follow me to the committee. I will call your parents. I refuse to believe we cannot set you back on the right path." Qin Jiang raised an eyebrow, a hint of mischief in his demeanor, casually responding, "Director, please don't. I have no parents nor any family. My household registration shows only me. I eat well, and my entire family is not hungry." The fact that Qin Jiang, Qin Yun, and Qin Jiang were family was no secret within the school. The crowd glanced at Qin Jiang, who had yet to merge their household registration despite Qin Jiang being returned to the family for several years. Surrounded by probing and suspicious gazes, Qin Jiang found it impossible to openly suggest that Qin Jiang contribute blood. Moreover, it was evident that Qin Jiang had misunderstood her intentions. Hearing Qin Jiang speak as if he had severed ties with the Qin family made her frown involuntarily. "Qin Jiang, don't be unreasonable. The destruction of the research project was indeed a misunderstanding. Jiang promised to explain to the professor, but his health has always been poor, and it seems he inadvertently delayed. It was my fault that you had to take the blame and face expulsion. I will go with you to the committee to clarify this." Aware of her own shortcomings, Qin Jiang's face turned pale as she bit her lip, her tone stiffening as she attempted to soften her stance. Qin Jiang's expression remained cold, and he scoffed, clarifying this is the responsibility of the instigator, not a role for you to play the victim. "Do you think I'm so easily deceived? Have you not done enough to make me take the blame? It was I who was caught stealing the professor's documents and punished by cleaning the entire laboratory building for you. I have borne the consequences for your truancy, cheating, wall climbing, and pranking security personnel, among other offenses. I have run 30 laps in the rain as punishment, been made to clean trash trucks, and humiliated myself by reading self-criticisms in every department. Qin Jiang I, I have had enough of this life, and your revolting demeanor repulses me. Qin Jiang's cold, piercing attitude left Qin Jiang speechless with shame. She felt an agonizing sting in her heart, a relentless pain that made it nearly impossible to breathe. She had unwittingly made Qin Jiang bear so many burdens and suffer so many penalties on her behalf. While she acknowledged her own rebellious and negligent nature, she had never engaged in cheating or pranking the security staff. As she contemplated offering an explanation, the chilling gaze of Qin Jiang rendered her immobile, as if her feet were glued to the ground. She had indeed gone too far with him. At that moment, her phone rang. It was a voice message from her mother. Qin Jiang pressed play. Xiao Wu, why haven't you brought Qin Jiang to the hospital yet? Yun has been rendered weak and sickly because of him. I heard that Qin Jiang even claimed our Yun's research achievements to win a gold medal. This scoundrel steals at home and behaves immorally outside, making him a disgrace to our family. Had I known this, I should have suffocated him at birth. Fortunately, he can still provide blood transfusions for Yun. That is his only value to our family. By the way, since you were at school, report Qin Jiang for stealing the honors to the school committee. Give our Yun brothers some justice. As for Qin Jiang, getting expelled would be perfect. Let him suffer in the outside world, and once society bends his spine, he will surely beg to return to the Qin family. The voice message was quiet, but Qin Jiang, standing closest, heard every word clearly. In the past, such words would have pierced his heart. A child starved of love yearns for familial affection throughout their life. Even if it meant kneeling to beg for a bit of warmth, they would do so willingly. Yet, his heartfelt sacrifices had merely made him a tool for his relatives to extract flesh and blood from him. How utterly absurd. Qin Jiang snapped back to reality, gazing at Qin Jiang's expression of cold indifference, feeling somewhat troubled. Yet her mother was right. Qin Jiang had long since gone astray at the bottom of society. Even if he bore the blame for her, it did not mean he was free of wrongdoing. It merely indicated he hadn't been caught. Furthermore, even if the matter concerning Li Hao's ruined research project remained unresolved, the fact that Qin Jiang had appropriated a Yun's research achievements and claimed the honors for himself was indisputable. She shouldn't feel pity for Qin Jiang. This brother of hers was, at his core, a born villain. Qin Jiang couldn't help but clench her fists and, with a hoarse voice, questioned Qin Jiang. While I do apologize for making you take the blame, those research achievements were produced by Yun, who labored for a week despite his illness. How can you be so heartless as to not spare even a sick person's accomplishments? Qin Jiang, you have deeply disappointed me. Qin Jiang smiled, yet the smile was more cruel and cold than ever before. I did not. It was Qin Yun who lied. The gold medal was earned through my own merit, and I can prove it by any means necessary. But if I demonstrate that I did not steal the honors and did not damage Li Hao's research project, how should I deal with the classmates who slandered me? At that moment, all eyes were on him, filled with scorn. Yet Qin Jiang stood like a solitary sail against the wind, his proud and cold demeanor accentuating his noble spirit. For a moment, no one could look away. The onlookers quickly rubbed their eyes. Qin Jiang was merely a rat despised by all, a stark contrast to the gentle and talented Qin Yun, though they were siblings. No matter how desperately he struggled, there was no chance of redemption. Director Su's expression darkened as he listened, increasingly unsettled by the numerous disciplinary breaches at Huajing University, all concentrated on one individual. Qin Jiang, if we have truly misunderstood you, I shall personally apologize to you and lead the charge to penalize your slanderers, he offered, albeit with some trepidation, as the distinction between slander and defamation did not warrant expulsion. Yet still, no, I want their records marked with a black stain from Huajing University. A black mark is the gravest punishment for a student. A record follows a person throughout their life, and a black mark signifies a stain from having committed offenses on campus. Even globally renowned enterprises would never hire someone with such a mark, even if they try to pull strings. This punishment was exceedingly harsh. The onlookers were baffled, exclaiming that Qin Jiang had lost his mind. Qin Jiang, where do you find the gall to prove your innocence? Qin Yun's research drawings and detailed experimental procedures are safely kept by us, while you have nothing. How can you prove you were the designer? Stealing is stealing, and that is a stain you can never wash away. Just admit it. Huajing University does not welcome a rat like you. Yu Qian, seeing that Qin Jiang was no longer the wealthy young man flaunting a top-tier sports car from the day before, felt that his pretentiousness had cost her a golden opportunity to catch a rich suitor. Now she wished she could stomp him into the ground. Qian, how could you? Yun has said that Qin Jiang is his brother and that we must keep this secret. Bai Chu frowned, looking reproachfully at Yu Qian, her expression filled with anxious concern. Qin Jiang, You deliberately humiliated me yesterday. Don't blame me for using the commemorative drawings you gave me to outdo you. The crowd murmured. Our campus belle, Chu, is too kind-hearted. How could Qin Jiang dare to gamble? He has surely dug his own grave. Being expelled from Huajing University is your destined fate. Chapter 23, The Stage of Drama. If you are sick, come to the conference room. Director Su gathered the involved students together. The acts of taking the blame and misappropriating research competition honors were major disciplinary violations at Huajing University. This was a serious matter that the school committee must investigate and address. Qin Jiang, I have personally reviewed the design drawings submitted by Chu for the Huajing University Student Research Competition, and they are identical to the design results. What do you have to say? Qin Yun's health is poor, and the school often shows concern for him, promoting mutual assistance among students. Yet you, taking advantage of his illness, sought to claim his life? Students like you do not deserve to remain at Huajing University. It is you who should be marked with a stain on your academic record. The department head declared angrily, expressing his admiration for the gold medal-winning work in the research competition, only to discover it had been usurped. Old Yang, has the prize for the research competition been distributed? He inquired of the colleague responsible for the competition's planning. Professor Yang appeared somewhat troubled. The 20,000 yuan prize has already been distributed, and the medal and certificate are set to be awarded today. Has something gone wrong? Naturally, it has been put on hold. In that case, Qin Jiang, you must return the 20,000 yuan prize immediately. One must possess a sense of shame. Do not shamelessly claim what does not belong to you. The department head slammed the table, immediately concluding that Qin Jiang's greed was the motive for his crime. A good student with commendable character had been ruined by money. I can't return it. I've already spent it. I'm sorry, but I've used it to buy a ring for my wife. Qin Jiang shrugged, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. The crowd gasped in shock. Damn, Qin Jiang is utterly shameless. So, you deliberately flaunted your wealth to attract Chu's attention with the 20,000 yuan you gained from usurping Qin Yun's honors. It seemed he had mastered the art of deception, demonstrating an utter lack of moral integrity. No wonder the Qin family refused to acknowledge him. He was the kind of scoundrel that even if tossed onto the street, will be reviled by all. Liang mocked, having long harbored disdain for Qin Jiang, particularly after the spectacle he created to garner Chu's attention. A destitute cur, daring to covet the affections of the campus belle by Chu. Did he truly think himself worthy? Qin Jiang, cease your self-destructive behavior. Do not assume that your declaration of financial hardship renders you untouchable. There exists a plethora of online lending companies. You should promptly seek a loan. Even if you possess neither a car nor a house, there remains the option of unsecured loans. Furthermore, regardless of your current state of despair, you are, after all, a scion of the Qin family. Can it truly be that you are devoid of funds? Have you squandered everything on some clandestine pursuits? Li Yongxiang and the several brothers who had previously confronted Qin Jiang were present and chimed in with exaggerated agreement. Upon hearing these words, Qin Qinyun's previously guilty expression became grave. Their mother had once remarked that Qin Jiang had sunk into a mire of bad habits at the lowest rungs of society. He pilfered money from the household and stole his sister's jewelry, all to satiate his insatiable gambling addiction. At home, Qin Jiang feigned obedience and understanding, lavishing attention upon each sister and their mother, eager to do anything for them. All of this was merely a ruse to dismantle their defenses, compelling them to fill his ever-deepening void. As a compulsive gambler, Qin Jiang was wholly unworthy of the compassion or sympathy of any member of the Qin family. No matter how wretched his circumstances may appear, he has only himself to blame. Qin Qinyun, unable to contain her frustration, chastised him vehemently. Qin Jiang, how could you possibly be unable to produce 20,000 yuan? Even if you were to beg on the streets, you shouldn't be completely destitute. Surely, you have some left over from the allowances given to you by the family. You are in good health, yet you squander it all. What a disappointment you are. Even if I am your fifth sister, I would not part with a single penny for you. The Qin family has never been stingy with the expenses incurred in raising their children. Each child receives a fair monthly allowance of 300,000 yuan. Since returning to the Qin household, Qin Jiang has naturally enjoyed the privileges afforded to the family's offspring. Yet he persists in living frugally, refusing to purchase even decent clothing or shoes, appearing disheveled and unkempt, a sight that breeds disdain. Despite having received the finest educational opportunities and substantial living expenses, he has chosen to cultivate an heir of poverty, who, in possession of funds, would be a loss as to how to spend them. It is clear that Qin Jiang is manipulative, deliberately seeking sympathy and vying for affection from Ayun, all while attempting to attract the attention of their parents and elders to secure additional funds. Ayun, even while unwell, extends kindness and consideration toward her brother, Yet Qin Jiang remains selfish and scheming. Anyone with discernment in the family knows precisely whom to be kind to. Now, I offer you a path. Go and secure a loan to repay your school fees. If conventional loans are unattainable, then resort to unsecured lending. After all, your sense of shame has long since vanished. This may serve as a lesson for you. Qin Qinyan furrowed her brow, reproaching Qin Jiang with disdain. She sought to educate him sternly, ensuring he comprehended the taste of not having a safety net to deter him from gambling once more. The members of the school committee fell into silence, while they were not entirely in favor of Qin Qinyan's methods. Her insistence that Qin Jiang take out a loan was a familial matter. Moreover, given Qin Jiang's inherently malevolent nature, he certainly warranted a lesson. Qin Qinyan, how about we visit the cattle farm together? You seem quite adept at spinning tales. I have severed all ties with the Qin family. Do you believe your words can penetrate the tumor on your neck? You dare to claim kinship with me, yet you revel in familial connections. Why not become a zookeeper instead? Furthermore, how many times must I reiterate that the research competition's gold medal is rightfully mine? The prize money is mine to spend as I wish. Why should I repay you? Do not forget that you have already admitted to bearing the blame. Do you think that disciplinary action will follow the usual protocol and fall upon whom? To call you foolish would only flatter my own eloquence. Qin Jiang retorted mercilessly. In his eyes, the Qin family no longer represented kin. He felt no obligation to afford her a shred of dignity. You, Qin Jiang, have truly gone too far, daring to speak to me in such a manner. Qin Qinyan's eyes widened in shock. She had never anticipated that the once submissive Qin Jiang could harbor such venomous resentment. Look, he can no longer extract money from me, and his true colors have finally emerged. Not only do I dare to say this, but I can also etch your name on a tombstone for free. Qin Jiang, filled with rage, momentarily stunned the entire assembly. The members of the school committee exchanged glances. Bewildered, Qin Jiang claims the research achievements as his own, but where is the evidence? Bai Chu, witnessing this, began to leverage her role as Qin Jiang's white moonlight. Clad in a flowing white dress reminiscent of a blooming lotus, she approached Qin Jiang against the light. With a furrowed brow and an expression of concern, she extended a card towards him. Qin Jiang, I sincerely apologize for my failure to safeguard the blueprints of the research findings and for not stopping Qin. Please do not hold it against me. Her words were ambiguous, her expression a mixture of distress and guilt, yet she deftly extricated herself from the situation. She was merely a pawn in Qin's scheme, unable to refuse her close friend, and thus had to put Qin Jiang in a compromising position. You spent that 20,000 yuan in pursuit of me, and I bear some responsibility in this matter. Here, I offer you 1,000 yuan as compensation. Can you accept my apology? Qin Jiang regarded her antics with barely concealed amusement. Since he had begun to view Bai Chu as his white moonlight, it seemed she genuinely regarded him as a fool. Emptying his wallet, he had expended hundreds of thousands for her, and now she offered a paltry 1,000? Such a transaction was utterly nonsensical. Get lost. Have you prepared the 20,000 yuan? Do you think this is a stage for dramatic performances? If you have a problem, bring it on. Bai Chu, do you recall how you so eagerly knocked on my supercar's window yesterday, leaving it dirty? That depreciation fee amounts to 20,000, and you still haven't extracted it from your benefactor? Is it your service that fell short? Qin Jiang ruthlessly exposed her, affording her no semblance of respect. Bai Chu's face turned pale as she swayed precariously. Her heart raced with trepidation. What madness was Qin Jiang spouting? Had he uncovered something? No, that was impossible. Li Hao, Bai Chu's devoted admirer, hurriedly stepped forward to support her arm, eager to play the gallant protector. His accomplice, Liang, upon receiving a glance from Li Hao, prepared to strike Qin Jiang. This young man was far too arrogant. He deserved a lesson. Yet, as soon as his fist was raised, Qin Jiang, as if anticipating the move, seized a metal stool and swung it at his head. Liang was left in a state of shock. The stool grazed past his ear and crashed to the ground before he could even register what was happening. Qin Jiang had truly lost his mind. Liang, how pathetic you are. Your girlfriend has been taken by Li Hao, and yet you toil on his behalf. Oh, is your ex-girlfriend the one from sophomore year? I happened to see Li Hao taking her to a lingerie store to purchase provocative outfits while I was working part-time. Li Hao, how could you single out our classmate Yang for such treatment? Or is your taste particularly peculiar, drawn to digging under the same person's walls for thrills? Qin Jiang had no intention of engaging in physical confrontation. With the leaders still present, he needed to maintain his image as the obedient student council president. Now it was Li Hao's turn to be bewildered. Having just supported the school beauty Bai Chu, believing he might win her affection, he was pushed away disdainfully. His heart shattered. The next moment, he met Liang's accusatory gaze. Cursing under his breath, he thought, Qin Jiang, if you dare to play me, I will not back down. Oh, you're getting anxious now, aren't you? It appears that being exposed as an adulterer has rattled your composure. Qin Jiang taunted, darting towards the department head of the school committee, knowing that the authority of the department head would shield him. Liang could not harm him. The members of the school committee surveyed the chaotic meeting room and the instigator of this turmoil. Assessing Qin Jiang proved to be a complex task. Meanwhile, Li Yongxiang and Li Hao had already engaged in a brawl. Regardless of their grievances, they could not escape disciplinary action for fighting in front of so many school leaders. All the while, Qin Jiang had merely used his words. Unbeknownst to anyone, Director Su's gaze towards Qin Jiang now held a measure of admiration. Call security. Quickly summoned the security personnel. Qin Jiang. Director, the security is taking too long to arrive. By the time they do, these two will need to be admitted to the ICU. Perhaps we should intervene ourselves to separate them and earn some credit points in the process for efficiency. The department head rubbed his forehead. Fine, whoever separates them will receive extra credit. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Jiang had already dashed into the fray. Crack! The sound of a bone breaking rang out sharply. The crowd murmured. How did the separation turn into more screams of agony? Chapter 24. Thirsting for Thought, the Yin Group. Situated in the prime commercial district of the capital, boasts an office building that overlooks the bustling CBD below, from a floor-to-ceiling windows of the top floor. The people below appear as mere ants. General Yang, this is already the 72nd document you have rejected. Would you like to take a break? Zhou Ning had hoped to minimize his presence, especially as the atmosphere in the office felt akin to an icy abyss. The employees throughout the Yin building were quietly grumbling. In the past, even when General Liang was demanding, he never subjected them to such a torturous environment. Leaning against the wall, Yin Liang possessed a figure that was both graceful and alluring. Her skin as flawless as fine porcelain. Her crimson lips accentuated her exquisite and noble demeanor. Yet her stunningly beautiful face exuded an air of disdain for the world. Zhou Ning felt as though the oppressive atmosphere was suffocating him. It was all Su's fault. He knew full well that everything concerning the Yin family was a taboo that the young lady kept under wraps. Yet he insisted on dancing in a minefield. Now, he had effectively set himself up to be fed to the lions. The horror of the situation left him trembling. Are you instructing me on how to perform my duties? Do you wish to impose restrictions upon me as well? Yin Liang raised an eyebrow, her entire being radiating a cold indifference that kept others at bay. In the dim and brutal arena, a bloodied girl's eyes glinted with a predatory ferocity as she lunged at a towering, savage wolf king. Its flesh torn and dripping with saliva. With a fierce determination, she plunged her hand into the creature's gaping wound, extracting layer upon layer of repulsive entrails. The sounds of frenzied cheers mingled with the wolf king's wet, labored breaths filled her ears, while the clinking of chains binding her wrists and the clattering against the cage echoed in her mind. Suddenly, her thoughts went blank. A warm hand gently brushed her sweat-soaked hair from her forehead, revealing her gaunt face. The man's voice rumbled like a low growl from the depths of hell. Number 77. You have succeeded. Your father is proud of you. Could a father truly refer to his daughter by a mere code? Yin Liang felt every nerve in her body tighten painfully, her sanity fraying at the edges. Something exploded within her mind. She glanced down, her eyes widening in shock. The creature lying at her feet was not a wolf, but a living human, his abdomen torn apart, remnants of his innards clinging to her nails. It dawned upon her that she had taken a human life. The reflection of the corpse mirrored in her pupils stirred no emotional turmoil within her. Then, a smile broke across her blood-stained lips, curving into a sweet yet cruel arc. She leaned down, her smile becoming even more saccharine as she picked up a scythe that had been knocked aside during the chaos, her eyes filled with a disarming gentleness. With a swift motion, she drove the blade deep into the man's neck, crimson spraying her pale face like blossoms of blood. Yin Liang tilted her head, giggling softly, murmuring, "It's all right, it doesn't hurt. Once you're dead, it won't hurt anymore." This was the essential task of the arena, to deliver the final blow. She was an adept huntress, well-versed in the rules of the game. A desire to tear something apart surged within her. The document in her hand began to crumple and twist, her long, dark red hair flowing like a sireness. As if at any moment a ravenous demon would tear through her exquisite skin and emerge to wreak havoc. Zhou Ning, I feel like killing again. Do you have a preferred method of death? Zhou Ning felt as though he had been struck dumb. Mamma mia. SOS. Young master, save my life. He hurriedly video called Qin Jiang. In the critical moment, what was Qin Jiang's expression? It was akin to the talisman wielded by Lin Zhengying, exuding a sense of security. During his captivity, Qin Jiang's phone had been completely devoid of signal, but after he had appeased Yin Liang, it had resumed connectivity. Upon seeing the call, He instantly knew it must be Yin Liang missing him. He promptly hung up on Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning? A sudden feeling of calm, resignation washed over him. His anxious heart finally ceased its frantic beating the moment the call was disconnected. Seizing the chaos within the conference room, where doctors were tending to Li Hao and Li Yungxiang's injuries, Qin Jiang slipped away to the rooftop of the administration building. He felt a twinge of nervousness as he dialed a familiar number, one he had never dared to call before. Now as he dialed, he couldn't help but feel awkward. The call was almost immediately answered, and Yin Liang's nerves were taut, her mind seemingly pierced by countless nails. However, the instant she received Qin Jiang's call, everything appeared to freeze. Unconsciously, she took a deep breath, momentarily stunned by the malevolent aura she had been embodying. Jiang took the initiative to call me? Hadn't he forbidden himself from interfering in my affairs at school? Yet, as despicable as she was, how could she possibly remain uninvolved? It was merely a fleeting indulgence, allowing him to experience the consequences of what he thought was freedom, willingly playing the part of a loving couple. Yin Liang, I miss you. Yin Liang's icy pupils gradually flickered with life. Her condition seemed to worsen. Just hearing Qin Jiang's voice, merely his voice, ignited an overwhelming urge to possess him. Coming back to her senses, she belatedly registered. Did Jiang just say he missed her? Yin Liang, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll head to the supermarket for ingredients once I finish with school. Rest assured, I'll be quick. Having been entangled with Yin Liang for so many years, it was impossible for Qin Jiang not to sense the ominous air surrounding her. He immediately detected that her mood was off. With a gentle and patient tone, he soothed her while his heart raced with apprehension. Yin Liang can be easy to please at times, yet other times she drains my very essence. Ultimately, Qin Jiang resigned himself, closing his eyes. Well, if necessary, I can just lie in bed for a few days. I can't let my wife go without meat. Can I? Jiang, I want. Qin Jiang. My wife is yearning for me. Yin Liang. I want to turn all the people who bully Jiang into grotesque creatures. Chapter 25. Am I also just a part of your play? Yin Liang, darling. Weren't you just full? We can talk about that later. Qin Jiang coaxed his ailing wife, a hint of discomfort flashing across his face. Broad daylight was certainly not the time for such discussions, especially after nearly being smothered by her kisses in the car, her intoxicating fragrance lingering in his breath. Even in a state of utter exhaustion, he found himself unable to resist the stirring temptation. It was simply that Yin Liang was too enchanting. Her figure was exquisite. Although this delicate, sickly wife took pleasure in dominating their time in bed, he too had his ways of not indulging her, often leaving her gazing at him with mischievous, charming eyes. Those moments were among his proudest as a man. Cough, back to the point. Qin Jiang, with his strikingly handsome features, endeavored to soothe his wife. Even without the luxury of a sports car, he radiated an extraordinary charm, reminiscent of a refined and elegant gentleman. His newfound confidence post-rebirth transformed him. He was no longer a timid follower behind by Chuchu. With his aura elevated, he became more cheerful and vivacious, captivating the attention of all around him. Yin Liang, gazing at the video of the youthful man beaming with sunshine, felt as though she had just emerged from a dark abyss where she had been negotiating with demons, only to be pulled back to the realm of the living by Qin Jiang. As she regained her composure, she noticed the steel pen she had snapped in half and the ink stain scene where the nib had deeply pierced her fingertip. The mingling scent of ink and blood began to permeate the office. Zhou Ning hurriedly fetched bandages and a medical kit. Working alongside President Liang necessitates certain essentials. President Liang. You. Zhou Ning wished to bind her wounds, yet was halted in her tracks by Yin Liang's indifferent gaze. Jiang, I miss you too. So very much. She thought, as a profound yearning took hold of her heart, making her want to lay bare her soul to him. However, such vulnerability might frighten Jiang. Yin Liang's voice, imbued with a chilling sweetness, carried a hint of attachment, her long, curled eyelashes casting a delicate shadow beneath her eyelids, presenting an image of tranquility and innocence. The enchanting crimson lurking in her gaze was concealed, rendering her momentarily akin to a well-behaved doll, evoking a sense of tenderness. Zhou Ning exclaimed, WTF? Am I merely a cog in your play? Whatever Jiang desires, I shall embrace. Yin Liang's tone softened, shedding her previous hostility. Yet, the blood trickling from her wrist served as a grim reminder of the terrifying incident that had almost erupted in the office moments ago. Having been reborn, Qin Jiang increasingly sensed the subtle differences in Yin Liang. She was indeed a delicate flower, yet with a little coaxing, she would revert to the innocence of a child, easily pleased and profoundly reliant on him. Initially, Qin Jiang found the situation somewhat disconcerting, but gradually he began to relish it. appreciating the fragility and dependence that Yin Liang only revealed before him. Acquiring ingredients requires funds. I shall instruct Zhou Ning to unfreeze your supplementary gold card. A Jiang can purchase whatever he wishes, he stated. Previously, I was unaware of your vehicle preferences, so I procured one of each model and stored them in the basement. If a Jiang has any other preferences, he may choose anew. As for clothing, shoes, and watches, it seems a Jiang does not favor what I had prepared. So let us procure new ones. Yin Liang spoke with a decisive clarity. Aside from her obsessive affection for Qin Jiang, she had never experienced romance, and thus lacked the knowledge of how to win a man's heart or soothe him. However, having heard that financial prowess could resolve myriad issues, she endeavored to apply this notion to Qin Jiang. Regrettably, the previous A Jiang had never deemed her efforts worthy of consideration. No matter how lavishly she catered to him or the wealth she offered, it could not rival the cherished position that Bai Chuchu held in his heart, nor could it surpass the value of his freedom. Yet, her only recourse was to shower him with riches. When Qin Jiang reproached her for her lack of sincerity, she felt a quiet sadness welling within her. She possessed genuine feelings. If Qin Jiang were willing, she would gladly offer him all her wealth, her entire estate, even her life. Was that not sincerity? Suddenly inundated with extravagant gifts from his infatuated wife, Qin Jiang found himself momentarily bewildered. Nevertheless, he could not deny the exhilarating sensation it invoked. But what of that supplementary gold card? His thoughts whirled. It appeared he had unwittingly severed his own lifeline. Yet, perhaps this was for the best, as a man should earn his keep for his wife, not live perpetually off her generosity. Moreover, he had already discovered a path to prosperity. Cough. No need for such complications, Qin Jiang grinned. Yin, I am your man. It is my duty to spend and ensure your happiness. Rest assured, I have ample funds to pamper you, and in the future, I shall earn even more to shower you with gifts, striving to stand proudly by my beloved's side, rendering any disparaging remarks impossible. Qin Jiang spoke with heartfelt sincerity. He had indeed begun to take action. In his past life, he had willingly devoted all his skills to his 5 elder sisters, content to be their source of sustenance. This time, he would rebuild his career, focusing on his own aspirations. With the advantage of reincarnation, securing a prosperous future would be exceedingly simple. Yin Liang listened, and Zhou Ning presumed she would be moved by his words. After all, regardless of their veracity, they served to stabilize Liang's temperament. Little did they know, the next moment, Yin Liang coldly chuckled. A Jiang, should anyone dare to speak ill of you, I shall sever their tongue. Qin Jiang mused. It appears the perspective of a delicate young lady is rather unique. Rest assured, no one will dare to slander me. I simply wish to carve out my own career and become a man worthy of you. Our Yin is so exceptional, I cannot afford to falter. The gentle way in which Qin Jiang reassured the girl possessed an unintentional charm. Yin Liang gazed at him, feeling as if she could never tire of looking. Whatever a Jiang does, I shall relish. I am not picky at all. Yin Liang, indeed, resembled a love-struck girl, her eyes sparkling with joy as Qin Jiang lured her in. The Yin group, shrouded in shadows for much of the day, finally glimpsed the light of salvation. Zhou Ning, perplexed, remarked, You are not picky? You are only short of consuming human flesh. Yet, he recalled the gruesome sight of disemboweled rabbits in the underground dissection room, as well as the grotesque, human skin-like dolls in Yin Liang's room. He kindly reminded Qin Jiang, son-in-law, the young lady has a penchant for beef. Yin Liang suffered from severe anorexia, finding it exceedingly difficult to consume any food. However, when hunger struck with intensity, the only thing she could manage was rare beef. The bloody, tender, and succulent meat retained the primal essence of a beast's hunt. It was said that those who favored raw food possessed a heightened imbalance of beastly and human traits within them, and Yin Liang was a prime example. Very well, I shall prepare scrambled eggs with beef and stewed beef brisket with tomatoes tonight, Yin Liang declared, casting Zhou Ning a glance. Even knowing that Qin Jiang could not see her on the other end of the line, she straightened her posture and nodded obediently. I will heed a Jiang's wishes. Zhou Ning remarked, Indeed, what is love if not an exchange of power? At that moment, Bai Chuchu arrived at the rooftop, discovering Qin Jiang secretly on the phone, a look of affection adorning his countenance. She felt a flicker of suspicion, but quickly realized that this was merely Qin Jiang's ploy to provoke her jealousy. As for Yin Liang, she was of no concern to her. After all, that woman had imprisoned and coerced him. Their relationship was merely a facade. Meanwhile, she considered herself the unattainable white moonlight in his heart. Consumed by thoughts, Qin Jiang, unable to wait, resorted to extreme measures to capture her attention. How immature! Bai Chuchu approached him with an air of superiority. Qin Jiang, are you waiting here specifically for me? I have already stated that our relationship must remain secret from our classmates. Why resort to slandering me to force my acknowledgement of us? You may love me, but you cannot deny others the right to pursue me. Enough of the jealousy. If you buy me a Chanel bag, I shall forgive your earlier outburst. Qin Jiang retorted. Who is this foolish child? If you are unwell, seek treatment. I am no veterinarian. Chapter 26. In comparison to my wife, you are inconsequential. Bai Chuchu found it incredulous that it was just the two of them on the rooftop. There was no need for pretense when alone. Qin Jiang dared to treat her this way. However, reflecting on how she previously claimed to take the research manuscript as a memento of Qin Jiang's affection, it had now transformed into a weapon against him. Qin Jiang was no fool. He feigned deep contemplation, feeling anger towards her for handing over the research outcomes to the director. Yet it was only natural to seek her tenderness in exchange for his patience. Qin Jiang, stop playing hard to get. I understand your frustration over your research being handed to Qian, but I have my own reasons. All right, no more anger. I am willing to accompany you for a candlelit dinner tonight. Is that acceptable? Bai Chuchu leaned in with a self-satisfied smile. It must be said, Qin Jiang's transformation in appearance was indeed charming, but alas, he remained merely a disregarded scion of the Qin family, far inferior to Qin Yun, who had been groomed with elite education and etiquette, possessing greater prospects for inheriting the family business. She is but a figment of reality, merely striving for a favorable path to her future. Bai Chuchu, I'm already wed. My wife possesses greater beauty, a more alluring figure, and far surpasses you in wealth and influence. In comparison to her, you are utterly unremarkable. What justification do you have for believing I would toy with your affections? Is it your audacity or your shamelessness that emboldens you? Qin Jiang showed no mercy to Bai Chuchu, having long seen through her duplicitous intentions. His current inaction was merely a prelude to a more severe reckoning. And lurking behind her, manipulating events, was Qin Yun. Qin Jiang, I refuse to believe you. You must tell me why today. I am beautiful, the belle of Huajing University. Are you blind? Bai Chuchu took great pride in her beauty, inherently believing that her allure warranted relentless pursuit by men, all thanks to her visage and charm. Among those completely captivated by her were none other than Qin Jiang himself. How could he possibly not be enamored with her? That was simply inconceivable. Oh, compared to my wife, you are nothing but a trifle, Qin Jiang mocked, shoving Bai Chuchu aside and nervously explaining to Yan Liang while clutching his phone. Yan, I have nothing to do with Bai Chuchu. I've sent her away. I swear my heart belongs solely to you from now on. She has long ceased to matter. Despite his assurances, Qin Jiang felt a tempest of anxiety within him. He was acutely aware of Yan Liang's morbid and obsessive possessiveness. Just moments ago, Bai Chuchu's visit would likely become the catalyst for Yan Liang's confinement of him. Yan Liang sat in her office chair, her uninjured hand casually clicking a key on the keyboard, and instantly, the computer screen displayed a location map. The pinpointed location was none other than Huajing University, with a red indicating Qin Jiang's whereabouts. While she allowed him a semblance of freedom, it was a freedom entirely under her dominion. She zoomed in on the image, utilizing satellite tracking to capture real-time footage of the rooftop of the administrative building. The call remained active, and Yan Liang's gaze roamed over the two figures locked in conflict. Should Bai Chuchu dare to approach Qin Jiang? Should they truly engage in a struggle, she would stop at nothing to rush to Huajing University and bind her before Qin Jiang, compelling him to sever that little green tea's hand. The blood would spray, staining Qin Jiang's fair face. Would he weep? The crimson hue and uncontrollable malevolence that surged in Yan Liang's eyes caused Zhou Ning, who stood in the now frigid office, to feel his composure shatter repeatedly. It could be said that a significant portion of his meager monthly earnings was in fact a compensation for the mental anguish inflicted by Miss Liang. Zhou Ning was also fearful of Qin Jiang creating further chaos. He stealthily crept behind Yan Liang to observe the unfolding scene. He watched as Qin Jiang delivered a powerful kick, sending Bai Chuchu sprawling to the ground, offering not even a fleeting glance in her direction. Before dutifully soothing the female tyrant at home, Zhou Ning was nearly moved to tears. Qin Jiang had finally ceased his self-destructive behavior. He felt an overwhelming urge to celebrate exuberantly in front of Miss Liang. Qin Jiang's unexpected compliance caught Yan Liang by surprise. Was he not infatuated with Bai Chuchu? Could it be that he was aware of the tracking device embedded within him and the constant satellite monitoring? Yet, predictably, she found it rather pleasing. I await your return home, Yan Liang remarked, a playful arch of her brow, her body languidly reclining in the leather chair, her lips curling into a gentle smile. The ferocity in her gaze vanished as she regarded her bloodied hand, extending her fingers to smear the crimson fluid across her lips, vibrant as a captivating ensnarement. Qin Jiang nodded, his heart warming at the sound of his wife's tender admonishments and her promise to await his return. home. He had long since lost that concept. Yet his yin Liang was offering him a new sanctuary he could not betray. After ending the call, Qin Jiang returned to the meeting room, where the furniture lay in disarray from the earlier brawl. In his attempt to break up the fight, he had inadvertently injured a few lackeys who had joined Li Yongxiang in obstructing his path. They sustained only superficial wounds, and the school doctor attended to their minor injuries. However, the injuries sustained by Li Hao and Li Yongxiang were severe, involving fractures and disfigurements. Initially, the school doctor intended to escort them away. Yet, Li Hao insisted on staying, determined to witness Qin Jiang's downfall after being wronged. As Qin Jiang entered the meeting room, the department head slammed his hand on the table. His anger palpable, Qin Jiang refrained from sowing discord. A single rat's droppings can spoil a pot of porridge, regardless of whether you can repay the 20,000. The school must address your misdeeds. All evidence indicates that you have unlawfully claimed Qin Yun's accolades and disregarded school regulations by taking the fall for someone else. Do you still consider yourself a student of Huajing University? He formally announced, Qin Jiang, you are expelled. Following the altercation, Qin Jiang's attempts to mediate only resulted in more injuries to both parties. The department head recognized the underlying motives. Qin Jiang was clearly seeking revenge under the guise of authority. Yet, he could not contest Qin Jiang's seemingly valid justifications. This frustration had not been encountered in years, and he was determined to administer the most significant lesson to this young man. Patience, Director. I am indeed deserving of the Huajing University Scientific Achievement Award, though I acknowledge there were issues with the manuscript that did not come to my attention. With Qin Yun absent, it is easy for others to manipulate the narrative against me, placing me at a distinct disadvantage. However, as a prestigious institution, if a scandal like mine tarnishes our reputation, it would weigh heavily on my conscience. As he spoke, Qin Jiang strolled casually to the center of the meeting room, appearing unfazed despite being the accused. Qin Jiang, you are rather clever. Li Hao seethed, his face twisted in rage. The decision of the school committee has been made. You'd best be on your way. Qin Jiang paused, his gaze settling coolly on Li Hao, a faint smirk gracing his lips. Li Hao fell silent, bewildered. What? Did he just flinch? Is he intimidated by this unwanted dog? It was utterly absurd. Director, even if the school committee's decision has been issued, there remains a 3-day approval process. I recall that 3 days from now is the National College Student Scientific Research Competition. The purpose of our internal competition is precisely to assess and prepare talent for this nationwide event, is it not? Huajing University is renowned for its aggregation of top-tier students. Yet our counterpart, Huake University, specializes in comprehensive sciences, evidently possessing an edge in research. Statistically, Huake University is favored to outperform Huajing University in this national competition. Just a month ago, Huajing University suffered defeat in a physics competition against Huake University, which surely has left our faculty and students with a lingering sense of indignation. Should we face yet another setback in this national research competition, our institution's dignity and authority would be severely compromised. It was said that one must strike a serpent by its vital point. Qin Jiang had heard that Huajing University had only secured second place in the National College Student Scientific Research Competition, becoming the subject of ridicule by Huake University, while the president could only stew in frustration within his office. Considering the abrupt organization of the internal research competition, it was clear that the school administration sought to gauge the capabilities of its students. This underscored the significance the administration placed on the upcoming national competition. But what concern is that of yours? You, a disreputable student who secured the university's internal research grant by usurping another's scientific achievements, dare to claim eligibility for the national undergraduate research competition? Are you, or am I the one who has lost their wits? The department chair harbors some prejudice against Qin Jiang's recent tactic of leveraging others' efforts. This youth is indeed clever, yet when it comes to genuine capability, he is utterly inept. Director, the top 3 prizes in the National Undergraduate Research Competition come with a reward of 200,000 yuan, and the privilege of being personally mentored by the renowned Professor Liu, a veritable gatekeeper in the scientific community. Should I secure a top 3 position, would I still need to substitute others' achievements in the university's internal competition? Qin Jiang calmly laid out his terms. Now was the moment to engage in psychological warfare. He currently wielded control over the lifeblood the university committee sought to showcase their prowess. Such talent was undeniably a treasure they were compelled to retain. He was also aware that his reputation had become that of a pariah. It was understandable the committee doubted him. Yet, at Huajing University, he was confident there was at least one person who would believe in him. Director Su Ronwang regarded Qin Jiang, though initially he had scolded him in frustration, believing him a lost cause. their brief acquaintance revealed a meticulous and audacious mind. If Qin Jiang truly intended to fraudulently claim Qin Yun's gold medal, how could he have left so many vulnerabilities behind? Moreover, why was Qin Yun's manuscript left in the care of Bai Chuchu? Rumors on campus suggested a close relationship between Qin Jiang and Bai Chuchu, with Qin Jiang almost entirely obedient to her. Given these circumstances, it seemed far more plausible that Qin Jiang was the one who entrusted the manuscript unconditionally to Bai Chuchu. These details defied logical explanation otherwise. Director Su pondered carefully, about to speak, when the meeting room door burst open and a breathless figure appeared. It was Lei Ming, the sophomore financial department as counselor. Director, Qin Jiang is a student of mine, and I am well acquainted with his abilities. I also trust his character. I have heard the allegations regarding the fraudulent claim of the gold medal, but Qin Jiang possesses the genuine talent to earn that prize. There is no need for him to appropriate another's work. Conversely, Qin Yun, a junior who is perpetually unwell and requires others to fill out competition forms on his behalf, hardly seems capable of producing the scientific results documented in that manuscript. Counselor Lei Ming is famously protective of his students. Previously, Qin Jiang was ostracized by classmates for his unconventional attire. The very next day, Lei Ming convened a departmental meeting in the multimedia classroom, delivering a lecture on the importance of not judging others by their appearance. At Huajing University, Lei Ming's defense of Qin Jiang was not due to favoritism, but stemmed from his inherent kindness and unwavering trust in his students. Upon hearing this outspoken endorsement, Qin Yun's expression darkened. She retorted sharply, "Counselor, I implore you to show my brother some respect. My dear brother Qin Yun is gifted, kind-hearted, and despite his illnesses, does not neglect his studies and can complete high-intensity research projects. He surpasses many who merely talk nonsense. 20,000 yuan prize money? Qin Jiang, your evasive maneuvering to enter the national undergraduate research competition is evidently motivated by that sum. I know you're short of funds. If you accompany me to the hospital to save Qin Yun now, I will immediately grant you 200,000. Qin Yun fully understood the urgency. She had already delayed too long at the university. Qin Jiang raised an eyebrow, aware of the significant sacrifices Qin Yun was willing to make for her brother. For himself, she would not part with a single cent, yet for Qin Yun, no amount was too great. He had endured such contrasts repeatedly and had long grown accustomed to them. Qin Jiang offered no immediate reply, but approached Counselor Lei. The camaraderie between men required no elaboration. Lei Ming firmly patted his shoulder. "Kid, Lei believes in you." Then Lei turned to the department chair. "I am willing to vouch for my student. If he fails to place in the top 3 nationally, I will resign immediately." The university committee was stunned. Lei Ming had lost his mind, endangering his own career to guarantee a student so mired in scandal. Qin Jiang nodded solemnly, determined not to betray Lei's faith. Yet when he glanced back at Qin Yun, he sneered coldly. "Fine, I'll accompany you to the hospital." Qin Yun frowned, sensing something amiss, then sneered. "Qin Jiang, you're still the same sycophant you always were. No longer able to feign otherwise, are you?" Chapter 27. The greatest turning point in life is amniotic fluid. You truly would be so kind? In the past, Qin Jiang indeed followed her like a dog, obeying every call. If she told him to go east, he dared not turn west. But now, Qin Jiang had clearly changed. "If I'm not kind, then so be it." He shrugged, exuding nonchalance, prompting Qin Yun to grit her teeth, softening her tone reluctantly. "Fine, I'll give you the 200,000. Qin Jiang, don't try to fool me." Though burdened with many accusations on Qin Jiang's behalf, she felt guilty. Yet whenever she thought of Qin Yun's illness being caused by Qin Jiang, she felt justified in ordering him to donate blood. With Counselor Lei's guarantee, Qin Jiang was spared expulsion for the time being. Members of the university committee dispersed one after another. As Director Su passed by Qin Jiang, he patted his shoulder earnestly. "Kid, your talent better be as formidable as your boasts. Should you truly secure a top 3 finish nationally, I will assign you a research project worth tens of millions to work alongside a heavyweight in our university." Su Rongguang's network was formidable and his vision keen. Whether in his past life or now, he admired capable young talents and was eager to foster and pave the way for them. In his own words, "Everyone ages, but as a teacher, it is my duty to entrust a broader future to the children." After Director Su's departure, Qin Jiang exhaled a sigh of relief. He promptly sent a message to Song Jia. "Son, are you ready?" Song Jia replied, "Rest assured, Godfather, I've got this handled." Absolutely original, pure as ever. Satisfaction flickered in Qin Jiang's eyes as he stood. Song Jia was already waiting at the door. With a casual flick, Song Jia tossed a car key to him, which Qin Jiang caught effortlessly. He glanced at the stunned Qin Jiang I and impatiently urged, "Let us go." The young man's tone was irritable and devoid of patience. Qin Jiang I frowned, feeling remorseful towards Qin Jiang, yet was taken aback by his icy demeanor. After all, she was his fifth sister. Meanwhile, all eyes were drawn to the car key in Qin Jiang's hand. My goodness, is that the key to a Koenigsegg one? One supercar? How dazzling. The design and texture of this key are exquisite. It looks authentic. Where did you get it? Please share the link. I want to impress someone. Haha. Qin Jiang's flair for showmanship is truly undying. Using a mere lighter to feign luxury. All to gain favor from the campus belle. Qin Jiang, you used this trick yesterday. No money left to flaunt today, so you resort to a low-cost lighter key. You're truly persistent in courting Chu Chu's attention. Li Hao's friends ridiculed collectively. Yu Qian cast a disdainful glance at Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang. One must know one's limits. Demanding Chu Chu compensate you 20,000, flaunting a rented fake luxury car, and expecting change from 200 yuan? If you're broke, just admit it. Pretending otherwise is pointless. Song Jie listened silently to the jeers, inwardly cursing the fickle lot for their blindness. His brother had just allied with a super-rich heiress, skyrocketing his status. A bunch of blind fools. That is a genuine car key, the supercar of a modest goal, and my brother Zhang's new ride. Song Jie proudly raised his chin, basking in the impressive efficiency of the Yin family. He had already moved into a grand villa last night and acquired 2 supercars worth tens of millions. After all, these were the assets of his brother's wife, and he considered himself rather conservative in his acquisitions. However, 2 supercars valued in the tens of millions were certainly sufficient for him to live comfortably for a lifetime. Indeed, some things are simply unattainable for those who were not born into them. It is no wonder they say the greatest divide in life is determined by amniotic fluid. Song Jie exuded an air of arrogance, a stark contrast to his previous pitiful demeanor, as if he had a sign on his forehead declaring my brother is the best. Yet, he was soon met with a chorus of mocking laughter. Ha ha ha, Song Jie truly is a little underling following Qin Jiang. Who doesn't he know that you two are a pair of talents gone wild? Song Jie, Qin Jiang is just by Chuchu's sycophant, and you are merely a sycophant of a sycophant. Who would believe a dog's bark? Zhao Helen, a close friend of Li Hao, had been displeased with Qin Jiang, but he refrained from expressing his disdain in front of the school leaders, fearing disciplinary action. Now that the leaders had departed, he was eager to seize the opportunity to provoke. Zhao Helen, believe it or not, Qin Jiang, uninterested in the small fry, casually spun the keychain on his fingertips and strode out of the conference room with an air of indifference. As he passed by Bai Chu, he paused momentarily. Bai Chu's face was pale. Had Qin Jiang actually kicked her on the rooftop? Throughout her life, every man had treated her with utmost care. She had never endured such humiliation. Yet, she was now more curious about whether the keys in Qin Jiang's hand were genuine. Bai Chu, tomorrow is the deadline. If the money does not arrive, just wait for me to print and post your and Qin Yun's hotel records on the school's notice board. Qin Jiang's voice was low, but both Bai Chu and the approaching Qin Jiang heard him clearly. Qin Jiang frowned. She was somewhat aware of the relationship between Bai Chu and a Yun. Before the Bai family fell from grace, they had been childhood friends. However, she was suspicious. Given a Yun's frail health, always on the brink of requiring surgery, how could she possibly engage in such activities with Bai Chu? There had to be something amiss. You, Qin Jiang, must have misunderstood my relationship with the Yun. Bai Chu felt a surge of anxiety. Qin Jiang's attitude toward her was so ambiguous now. Had he truly discovered her connection with the Yun? However, once Qin Jiang spoke, he hastily departed. At the foot of the administrative building, a dazzling Koenigsegg one was parked at the entrance, drawing the attention of numerous students and teachers who couldn't resist snapping pictures of the supercar. Whose supercar is this? How would it be parked here? It's so cool. I just looked it up. What a lofty goal. How affluent must one be to afford such a vehicle? It wouldn't happen to belong to Qin Jiang, would it? I heard that the one who flaunted a Bugatti Chiron yesterday was by Chuchu's sycophant, Qin Jiang, though he probably rented it. Today, he can only walk into school. Qin Jiang? The impoverished young master that the Qin family picked up halfway? Please. The Qin family likely couldn't afford such an extravagant supercar. Besides, if they could, it would surely go to young Master Qin first. Qin Jiang wouldn't even be worthy of touching it. As the crowd murmured, a figure emerged from the administrative building, backlit by the sun. The young man's silhouette was striking, with sharp cheekbones accentuated by the shadows, fair skin, and thin lips. His deep, dark eyes sparkled like distant stars. Even in his simple white shirt, he exuded an aura of refined elegance. Holding the car keys, he casually pressed a button, and the supercar responded with a beep. The onlookers' excitement surged. The owner of the top-tier supercar was astonishingly handsome. The odds of winning the lottery seemed far less favorable. Zhao Helen and his companions, who had intended to ridicule Qin Jiang, found themselves rooted to the spot in disbelief. How is this possible? Qin Jiang, did you take out a loan to rent it? How could a poor wretch like you afford a top-tier supercar? Zhao Helen's voice pierced through the crowd. Now, the spectators were in a frenzy. What? This aloof and distinguished gentleman is Qin Jiang? In just a few days, has he undergone plastic surgery? How could the acne, scars, and dark circles that were so repulsive yesterday have vanished today? Yesterday, he drove a Bugatti Chiron, and today, he is behind the wheel of a Koenigsegg I. He must be our school's hidden millionaire. Watching Qin Jiang skillfully open the car door and settle into the supercar, Qin Qinyun's expression darkened. The Qin family, despite its wealth, would never splurge so extravagantly on a top-tier supercar for mere enjoyment. While Qin Jiang had always used the least of what the family offered. A Yin possessed a Bentley that they had pooled together to buy, whereas Qin Jiang didn't even have a basic mode of transportation. Yet now, he was driving a car that even she couldn't help but envy. The stark contrast left Qin Qinyun feeling humiliated. She immediately stepped forward, intent on snatching the car keys from him. Qin Jiang, have you obtained your driver's license? As your elder sister, I must prioritize your safety and will drive this car. Qin Jiang had long anticipated such a move. He swiftly tossed the keys to Song Jie beside him. Qin Qinyun, I have my license, and this car is also mine. Don't even think about it. Have some dignity. Ever since returning to the Qin family, anything that Qin Qinyun had laid her eyes upon had been borrowed under various pretenses and never returned. Seeing her greedy demeanor, he knew she was attempting to take advantage of him again. Confronted publicly, Qin Qinyun seethed, but she could only suppress her anger. Qin Jiang, don't flatter yourself. I was merely worried you would run off. As if I would be interested in you, you car-selling vixen. The crowd finally understood. So Qin Jiang must have borrowed this car from some wealthy woman. What a pity for such a fine young man to have grasped the harsh realities of society at such a young age, opting for shortcuts across a 40-year career. One can only wonder how unattractive an old woman he must be involved with. Bai Chuchu stood at the entrance of the administrative building, watching helplessly as Qin Jiang entered the Koenigsegg I. Her composure shattered. Qin Jiang hadn't rented a car. He was indeed driving a real supercar. Did this mean he had won over Yin Liang's aunt? Chuchu, Qin Jiang is heading to the hospital with Qin Qinyun to donate blood to Qin Yun. Look at him, leaping around so jubilantly. He will end up as Qin Yun's blood bag. What does this imply? It indicates that Qin Jiang has always been concerned about the Qin family and will surely steal confidential information from the Yin family, elevating the Qin family's status. In the future, your Yin will be the heir of the Qin family. All these supercars will eventually belong to you. Consider Qin Jiang merely borrowing your supercar for a joyride. Yu Qian, noticing Bai Chuchu's grim expression, instinctively offered words of comfort, though her gaze remained fixed on the direction in which Qin Jiang had driven off in the supercar. Bai Chuchu, just cling tightly to your sickly one. That man, Qin Jiang, has caught my eye. Chapter 28. Woohoo, I'm soaring high at the hospital. Mrs. Qin Jiang Yueying paced anxiously outside the emergency room, repeatedly messaging Qin Qinyun to bring Qin Jiang to the hospital. Just as Qin Jiang stepped into the hospital corridor, a lady's leather handbag, seemingly aimed at his head, came flying towards him. Quick wit, Qin Jiang grabbed the arm of the intentionally trailing Qin Qinyun. With a piercing scream echoing through the corridor of the emergency room, Qin Qinyun's forehead swelled up, blood trickling down her cheek. My sincerest apologies. That is your mother. While her hitting you is a family matter, if she strikes me, it becomes intentional harm, and I would have to resort to legal action to send her to the police. Qin Jiang wore an expression of innocence as he gazed at the bloodied forehead of Qin Qinyun, his eyes devoid of any trace of compassion, and his demeanor unperturbed as he glanced past her. Struck by her mother's leather handbag, Qin Qinyun felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her face dampened. Upon reaching up to touch it, she was horrified to find her hand stained with blood. This elicited another shriek from her. The cacophony of her screams prompted a doctor to emerge and intervene. Upon witnessing the injury on Qin Qinyun's head, he hastily attended to her wounds. Qin Mu, Jiang Yueying, had not anticipated that in reprimanding her wayward son, she would inadvertently harm her youngest daughter, leaving her with a sense of discomfort. Yet, this only fueled her prejudice and malice towards Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang, I am your mother. It is my rightful duty to discipline you. How dare you evade my punishment and injure your sister? What malicious wretch you are. Clad in elegant attire, Jiang Yueying had always appeared gentle and refined to outsiders, embodying a nature that was ostensibly nurturing and devoted to her children. However, it was Qin Jiang who consistently pushed her to abandon that facade, igniting her wrath. Inherently wicked and resistant to guidance, Qin Jiang had spent years mingling with the lower classes, adopting a plethora of vices. As the matriarch of the Qin family, Jiang Yueying felt compelled to administer strict discipline to Qin Jiang and reform his abhorrent habits. Thus, it was common for her to enforce family rules with an iron fist. She felt no remorse for her harshness, believing instead that Qin Jiang's skin was merely too tough, requiring more severe instruments for punishment. Upon hearing her absurd justification, Qin Jiang scoffed derisively. "Madam Qin, kindly open your eyes. It was you who intentionally struck your daughter with your handbag. My evasion was simply self-defense. What kind of heartless monster resorts to such brutality against their own child?" He arched an eyebrow, unflinching as he met Jiang Yueying's gaze. This woman was unworthy of the title of mother. No, she was unworthy of being his mother. To Qin Yun, however, she was gentle and meticulous. A truly competent maternal figure. "Qin Jiang, you accuse me of being cruel? I am your biological mother. If I cannot discipline you, then with your vile habits, you will only bring shame and trouble to our family once you step into society. Now you have grown bold enough to evade my discipline and refuse to donate blood to your brother. How did I end up with such a cold-hearted monster?" Jiang Yueying's complexion darkened as she unleashed a torrent of curses. Yet, she ultimately did not forget the matter at hand. "I do not care how reluctant you are. Your younger brother is in dire need of your blood. You must go in and save his life." As Jiang Yueying urged a doctor to tend to Qin Jiang's head, she reached out to seize Qin Jiang's arm. However, this time, Qin Jiang coldly sidestepped her, denying her even the opportunity to grasp the edge of his garment. When Jiang Yueying failed to catch hold of him, she raised her gaze to reprimand him further, intending to twist his ear. Yet, as she looked up, she was met with the icy indifference in Qin Jiang's eyes, a calmness that sent a chill down her spine. It dawned on her that Qin Jiang seemed to have changed. He appeared as though he had sprouted barbs, ready to prick anyone who dared approach. Disregarding Jiang Yueying, Qin Jiang strode towards the emergency room door, where the doctor opened it, prepared to draw blood. Qin Jiang remained still at the threshold, as if awaiting something. Suddenly, the hurried sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor outside the emergency room. It was Song Jie, carrying 2 large buckets of an indeterminate red liquid as he rushed towards Qin Jiang. Without hesitation, Qin Jiang pushed the emergency room door open, and Song Jie handed one of the buckets to him. Without pausing, Qin Jiang entered the emergency room, lifting the curtain to reveal the frail youth, Qin Yun, lying on the operating table, earbuds still nestled in his ears. With a swift motion, he raised the bucket and poured its contents over Qin Yun's head. The liquid cascaded down in a gruesome display. The acrid scent of blood filled the emergency room. With thrill, Qin Jiang exclaimed, reveling in the chaos. "Qin Yun, you wanted a blood transfusion, didn't you? I have plenty of your kind of blood to spare." Jiang Yueying stood in shock, her mind racing as she rushed into the emergency room, nearly fainting at the gruesome sight. Qin Yun lay on the operating table, drenched in blood, the stench overwhelming. "Qin Jiang, have you lost your mind?" she cried. Qin Jiang sneered, "No, I am exhilarated. I am flying high." Chapter 29, Fifth Sister's Confession. She is unworthy of forgiveness. The emergency room resembled a crime scene. Qin Yun was drenched in a bucket of pig's blood, rendered completely numb, unable to process the situation. The doctors stood frozen, having never witnessed such a dramatic spectacle. Qin Yun, her head still bandaged, rushed over to support the nearly fainting Jiang Yueying. "Mother, are you all right? Jiang, are you okay? Doctor, please check on my brother. Isn't he in surgery? With all this blood, won't he risk acute infection?" "Qin Jiang, if anything happens to Yun, our family will never forgive you." Panic gripped Qin Yun as she realized Qin Yun was indeed in surgery. How could Qin Jiang be so reckless? It was clear he was endangering Yun's life. The doctor appeared uncomfortable, knowing that while Qin Yun had indeed been ill, his condition had not necessitated surgery or a blood transfusion every time. Such matters could not be publicly revealed, or would jeopardize his medical career. Qin Jiang stepped forward, seizing Qin Yun by the collar and yanking him off the operating table. The frail youth, bloodied and barely recognizable, displayed no signs of recent surgery or injury. His abdomen was unblemished, devoid of any scars. Infection? There must be a wound for that. Qin Yun had paid a hefty sum for me to come from Huajing University to provide mobile blood transfusions for Qin Yun. I have diligently served young Master Qin, and the blood supply is abundant. It's time to settle the account. Tossing the weakened Qin Yun aside, Qin Jiang extended his hand towards Qin Yun. Both she and Jiang Yueying stared at Qin Yun's enscathed abdomen, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. But whatever they were thinking was of no concern to Qin Jiang. He was indifferent to their reactions. "Yun, what is the meaning of this? Have you been deceiving me, mother, and our entire family about your illness?" Qin Jiang struggled to comprehend the revelation, her heart constricting in despair. Her breath caught in her throat as the light in her eyes dimmed, piece by piece. Had Qin Jiang been lying all along? What did it mean for all the time she had brought Qin Jiang to confront him, enduring the consequences of her brother's deception? She had repeatedly harmed Qin Jiang, believing she was avenging a Yun, convinced that Qin Jiang had cursed him, thus necessitating atonement. But it was clear now that Qin Jiang had done nothing wrong. As she reflected on the past 4 years since Qin Jiang had returned, her mother had often chastised him for his depraved nature, claiming he was unrefined and uncouth, subjecting him to harsh discipline. Gradually, she had become accustomed to observing from the sidelines. Yet, despite everything, Qin Jiang had always been by her side at Huajing University. Eager to assist her, when she skipped classes, he would diligently take notes and complete her assignments with excellence. If she mentioned hunger, he would find ways to bring her meals he had lovingly prepared, always her favorite dishes from the restaurants she frequented. She loved spicy food, and he learned to cook numerous Sichuan and Hunan dishes for her, while she had never inquired about his own tastes or preferences. Qin Jiang, embodying a free-spirited and rebellious nature, had found herself in trouble outside and nearly kidnapped, only for Qin Jiang to step in and resolve the situation. Within the confines of the school, whenever she stumbled, Qin Jiang would invariably come to her rescue, and over time, she began to regard this as a matter of course. Despite the vivid memories of Qin Jiang's kindness, she incessantly nitpicked at his flaws, even finding fault with his presence, which was solely meant to ensure her safety, deeming him too impoverished for her liking and wishing to keep him at arm's length. Reflecting on this, Qin Jiang felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. Had she truly been so cruel to Qin Jiang over the years? As she regained her composure, she instinctively reached out towards Qin Jiang, only to be pierced by the cold indifference in his eyes. "Fifth sister, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend," he replied. "How can my ailment be feigned? I opted for conservative treatment, yet the treatment itself poses significant risks, necessitating a reserve of blood bags. Brother Qin Jiang, I understand that you are directing your frustration towards me regarding the family's insistence that you stand in for the young lady of the Yin family to bring me good fortune. You are free to scold or strike me as you wish, but mother is of advanced age. Your dramatic retribution would surely frighten her. She has cared for me through these years, and her health is frail. Grandmother is aware of my conservative treatment. I merely kept it from mother to spare her unnecessary worry. If you believe that my choice of conservative treatment, instead of surgery, is merely a ruse to extract blood from you, you are entirely free to refuse assistance. Why must you resort to such bullying?" Qin Jiang paused momentarily, quickly gathering her wits to formulate a new retort. Standing there, drenched in blood, the metallic scent saturating the air, he furrowed his brow, appearing as though he might faint at any moment. As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls. The sight of a man weeping only amplified his frailty. Qin Jiang cast an exasperated glance at him, his disdain for such theatrical displays and the incessant tears of this green tea act evident. It was no wonder he was never favored within the Qin family. He was either too sensitive or too obstinate, unable to don the guise of a scheming sycophant. Qin Mu, Jiang Yao, had just been startled, and upon seeing Qin Jiang, the architect of this calamity, she steadied herself, aiming her irritation squarely at him. "Qin Jiang, how could I have given birth to such a heartless monster? Thank goodness my Yun is unharmed. Otherwise, I would be inclined to confront you with fury." Jiang Yao moved forward, compassionately aiding Qin Jiang to his feet. Without the need for any logic, she believed his words wholeheartedly. Qin Jiang stood behind them, her gaze darkened, revealing a thinly veiled hostility, her expression inscrutable. Though others remained oblivious, Qin Jiang had tended to Qin Jiang during his previous surgery. She vividly recalled the bandages binding his abdomen, stained with blood, and how he appeared so weak that any jostle would cause him pain, which had torn at her heart. Yet now, she observed that not only was there no surgical scar on Qin Jiang's abdomen, but there wasn't even a trace of a wound. The stark reality before her unmistakably indicated that Qin Jiang was, indeed, lying. He had deceived her and the entire Qin family. At this moment, Qin Jiang could no longer contain her outrage. She stepped forward, seizing Qin Jiang by the arm, and mockingly sneered, "Qin Jiang, have you finished your charade? There is no conservative treatment. You are not ill at all. You have deceived everyone. You are afraid that Qin Jiang will return home and take everything from you. So you feigned illness to push him away. Am I right?" Qin Jiang stared intently at Qin Jiang, her worldview shattering in that instant. The gentle, honest younger brother she had adored and trusted wholeheartedly was nothing more than a master of deceit. Even when confronted with the truth, he continued to weave lies to justify himself. As the proud fifth miss of the Qin family, she realized with horror that she had been kept in the dark. repeatedly playing the villain to provide Qin Jiang with blood, embroiling herself in turmoil like a fool led in circles. Her anger surged uncontrollably. In a swift motion, she shoved Qin Yun down and struck him across the face. The sharp sound of the slap echoed through the room, causing Qin Yun's head to tilt away, leaving him momentarily stunned. Qin Mu screamed in horror, rushing forward to envelop Qin Yun in her arms, shielding him from any further harm. This act successfully halted Qin Yun's next strike. Little Five, you have lost your senses. Yun is your own brother. He has always been kind and honest. How could he possibly lie? You just came here with Qin Jiang. Did he cast a spell on you during the journey? Qin Mu was beside herself with rage, blaming Qin Jiang, wishing for his demise. Yet alas, Jiang still needed him. Qin Yun smirked coldly, her forehead still bandaged from wounds inflicted by her mother. In that moment, she began to comprehend the difficulty Qin Jiang faced in surviving within the Qin family, living in constant fear of being beaten, perpetually subjected to blame and scorn. If she were in his position, she would have likely long since fled the Qin household. Yet, he remained steadfast in his kindness towards her and her four sisters, without a hint of resentment. In truth, Qin Jiang was an exceptionally good person, an exemplary brother. Mother, it is you who have lost your mind. It is you who have been bewitched, Qin Yun coldly declared, turning her gaze towards Qin Jiang, who had remained aloof, observing as an outsider throughout this ordeal. The weight of her past actions towards him constricted her heart painfully. In contrast, Qin Jiang could not even muster a redundant glance in her direction. She pressed on, despite the ache in her chest, and extended a card towards him. Jiang, this is what I promised you. I apologize for the misunderstanding. Could you possibly? Qin Jiang took the card, raising an eyebrow nonchalantly. What's the password? Qin Mu's eyes darkened with increasing gloom as she witnessed this exchange. Qin Jiang, you will never change your ways. It's your birthday, Qin Yun stammered, her complexion paling, her brow knitting with anxiety as dread washed over her. No, she was mistaken. The 7th of June was Qin Yun's birthday. Qin Jiang scoffed, for although he and Qin Yun were fraternal twins, the timing of their births was perfectly synchronized to the minute. How fortuitous that he had been born the day prior, while Qin Yun arrived after midnight. Their birthdays had never coincided. Yet, during his 4 years back in the Qin family, they had conveniently celebrated both birthdays on the same day, not out of malice, but from sheer indifference, as if it held no significance. Just as the card Qin Yun presented bore the date of Qin Yun's birthday. It seemed absurd to her that she would refuse to acknowledge the truth, thinking she could treat them equally. To Qin Jiang, this was utterly laughable. Qin Yun's fingers trembled, unable to steady the card, which slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor, landing in a pool of blood and filth. Just like the relationship between Qin Jiang and Qin Yun, no matter how much one attempted to clean it, it could never return to its pristine state. Qin Yun wandered out of the emergency room like a specter, unresponsive even when she brushed past her elder sister, Qin Makan, who hurried in. Upon entering the emergency room, Qin Makan was taken aback by the gruesome scene laid before her, instantly spotting Qin Yun, shielded protectively by Jiang Yuyeo. She rushed forward. Yun, did Qin Jiang bully you again? Qin Makan's instinctive accusation towards Qin Jiang was so evident that even the onlooker, Song Jie, felt his heart skip a beat. Oh, I see. Wasn't he in need of blood bags? I have plenty right here. Song Jie, exhibiting an uncanny camaraderie with Qin Jiang, revealed not only a bucket but also a backpack-style manual sprayer for agricultural use. Without a doubt, it was filled with fresh pig's blood. Receiving a glance from Qin Jiang, Song Jie began snapping photos with zeal. Qin Makan, don't worry about missing the main event. I'll provide a complimentary encore. Say cheese. As the pig's blood splattered down, Qin Makan, who had a strong aversion to dirt, erupted in a fit of despair. Though she stood there, her spirit had shattered quite some time ago. The attire was equally critical. It had to be impeccably clean to be granted entry into her office. However, Qin Jiang's clothing was woefully inadequate. His jeans were faded, his t-shirt wrinkled, and his shoes were beyond description. She found him utterly distasteful. Without a second thought, she instructed her assistant to equip him with a disposable isolation suit, insisting he wear a mask before allowing him into her workspace. Qin Jiang complied without protest. Yet, his demeanor towards Qin Yun was markedly different. He had witnessed her return from outside without washing her hands, her clothes dusty, yet he approached his elder sister with familiarity, affectionately tidying her hair and nuzzling against her as if in playful affection. This behavior was tacitly approved by Qin Mo Yun. At that moment, Qin Jiang could not help but smirk. This so-called obsession with cleanliness seemed directed solely at him. The proud and aristocratic female CO had always looked down upon him, the one who had returned to the Qin family from the lower echelons. To her, he, having spent over a decade in destitution, embodied a stench of poverty that threatened to tarnish her refined image. "Oh, Qin Jiang, what madness has overtaken you?" Qin Mo Yin exclaimed. "Huh, madness? I wonder how your entire family manages to be so deranged." Qin Jiang retorted, "I have made it abundantly clear that my ties with the Qin family are severed. Not even a scrap of paper remains in your possession regarding my household registration. I owe no one any obligation to provide assistance. Consider this a mere token of goodwill from me to you. Should you dare approach me for more, I shall orchestrate a grand spectacle of bloodletting. I might even expose these photographs to the circles of elite society in the capital, allowing everyone to relish your disgrace." The shift in his aura was palpable. Qin Mu observed Qin Jiang closely for the first time in 4 years since his return. Initially, he had been dutiful and considerate, and although she felt a mix of discomfort and disdain, he was still her son, and she had made an effort to accept him. Alas, Qin Jiang was fundamentally a creature marred by the vices of the lower classes. He had stolen her card, draining 5 million of her savings, and pilfered her grandmother's dowry, an entire set of ruby jewelry. Such a thief deserved nothing less than a severe reprimand, which she considered a mercy from a mother. How dare he hold a grudge? He lacked even the most basic sense of morality. Qin Jiang was adept at manipulating human nature. He recognized that his mother, Jiang Yao, was acutely concerned about her reputation within the upper-crust society. She would never want her current state of disarray to be seen by her peers. For now, she had no choice but to swallow her pride. Qin Yun's gaze turned icy as it fell upon Qin Jiang, who had somehow been reduced to hiding behind his mother. He vowed never to let this affront go unpunished. Exiting the hospital, Qin Jiang felt invigorated. He sped towards the mall in a sports car, fully intending to utilize the card provided by Qin Qianyun. He would not foolishly consider her money to be tainted. "Come, my adoptive father will take you shopping. Take whatever you fancy. No need to be polite with your father," he declared, leading Song Jie into a jewelry store. The first ring he had purchased for Yan Yan had been rather modest, and now he sought something more substantial. One day, he would earn enough to procure even grander gifts. Above all, his wife deserved the finest the world had to offer, even if she was capable of acquiring it herself. The significance of his gifts was irreplaceable. "What is the price of this diamond ring?" Qin Jiang inquired, spotting a stunning pink diamond. The stone was not overly large, yet its clarity and hue were exceptional, easily discernible even to an untrained eye. His wife was deserving of the best. He calmly pointed to the ring in the display case and asked the sales associate, "Excuse me, how much for this ring?" "Sir, you have exquisite taste. This pink diamond is from our high-end collection, just released by the designer yesterday. The price is quite steep, 5 million. "Apologies for the interruption," Qin Jiang said. "Brother Jiang, this must be for someone special, right? This ring truly exudes quality, unmistakably high-end. But given how Miss Yin dotes on you, even if you gifted her a pull tab can as a ring, she would likely be overjoyed for days. Why must you choose something so extravagant?" Song Jie questioned, his skepticism apparent. After all, while Brother Jiang had not shared details about his interactions with Miss Yin, Song Jie was astute enough to glean that she was rather possessive of Qin Jiang. "Yin Yin is my wife. She deserves the finest. It's just that I cannot afford it at this moment." As Qin Jiang glanced once more at the pink diamond ring, he patted Song Jie's shoulder. "Although I may not be able to buy it now, I will one day return to purchase it to gift to." "Isn't that the infamous Qin Jiang from our school?" A voice interrupted, dripping with disdain. "He actually looks somewhat presentable in that outfit. But what worth does he have to be in a jewelry store? Do you even know how prestigious this brand is? Just one small ring costs more than what you could earn from part-time jobs for a lifetime. Can you even afford it?" As Qin Jiang attempted to leave, he was blocked by a figure who lacked perception. Li Ao, the elder brother of Li Hao. Li Ao, older than Li Hao, had leveraged his family's influence to establish a company in the capital, reportedly worth millions, and he frequently arrived in a luxury car to pick up his brother, ensuring Li Hao maintained his social status among peers. Naturally, he had his sights set on by Chu Chu, covertly pursuing her as well. "Who do you think you are? You old toad? You think you're impressive just because your name has some weight? This road is yours. This tree is yours. And this monument is your father's?" Qin Jiang raised an eyebrow, lamenting the unfortunate luck of encountering such insufferable trash everywhere he went. Li Ao's expression faltered. The character Ao in his name was meant to convey dominance, yet here, in Qin Jiang's presence, it had been reduced to a mere jest. "Qin Jiang, how dare you insult me? You come here pretending to be wealthy, yet when you can't afford it, you slink away with your tail between your legs. I merely wanted you to see the harsh realities. Places like this are not meant for someone of your lowly status. What good is a sharp tongue if it can't buy you anything? Go fetch your manager, the diamond ring that poor Mutt just looked at his mind now. I am a VIP here, and I demand you remove this eyesore." Liang, dressed in a tailored suit, his hair slicked back, exuded arrogance, while Qin Jiang and Song Jia appeared rather unremarkable in their casual attire, looking every bit the college students devoid of funds. Qin Jiang, don't be foolish. It is only through the harsh lessons of society that one learns. No one will grant you favors. Status is merely a reflection of the money in your pocket. You want to buy that pink diamond for Choo-Choo, don't you? Allow me to teach you the rules of society ahead of time. I can effortlessly acquire what you could never afford, and places that I can enter freely are off limits to filthy rats like you. Now get lost. Manager, I'm ready to pay. Liang taunted, lifting his chin defiantly, fully intending to humiliate Qin Jiang. An impoverished college student daring to challenge the authority of a business executive? It was utterly absurd. Not only that, he recalled that Huajing University placed immense importance on the development of its students in society, typically offering internships by the second year, allowing them to venture into various enterprises across the capital. Qin Jiang, a destitute individual without any connections, could be dismissed with a mere snap of the fingers, leaving him unable to secure even a single internship in the entire city. Li Bi-sun, do not overstep your bounds. This marketplace is not your family's establishment. What gives you the right to expel us? Song Jia could no longer tolerate the situation. The Li brothers had previously made Qin Jiang's life miserable, orchestrating countless schemes against him under the pretext of whitewashing their cousin, by Choo-Choo treating him like a mere laborer, tricking him into closing the laboratory while keeping the keys for themselves, leaving Qin Jiang to endure the cold nights alone in the lab. A plethora of pranks had been unleashed upon him. Yet, each time, Qin Jiang had swallowed his grievances, pacified by a few comforting words from Bai Choo-Choo. But now, why should he continue to endure? Qin Jiang was certainly not the type to suffer in silence, especially when it came to the pink diamond. The mere suggestion that he intended to purchase it for Bai Choo-Choo felt utterly humiliating. Dear sirs, if you have completed your shopping, we kindly ask you to vacate the premises, as we need to clear the area to serve this VIP client. The manager, an experienced veteran, maintained a relatively courteous tone, although his demeanor was unmistakably dismissive. Despite the announcement to clear the area, new customers continued to enter, with sales associates stepping forward to greet them. The clearing was evidently directed at him and Song Jia. Wait a moment, this shopping mall is under my name. Why do I have to leave? Qin Jiang had just taken a moment to glance at the mall's name, Zhongtian International Mall, situated in the heart of the second ring road of the capital. It was one of the major commercial development projects under the Yin Group, and also one of the many gifts bestowed upon him by Liang. He had initially come here with the intention of keeping the profits within the family. Little did he know he would encounter Li Bi-sun, a colossal fool. He had no choice but to assert his identity as the owner and engage in a proper confrontation. Ha 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 ha. Qin Jiang, this is the most amusing joke I have heard all year. Do you think this is a small shop run by your local cats and dogs? Everyone knows that Zhongtian International Mall is one of the most upscale malls in the capital, a property of the first family of Beijing, the Yin Group. You claim it is under your name? Why don't you go a step further and assert that the youngest and most ruthless matriarch of the Yin Group, Miss Liang, is your wife? Absurd. You truly are a sight to behold. Liang lounged on the sofa, laughing uncontrollably, abandoning any thoughts of expelling Qin Jiang. Cool me. Manager, do you see this as your mall's owner? Have you ever seen him? Provocative and scornful gazes were cast upon Qin Jiang. The manager's expression grew disdainful. Sir, I believe you may be experiencing a mental lapse. If you lack the funds, you shouldn't be in a place that exceeds your status, causing trouble for others. It is a waste of time for our staff to attend to you. Do not delay us from serving our esteemed guests. If you do not leave, do not blame me for calling security. As the manager spoke, he moved to push Qin Jiang towards the exit. The manager clearly did not believe such absurd claims. A destitute university student, merely a pitiful sense of pride. Who is your direct supervisor? Report this upwards and tell them I am Qin Jiang, and I demand they personally attend to me. Qin Jiang's voice was icy. He had initially been reluctant to flaunt his connection to Yin, but having been provoked, he did not mind indulging in a bit of soft power. Oh, so you are Qin Jiang? That name holds considerable weight, does it? You expect the CEO of Zhongtian International Mall to come and meet you personally? Why not go even further and suggest that Miss Liang, the esteemed CEO, come and greet you herself? How ridiculous. You truly are going to make me laugh myself to death. Liang mockingly scoffed, reveling in the spectacle. He gestured to the manager to make a call for verification. You, go to the corner and start a live stream on Huajing University's forum. Title it, Exposing the Truth Behind the Pseudo-Rich Kid Qin Jiang. The assistant complied without hesitation. The jewelry store manager, in front of everyone, dialed the number of the mall's direct superior. After a considerable wait, the call was answered. What's going on? Ah, Yuan, I apologize for the disturbance. But we have a penniless college student here who claims to be the owner of Zhongtian International Mall. Upon hearing this, the professional manager of Zhongtian International Mall, Yuan Kuoliang, found the claim utterly implausible and impatiently replied, "What nonsense is this? Our Zhongtian International Mall only serves the elite Yin family. Are you really wasting my time with a petty con artist? Do you no longer wish to be a manager?" The manager's face paled, feeling unjustly reprimanded and seething with anger. He immediately turned to Qin Jiang, fuming, "Call security and throw this delusional fool out. You're Qin Jiang, right? Give him a good beating." The manager, pointing at Qin Jiang, would not tolerate this instigator. Yet, as he shouted the name, he failed to notice the stunned silence on the other end of the line, which lingered for several seconds. "Qin what? What Jiang? Qin what Jiang? Hello, Luo Fifu. For heaven's sake, clarify who claims to be the CEO of Zhongtian." Yuan Kuoliang's expression changed drastically, his posterior lifting from the office chair in shock. "It's over. It's over. My position is slipping away." "Qin Jiang? Yuan, is there a problem?" Manager Luo felt a twinge of anxiety. With years in the service industry, he was acutely aware of the scent of impending dismissal. However, the person in question was clearly an unknown impoverished student. "Good luck to you. Where are you?" "I'm coming right over." Manager Luo turned, staring incredulously at the casually leaning young man by the jewelry counter. Qin Jiang caught his gaze and winked playfully. "Manager Luo, huh? Such an intimidating aura. Help." Qin Jiang's demeanor and physique scream affluence. "No, this is beyond comprehension." Chapter 32. As Qin Jiang arrived, the live stream initiated on Huajing University's forum instantly became a trending topic. Students flocked to the streaming room. What does this title mean? Is Qin Jiang truly a pretentious rich kid? I've seen him drive 2 top-tier supercars to school. He doesn't seem fake to me. Help. Am I the only one who thinks Qin Jiang has striking features, a refined and noble demeanor? He wears a simple white shirt that exudes the aura of a youthful luminary, and his physique looks fantastic. Our campus beauty, by Chu Chu, must be regretting her past decisions. Having transformed from a sycophant to a rich young master, she can't even appreciate the finer things in life. All right, Qin Jiang has found a shortcut to wealth that allows him to skip decades of hardships, yet he won T's share. Perhaps he is secretly involved with an older wealthy woman? I'm not envious at all. Am I such a pathetic person? Why does even someone like Qin Jiang, with his rugged style, have a wealthy benefactor? When will fortune ever come my way? Come on, bro, embrace your role as an NPC. We are merely the online spectators witnessing the protagonist's grandiose journey. Try to see it positively, while the scholarship may elude us. There's always a queue for the rooftop of Huajing University. Heart gesture. "Mr. Qin, please enjoy your tea." Manager Luo personally brewed tea, carefully delivering it to Qin Jiang's side, almost eager to feed him himself. This manager, who had looked down upon others, needed to keep his distance from my brother Jiang. Any closer and it would seem inappropriate. Song Jie could not endure his sudden shift in demeanor. At this moment, the most disconcerted individual was undoubtedly Liao, who looked on in disbelief as the manager's attitude toward Qin Jiang did a complete 180. He stood up defiantly and exclaimed, "Manager, do you no longer care about your performance? I have purchased a 5 million yuan pink diamond ring from your store. What has Qin Jiang done? Just because he casually mentioned his name? Besides, what if there's a case of shared names? The name Qin Jiang is so commonplace. Why are you still hesitating to expel him?" Liao scoffed at Manager Luo's sudden change of demeanor, convinced that a misunderstanding was at play. Qin Jiang was merely a fallen scion. He was well aware that the Qin family had issued an ultimatum against him, instructing colleagues in the financial sector not to offer him any internships. How could such a person, cast off and scorned by his family, possibly be the head of the Zhongtian International Mall? What qualifications did Qin Jiang possess to own such vast enterprises? It was utterly laughable. At that moment, the jewelry store's door burst open, and a middle-aged man in a suit, drenched in sweat, rushed in. Simultaneously, a flattering smile spread across Manager Luo's face. "Mr. Yuan, you have come in person? Where is Mr. Qin?" Yuan Kuoliang had no time to wipe the beads of sweat from his brow. Zhongtian International Mall was one of the gifts intended to curry favor with the new son-in-law, Qin Jiang. However, it seemed that the new son-in-law was utterly uninterested in the gifts presented by General Liang, and thus had never personally taken charge. Yet, as a professional manager of Zhongtian Mall, he could not forget the name of his employer, even if it were burned into his memory. General Liang had instructed him that Qin Jiang was indeed his direct superior. In the Huajing live broadcast room, viewers were abuzz with reactions. "What? Mr. Qin? What an uncommon title. So it turns out that a pretty boy can also be a CEO. If a rich woman can support him, why not a few? He could easily become a chairman." Ah, young man, if several wealthy women were to support you, you need to have both wisdom and charm. You are looking for me? Qin Jiang raised his gaze, his expression unreadable. Mr. Qin, you have finally arrived. This Zongtian International is merely your private enterprise. You can take whatever you desire, but have you encountered some sort of trouble? Yuan Kuliang, an astute fox, immediately sensed that someone had dared to cause trouble for his employer. He glanced over at Liang, who had just been lounging in the VIP leather sofa area, but was now standing upright, his demeanor noticeably subdued as he spoke in a low voice. Uncle Yuan? You must be mistaken. He is just a poor student. Yuan Kuliang shot him a cold glance and retorted, Old Li, having you as a son is indeed unfortunate. I heard you took a significant sum of money from your family to start a business, and you've achieved some success, haven't you? Your company has been acquired. Now, immediately crawl over here and bow your head in apology to Mr. Qin. Yuan Kuliang's voice was resolute and chilling. Liang was genuinely terrified. Yuan Kuliang was a figure their family could barely touch, yet here he was showing deference to Qin Jiang? Impossible. What stature did Qin Jiang possess? He was merely a pretty boy being supported by an older, unattractive, wealthy woman. Liang refused to accept it. The once meek student who had been bullied by him was now unworthy of his apology. Moreover, with a live stream ongoing, if he were bowed down, everyone in Huajing would witness his humiliation. Anger surged within Liang. A pretty boy was merely a pretty face. What if he were to ruin him? With this thought, Liang suddenly shoved Yuan Kuliang aside and seized a sharp pair of scissors used for wrapping gift boxes from a nearby sales assistant. He lunged at Qin Jiang, aiming for his face. Liang's speed was remarkable. He was nearly upon Qin Jiang when, out of nowhere, a sickle whirled through the air. The lethal weapon ruthlessly severed the hand that held the scissors. At that moment, Liang's assistant inadvertently caused the camera to shift toward the entrance, capturing the gruesome scene. In an instant, a dozen tall men in suits surrounded the jewelry store, and the remaining customers were respectfully escorted out. The crest of the Yin family, a prestigious clan, was emblazoned on the high-end suits, causing everyone to widen their eyes. Those who understood the significance fled without needing to be told. The Yin family was the foremost clan in the capital, possessing immeasurable wealth and standing far above ordinary merchants. Yan Liang, the eldest daughter, wielded immense power within the family. Rumored to be both ruthless and cold-blooded, capable of annihilating an entire clan with a mere flick of her wrist. Yet, as she approached, her figure draped in a fitted kipeo that accentuated her curves, the embodiment of grace and allure, all eyes were drawn to her. The air was thick with tension as she glided forward, her expression icy, her red lips pressed thin against porcelain-like skin, exuding an intoxicating charm that was simultaneously deadly. In that moment, it felt as though everyone had lost their breath, entranced by her presence. The camera barely lingered for 2 seconds, and even without a clear view of her face, the crowd was left speechless, as if under a spell. Come here, Jiang, she commanded. The live stream erupted with excitement. Oh my God, could this stunning ice queen be the wealthy CEO supporting Qin Jiang? What stroke of luck! This is undeniably a stroke of fortune. Her aura, her presence, she embodies the essence of a financial mogul. I would willingly be your dog. What did I just witness? A kipeo paired with black stockings, her red lips contrasting against her fair skin. Where do I sign up to be her dog? Chapter 33. The proud young lady transformed into a temptress. Liang watched in horror as his hand was severed before his very eyes, blood gushing forth. A soft object fell to the ground, sending shivers down his spine as it brushed against his feet. He gazed at Qin Jiang, who was now too stunned to advance any further. Qin Jiang, equally bewildered, had just witnessed a familiar sickle flying past him. The sickle, a deep crimson, was engraved with a crescent moon, suspended above a blooming, deadly flower, decadent, cruel, yet noble. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed like a death knell. All eyes in the jewelry store were drawn to her. Yuan Kuliang's gaze locked onto her figure, recognizing her immediately. Was that Miss Yan Liang? Had she come personally for Qin Jiang? Manager Luo and the others were left speechless as the entire jewelry store was swiftly surrounded by imposing bodyguards in black attire, while the remaining patrons were politely ushered out. The emblem of the Yin family on the bodyguards' finely tailored suits caused gasps of disbelief. Those in the know fled without needing further prompting. The Yin family was the foremost dynasty in the capital, not only possessing vast wealth, but also a stature that ordinary merchants could only dream of. Yan Liang, the eldest daughter, held the reins of the family, known for her ruthless disposition and cold-heartedness, capable of wielding power over both the underworld and the elite. Yet at that moment, as the woman approached in her elegant kipeo, her figure accentuated, her curves on full display, One couldn't help but marvel at her breathtaking beauty. However, a glance shifted back to Liang, who was now writhing on the floor, his severed hand a gruesome sight. The crowd's attention turned back to Qin Jiang, who stood, transfixed, taking in Yin Liang's stunning attire. Knowing she hadn't dressed like this when she left the house. Black stockings. Who taught her to dress like this? Qin Jiang gasped. As he heard Yin Liang call for him. Complying, he stepped closer, asking, Yin, what brings you here? The question slipped out, tinged with an undercurrent of guilt. I heard you missed me, so I came. Yin Liang approached Qin Jiang, and the alluring fragrance emanating from the woman instantly enveloped him. Simultaneously, the exquisite texture of the high-grade silk Chong Sam brushed against his body, pressing closely to him. Her arms wound around his neck with unmistakable assertiveness. Yet the softness of her skin imbued the gesture with an intoxicatingly ambiguous charm. In that moment, she seemed to transform into a beguiling enchantress. Qin Jiang's breath grew erratic, and the tips of his ears flushed a tender pink. Good heavens, they were still out in the open, with so many eyes upon them. My possessive, delicate wife. Shouldn't we exercise a bit more restraint? His body tensed, feeling one of Yin Liang's hands gently resting upon his chest over his white shirt. A muffled groan escaped him as a surge of blood rushed to his head. Yin, don't be mischievous. Behave, please. He nearly stammered, struggling to control his breath. Yet he was all too aware of his inability to resist Yin Liang's captivating allure. Watching this scene, Zhou Ning's heart screamed silently. Dear son-in-law, just surrender. Your protests are but lip service. Your body betrays you, and my discerning eyes see right through it. Besides, Yin Liang has always been assertive. This is, after all, an enterprise under the Yin family's domain. One command from her, and the place would be cleared, not a single soul left. Yet in the next moment, Yin Liang arched an eyebrow, lowered her arm from Qin Jiang's shoulder, and gracefully stepped back. To everyone's astonishment, she straightened up with an air of solemn obedience, standing like a well-behaved child, her voice soft and melodious. If a Jiang wants me to be obedient, then I shall be so. Zhou Yuan Kuliang. Song Jia. By heavens, has my brother Jiang turned over a new leaf? The onlookers gasped in disbelief. Is this really Yin Liang? Has she been possessed by some unwholesome force? Qin Jiang himself was overwhelmed by this unexpected favor. Though he had gradually adapted to Yin Liang's indulgent affection since his rebirth, he remained acutely aware of her true nature. Sometimes, when he gently stroked the top of her head, he felt a flutter of nervous excitement. Damn, he had actually dared to touch the hair of this formidable enchantress. Darling, how shall I handle this? He mused inwardly. There was no denying that Yin Liang's doting behavior made Qin Jiang secretly elated. Unconsciously, he grew a bit more confident and teasing, cautiously calling her baby in hopes of fully satisfying his fiercely possessive lady. During this time, he had discerned Yin Liang's preferences. Whenever he yielded, whenever he showed willingness to cherish and love her, she became exceedingly compliant. Indeed, upon hearing him utter baby, Yin Liang's clear yet distant, shadowy eyes seemed to ignite with bursts of dazzling, multicolored fireworks. Was it because he had just praised her obedience? A faint smile curved Yin Liang's lips. Buried, she whispered, how should one deal with those who dared to bully a Jiang? Naturally, they must vanish forever from his sight. It was that simple. Liang, still sprawled on the ground and wailing, abruptly fell silent at those words. The dog's barking ceased as well. Liang was utterly petrified. Who was this woman? Her aura was so overwhelmingly powerful. She held herself with such lofty, untouchable grace. Yet she obeyed Qin Jiang without question. Could she be the wealthy female magnate who sponsored Qin Jiang? Young, stunningly beautiful, and possessing an enviable figure. What stroke of luck had befallen Qin Jiang? This was impossible. Such a cold, aristocratic beauty could not possibly be supporting a pauper like him. Did Qin Jiang have any particular merit? He was merely somewhat handsome and tall, with a decent physique and an air of refinement. A female tycoon would never choose a partner so superficially. She would seek a man with promise. Like him. No. Miss, I am Liang. What is it about Qin Jiang that attracts you? I can offer you everything he can. Please spare me. I am willing to serve you in any capacity. Liang was utterly broken, both physically and emotionally. He was on the verge of collapse. You're hideous. My Jiang is handsome. I'll bury you to prevent your ugliness from polluting our eyes. Yin Liang did not even bother to cast him a glance. She raised her hand slightly, and Zhou Ning immediately understood the execution order. Such trash was unworthy of Yin Liang's delicate touch. It would soil her exquisite hands. Qin Jiang's heart quickened at Yin Liang's words, and a genuine warmth blossomed in his eyes. Liao, still defiant, attempted to bark again, but was swiftly silenced by Zhou Ning's quick reflexes, who covered his mouth and struck the back of his head with a baton. The other bodyguards, trained and efficient, bundled Liao into a black body bag and dragged it away to be buried. The operation was swift and executed with impressive finesse. The remaining individuals were promptly expelled. In an instant, the entire jewelry store was left with only Qin Jiang and Yan Liang. Standing before the sofa, Qin Jiang nervously swallowed. Had he done anything wrong today? Just as he was at a loss, Yan Liang's supple form once again melted against him, pressing him gently onto the sofa behind. Her hand suddenly seized his palm and slid up her slender, straight leg, the silk fabric smooth and tantalizing to the touch. Qin Jiang panicked. This sensation was like holding a scorching hot coal. He dared not explore further. "Darling, what are you doing?" he stammered. Yan Liang leaned in dominantly, locking her gaze onto his. Her eyes shimmered with a hint of seductive mischief. Her long, black silk-clad legs and jade-like feet, encased in red-soled stilettos, swayed lightly at the sofa's edge. She bit her crimson lips, her intoxicating scent entwining around his heart. My goodness, who had taught her such bewitching allure? It was as if she had activated a succubus switch, leaving him utterly ensnared under her possessive and commanding control. "Jiang, do you like this outfit?" she purred. "Does my Choo-Choo look better dressed like this, or do I?" Yan Liang drew close, her slender eyes flickering with a subtle chill, reflecting Qin Jiang's flushed, handsome face. Suddenly, Qin Jiang realized Yan Liang was jealous. But had Bai Choo-Choo ever donned such an enchanting ensemble? Regardless of Bai Choo-Choo's style, none could rival Yan Liang's figure and exquisite beauty. "Darling, you're overthinking. I've never seen Bai Choo-Choo dressed like this. But you are truly stunning. Who could understand?" Yan Liang could appear innocent and mischievous in a gothic Lolita dress, like a dark, naive maiden. At other times, she donned silk shirts and tailored suits, exuding sharpness and authority. Now, she combined a cheongsam with black silk stockings, embodying the proud, coquettish heiress of a succubus cosplay. Such a versatile wife. Who would not desire her? He was utterly captivated, utterly enamored. "How beautiful am I? Jiang, show me with your actions. One to you?" Chapter 34. Has Qin Jiang become entangled with Miss Yan? Within the bustling Huajing forum, one hot thread after another surged to the top, all revolving around a single question. Who exactly was the wealthy benefactress sponsoring Qin Jiang? The posts included numerous screenshots fleetingly captured from live streams. The speed and enthusiasm of the single, 20-year-old university student's fingers were undeniable. Pinned at the top was a screenshot showing a fleeting moment from a live broadcast. The woman's black, alluring cheongsam clung perfectly to her figure. Though blurred, her curvaceous silhouette, black silk-clad legs, and red-soled high heels were unmistakably seductive. Her movements were bold and commanding, her arm firmly wrapping around the neck of the young man in the white shirt, compelling him to gaze downward at her. The refined young man, dressed casually in a white shirt, was only partially visible in the frame, but this half-revealed scene evoked a profound sense of forbidden allure, like the ethereal white moonlight in a campus drama ensnared by a devilish force. A story of conflicted and torn emotions that captured the audience as fascination. In contemporary aesthetics, there was an unmistakable allure to such a touch of madness. The essence lies in the notion that while a healthy romance is undeniably significant, an abnormal love affair is truly captivating. Help! Is this woman the affluent patron of Qin Jiang? This is no ordinary woman. She is clearly my glamorous tycoon goddess, who has made me weep with envy. Is such an exquisitely alluring figure truly real? Can a sturdy bear coexist with a delicate waist? The key is that the affluent lady is so slender, yet her aura is overwhelmingly powerful. Just listen to how miserably Liao cries out. However, his cries seem rather exaggerated, perhaps intended to draw the attention of the tycoon lady. He sounds as if someone has severed his hand, when in fact, he was the one who first laid hands on Qin Jiang. Am I the only one who has noticed that the Zhongtian International Mall is owned by the prestigious Yin family of Jing City, and that Qin Jiang claims to be the mall's director? Could it be that he is involved with a member of the Yin family? Impossible. I have heard that the eldest daughter of the Yin family is ferocious and cold-blooded, a ruthless figure that instills fear in many. Such a venomous heart must surely be accompanied by a hideous appearance. How could she possibly be the stunning ice queen with an enviable figure? I believe she must be the wife of a senior executive within the Yin family. And Qin Jiang? Merely a kept man? Oh no, could this be a case of mother-son literature? Ah, Qin Jiang, you scoundrel. That is indeed a married woman. Well then, let Qin Jiang, this pretty boy, remain as he is. Allow me to take his place for a couple of days. Everyone's spirited state resonates perfectly with my sentiments. Is there an author among us? I shall give you half an hour. I am determined to ship this forbidden couple to the ends of the earth. Ahem. Could this be the legendary pairing of a married woman and a wild man? To be fair, Qin Jiang's physique is indeed impressive. He seems capable of lifting the tycoon lady in their intimate moments. I must say, after his makeover, Qin Jiang's handsomeness has reached celestial heights. I dare say he surpasses even the campus heartthrob. At this moment, I am quite curious about Bai Chuchu's mental state. After the dramatic transformation of her devoted admirer into a strikingly handsome figure, does she regret not recognizing the beauty hidden beneath Qin Jiang's former brooding, nonconformist hairstyle? Laughing out loud, good looks won't feed you. You women are so superficial. At the end of the day, Qin Jiang is merely a lowly pretty boy, waiting for the tycoon lady's husband to come to campus and beat him up for being the male mistress. The trending posts on the forum exploded with fervor. It cannot be overstated that Qin Jiang has become the most sensational campus internet celebrity at Huajing University. Naturally, there are also posts lamenting his upcoming participation in the National College Students Research Competition, garnering a chorus of sighs. After reading the forum, Bai Chuchu clenched her palms tightly in her dormitory to suppress her impulse to confront Qin Jiang. This time, she clearly recognized the woman in the forum screenshots. She too had donned a similar kipeo and black stockings. However, her figure could not compare to the voluptuousness of Aunt Yen Liang, nor could her legs match such delicate finesse. Although she had always taken pride in her own beauty, seeing her almost identical in attire to Yen Liang left her feeling inferior, as if she couldn't even measure up to a single toe of that woman. After all, Bai Chuchu, was the campus belle of Huajing University. Qin Jiang's inability to pursue her rendered him unworthy. Yet, the fact that Qin Jiang was now cherished by a woman more beautiful, with a better figure, and possessing greater wealth and influence sent her into a frenzy of desperation. No, Qin Jiang is not worthy. He deserves only to be a devoted admirer left longing for her affection. In a fit of rage, Bai Chuchu knocked over the luxury cosmetics sent by various admirers onto the floor, venting her frustration. Suddenly, her phone rang. Upon seeing the familiar name, she quickly suppressed her emotional turmoil and answered the call sweetly. Ayun, do you have any instructions? Has the counselor already informed you about the National College Students Research Competition? Yes, Qin Jiang's manuscript, which he has been developing for 3 months, is just one step away from completion. I have all the materials and drafts here, and I will send them to you immediately. Ha! Qin Jiang, I want you to obediently return and be my devoted admirer. Chapter 35. The more Qin Jiang resisted, the more unhinged and perverse the young lady became. Pressed beneath Yen Liang's soft form, Qin Jiang was tense all over, fearing that she might disregard all decorum and claim him right then and there. However, he truly could not endure any longer. Ahem, Yen, we need to exercise some restraint. What I've just taken in has yet to be digested. Can we postpone until tonight? Qin Jiang raised his gaze to meet the sickly beautiful woman just inches away, and he had to admit that her enchanting allure was utterly captivating. Yet, his resolve was wavering. Do not fear, I will not consume you just yet. I desire to hold you. Yen Liang lifted her eyelids, resembling a serpent retracting its fangs. Her touch upon him both smooth and chilling. Qin Jiang nodded, sitting upright and wrapping his arms around the waist of the woman who had flung herself upon him. Yen Liang, despite her commanding presence, appeared delicate and dependent in the face of Qin Jiang's towering stature. She nestled against him, her warm breath teasing his neck, sending tingles of delight coursing through him. Qin Jiang effortlessly lifted Yen Liang into his arms. Her slight frame made her feel weightless, causing him to furrow his brow. It seemed he needed to personally nurture this fragile wife back to health, at least to a normal, healthy weight. Yen, I promise to cook something delicious for you tonight. Let's go to the supermarket together to select our ingredients, shall we? Like a normal couple, experiencing the simple joys of domestic life. Qin Jiang was certain that Yen Liang had never experienced such a mundane pleasure. Sure enough, the next moment, Yen Liang wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes sparkling with warmth and curiosity, reminiscent of a little girl who had just received a coveted treat, easily satisfied. Ah, Jiang, can I really cook with you? But I've never done it before, and I'm afraid I might ruin our first attempt. Yen Liang blinked her clear eyes, a flicker of worry crossing her features. In the past, Qin Jiang had never indulged her desire to share any activity with him, even when he deliberately damaged expensive plants in the garden, and she helped him wield a blood-red sickle. He was reluctant. He had told her, Yen Liang, you are not worthy of sharing any moments with me. Everything I have will be given to Chuchu, and I will only engage in activities meant for couples with her. You should give up hope. Of course, the consequence of Qin Jiang's obstinacy was that he found himself chained to the bed that very night. as Yin Liang stripped off her nightgown before his eyes. Qin Jiang may have been unwilling to partake in any intimate interactions with her, but she insisted that he could only accompany her in bed. Even if they did nothing at all, she would cling to him like a terminally ill patient, desperately absorbing his unique essence. She even wished to become a leech, burrowing into his flesh to draw his fresh blood, merging their beings into one. Yin Liang was truly unhinged. The more Qin Jiang resisted, the more deranged and possessive she became. The two rarely enjoyed normal exchanges or interactions, often causing chaos in the Liang manner. People often say that to love someone is to grant them freedom. Yet, in Yin Liang's lexicon, loving someone means confining them to a basement, feeding them through a small hole in the door until they fall hopelessly in love with her. Qin Jiang, who had once been nearly driven mad by her antics, was now attempting to accept this uniquely eccentric version of Yin Liang. His wife was simply more possessive and clingy than an average girlfriend. It was indeed his fortune that such a beautiful, wealthy, and influential ice queen would deign to shower him with affection. What was there to escape from? Would it not be preferable to willingly accept this and lay back in acquiescence? Do not worry, I will take the lead in cooking. All you need to do is watch me. Princess Qin Jiang cradled Yin Liang as she exited the jewelry store, and almost instantaneously, she was met with the astonished and adoring gazes of the bodyguards, including Zhou Ning. They hastily pretended to be preoccupied, striving to appear blind to the scene unfolding before them. In truth, they had witnessed nothing. Oh my! Young Master Liang is the icy and enigmatic female tycoon, renowned for her ruthless decisiveness. Yet, at this moment, she allowed herself to be held by Qin Jiang, her expression soft and compliant. Was this truly their delicate and tempestuous young lady? They wished that any unsavory elements would swiftly roll away from her presence. Zhou Ning, clear the area. Yin Liang relished being enveloped in Qin Jiang's embrace, savoring the comfort of relying upon him. Even if his affection was feigned, she counted it as a gain. Yin Liang had always been astute in self-interest. She desired all that Qin Jiang had to offer, the warmth and tenderness typically shared between lovers, resolute in her pursuit of his affection. Now, he was taking the initiative. Regardless of his motives, Yin Liang intended to fully relish this moment. Within 5 minutes, the entire mall was cordoned off. Qin Jiang was left astounded. One could not help but admire the unparalleled efficiency of the Yin family, the foremost financial dynasty. Upon entering the supermarket, Qin Jiang procured a pristine shopping cart, retrieved a cushion from the bedding section, and placed Yin Liang within the cart, resembling an ordinary couple. He pushed the cart with poise, navigating the aisles as he selected essential ingredients. Within the upscale imported supermarket, all produce was of the freshest quality. Qin Jiang chose a generous portion of premium brisket and steak, along with fresh accompaniments and various cooking essentials. However, he did not place these items in the cart. Instead, he tossed them into Zhou Ning's arms, who trailed closely behind. Zhou Ning lamented, "I truly appreciate it. However, our young lady appears so delighted. This is the most relaxed and joyful I have ever seen her since I began following her." "Jiang, what is this?" Yin Liang inquired with childlike curiosity, pointing at various items. "Jiang, this looks fun. Can we eat it?" "Jiang, what about this?" She displayed an innocent eagerness towards the commonplace items that most would find mundane. Yet, for Yin Liang, who had been sheltered from such experiences, these ingredients were entirely foreign. In her childhood, she had only encountered meticulously selected and artistically prepared dishes crafted by chefs, often unrecognizable in their transformed forms. What appeared to be a radish might well have been sculpted from a pear. Though Qin Jiang had gathered the necessary ingredients, he continued to guide Yin Liang through the supermarket, patiently explaining the ordinary items to her. At that moment, he felt, rather audaciously, that he possessed a greater breadth of knowledge than the esteemed young lady. Clearing his throat, he acknowledged the absurdity of such a thought. Yin Liang, embodying the spirit of an inquisitive child, tilted her head in anticipation of Qin Jiang's gentle and thorough explanations. In truth, her interest lay not in the items themselves, but in the manner in which Qin Jiang tenderly elucidated them. The man she admired was irresistibly charismatic. Eventually, they arrived at the pharmacy section of the supermarket. Having once worked part-time in a mall, Qin Jiang adeptly located the medicine cabinet and noticed the black silk gloves Yin Liang wore to conceal the wounds on her palms. He had just noticed the bloodstains on his white shirt. Yin Liang was injured. The blood seeped through the silk gloves, yet remained undetectable. Yin Liang had a penchant for dark hues and crimson, ensuring that even her misdeeds would go unnoticed at first glance. "Yin Yang, take off the gloves," Qin Jiang commanded. The bodyguards nearby felt a chill run down their spines. Help! Has this young dandy lost his mind? How dare he command the young lady? It was merely a fleeting amusement for her, yet he had the audacity to issue orders. As the guards pondered this absurdity, they witnessed Yin Liang pouting her red lips in a playful yet defiant manner. "Ah, Jiang, please don't." However, Qin Jiang's expression turned serious as he insisted, "No, they must come off. Yin, darling, covering the wound will lead to inflammation." Ah Jiang would be heartbroken. Employing both firmness and tenderness, he prevailed, and Yin Liang reluctantly surrendered. A sparkle ignited in her eyes. Ah Jiang's stern demeanor is so handsome, and his affectionate coaxing is equally charming. How could she not be captivated? Zhou Ning covered his face. "Goodness, young Master Liang, should we not first control the drool at the corners of our mouths? Young man, you've already tasted the fruit. How can you be so utterly beguiled?" "Very well, I'll heed all of Ah Jiang's words, but only if I receive a kiss as a reward." Qin Jiang glanced around. The bodyguards, ever the performers, resumed their frantic busyness in an instant. One guard, with a stoic face, poked at a fresh cut of pork in the meat section, while adjacent staff members stared at him, expression inscrutable. "Excuse me, madam, let me explain," he stammered. Although the customers had been cleared from the supermarket, the staff remained, diligently attending to their duties from a distance, all the while harboring an insatiable curiosity, wishing for a dozen eyes and ears to catch every morsel of gossip. Qin Jiang, too, noticed the prying eyes of both bodyguards and staff flitting about the supermarket. He felt a wave of shyness wash over him. Despite their overt affection in the public eye, he maintained his bashfulness. Yet, he underestimated Yin Liang's audacity. Observing his hesitation, the woman in the cart suddenly seized his collar and pulled him down, her lips brushing against his white shirt before capturing his eagerly awaited lips in a fervent kiss. The heart raced, akin to a drum. Her lips were intoxicating as though dipped in poison. Once tasted, one could not resist. "Ah Jiang, I prefer devouring you over your culinary creations. You are simply delectable." After a passionate kiss, she playfully nibbled at his earlobe, exhaling a beguiling breath that left Qin Jiang utterly flustered. Yet in the next moment, Yin Liang felt a sudden loss of gravity as Qin Jiang lifted her effortlessly, placing her on a bench in the medical area. He swiftly yanked off her silk glove, exclaiming, "This is nonsense." Yin Liang, her rebellious spirit quelled, dutifully settled down, though her gaze flickered with a predatory glint, as if to say, "How very red. It must be quite warm indeed." Chapter 36. Confronting the second sister. I am your father, Qin Jiang, both stiff and adept, meticulously applied medicine to Yin Liang's hand. Having sustained numerous injuries in his past life, his skill in bandaging was impeccable. He was also highly observant. The nature of the wound suggested it was self-inflicted. Had Yin Yang succumbed to her demons again? Maintaining an air of calm, Qin Jiang silently took Yin Liang's other hand and led her out of the mall, the two exchanging not a word. Yin Liang stole glances at him, feeling a twinge of guilt. Her fingers twitched. The bandage he had wrapped around her hand was so secure that it gave her the impression that her right hand was incapacitated. At the Liang manor, Qin Jiang strode into the kitchen with the ingredients, not waiting for Yin Liang or glancing back at her. Zhou Ning sighed, "Help. I have a foreboding feeling that the sky is about to fall. Perhaps I should go seek the company of Butler Su instead." Accompanying the young lady feels far more perilous than tending to the great white lion general. Qin Jiang harbored a flicker of frustration. Yin Liang's self-destructive tendencies truly warranted a lesson to amend her ways. Otherwise, no matter how much he replenished her vitality, she would squander it away. Within the Qin household, his second sister, Qin Muyun, was a physician deeply engrossed in the art of herbal medicine and wellness. She was also the most fastidious eater in the family, not only insisting on exquisite flavors, but also being extraordinarily particular about the freshness and health benefits of the ingredients. In pursuit of creating dishes that would satisfy her refined palate, Qin Jiang dedicated 4 years to honing his culinary and herbal cooking skills. During the first 3 years, he diligently practiced in secret. Eventually, his efforts garnered unanimous acclaim from his family, including praise from the notoriously finicky Qin Muyun, who had always maintained a cool demeanor towards him. At that time, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride, believing that winning her favor would lead to her showing him more affection as a brother. However, it was only moments before his untimely demise in his previous life that he learned from Qin Yun the truth, while his sister was indeed discerning. Her relentless quest to perfect the art of herbal cuisine stemmed from her unwavering desire to concoct nourishing and palatable dishes for their frail brother, Qin Yun. Qin Muyun's heartfelt affection was solely directed towards Qin Yun. His 3 years of tireless dedication seemed utterly foolish. Ironically, he remained blissfully unaware, reveling in the fleeting compliment from his sister one day and her half-hearted concern the next, words of care that Qin Yun received daily. It was precisely this lack of attention that drove Qin Jiang to strive so fervently for her approval, while others likely regarded him as a naive fool. As his thoughts churned, merely recalling the need to prepare nourishing dishes for Yin brought Qin Yun back to mind. His heart had grown impervious to the familial dynamics of the Qin household. Yet, as fate would have it, his musings were interrupted when his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. With an instinctive motion, he hung up and blocked the caller. Almost immediately, another unknown number emerged, prompting him to repeat the blocking maneuver. This continued until the fifth call, at which point Qin Jiang could no longer endure the incessant ringing and answered. As anticipated, a familiar female voice erupted with a barrage of questions and reprimands. Qin Jiang, this is your second sister. If you dare to block me again, I will. He swiftly hung up and blocked her number once more. His sister? It seemed she was about to unleash her wrath upon him, much like their other sisters had done. However, he felt no obligation to endure her lengthy lectures that soured his mood. On the other end of the line, Qin Yun was taken aback. She had assumed Qin Jiang was unaware it was her calling, which prompted her to use her colleague's phone to reach him repeatedly. Finally, when the call connected, she quickly asserted her identity, hoping to avoid being blocked again. Yet, just as she began her admonishment, the call was abruptly terminated. Frantically, she tried again, only to find herself blocked once more. How could this be? Qin Jiang had always been obedient to her. There was no way he would defy her or block her. Resolute, Qin Yun dialed one last number, and this time, the call was answered. Qin Jiang. I don't care who you are. I am your father. Stop provoking me. In the emergency room, Qin Jiang swaggered out, leaving behind a flurry of bewildered Qin family members and medical staff soaked in pig's blood. Had he truly lost his mind, believing that associating with the enigmatic Yin family granted him the liberty to insult his own mother? It was as if he were rebelling against the very fabric of their family. Jiang Yao, infuriated, thought back to her status as a noble woman, always gracing high-profile events in exquisite attire. Never had she been reduced to such a state of disarray. It seemed that any involvement with the calamity that was Qin Jiang would inevitably lead to chaos and misfortune. Mom, are you all right? It's all my fault. If my health hadn't been so frail, requiring backup blood for conservative treatment, Qin Jiang wouldn't have had to inconvenience himself to donate blood for me. Please don't blame him. If taking my place means he endures torment from Miss Yin, I would bear any hardship for his sake. Just promise me you won't let this upset you, for I would be restless with worry. Qin Yun, drenched in blood and reeking of a foul odor, attempted to reassure her mother, though the smell of even the freshest blood deteriorated rapidly once removed from a living body. The emergency room was suffocating under the stench. Qin Yun, unable to contain her aversion due to her severe cleanliness obsession, longed to strip off her blood-stained garments. However, surrounded by others, she had to muster all her strength to endure. Mom, I'll leave this to you. I cannot bear this filth and the foul stench any longer. She glanced at Qin Yun, who stood there seemingly unfazed, and wondered if his condition was truly as grave as he had portrayed. A flicker of contemplation crossed her mind, and she swiftly exited the emergency room, her high heels clicking against the floor. In the past, Qin Yun had tolerated her obsessive cleanliness to embrace Qin Yun, often making exceptions for him. Yet today, for reasons she could not fathom, she found herself critically evaluating her brother. Were his words genuine? If even his illness were a fabrication, how much of what he had previously uttered could she trust? Qin Yun contemplated this briefly before approaching Qin Yun, her tone earnest. Yun, I heard about your decision to pursue conservative treatment. Why didn't you inform elder sister? Is the doctor you consulted sufficiently qualified to support this approach? Her concern was laced with a hint of scrutiny. In the Qin family, as the eldest sister, she had always taken on the responsibility of caring for her siblings, meticulously inquiring about Qin Yun's health. To her, this was a matter of utmost importance. To an observer, this exchange might appear as a tender moment of familial support, but beneath it lay a complex web of emotions. Yun, rest assured, Yun's well-being has always been our top priority, Jiang Yao interjected, perceiving a warm bond between her children. As for the competent physician, I trust that since Yun has received your grandmother's endorsement, he must be among the finest in the field. Mother knows that Yun spent several weeks crafting a financial plan that alleviated a significant dilemma in your career, yet it left him exhausted and ill, leaving you with a sense of guilt towards him. However, he is your brother, and Yun confided in me that he was unwaveringly determined to assist you because you were his most admired and respected sister. Observing the close bond between you siblings reassured mother. Yun, do not trouble yourself. Go change your clothes. Jiang Yao stepped forward, conveniently alleviating the tension surrounding Qin Yun. Yet, when Qin Yun noticed Qin Yun's delayed response, a sense of suspicion wafted through the air. Could there be some hidden secret beneath it all? Qin Yun lowered her gaze, her mind drifting back to the past when Qin Yun helped her through a difficult time. A tumultuous wave of emotion surged within her, and she could not help but feel guilt for doubting Yun's sincerity regarding his illness. Indeed, Yun is so pure and kind-hearted. He has devoted everything to her. With such a brilliant and caring brother, how could she harbor doubts? Yun, take good care of yourself. As for the matter of Qin Jiang demanding money from you, leave it to your elder sister to resolve. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun quickly interjected, Elder sister, you already have enough on your plate with company matters. Rest assured, Brother Qin Jiang is merely momentarily upset. After all, he did not truly harm us during his outburst. Did he? This indicates that Brother Qin Jiang still possesses a soft heart, clinging to our familial ties. I cannot remain hidden behind my sisters and mother forever. The doctor already performed acupuncture on me. I feel much better and will be discharged today. Qin Yun urged Qin Mo Yun to refrain from confronting Qin Jiang, as he preferred to handle their disputes himself. He wanted to confront the man who had been turned into a solitary wretch by his own hands. Qin Jiang, of such a lowly status, should not dare to vie for what rightfully belongs to him. He is unworthy and lacks the capability to take away anything that is his. Speaking of Qin Jiang, he has indeed caused me a great deal of trouble. Tomorrow, Qin Jiang will be at Huajing University. Elder sister, you must accompany me to confront him. The incident of the company's database being maliciously infiltrated is undoubtedly linked to him. Qin Mo Yun's gaze grew increasingly resolute, and her disdain for Qin Jiang intensified. At Liang Manor, Qin Jiang blocked the last phone number, shutting off his phone to avoid further harassment, tossing it aside. He donned an apron and busied himself in the kitchen, his broad shoulders and lean physique accentuated by his long legs. A few crimson stains marred his white shirt, as though the pure fabric had been deliberately sullied, tainted by the essence of a wrongdoer. This scene, observed by Yin Liang, was irresistibly alluring. Leaning against the kitchen doorway, Yin Liang stood obediently to the side, refraining from assisting, her gaze growing increasingly fervent. Jiang, your waist is remarkably firm. Have you trained? Yin Liang's eyes roamed, drifting into a realm of intrigue. One must admit, Qin Jiang's physique was indeed commendable, embodying the ideal of being slender in clothes, yet muscular when undressed. His abs, pectorals, and long legs were all present, yet not overly exaggerated, tantalizingly provoking a sense of forbidden desire. However, his pristine white shirt concealed it all, as if desires lay hidden beneath tranquil waters. The atmosphere, seemingly serene, was fraught with underlying tension. Even the rhythm of his breathing exuded an explosive sensuality. While preparing ingredients, Qin Jiang nearly nicked his finger with a knife, caught off guard by the intimate nature of their conversation. This topic, so clandestine, hardly seemed appropriate for discussion in the kitchen, especially since he was still in a foul mood. Don't cue me, he thought, seeing that Qin Jiang did not respond. Yin Liang approached him, her red-soled heels clicking against the floor, and playfully poked him. Jiang, why aren't you answering? I can feel your strength. You truly Haven tea practice secretly? She surveyed Qin Jiang's physique with an appreciative gaze, finding no fault in it. Admittedly, it was not without merit that Bai Chuchu once kept Qin Jiang at her beck and call. Back then, despite his eccentric style, clad in oversized t-shirts and baggy sweatpants that concealed his face, he effortlessly emanated the vibe of an internet celebrity boyfriend. Yin Liang, stop poking around. You're a girl, not a rogue. Qin Jiang's brow twitched as he hastily shifted away, evading Yin Liang's playful advances. Yet, he silently lamented his audacity in daring to address the formidable woman by her name. In this new life, he had always affectionately referred to her as Yin Yin, precious wife, or beloved, knowing that catering to his delicate wife was crucial. However, he nearly forgot that in his past life, he never addressed her by her name, often resorting to humiliating insults. You monster, you psychotic fiend. Sighing, he realized that being pampered by the formidable woman had emboldened him. Jiang, I'm very obedient, Yin Liang said, retracting her hand like a mischievous child seeking attention from an adult, feigning innocence after her playful antics. To his surprise, Qin Jiang discerned a hint of cuteness on Yin Liang's face. How adorable, he thought. Was this really Yin Liang? It felt surreal. Our Yin Yin is so well-behaved. Qin Jiang instinctively ruffled the top of the formidable woman's hair, his actions evolving from clumsiness to a newfound familiarity. All right, dinner will be ready shortly. Please have a seat. Once the last dish is prepared, I will join you. After a flurry of activity, darkness descended. The twilight sky was painted in rich hues of orange and pink, casting a warm glow over Liang Manor, imbuing it with a sense of bliss. Qin Jiang's culinary skills were on full display, preparing 4 dishes and a soup, each a substantial offering. Before long, The kitchen door, which had remained ajar, released an enticing aroma that wafted through the manor, tantalizing the taste buds of everyone within. Particularly, Zhou Ning, who was closest, watched as Qin Jiang simmered beef brisket, akin to a live broadcast of culinary delights of Liang Manor. Premium ingredients were often prepared in the simplest ways, and the enticing aroma wafting through the manor made everyone's appetite stir. Zhou Ning even discreetly wiped away drool. Feeling envious, Wu, the young lady eats so well. Yin, your stomach is delicate. You must avoid raw foods and stick to hot dishes. If there's any cuisine you desire, just tell me, and I'll prepare it myself. Qin Jiang stood by the dining table, tenderly adjusting Liang's slightly disheveled hair, his eyes glimmering with affection. As her husband, he vowed to cherish her for a lifetime, ensuring she would never again accompany him down the path of despair he once tread. Just as he drew nearer, Liang suddenly wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her face in his embrace. The delicate beauty murmured softly, "Ah, Jiang, you're so wonderful. What should I do? I'm becoming more and more attached to you." Her words held an undertone of testing. Liang reveled in the sense of achievement that came from occupying Qin Jiang's entire heart and mind. Yet, how long could this last? She yearned to ascertain where his limits lay, hoping he would prolong this performance indefinitely. "Then let us never part. Yin, we are husband and wife. You need not fear my deceit. I will demonstrate through my actions that the remainder of my life belongs to you." Qin Jiang spoke each word with utmost sincerity. Zhou Ning, standing by the dining table, felt nearly moved to tears. However, upon hearing Qin Jiang's vow, she could not help but roll her eyes internally. "Qin Jiang, if I hadn't personally captured you from the mountains outside Liang Manor dozens of times, I might have almost believed you." Liang scrutinized Qin Jiang's earnest demeanor, her heart momentarily filled with sweetness. Yet, she could not bring herself to trust him, nor did she wish to. Her gaze abruptly turned icy and penetrating, as if the previously obedient and endearing facade had been nothing but an illusion. The true Liang was a ruthless, cold-blooded monster, lurking in shadows. The sense of security she sought was not found in Qin Jiang's promises. Instead, she cradled his head, her fingers encircling his neck as they kissed, entangled in an insatiable embrace. A fusion of souls, an unabashed display of possessiveness, a desire to meld into one another, an exclusivity that sought to crush each other into a singularity. It was a frenzied, fervent, and pathological domination and control. Yet, such fervor would terrify her gentle husband, would drive Jiang away. Thus, the need for pretense became paramount. Qin Jiang had always been soothing Liang, but the obedient and docile Liang before him was also, in her own way, soothing Qin Jiang. Her feigned compliance served only to prolong their entanglement, to deepen it. "Jiang, I trust you. Jiang, I trust you at this very moment." Liang's gaze was chillingly calm and rational, exuding a sense of superiority, as if watching prey perform within a cage. "All right, let us sit down for dinner," she said, pulling Qin Jiang's hand, urging him to take a seat. As for the last dish, Liang cast a knowing glance at Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning, pointing at himself with a confused expression. "Old Sue, I miss you. Sincerely." Heart emoji. Qin Jiang sat down, not oblivious to the fact that Liang did not believe his words. Indeed, one who frequents the riverside cannot avoid getting their shoes wet. He was soaked through. It was ludicrous to think Liang would trust him. However, he uttered those words as much for his own reassurance, vowing to prove his sincerity through actions. "Jiang, you need not cook for me every day. You are my husband, not my servant. Cooking can be left to the chef. I once had a poor appetite and couldn't eat, but as long as you're here, I will eat well. At Liang Manor, you are the true master. You need not revolve around me. I understand you have lofty ambitions, and I respect your plans and dreams. I can assist you in achieving them. As long as you do not run away, everything is negotiable." Liang drew Qin Jiang close, their eyes locking in a fierce gaze. Her icy, commanding eyes were as indifferent and proud as a frozen lotus in the vastness of snow and ice. She was presenting him with terms. Rather than relying on Qin Jiang's sudden change, she found herself more inclined to trust in the allure of her own conditions. Qin Jiang fixated on Liang's eyes, appearing devoid of emotion. Yet, he perceived the slight tremor of her lips. The eldest Miss Yin was nervous. Nervous for him. That was enough. A smile suddenly graced Qin Jiang's lips. Resolutely, for the first time, he willingly leaned in to kiss Liang without any external coercion. "Yin, since you say I am the master of Liang Manor, does that mean I am also your master? May I be addressed as such?" To lighten the mood, Qin Jiang reverted to a playful tone. The people of Liang Manor gasped. Is the young master out of his mind? He must be courting death. If he seeks to perish, please don't drag us along to the grave. Meanwhile, Zhou Ning, diligently fumbling in the kitchen, exclaimed, "Why not toss myself into the pot and stir-fry too?" Chapter 38. The young lady prefers to hold the reins upon hearing Qin Jiang's words. Liang languidly slumped against the plush European-style dining chair, one hand lazily propping her forehead, her eyes slightly lifted at the corners, effortlessly captivating all with her allure. Her skin was porcelain white, and the intricately designed dark-hued quipeo accentuated her graceful figure, making her seem like a venomous serpent, poised and ready to strike. Her arms were smooth and fair, the radiance of her skin rendering the rich twilight outside pale in comparison. Even in her languid posture, she was enough to leave one breathless. This was the charm of Miss Yin, noble and radiant, yet harboring an undercurrent of danger. "Master? Jiang wishes to ride upon my head? It is a tempting notion, yet I have always preferred to wield the power, especially regarding this matter of teaching you. There is no room for negotiation." Liang's narrowed eyes lifted slightly, unleashing a palpable pressure that was terrifying. "Qin Jiang, I can see, please spare me." Cough, cough. As expected of his wife, her aura was undeniably formidable. Qin Jiang had initially spoken those words to divert attention, but seeing they bore no fruit, he surrendered. "All right, Yin, I will not ride. You are the master. I am yours." Liang raised an eyebrow, the chilling pressure in her gaze finally abating. She pulled him down to sit and gently ruffled his short hair, a smile gracing her features. "Good boy. Qin Jiang. We're here to eat." He feared that if the teasing continued, Liang might become too eager to consume him. Thus, he quickly shifted the topic again. "Yin, do try my culinary skills. I have tasted my soup, but I have yet to sample my dishes. Not knowing your preferences, I prepared a dish from each cuisine for you to try first." Qin Jiang had delved deeply into the culinary arts, dabbling in all 8 major cuisines, and the flavors he produced were of the highest caliber. Because of his skill, whenever the Qin family hosted esteemed guests, he was summoned by his 5 sisters or mother to prepare a banquet, consistently earning rave reviews from the guests. Many praised the Qin family's chef's prowess, with numerous offers to entice him away. Such moments would typically fill a parent with pride, yet for Jiang Yueying, it was a source of embarrassment. Her son, a rural boy who could only busy himself in the kitchen, showed no interest in more respectable pursuits. Deepening her disdain for Qin Jiang, she refrained from mentioning the identity of the chef, instead belittling him. He is just a country cook. Being able to prepare dishes that are palatable is already the fortune of a lifetime. At that moment, Qin Jiang emerged from the kitchen, inevitably stained with oil, looking rather disheveled compared to the formal attire he had donned earlier while mingling with his sisters and parents. He had intended to inquire if the guests found the food to their liking. Yet, Jiang Yueying blocked his path. "Why aren't you hurrying back to the kitchen to prepare dessert? What are you doing here? This is not your place." Qin Jiang stood frozen, staring blankly at Jiang Yueying, the exterior of a gentle and noble lady, feeling a profound sense of estrangement. Yet, he clung to the last vestige of hope. "Mom, I merely wanted to ask if the dishes were to your liking. I noticed my second sister hasn't had much of an appetite lately, so I prepared a few appetizing cold dishes." Jiang Yueying's expression darkened, silently chastising Qin Jiang for embarrassing her. Yet, she maintained her facade of a gentle, gracious lady. "It was quite to my liking, Xiao Jiang. You did wonderfully. Everyone enjoyed it. So, I must trouble you to prepare some dessert, if you please." Qin Jiang felt as if he had stepped on nails, rooted to the spot, unable to move. As his biological mother, she had never affectionately called him by his name. Yet in this instance, to drive him away, she used Xiao Jiang for the first time. Just then, Qin Yun approached, affectionately linking arms with Jiang Yueying, his demeanor kind and respectful. "Mom, Madame Liu is looking for you." Jiang Yueying's expression shifted back to one of warmth as she lovingly patted Qin Yun's hand. "Yun, you are so understanding and obedient." These words were clearly directed at Qin Jiang. He had merely come to check, yet he had become the one labeled as unruly and disobedient. With a heavy heart, Qin Jiang departed, ultimately returning to the kitchen to casually prepare some pastries. He felt pathetic, akin to a lapdog in the Qin household, yearning for the slightest thread of familial love. However, after being returned to the Qin family by his foster parents, all contact had ceased. Alone, where could he possibly go? Furthermore, within this family, his second sister and second uncle treated him kindly. There were always those who sought to heal his wounds. Regaining his composure, Qin Jiang cast aside the haunting memories he preferred not to revisit. With a pair of serving chopsticks, Qin Jiang delicately picked up a piece of tenderly braised beef brisket for Liang, carefully blowing on it until it reached a temperature suitable for consumption, before preparing to place it into her bowl. However, at that moment, Liang had already lifted her gaze to fixate on him, her eyes radiating an imposing aura. "Feed me," Qin Jiang mused to himself about the capricious emotions of this delicate young lady, wondering how he could possibly respond. After all, she was his beloved wife, deserving of his utmost indulgence. He promptly brought the beef brisket to Liang's lips, unable to restrain himself from offering a gentle admonition. Yin, from now on, I shall supervise your meals. I read online that 9 out of 10 domineering CEOs suffer from stomach ailments, and it seems the same applies to female CEOs. I shall take care of your stomach from now on. As he spoke, he meticulously fed her a spoonful of rice, for consuming the brisket alone could be overwhelming. When paired with the rice, it was an explosion of flavor for the palate. Indeed, Liang, who had previously lounged languidly in her chair, suddenly transformed. Akin to an imperious white lion that had just encountered its desired feast, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable delight. Liang couldn't help but widen her eyes, generously praising him. "Ah Jiang, your culinary skills are truly exceptional, simply marvelous." The once capricious young lady now appeared as a soft and adorable 3-colored cat, her crisis averted. Qin Jiang observed her as she munched on the rice like a little guinea pig and could not help but feel a swell of joy and satisfaction. For a cook, the acknowledgement from a taster is the greatest reward. Meanwhile, the hapless Zhou Ning had been toiling away in the kitchen and finally emerged with his half-finished dish. He had prepared stir-fried beef with bell peppers, but the presentation was lacking, consisting solely of 2 colors, the white of the plate and the black of the vegetables. Liang, if you want me to chop, I can certainly do that, but cooking is not my forte." Qin Jiang raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What are you babbling about? He had heard tales of the formidable presence that surrounded Liang, a true weapon in her own right. Yet, Zhou Ning's ordinary appearance rendered him almost forgettable, overshadowing the aura of menace he possessed. Liang merely glanced at him before dismissively averting her gaze. Useless. She then turned her attention back to Qin Jiang, her eyes brimming with admiration and appreciation, beckoning him closer. "Ah Jiang, I want more. Your cooking is superior to any dish I have ever tasted." Liang's heartfelt compliments filled the air, and her happiness was palpable. She intended to consume 3 bowls. Ultimately, given her appetite, she finished 1.5 bowls of rice along with a generous portion of the dish, leaving everyone at Liang Manor utterly astonished. Qin Jiang, feeling a tad bashful, scratched his head while dutifully feeding his beloved wife. He found himself unexpectedly relishing this feeling of being recognized, admired, and cherished. In his previous life, he had succumbed to feelings of inferiority under the oppressive gaze of the Qin family, even being brainwashed into believing that a man cooking was a sign of failure. Yet now, gazing into Liang's blissful, crescent moon-like eyes, he felt liberated. His culinary skills were not a triviality, but rather one of the abilities that could bring happiness to his family. Zhou Ning scoffed. "The young lady is putting on quite the act to impress her husband, isn't she? If it's truly that delicious, I'd eat it upside down." "Assistant Zhou, you've been busy for quite some time. Why not sit down and share a meal with us?" Qin Jiang invited, knowing that in Huoguo, dining is typically a lively affair. Besides, he genuinely wished to cultivate a better relationship with Zhou Ning's stoic demeanor. "I'll pass." Liang shot him a piercing, disdainful glance. "Oh, I'll sit right down." Zhou Ning acquiesced. "Let me just say, the secret to surviving beside the delicate young lady is to be meek and compliant. Eat." A single word from her carried an immense weight. Qin Jiang quickly picked up his chopsticks. "Oh, no, orders for myself." Zhou Ning, sensing the shift, deftly picked up a piece of beef brisket and placed it in his mouth. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3. Enough. Stop pretending. Qin Jiang blinked in confusion, observing as Zhou Ning swallowed the brisket, his expression one of icy satisfaction as he coldly remarked, "It's quite excellent, a rare find." Indeed, Liang Manor has its fair share of surprises. Qin Jiang noted, "But where is Mr. Su today? He usually moves with remarkable agility and has a strong presence here." "Oh, he is busy feeding the general," Zhou Ning replied, picking up another piece of beef brisket. While he had initially feigned indifference, he could not deny the undeniable allure of Qin Jiang's culinary prowess. Finished? Liang elegantly wiped her mouth, feeling satisfied after a meal. And the more she looked at Qin Jiang, the more delectable he appeared. "Ah Jiang, you seem quite concerned about old Su. Perhaps you should focus on yourself first?" Chapter 39. You are no longer single. Qin Jiang opened his eyes to find a chaotic scene of disheveled bedding and his shirt and trousers tossed on the floor. It seemed that once again, he had been thoroughly exhausted by the delicate young lady the previous night. Just then, Liang emerged from the bathroom, and as the electric curtains opened, the golden morning light flooded the room, casting a halo around her figure. Today, she donned a crimson robe, her voluminous, dark red curls cascading casually, revealing glimpses of her bare, delicate back as she moved. The contours of her back resembled snow-capped mountains, leading down to her slender waist, where hints of her graceful form could be glimpsed. Barefoot, her feet were soft and pale, gliding over the plush carpet as if they were made of jade and snow. The memory of her feet resting on him the previous night flooded his mind, and the racy imagery made it difficult for Qin Jiang to continue gazing. He quickly rose, reminding himself that he had class this morning. However, as he sat up, the vibrant sight of Liang perched on his lap captured his attention. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her slender fingers playfully resting on his jawline. Her languid yet piercing gaze roamed over his face, neck, and collarbone, inching lower. Ahem. Yin, if we don't get ready for the company soon, we'll be late. Qin Jiang had always known that at her core. Liang was a remarkably rational individual with a keen sense of time. As the CEO of a Yin corporation, she consistently led by example and rarely allowed personal matters to impede her professional obligations. Yet, from his experience, the only person capable of making her disregard her responsibilities was himself. She was there to claim him, to imprison him, to torment him. Not in a hurry. Are you heading to school today? Liang, seated in his lap, exuded the aura of a queen, unabashedly bestowing her affection upon her favorite subject. Yes, I have class today. Rest assured, I won't run away. You can completely monitor me or even implant a tracking chip if that gives you peace of mind. I am willing to do anything to ensure your Liang, clad in professional attire, exuded an aura both incisive and commanding, yet suffused with an irresistible allure that captivated the eyes unwilling to look away. Qin Jiang could not help but marvel, thinking to himself that his beloved wife was exquisite in every conceivable aspect, a paragon among women. Apart from being somewhat slender, excessively clingy, and possessing an overpowering possessiveness bordering on obsession, she was flawless. Stretching lazily, he rose to freshen up and change. Today, he deliberately chose a casual outfit that was far from understated. After all, he was still a university student, tall and well-built, practically a walking mannequin for fashion. In the underground parking garage, Qin Jiang selected a Bugatti Veyron supercar and drove to another villa to pick up Song Jie. Together, they headed to campus. This time, he abandoned all restraint. The dazzling top-tier supercar roared into the school grounds early in the morning, immediately drawing countless gazes. My goodness, Qin Jiang's benefactor is truly formidable. Changing supercars daily? Some murmured. Am I the only one who finds Qin Jiang unbearably arrogant? A mere gigolo acting as if he owns the world. Such ostentation is bound to attract the ire of the rightful, well-matched husband. Hey look, my choo-choo arrived in a luxury car too. Oh, it's a BMW? Someone remarked. Don't slander her. Our campus belle is always noble and aloof. If she rides a luxury car to school, it must be out of necessity. Compared to Qin Jiang's Bugatti, her BMW 3 Series looked like a mere broken tricycle. Chapter 40. Aunt Liang's extraordinary favoritism toward Qin Jiang. Bai Chuchu sat inside the BMW 3 Series. A gift from the Qin family's elder sisters for Qin Yun's birthday. A fully equipped model, costing tens of thousands upon delivery. A Yun. Qin Jiang only gave me 3 days. Today is already the second. Are you ready with the money? Bai Chuchu asked gently. Her delicate features appeared untouched by makeup. Translucent and flawless, her smile as warm as spring sunshine, evoking an impression of purity and beauty. Dressed in a simple white cotton dress, she emanated a gentle and demure aura, like a pristine flower untouched by worldly dust, irresistibly endearing. As the sole campus belle of Huajing University, her title was well-deserved. Of course, beyond Huajing's gates, such a claim was not guaranteed. After all, beauty was no rarity among the upper echelons. Bah, it's just a broken-down car. And Qin Jiang demands 50,000? That is outrageous, someone scoffed. Don't worry, Chuchu. I'll back you up and ensure Qin Jiang doesn't exploit you to siphon off 50,000 from us, Qin Yun declared, a flicker of coldness in his eyes. Yesterday's humiliating scene had severely bruised his pride. As the young master of the Qin family, always impeccably dressed and courteous in elite circles, he had never before suffered such disgrace. He was determined to reclaim his honor from Qin Jiang. Hearing this, Bai Chuchu felt a twinge of resentment, dragging out money matters. Did Qin Yun truly value what she brought him so little? A Yun, I think Qin Jiang has discovered our relationship. Please see me off, she said sulkily, opening the car door and heading toward the academic building. At that moment, the roar of a supercar shattered the early morning calm of the campus in a bold, exhilarating sweep. Bai Chuchu's face paled. She sensed trouble. Indeed, The dazzling Bugatti Veyron executed a breathtaking drift, stopping right behind Qin Jiang's BMW 3 Series, as if mere inches separated it from catching up. The scene promised intrigue. The campus's innate gossip mongers immediately sensed a juicy story unfolding. It was once again Qin Jiang, the newly crowned king of audacity. Today, he appeared several degrees more handsome. His sharply defined features resembled a nocturnal eagle, aloof, proud, and imperious. The textured casual wear accentuated his commanding aura, radiating nobility and elegance. Spectators marveled. Qin Jiang has been reborn. Bai Chuchu just stepped out of the car, standing between the two vehicles, staring incredulously at Qin Jiang, who had yet again switched to a supercar. Aunt Yin Liang must dote on him so much, she thought. A Yun said Yin Liang will only live to 25, and by vexing Qin Jiang, perhaps she'll perish even sooner. The Yin family's assets will eventually belong to the Qin family, to Qin Yin. What Qin Jiang flaunts now is merely the future inheritance waiting for him. Still, she was an ordinary person, and even she could not help but glance sideways at the top-tier supercar. Hey, ISNT, that our Huajing University campus belle, by Chuchu, riding in on a barely functional tricycle. Song Jia stepped down from the passenger seat, taunting. He despised by Chuchu's fickleness. How she had relied on Qin Jiang's support, yet refused to acknowledge his status, much like Qin Yun, who drained him like a blood bag. Oh, and that tricycle is driven by our infamous sickly Qin Yun, right? Didn't he just lie in the emergency room yesterday, needing Brother Jiang to transfuse him? And today, he's up and about, chasing girls? No wonder. Eating so well early in the morning, who wouldn't he be full of energy? Song Jia's sly remarks cleverly diverted all attention to the BMW 3 Series. Qin Yun and Campus Belle by Chuchu? Their relationship indeed appeared ambiguous and unstable. By Chuchu's fair face flushed scarlet. Known for her unblemished reputation and purity, she was infuriated by Song Jia's slander. Song Jia, I know Qin Jiang chose to stand on the side of justice and disclose the research manuscript matter to the teachers despite me rejecting him, causing Qin Jiang embarrassment and displeasing you. But I'm still a girl. Spreading such rumors. Is this your way of trying to kill me? Her face turned pale, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with tears, evoking profound sympathy. At once, Bai Chuchu's admirers sprang to her defense. Song Jia, don't be so cruel. Our pure and innocent Chuchu hasn't even touched a man. She is surely still a virgin. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame us for being unforgiving. You're just Qin Jiang's lackey, running errands for him. What do you get in return? Song Jia sneered. Oh, just a downtown villa and 2 supercars. I'm done pretending. I'm one of the first brother-eating freeloaders to rise to the top thanks to being supported by a wealthy woman. Got a problem with that? At that moment, Qin Jiang strode out, his long legs commanding attention. Tossing the Bugatti Veyron keys toward Song Jia, he declared with supreme swagger, Here, that's the third one. Song Jia was overwhelmed with gratitude, laughing as if he'd been gifted a lifetime of fortune from his brother's leftovers. The onlookers' jaws dropped. Boss Qin, are you recruiting underlings? I'm a pro at being a scoundrel and a master of cursing, definitely a natural choice. Bai Chuchu's eyes flickered with a dark glint. Qin Yin followed suit, stepping out and approaching Qin Jiang. The two were fraternal twins, bearing no resemblance to each other, differing even in height. Qin Yin was 8 centimeters shorter. He hoped no other measure compared so unfavorably. Only then did he truly notice the Bugatti Veyron Qin Jiang drove. Against such a top-tier supercar, his BMW 3 Series paled in comparison, exuding a distinctly shabby aura. Grinding his teeth, a trace of envy flashed in Qin Yun's eyes. Qin Jiang, how dare you possess something far superior to what I can afford? Oomph. This is the prize he won for being tormented by that monster Yin Liang. If not for him giving up his place to marry into the Yin family, could he even drive a supercar? Yin Liang should have belonged to me. If she weren't so domineering and ruthless, I wouldn't mind taking her for myself. This supercar should have been mine. Qin Jiang has stolen what was rightfully mine. How dare he flaunt his superiority before him? Brother Qin Jiang, I am fully aware of your long-standing affection for Chuchu and the numerous sacrifices you have made for her. However, I must assert that the manuscript for this technology competition was indeed designed by me personally. You cannot harbor resentment towards her simply because she chose to uphold justice and reveal the truth. Just 2 days ago, when she tapped on your car window out of concern for you, you demanded a compensation of 500,000. The manner in which one seeks a woman's affection should not involve coercing her to the brink of despair for her devotion. Moreover, Brother Qin Jiang, you are not even single at present. Qin Yun articulated each word with precision, redirecting the attention of the crowd and placing the blame squarely on Qin Jiang's shoulders. This was a tactic he often employed within the Qin household, and each time, it was Qin Jiang who bore the brunt of scrutiny and reprimand. The onlookers suddenly realized that Qin Jiang's actions stemmed from his unrequited love for the campus belle by Chu Chu, leading him to deliberately slander her. Good heavens, how despicable! In his quest to win over by Chu Chu, he resorted to unscrupulous methods, even concocting a scheme to extort 50,000 just for a mere tap on the window. It seems he is not after the money at all. Rather, he desires to live as a kept man, while utilizing a wealthy woman's funds to win over by Chu Chu. Truly, what a vile scheme. One can only wonder how the wealthy woman from yesterday would react upon discovering this. Perhaps she would kick him to the curb. If she does, I would gladly step in. I am young and vigorous, and I would relish the opportunity. However, one must admit, he is rather unattractive. Some could not help but voice their disdain. Setting aside other matters, Qin Jiang indeed possesses a measure of charm. After his transformation, he exuded an alluring grace. His physique would make any man feel flustered, not to mention the women. Qin Jiang cast a glance at the crowd, then shifted his gaze to the quietly observing by Chu Chu and the visibly agitated Qin Yun. It was quite a feat to have them at a loss for words so early in the day. A smirk crossed his lips, while his irritation was amusing. He knew the true significance of the scientific competition manuscript was not to be underestimated. Did Qin Yun truly believe he had prepared only a single copy? The National University Research Competition is not akin to an internal contest. When presenting genuine inventions to the judges, can you articulate every design detail? Have you been unwell these past few days, causing your intellect to falter? The competition is imminent, and I would advise against underestimating my resolve. After delivering his remarks, Qin Jiang left the crowd in a state of bewilderment, including the anxious Qin Yun and Bai Chu Chu. Bai Chu Chu's expression, already grim, darkened further due to Qin Jiang's words, intensifying her anxiety. As the class was about to commence, the throng dispersed like startled birds. Bai Chu Chu remained rooted to the spot, her brows furrowed in concern. Yun, I told you that Qin Jiang must have sensed the underlying tension between us. He is likely already guarding against us. With only 2 days left until the National University Research Competition, where shall we procure another design to compete? Qin Yun's brows knitted tightly. Though he felt a surge of anxiety, he understood Qin Jiang well. He was always forthright in his dealings, and a design once created would never be duplicated. Could it be that Qin Jiang had become cunning and was now attempting to deceive him, and by Chu Chu? What is there to fear? A mere country bumpkin. Does he truly believe he can outmaneuver me? According to our original plan, I absolutely must utilize this design draft. A glint of malice flickered in Qin Yun's eyes as he climbed into his vehicle, intent on seeking out his elder sister. Qin Jiang's actions against Qin Financial constituted commercial crime, and the Qin family had every right to file a lawsuit against him. This matter was best handled by his sister, as it would surely leave Qin Jiang in disarray. However, just as Qin Yun started the car, a sudden crash reverberated from behind. Bang! Although the sound was not particularly loud, the hurried university students on the road turned their heads in unison. Goodness! A cart backing into a supercar. How much will this cost? For the first time, he felt sympathy for the BMW owner, fearing they might end up financially ruined. Qin Jiang stood at a distance, casually tossing the modified car keys into his pocket. Song Jie suddenly dashed out, recording the scene on his phone, exclaiming, Qin Yun, even if you can't stand Brother Jiang for being wealthier, more handsome, and taller by 8 centimeters, you shouldn't have resorted to deliberately crashing into his car out of spite. Tisk, 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 how much will this cost? I can feel your pain already. Song Jie's loud voice attracted a crowd of curious onlookers. The moment they saw the scene, they collectively gasped in shock. What a spectacle unfolding so early in the day. Bai Chu Chu stood dumbfounded, realizing this is clearly a case of staged extortion and slander. Such underhanded tactics. Yet, in the next moment, she saw Qin Jiang rushing towards them, dramatically throwing himself onto the damaged supercar, weeping and lamenting, Qin Yun, if you have grievances, come at me. Why must you bully my dear little Wei Long? I want to let this go. If you don't compensate me a few million, be prepared to receive a summons from the Yin family's legal department. Qin Yun? Qin Jiang was turning the tables on him. In front of everyone, he had clearly lost this round. What a frustrating predicament. Chapter 41. The female doctor professor? Qin Yun, utterly bewildered, was led away by the traffic police. After sending the pre-recorded footage from the dashcam to the authorities, Qin Jiang waved nonchalantly at the departing Qin Yun. Make sure your mother prepares enough money. Bai Chu Chu's expression darkened to an extreme as she looked at Qin Jiang, feeling as though he had been possessed by a devil. The former Qin Jiang would never have been so ruthless. Fortunately, he still harbored feelings for her. Surely he was upset about her recent interaction with Qin Yun, which prompted him to retaliate against Qin Yun. She had always been pragmatic. Moreover, she intended to use Qin Jiang as bait to ensure he complied with her wishes, knowing that Qin Yun would not hold her accountable. Thus, Bai Chu adjusted her pristine white dress, donned a gentle smile, and approached him. Jiang, I heard that today a medical doctoral candidate from the Chinese Academy of Sciences is coming to our school to lecture on anatomy experiments. Although I study clinical medicine, I have a fear of blood. Would you accompany me? I almost forgot. You enrolled in our clinical medicine anatomy course just to accompany me to class. It seems you truly must go with me. Come on, don't be upset about my closeness to Qin Yun. My concern for him is merely because you care for him. After all, he is your younger brother and is unwell. As your girlfriend, I naturally show him a bit more care. Will you stop being upset? I promise to finish all the breakfast you specially buy for me. Bai Chu rambled on, reaching out to link her arm with Qin Jiang's strong one. In the past, she had detested any public display of affection with him. Even in crowded places, she would not allow him to approach within 5 meters. Privately, she restricted him to a meter away. She justified it by claiming that love required a sense of distance. Distance breeds beauty. However, the current Qin Jiang found it utterly ridiculous that she maintained distance with him while being intimate with other men. Bai Chu, you are so clingy that I fear you might get burned when you are cremated. If your mouth is idle, go lick a toilet instead of rambling here. Qin Jiang replied coldly. He may not strike women, but he could certainly make Bai Chu regret her actions profoundly. However, he would not make it too easy for her. That would take away the fun. Qin Jiang was in his 2nd year, while Bai Chu and Qin Yun were in their 3rd year. In the past, Qin Jiang had taken great care to select subjects that allowed him to attend classes with Bai Chu, including the upcoming anatomy course. Song Jie, a true brother to Qin Jiang, occasionally enrolled in elective courses to broaden his horizons. Thus, the two arrived at the laboratory almost simultaneously. In the classroom, whispers filled the air. Have you heard? The female doctoral candidate from the Chinese Academy of Sciences is coming to our school, and she's only 20 years old. Goodness. At that age, she's already a PhD? Moreover, our discipline is anatomy, and female PhDs in this field are rarer than dinosaurs. Not only that, but this morning, as I passed by the administrative building, I witnessed the principal and board members in a throng. The principal's sycophantic grin was indeed more exaggerated than I had ever seen. What is the surname of that female PhD minor? From the principal's lip movements, it seemed he referred to her as Professor Yin. Qin Jiang stepped into the laboratory, absorbing the gossip around him. Upon hearing the name Yin, a vision of the woman's elegant professional attire from that morning flashed in his mind. Could it be that the esteemed Miss Yin Liang has arrived? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a stir erupted outside the door, revealing a striking and aloof figure amidst the crowd. It was none other than Chapter 42. The iceberg goddess professor begins her lecture. The woman donned a pristine white lab coat, strikingly immaculate, her skin glistening under the sunlight, resembling a delicate snowflake. Her features were cool and composed, framed by a pair of sleek, frameless glasses that exuded an aura of high intelligence. Her sharply defined nose and subtly pale lips conveyed an air of icy detachment. Beneath her lab coat lay the professional attire she had worn that morning, her long legs, encased in black stockings, subtly visible, forming a stark contrast to her frosty demeanor. She was, without a doubt, an iceberg beauty of a professor whose mere presence could incite frenzy. Today, Yin Liang had adopted a different style. The aura of authority and coldness radiated from her, as if she could wield a pointer and command the world at any moment. Qin Jiang stood frozen, while Song Jie's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Bai Chu felt a shiver run down her spine. In the entire class, aside from the 3 who were aware of Yin Liang's true identity, everyone else appeared exhilarated and awestruck. My heavens, is she even human? Her beauty is simply unattainable. The sharpness of her frameless glasses accentuates her refined, yet formidable presence. How can someone so evidently feminine emanate such an air of restrained dominance? Ah, sister, take my breath away. I would willingly submit to your whims. Let you trample over me at will. This is the epitome of a modeling face. It is perfection itself, her proportions aligning with the golden ratio. Is she truly real? For years, my eyes have been wasted. Only today do I feel truly awakened. Help! I once thought Bai Chu was the most beautiful and purest girl I had ever encountered, but it appears there are indeed realms beyond my comprehension. The iceberg goddess professor Yin has completely shattered my worldview. I am doomed to fail this course. I can only hope to be taught by Professor Yin once more next semester. The chorus of gasps filled the air, and Qin Jiang couldn't help but revel silently in it. Tisk, isn't she stunning? An exquisite figure, undeniably beautiful, wealthy, powerful, and knowledgeable, each one of them. Mere frogs aspiring to consume swan meat. Yet this iceberg beauty professor is destined to be my wife. Last night Qin Jiang hastily pulled his thoughts back. He entered the room, only to find himself blocked in the middle of the entrance, and had no choice but to guide Song Jia to find a seat. However, he was oblivious to the fact that Bai Chuchu was following closely behind him. Bai Chuchu cast a resentful glance at Yin Liang, unable to suppress her discontent. Before Yin Liang's arrival, she had been the most beautiful flower of Huajing University. Now, it seemed she had become a mere joke. She glanced at the seats beside Qin Jiang and Song Jia, clutching her book and striding directly to sit beside him. Bai Chuchu, are you out of your mind? There are so many seats in the lab, yet you insist on sitting here? Do you enjoy being a tail? I could use a dog for my QQ farm. Care to come to work tomorrow? Qin Jiang exclaimed, leaping up as though Bai Chuchu were a source of great disgust to him. The mere thought of her brushing against him made him feel nauseous. Given that this was a junior elective course, most of the students were Bai Chuchu's classmates. Everyone recognized Qin Jiang as Bai Chuchu's loyal follower. How could he, now seemingly under the patronage of a wealthy woman, exhibit such a drastic change? Qin Jiang's commotion drew the attention of all the students in the lab, including Yin Liang and the principal, who was slightly hunched over behind her. The humiliation Bai Chuchu had endured at Qin Jiang's hands over the past few days eclipsed any she had faced in her entire life. My heavens! Living long enough allows one to witness the day when Qin Jiang, the sycophant, spurns the campus belle Bai Chuchu. Has the campus belle lost her mind? Wanted to sit beside Qin Jiang? ISNT, she's supposed to maintain her pure image? Why does she cling to men now? I heard she even got out of Qin Yan's car this morning. It seems the top sycophant, Li Hao, has fallen from grace, prompting her to seek another wealthy patron. Unfortunately, Qin Jiang is not the catch he appears to be. He is merely a toy for the wealthy. Students exchanged knowing glances laden with meaning and skepticism towards Bai Chuchu. Her face paled, engulfed by shame. Qin Jiang, this is all your fault, she thought, standing awkwardly, unsure whether to sit or stand. The presence of Yin Liang made her anxious. She had once felt secure challenging Yin Liang with Qin Jiang's support. But now, she was afraid. Enough. Are you all blind? Can't you see class is starting? Principal Cheng Peng, who had always held a favorable view of the beautiful and diligent Bai Chuchu, could not help but doubt his previous judgment upon seeing her disheveled appearance. Today, our university has especially invited Professor Yin from the Chinese Academy of Sciences to conduct an anatomy class for you. Some students ought to recognize the privilege of this opportunity. Do you have any idea how expensive a single lecture from Professor Yin is? Principal Cheng Peng, he doesn't even know. Who would dare let the heiress of the Yin family teach a class? Even if a price were quoted, who would be audacious enough to accept? Qin Jiang, indeed. It's quite costly, more valuable than life itself. Quiet down, everyone, and return to your seats. Some students should not take advantage of their fleeting beauty to act unruly and bring shame upon Huajing University, admonished class monitor Zhang Kaiyue, further diminishing Bai Chuchu's dignity. The seating arrangement in the laboratory was fixed. Previously, Qin Jiang had to sit as far from Bai Chuchu as possible, content merely to steal glances at her silhouette. Now, she sought to close the distance. Sorry, that ship has sailed. Having suffered this humiliation, Bai Chuchu reluctantly returned to her seat in the front row, where she was under Yin Liang's watchful eyes, and she felt fearful. Yu Qian, perplexed, saw Bai Chuchu return and pulled her down to sit beside her. Offering comfort, Chuchu, don't be upset. I see Qin Jiang is playing hard to get, because you chose to stand on the side of righteousness. He feels the need to humiliate you to maintain his pride. Deep down, he cannot forget you. He is merely trying to capture your attention. Bai Chuchu furrowed her brow, her voice a mere whisper. Upon hearing Yu Qian's reassurances, tears brimmed in her eyes. Qian, is what you said true? Yu Qian quickly continued to console her. Of course it is. Men are inherently fickle. The more unattainable something is, the more they desire it. Things that come too easily are discarded like refuse. Besides, you are the first love of Qin Jiang, the white moonlight he has secretly cherished for 4 years. He has adored you since high school. You are his first woman. Men never forget their first love. It must be said. Yu Qian's words flowed logically and held a ring of truth. However, when they reached Yin Liang's ears, they took on a different flavor. The last time Qin Jiang pressed her, she had promised not to harm Bai Chuchu. Yet now, she found it increasingly difficult to suppress her murderous instincts. Fortunately, she was accustomed to restraint. The sound of a crack echoed ominously as Yin Liang ascended the podium, retrieving a brush to inscribe 2 characters on the whiteboard. Yin Liang. My name. A PhD from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, specializing in the transplantation and restoration of human organs. Today I shall conduct this class, so I expect all of you to behave. Yin Liang's gaze swept across the impeccably seated Qin Jiang, the subtle undertone of her command infused with a hint of affection, perceptible only to him. Qin Jiang felt a flush creep to his ears. Last night, Liang had whispered in his ear, Jiang be good. Cooperate with me. A shiver of exhilaration coursed through him as he met her unwavering gaze, her hand wielding a teaching pointer. The scene hinted at a dangerously alluring shift. He quickly averted his eyes and began reciting the great compassion mantra. Beside him, Song Jie blinked his bright, youthful eyes in disbelief. Wait, did Miss Yin just ask everyone to behave? Qin Jiang, why are you getting all flustered? At the podium, Liang's lips parted slightly, her gaze still unperturbed. Yet her voice took on a familiar, unsettling tone that sent shivers down Qin Jiang's spine. Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to use you as experimental subjects. She adjusted her frameless glasses, the lenses reflecting a chill that embodied the essence of an ice queen. In an instant, the male students in the room stirred restlessly. Good heavens, our Professor Yin is extraordinary. She earned her PhD at just 20, and the principal personally brought her in to teach us. This is the kind of treatment befitting an ice queen professor. Liang? That name sounds rather familiar. How many families in the capital have the surname Yin? Surely, a beauty of her caliber wouldn't go unnoticed. Wait, don't tell me. Liang is the heiress of the Yin family. Isn't she? The very same who holds substantial power as the CEO of the Yin group? Gasps filled the room. What? Isn't that lady supposed to be a cunning and malevolent creature? How can such a viperous woman be so beautiful? What on earth did we do in our past lives to deserve a personal lecture from her? I prefer a classroom atmosphere that is relaxed and enjoyable. I also cherish the ability to interact with my students. You are aspiring medical professionals, and merely dissecting rabbits, frogs, and mice lacks any real significance. Click ah. Today, I have brought a cadaver, a body to dissect. Are you all ready? Let us commence the lesson. The entire class echoed with confusion. Professor Liang has truly lost her mind. She is starting with a cadaver? And this is just an elective course. Qin Jiang thought, isn't that a corpse? Soon, silence fell. At Liang's command. Figures clad in black had already brought a tightly wrapped cadaver to the dissection table. Bai Chu turned pale. Although she was a medical student, she had never dissected a real body. Now, a seemingly fresh cadaver lay before her, paralyzing her with fear, especially as her gaze fell upon the body missing an arm. This cadaver. It can't be Liao, can it? Ah, Bai Chu, your complexion seems rather poor. Is this cadaver a relative of yours? Liang's expression remained cool, her lips curling into a manic grin, relishing the psychological torment she could inflict. She had indeed promised Qin Jiang not to harm Bai Chu, but scaring her to the brink of panic surely did not constitute a breach of that promise. Chapter 43. The Yin family's tycoon, Liang's wicked amusement turned towards Bai Chu, delighting in the prospect of using psychological pressure to torment her little mouse, particularly this one. Professor Yin, this dissection class didn't mention anything about this segment. Those students at Huajing University were all high achievers. This was still an elective. The honor of having the esteemed Miss Yin personally teach at Huajing University was a privilege the principal, Cheng Peng, had eagerly sought. Yet, Liang preferred to maintain a low profile, hence he did not invite other faculty members to attend. However, as principal, he had to accompany her to demonstrate his commitment to cultivating the students' professional skills and his respect for Miss Yin. Initially, the atmosphere was acceptable. Yet, how had it escalated to such extremes so quickly? As the principal, he instinctively sought to curb the overstepping of the faculty. But he had forgotten that Liang was not a professor under his authority. She was a force unto herself, uncontainable in any realm. Furthermore, who dared to oppose her? After all, Liang had donated 10 billion to Huajing University to construct a new academic building in the name of the Yin family. She was a benefactor of immense significance. Do you have any objections? Liang turned her gaze, her frameless lenses reflecting a sharp, cold glint, conveying an aura of ruthless precision. In that moment, the principal felt as if he were no longer regarded as a living entity in her eyes. No, absolutely not. He stammered. I assure you, please spare me. As a distinguished student of Huajing University, one must possess the spirit of exploration and practical application. It is an honor for them to be guided by Professor Yin. Suddenly, he recalled administrative matters that required his attention. You continue, Professor. Students, you will follow Professor Yin's instructions from here on. The principal, Cheng Peng, hastily withdrew, knowing the Yin family's power in the capital. Liang signaled her bodyguards to unwrap the cadaver, revealing the pallid skin inch by inch. Bai Chu felt a chill run down her spine upon seeing the dismembered body. Unable to continue looking, Bai Chu, you're seated in the front row. It is most convenient for you. You should unwrap it, Liang suggested. Raising an eyebrow as she casually adjusted her glasses, the pointer firmly in hand, her white lab coat accentuating her ethereal beauty. Little did they know, This seemingly cold beauty concealed a heart of the most malevolent and bloodthirsty nature. Don't want to? Then you can help her, Liang continued, her tone deceptively sweet, yet laced with an underlying threat. I see you two have a good rapport. Assisting her shouldn't be too much trouble for you, should it? Leaning closer, her inquiring tone belied a sharp edge of authority. The dominating presence of the heiress left no room for dissent. Those who defied her would find themselves next on the dissection table. Yuqian nearly lost her composure, trembling as she stood. Professor Yin, both Chu and I are girls, and we have a rather low tolerance for such things. Perhaps we should let the boys handle it first. Among those I know, I believe Qin Jiang is the bravest. He would do anything for Chu, even if they had a falling out recently. Yuqian deliberately suggested, hoping to leave a lasting impression on Qin Jiang. Such a privileged individual might overlook her, but perhaps by opposing him, she could pique his interest. Liang lifted her gaze, seemingly casually surveying the obedient Qin Jiang. Oh, is that so? Chapter 44. The punishment of the sickly young Aunt Qin Jiang felt a surge of frustration. Yuqian had long exploited her connection with Bai Chu to manipulate him. Now, she had unwittingly put herself in the line of fire. However, the imminent threat he faced was far more daunting. Liang's voice held a semblance of gentleness. Yet Qin Jiang could sense the storm brewing beneath. Bah, Yuqian, stop weaving your tales. I have no connection to Bai Chu. If anything, it's a relationship between debtor and creditor. Qin Jiang spoke without mercy, leaving no room for Bai Chu to save face in public. Bai Chu's eyes widened. In just a few days, the instances of public humiliation and belittlement at the hands of Qin Jiang had been on the rise. Once, he had attended to her every need, treating her as a mere plaything in the palm of his hand. Could it be that a man truly seeks to annihilate the woman he cannot possess? If so, then he must still harbor some lingering affection. Perhaps his efforts to distance himself from her in front of Miss Liang were merely a means of self-preservation. Bai Chu gathered her thoughts and met Qin Jiang's gaze with gentle eyes. Jiang, you have truly misunderstood my relationship with Qin Yin. Turning to Professor Yin, she continued, you need not make things difficult for anyone else. I am studying clinical medicine, which necessitates exposure to physical anatomy. Although I am somewhat apprehensive, I will not let it burden those who care for me. Radiating purity, Bai Chu, clad in a simple white dress, appeared even more innocent, evoking sympathy. In that moment, it seemed as if Qin Jiang was overreacting in his scrutiny of her. Qin Jiang's expression darkened. Damn, how shameless. With a deft touch, she appeared to be making a sincere explanation, yet a single utterance of Jiang was enough to ignite the fury of his possessive wife. A chill ran down Qin Jiang's spine as he cast an innocent glance at Liang. Truly, a green tea bitch was adept at manipulation. Liang's lips curled slightly, her gaze nonchalant yet commanding, casting a glance at Bai Chu that was enough to inspire a sense of submission within her. Qin Jiang sensed impending doom, nearly convinced that she would overturn the dissection table and eliminate Bai Chu on the spot. But with so many eyes upon them, such an act would surely make headlines the following day. He had nearly forgotten that in the capital, Liang wielded immense power. If she willed it, Bai Chu would cease to exist. Yet, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Since my classmate has expressed her thoughts, there's no need for me to elaborate on this row of scalpels. You may demonstrate for everyone by making the first incision into his abdomen. Liang, holding the pointer, spoke in a tone that was neither loud nor soft, yet imbued with an irresistible authority. The entire class fell silent, fearing that this black-clad goddess of a professor might call upon them next. Bai Chu felt numb, her body trembling uncontrollably. It was not that she was incapable of performing the dissection. Clinical medicine students had systematically studied anatomy, yet practical experience was scarce. Had it merely been a matter of dissecting a cadaver, she could have accepted it. But the figure before her, his face wrapped in white bandages, lay exposed on the table, his pale body on display. For the sake of modesty, critical areas have been discreetly removed. However, having shared an intimate connection with Liao, Bai Chu recognized the prominent black mole over his heart. At the moment the bandages were removed, she was frozen in fear. Was Aunt Yin warning her that she could easily take anyone's life? Yet, she had no choice at this moment. With great reluctance, she stood, took the scalpel, and shakily placed it against the corpse's abdomen. By classmate, what are you afraid of? This is merely a fundamental exercise in anatomy. Is this how you face a critical subject? If you cannot even manage this, which hospital would dare to employ you? Liang's gaze turned frigid, her icy demeanor exuding an allure even in anger. In contrast, Bai Chu's pitiful appearance, resembling a delicate white flower, was utterly bland next to the domineering and aloof Professor Yin. Bai Chu, what are you hesitating for? Professor Yin is offering you a splendid opportunity for practical experience. This is a mark of respect. Do not lower our class's practical standards with your meekness. Indeed, Professor Yin was extending an opportunity. Bai Chuchu should not act as if she were being bullied. Did she truly believe herself to be the heroine in a romantic tale? That playing the weak would summon a hero to her rescue? The school belle by Chuchu was nothing more than that. Perhaps it was time for a change of affections. For a brilliant and intelligent beauty like Professor Yin was truly his type. Laughter erupted, as if Professor Yin would even glance at you. She would hardly take notice of students like us. I wonder what kind of man this top-tier goddess of a professor would fancy. Surely only the most handsome would suffice. After all, Qin Jiang, once he underwent a transformation, became quite the sight to behold. Yet Professor Yin would never deign to look at such a pretty boy. Strangely enough, they will make a good match in appearance. Why do I feel like Professor Yan's figure seems familiar? I too sense a hint of familiarity. That waist-to-hip ratio, those black stockings. Look at that photo in the forum. Professor Yin bears quite a resemblance to Qin Jiang's secretive wife. Professor Yin is an ice queen, while Qin Jiang's wealthy patroness is distinctly seductive and elegant. They are not of the same style. Besides, many women share similar figures. This cannot be true. Rumors stop with the wise. Indeed, Qin Jiang lacks such fortune. His wealthy benefactor has an incredible figure, but her face is a blur. Perhaps she is so ugly it would ruin one's appetite. The audience fell into a hushed murmur. Yet Bai Chuchu could no longer stall. She forced herself to overcome her psychological barriers and, trembling with fear, made the incision in the cadaver's abdomen. Liang commenced her lecture, never once touching the corpse. As it was too filthy, she would not allow him any reprieve for bullying Jiang. Her methods bordered on sadistic, and she reveled in the torment she inflicted both psychologically and physically. Bai Chuchu, gloved and under the scrutiny of many, struggled to extract the organs, nearly succumbing to her urge to vomit at the gruesome sight. Her scalp prickled as her mental state deteriorated further. The sight of that mole triggered memories of her intimate moments with Liang, and more distressing was the sensation of warmth lingering on the body as she cut open the cadaver's abdomen. Liang, could it be that I am the cause of your demise? This thought echoed relentlessly in Bai Chuchu's mind. My classmate, what are you truly afraid of? Do you perhaps know this individual? Oh, I forgot to mention, my niece had just delivered him while he still clung to life. I specifically brought him to you for resolution. How considerate of your aunt, isn't it? Liang leaned closer to Bai Chuchu, her icy fingertips exuding an intimidating pressure as she casually stroked her hair, seemingly affectionate, yet stealthily delivering a thin silver needle into an acupoint of Bai Chuchu. Bai Chuchu's face turned pale, utterly petrified by Liang. Suddenly, she heard a trickling sound, followed by a nearby classmate pointing at her in shock and disgust. Oh my goodness, Bai Chuchu has wet herself. Bai Shushu, who had always held her reputation in high regard, finally reacted, letting out a piercing scream as she sank to her knees. Fortunately, Bai Chuchu was never lacking in protectors. A devoted admirer, Zhao Yiming, who had long been scorned by her, swiftly removed his jacket and rushed to shield her. Chaos erupted within the laboratory. Liang's gaze remained indifferent as she surveyed the scene, a maliciously satisfied smile playing on her lips. However, when she looked up, she saw the strikingly handsome Qin Jiang striding toward her. No, he was heading toward the podium, where both she and the kneeling Bai Chuchu were situated. So you couldn't restrain yourself any longer? Liang's heart felt a pang. Jiang, you can no longer pretend. Deep down, you still care for Bai Chuchu, and witnessing your mistreatment of her has finally compelled you to act. Yet, her expression remained cold. Should Qin Jiang dare to confront her, she would ensure Bai Chuchu's complete ruin. In the next instant, a weight settled on her shoulder, enveloped by the refreshing, cool mint fragrance emanating from Qin Jiang. A warmth that was both comforting and intoxicating melted away her prickly defenses. I'm not deceiving you. Taking advantage of the crowd's focus on Bai Chuchu's embarrassment, Qin Jiang boldly wrapped his arms around Liang's waist in the laboratory, forcing her against the whiteboard, pinning her to the wall. Sure, it's of no consequence. The vengeful glint in Liang's eyes was strikingly beautiful. He yearned to kiss her. Liang's eyes widened in shock. Something was amiss. Was Qin Jiang out of his mind? At this level, was he truly indifferent to his white moonlight? However, upon hearing Qin Jiang's desires, the teaching rod slipped from her fingers. Her delicate, pale fingers reached up to Qin Jiang, cradling his face as she fiercely pressed her lips against his, as if that were the only way to draw sufficient reassurance. Song Jia was dumbfounded. Bro, we're still in the laboratory. How dare you make a move on Professor Yin? Naturally, this was the moment when a brother's role became evident. He rushed into the crowd, screaming to attract everyone's attention. "Oh my God, by Chuchu, you're studying clinical medicine and you fainted at the sight of an anatomy. By Chuchu already shaken." Fainted on the spot upon hearing Song Jie's brazen mockery. In an instant, the crowd became flustered, neglecting the petite figure wrapped in Qin Jiang's coat, who was fervently seeking his scent. Chapter 45. A Kiss in the Rolls-Royce. Qin Jiang sat beside Liang like a well-behaved child. Having spent considerable time together in their past life, he had become adept at discerning the triggers of her episodes. It had been a close call in the laboratory. Had he not kissed her to steady her in the nick of time, she might have overturned the entire teaching building. But now, confronted with Liang's frosty gaze, he felt an undeniable discomfort. "What's wrong, baby? Why are you looking at me like that? If you wanted to come to school to find me, you could have let me know in advance. We could have come together." Liang's expression was detached. Her lips, recently kissed and flushed, now radiated an icy chill. "That corpse wasn't the old turtle bullying you. I'm frightened by Chu-Chu. That tortoise is already buried. I have no interest in digging up graves." Liang's explanation came out somewhat stiff, as her visit to Huajing University was a test of Qin Jiang, revealing her profound distrust of him, intertwined with her clingy nature. She loved him too intensely. The mere thought of not seeing him for a moment felt like ants crawling all over her. She had long implanted tracking chips in both Qin Jiang and Bai Chu-Chu. Should they come within 10 meters of each other, she would receive immediate alerts. Originally intending to hold a morning meeting, she had changed her mind at the last minute and brought a deliberately disguised corpse to instill fear. "Since you like being together, I'll personally deliver a blow." Fortunately, Qin Jiang was astute. "Huh, all right, my dear, you're also calling that old turtle AO by such names? Such beautiful women shouldn't speak foul language." Qin Jiang interrupted Liang's wandering thoughts, no longer sitting obediently. He leaned closer, his large, smooth hand wrapping around her slender waist. The curves of her figure were exquisite, her waist-to-hip ratio impeccable. Qin Jiang felt immensely rewarded. If he didn't act, it would seem he lacked romantic sensibility. "I've already severed ties with Bai Chu-Chu. I now find her repugnant. I'm not jealous, all right, my dear." Qin Jiang leaned closer to the woman, and Liang's strong, dominating aura softened in his presence. Upon comprehensive evaluation, Qin Jiang's performance was quite commendable. Yet, a woman's displeasure always required soothing. With ample time remaining, how about we? Qin Jiang lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes casting shadows across his alluring features. Liang found herself entranced. She loved Qin Jiang so much that she wished to offer him her very heart, yet feared it might frighten him. Liang blinked, her delicate fingers yearning to explore the disharmonious areas. Qin Jiang quickly restrained her hand. No, that is not appropriate." He felt genuinely flustered. "How about I accompany you to your company? Coincidentally, I've never been to the Yin group." Of course, there were many places Qin Jiang had yet to visit. Liang had repeatedly attempted to take him to explore the properties, shopping malls, and cruise ships under her purview to win his favor, but Qin Jiang had consistently refused, expressing disdain for everything associated with her, including her wealth. This marked the first time the usually victorious Liang in the business realm felt a sense of defeat. Now, Qin Jiang was willingly suggesting a visit to the Yin group. Did he no longer resent her? Was he willing to spend her money and enjoy their shared marital assets? Deep down, however, Qin Jiang had his own plans. He knew that relying solely on participating in college competitions would not yield quick returns. He needed to establish a company of his own. The Yin group, being a commercial giant in the capital, was undoubtedly a place from which he could learn, and coincidentally, his wife needed his companionship and reassurance. All right, Liang narrowed her eyes in agreement, her expression brimming with satisfaction. In the front row, Zhou Ning was nearly frantic. "Oh my God, Liang Zong, you are truly blinded by lust. That kid Qin Jiang is definitely not to be trifled with." Behind a Rolls-Royce, within a champagne-colored Bentley, Yinzhou lounged in the back seat, his expression grim. "Are you telling me my sister personally came to Huajing University to teach Qin Jiang? Huh. My sister is really protective of that precious gem. I must follow them and see if Qin Jiang dares to compete for my sister's affection." The Yin family's driver remarked. "Young Master Yin, it's clear to me who the eldest misfavors more. Are you intent on courting disaster?" Chapter 46. Living off soft rice, indulging continuously. The Qin family. "What? My son hit someone with a 50 million supercar and needs 30 million to settle? You can go ahead and rob someone. My son is so well-behaved and kind. He would never cause such a huge mess." Upon receiving the call, Qin Mother Jiang Yueying felt her scalp tingle. Qin Yun was her most cherished son, gentle and humble, the epitome of understanding. Almost immediately after picking up the phone, she couldn't help but suspect that Qin Jiang was behind it all, targeting his own brother. After all, Just yesterday, he had ruthlessly retaliated against the family. What has happened? Qin father emerged, his face equally grim. 30 million was not a trivial sum, but for the Qin family, a prominent clan in the capital, it was relatively easy to produce. After all, the Yin family had offered 300 million as a betrothal gift to facilitate Qin Yun's marriage. Qin father had invested 100 million of that into his own company, leaving 50 million for Qin mother Jiang I to spend freely, and dividing the remaining 50 million among his 5 daughters, each receiving 10 million. As for the remaining 100 million, he deposited it into Qin Yun's account, considering it part of his betrothal gift, despite the fact that it was actually Qin Jiang who had entered the Yin family. However, since Qin Jiang was already part of the Yin family, he was no longer considered a member of the Qin family. Leaving money for him seemed wasteful, as it would only return to the Yin family. Qin father thought this was unfair, so he discreetly withheld this sum from Qin Jiang, a secret known only to him and his wife, Jiang Yueying, keeping it hidden even from their daughters and Qin Yun. Honey, a Yun crashed a supercar, and they're demanding 30 million for a private settlement. Otherwise, they escalate the matter. How can our gentle and humble son, who represents the Qin family, have such a stain of willfully damaging someone else's vehicle? Yun has always been averse to conflict, so how could he suddenly instigate such a predicament, especially within the esteemed halls of Huajing University? It seems that once again, that wretched boy Qin Jiang has committed mischief, tormenting his own younger brother, Jiang Yueying, a woman of dignified and elegant demeanor, now seethed with fury. Qin's father nodded, his brow furrowed in distress. This calamity. What manner of chaos must he conjure to be satisfied, turning our harmonious family into disarray? 30 million is merely 30 million. Our Yun's health is fragile, and he must not endure any suffering at the hands of those vile ruffians. Yun is my heir, and not a single misstep can be tolerated. The Qin parents hastily drove to the repair shop. From the 100 million set aside for Qin Yun, they eventually allocated 30 million to pay the ransom. The individual responsible for the abduction was surprisingly reasonable. Upon receiving the money, they released Qin Yun. However, Qin Yun emerged in tatters, his face bruised and battered, a clear indication that he had been assaulted after being thrown into a sack. Qin's father's expression shifted instantly, his desire to confront the culprit rising within him. Yet, upon noticing the emblem of the Yin group on the assailant's attire, his anger dissipated instantaneously. He immediately surmised that this was yet another of Qin Jiang's misdeeds. This calamity truly cannot be allowed to persist. Qin Yun was tenderly ushered back into the car by his concerned parents, who hurriedly assessed their beloved son's injuries. Mom and Dad, please don't blame brother Qin Jiang. It was my carelessness. Qin Yun weakly lay in his mother's embrace, his eyes fluttering open as he fervently defended Qin Jiang. This only incited an instantaneous fury in his parents. Enough. Qin Jiang has truly grown arrogant. Believing that his connection with the Yin family grants him immunity, he has forgotten his true lineage, daring to wield external power against his own kin. Rest assured, Yun, I shall not let Qin Jiang off the hook. I will ensure that you receive justice, Jiang Yueying declared, her eyes darkening with disappointment and disgust towards Qin Jiang. Yet, even she, his own mother, found it difficult to arrange a meeting with him. But now brother Qin Jiang is married to the Yin family's eldest daughter. We cannot contend with such a powerful family. As long as he doesn't direct his wrath toward us, it would be a blessing. We must not provoke him. Qin Yun responded despondently, as if the beating had instilled a profound fear of Qin Jiang within him. Do not worry, Yun. Qin's mother soothingly caressed Qin Yun's face, her heart aching at the sight of his injuries. Is this damage truly inflicted by those individuals? The angles and marks of these wounds resemble self-inflicted injuries, she pondered. Seated in the rear of the car was Qin Yun. Just as Qin's parents were about to leave home, she had descended from the second floor and followed them. During this period, her spirit had been exceedingly low as she reflected on the past, recalling the kindness Qin Jiang had shown her. In truth, Qin Jiang had been a devoted brother, yet she had repeatedly betrayed him. This time, she had nearly caused Qin Jiang to be expelled. She had never even bothered to remember his birthday, continually taking from him without a thought. What right did she have to be his sister? Yet, Qin Jiang had continued to treat her with kindness. How could he possibly harm Qin Yun without cause? Listening to her family's accusations against Qin Jiang, Qin Yun's face turned pale, her heart twisting in turmoil. Her doubts were swiftly met with Jiang Yueying's sharp retorts, culminating in a merciless slap across her face. The sound of the strike left Qin Yun momentarily stunned. How could her mother strike her for Qin Yun's sake? In that moment, it felt all too familiar, as if her own suffering mirrored that of Qin Jiang when he faced their mother's wrath. Back then, had he not also felt pain? The emotional anguish overshadowed the physical pain. Mother, how biased you are! You discern neither right from wrong nor truth from falsehood. Qin's mother instinctively admonished her. Little 5. It seems you have lost your senses. I noticed something was amiss with you yesterday. Have you been brainwashed by that calamity Qin Jiang? How well Yun has treated you. I fear you may not graduate without his assistance, as he has tirelessly helped you complete your coursework and thesis. Despite his unwavering support, you failed to trust your brother and instead ally with outsiders against him. Do you still deserve to be called his sister? Qin Jiang's temper flared in response, covering her face as she retorted, I am merely stating the facts. Qin Yun is indeed a masterful liar. It disgusts me to see you both so easily deceived by him, even offering him money. As parents, you should be impartial, yet you show such favoritism towards Qin Yun. Why not have only him? Oh, I see. After birthing so many daughters, you treasure your only son. But what about Qin Jiang? He is your son as well. Does his health mean he must suffer and be subjected to your scorn and punishment? Another stinging slap resounded through the air, forcing Qin Jiang into silence. Qin's father stared incredulously at his own hand, trembling slightly, his complexion pale with guilt. Little 5, you shall not defy your parents in such a manner. In the Qin family, all children are treated equally. I have never favored males over females. Qin's mother was in a frenzy. And you dare say Qin Jiang is not a calamity? Just yesterday, little 5 met with him and became this way, constantly rebelling against us, turning a blind eye to her brother's plight. You shall spend 3 days and nights kneeling at the ancestral hall without food or drink. And I want you to learn a lesson. Qin Jiang smiled bitterly, disappointment flooding her heart. It dawned on her that Qin Jiang had suffered tremendously in the Qin household, yet not a soul had cared. In that moment, she felt as if her heart were being torn asunder. She longed to seek out Qin Jiang, to confess that she finally understood the pain he had endured, to apologize for her past indifference. But would it be too late? Would he forgive her? Very well. If kneeling is what it takes, then I shall kneel. Qin Jiang, too, was resilient, standing defiantly against Jiang Yueying. Qin's mother was livid, her face turning a shade of blue. Mother, 5th sister did not mean it. Jiang Yueying's anger escalated. She meant it. She has been spoiled by me, influenced by that wretched Qin Jiang, and she must kneel at the ancestral hall to repent before her ancestors. Only then can she truly reflect on her wrongs. Qin Jiang laughed, but the bitterness of her laughter was palpable. Our ancestors? If they could see the Qin family in such disarray, their coffins would surely rattle in anger. She felt a surge of injustice welling within her, unable to resist dialing Qin Jiang's number once more. Again, she was met with the busy signal of being blocked. Had he begun to resent her? Memories flooded back of how, in her times of error, he had quietly taken her place in kneeling at the ancestral hall. Unable to contain herself any longer, tears streamed down her face. I'm so sorry, Jiang. 5th sister truly understands her mistakes now. If I were to endure all the suffering you faced on my behalf, could we ever return to the past? At the base of the Yin Group's building, a stretched Rolls Royce awaited at the entrance. Yin Liang was the first to step out, her red-soled heels complementing her long, slender legs, while her professional pencil skirt and structured blazer accentuated her commanding presence. Almost immediately upon her exit, the employees at the Yin Group parted like the Red Sea, creating a clear path for the esteemed General Liang to access the private elevator. Everyone watched with bated breath, only to witness the formidable General Liang, who typically strode into the office with an air of authority, personally opening the car door once more. What a spectacle! Could there truly be someone in the capital who commanded such respect from her? Their curiosity burned bright, eager to uncover the truth. Shortly thereafter, Qin Jiang, somewhat at a loss, followed Yin Liang's lead as he exited the vehicle. Being treated so courteously by the delicate yet fierce heiress felt exhilarating. Yet he couldn't help but wonder why she had taken the initiative. In the midst of everyone's gaze, he felt a twinge of unease. Just as he began to feel anxious, a slender, graceful hand appeared before him. Jiang, come here. Welcome to our group. I intend to rename it, and it shall henceforth be known as Qin International Group. What do you think? Yin Liang suddenly leaned closer, her radiant and striking features magnified before him, yet undeniably flawless. How could his wife be so benevolent towards him? Yet, he felt utterly unworthy of such affection at this moment. Yin, shall we hold off on a name change for now? Only when I am worthy to stand beside you will I have the right to occupy that position. Qin Jiang felt somewhat elated by Yin Liang's adoration, though he managed to retain a semblance of rationality. Indeed, once one becomes accustomed to the sweetness of being pampered, it becomes an endless delight. As my man, you need not meet any external qualifications or standards. Jiang, as long as I love you, my everything, including my life, belongs to you. I have already begun the process of changing the company's name, and results will be forthcoming soon. Regardless of your opinion, it will not sway my resolve to transfer these assets into your name. Allowing you to join the Yin family and be with me is a disservice to you, and I must make ample amends. I shall do everything within my power to keep you by my side. Jiang, I have spent my life accustomed to violence and bloodshed, scarcely understanding what love or being loved truly means. Yet even so, I wish to express in my own way that you are my one and only, the most significant person in my life, and my beacon of redemption in times of utter despair. You deserve all that I can offer. However, even if I were to exchange my everything for just a fraction of your genuine affection, I fear it may prove inadequate. A pang of sorrow pierced Liang's heart, and an involuntary hint of melancholy shadowed her eyes. But in the next moment, she felt the warmth of a comforting touch in her palm. It was Qin Jiang. He stepped out of the car and intertwined their fingers. Yin, whether you believe it or not, I love you. Furthermore, I feel no grievance in joining the Yin family. It is my honor to be your husband. Now let's go see our group. Qin Jiang understood Liang's thoughts all too well. She never quite trusted in herself. This stemmed from the way her strong-willed nature often repelled him, and also from her insecurities in love. Who would have thought that the formidable and decisive General Liang, known for her ruthlessness in business, would lack confidence in a romantic relationship? Zhou Ning watched this scene unfold, his mind buzzing with disbelief. Goodness, he felt as if this moment was revealing the true nature of their relationship. The Yin group's value was beyond measure, incomprehensible even in terms of billions. With such wealth, how could one not secure a man named Qin Jiang? The resources available could easily encompass men named Qin Jiang from all corners of the globe. My dear young lady, what are you feeling insecure about? Meanwhile, Qin Jiang could barely contain his delight. He was practically beaming. He needn't feign depth anymore. Accept your role as the pampered partner with grace. Liang gazed in disbelief at the hand held by Qin Jiang, suddenly enveloped in a sweet sense of happiness. Her heart swelled with affection for Jiang. Their conversation at the entrance went unheard, as curious onlookers stretched their necks to catch a glimpse. Their hearts aflame with gossip. My goodness, General Liang has never shown interest in men, yet here she is, holding hands with a handsome man. That man was undeniably striking, even more radiant than stars of the entertainment industry, and standing beside General Liang, they seemed remarkably well matched. This was the first man in many years whose aura could rival hers. General Liang is quite fortunate. Liang led Qin Jiang through the entrance of the group, and everyone nearly echoed a greeting in unison, curiosity unabashedly directed towards Qin Jiang. Suddenly, Liang's commanding stride halted in the lobby. The sound of her heels ceased, leaving everyone in a state of trepidation. Help, help, help! Is General Liang about to unleash her fury? They worried they might be caught spying on her private matters. In the next moment, Liang raised their intertwined hands and addressed the crowd, uncharacteristically divulging her personal affairs. This is Qin Jiang, my husband, and the future master of the Yin group. Qin Jiang, bewildered, could only react with wide eyes. Chapter 47. The possessive nature of the delicate yet formidable heiress. The room fell silent, as if a spell had been cast for a solid 10 seconds. Hello, President Qin. The employees stammered, their astonished gazes fixed on Qin Jiang, their pupils practically shaking. Qin Jiang, slightly embarrassed, waved to the crowd, while Liang's steady grip on his hand seemed to impart a sense of strength. She then pulled Qin Jiang into the exclusive elevator for the president. As soon as the president left the lobby, a collective sigh of relief resonated among the onlookers. Unable to suppress their gossip any longer, they erupted with curiosity. My goodness, that handsome fellow truly possesses a striking appearance. But is he really worthy of being General Liang's husband just based on looks and physique? It appears our president's icy demeanor has melted. She boldly declared that President Qin will be the future master of the group, essentially laying bare her entire foundation before that pretty boy. He looks like he could still be a university student. Can he manage the vast Yin group? General Liang must be daft. There are countless men out there, yet she fixates on just one. With her wealth, she could easily have her pick. Why is she so fixated on him? And to bestow her entire fortune? The fierce General Liang has turned into a lovesick fool? Don't be so quick to dismiss. Perhaps we are too narrow-minded to see that President Qin might possess qualities that make him equal to General Liang. Is it just me? Or does anyone else think that her ruthless disposition might be too much for even Assistant Zhou to handle at times? If this Mr. Qin can remain unscathed by her side, he must have something extraordinary about him. The crowd's expressions grew contemplative, yet undeniably. The men felt a deep-seated envy towards Qin Jiang's privileges and affections. Wow, Qin Jiang has struck the jackpot by aligning himself with a wealthy woman. Inside the president's exclusive elevator, as the doors closed, Qin Jiang felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Liang, who moved closer, cornering him against the wall. Her long legs lightly brushed against his trousers, and she casually toyed with him, her clear and indifferent eyes sparkling with a mesmerizing brilliance. It was evident that the lady was in high spirits. Indeed, she had just publicly declared her claim over Qin Jiang. The fact that he had not argued or contested her in front of everyone only sweetened her heart further. Jiang, I unilaterally declare that you belong to me. Are you happy? Even if he were not, she would not bother to explain. After all, at that moment of declaration, he was hers, the aloof and commanding heiress. Liang pouted her pink lips, her playful demeanor radiating a youthful vivacity. Qin Jiang lowered his gaze, his large hand instinctively cradling her face. Happy, Yin. It's not an imposition, it's what I desire. His heart surged with fervor. In his past life, he had been blinded by so-called moral standards and lofty ideals, sacrificing everything for Bai Chu and the Qin family. However, now that he lived for himself, he realized the sheer joy of having a captivating and wealthy heiress as his wife. A man should indeed have his own career, but when a delicate heiress offers everything freely, how could he refuse? It was a mutual desire. Moreover, a stunningly beautiful and devoted wife was a rarity. He had truly been a fool in his previous life. Such an exquisite wife, yet he chooses to disregard her, opting instead to play the sycophant to a mere bus. Thankfully, he has never laid a finger on Bai Chu. Otherwise, he would be oblivious to the peril of contracting a disease that could lead to his demise. In the confines of a cramped private elevator, the true Qin Jiang finds himself cornered by Liang, feeling an overwhelming sensation coursing through his entire being. The exhilarating kiss they shared in the laboratory has left his scalp tingling with excitement, a thrill that penetrates to his very bones. At this moment, within the monitored confines of the elevator, he relishes the chance to embrace Liang's slender waist, her scent enveloping him, cascading over her fair and delicate neck. A gasp escapes him. How intoxicating. In this instant, Liang seems to hear the thunderous rhythm of her own heart. Jiang, too, is elated. He expresses his willingness, and it appears that he has indeed transformed. He remains the man who stirs her heart, yet he now embodies a deeper desire within her to merge their very essences. Love, at this juncture, unfolds without regard for time or place. Unable to contain herself any longer, Liang wraps her arms around Qin Jiang's neck, pulling him down with a possessive fervor to press her lips against his. Qin Jiang reciprocates, encircling her waist as he leans down to gently nibble at her neck. Their breaths growing heavier. Ding! The elevator door reveals the 66th floor. Liang's office awaits, overlooking the bustling central district. As the doors slide open, they are greeted by the fervent activity of the president's office. Reluctantly, Liang loosens her grip on Qin Jiang, pulling away her lips with lingering desire. Jiang, this is my workspace. Shortly, I will have Zhou Ning enroll your fingerprint into the Yin family's internal security system. I understand you prefer to stay uninvolved in the company's affairs. Rest assured, professional managers will oversee those matters. Yet, the assets that rightfully belong to you will be duly registered in your name. From now on, I shall be working for you. Liang leans closer to Qin Jiang, her love for him brimming, wishing to bestow upon him her all without conditions. In the past, he may have faltered, seeking to escape. Yet even in those times, the assets transferred to his name were countless. She is indifferent to whether Qin Jiang desires them. Her focus lies solely on her own wishes and her desire to give to him. Indeed, her possessiveness has spiraled into an obsession. While he studies at Huajing University, she cannot help but claim it as her own, wanting every inch of land he treads, every breath he takes, and every temperature he feels to belong to her. Liang is, without a doubt, a quintessential possessive partner. Qin Jiang, a possessive wife, she certainly dotes on him excessively. However, he is acutely aware that his refusals are futile. He can only recline and relish the experience. Naturally, the more she offers, the more his ambition in his career intensifies. Yin, this is too much. Qin Jiang speaks earnestly, knowing that Lady Yin is not one to heed refusals. Yet, this flirtation creates within Liang a delightful urge to spoil her husband to the point of dependency. His words sound almost like a playful complaint. She adores it. More. She must give him more. Not all. Compared to my affection for you, this is but a trifle. Come, let me show you my office. Liang takes Qin Jiang's hand, their fingers entwined sweetly. The bustling president's office comes to a standstill at the moment of their entrance. Everyone, continue with your tasks. President Liang is merely showing her new husband around the company. No need to act like you've never seen anything like it. Zhou Ning instructs as he exits the regular elevator, urging the team to resume their work while following Liang and Qin Jiang towards her office. Stand guard at the door. I wish to have some private moments with Jiang. Zhou. President Liang, I feel embarrassed to unveil your intentions. The way you look at Qin Jiang is akin to a wolf eyeing its prey. Are you certain this is just a private meeting? This is the office, after all. I advise you to refrain from anything too exhilarating. Chapter 48. What is there to fear? I want tea consume you. Yanzhua urged the Yin family chauffeur to follow Yin Liang's car all the way to the Yin Corporation's premises. He watched in disbelief as his sister openly acknowledged Qin Jiang's identity and brought him into the company. Was this the extent of her willingness to give everything away? Yet, Qin Jiang is merely a pretty boy. What gave him the right to access the Yin family's assets? Moreover, he is the only person in this world who truly cares for his sister. Qin Jiang is unworthy and must not be allowed any entry into the company. He would endanger his sister and the entire Yin Corporation. Witnessing this, Yanzhua couldn't help but take out his phone, capturing the image of Qin Jiang and Yin Liang together and sending it to a man he hadn't contacted in a long time. Someone who could certainly evoke fear in both him and Yin Liang. Yin Han, her elder brother, and the only person within the Yin family who still commands her respect. Of course, although Yin Han is now disabled, 2 years ago, he had survived the madness of Yin Liang, a woman who nearly committed patricide, merely losing a leg in the process. He undoubtedly possesses a formidable side. What is more daunting is the presence behind him, an even more terrifying force that compelled the already unhinged Yin Liang to spare his life. Yanzhua did not anticipate a swift response to his message. The man's deep, gravelly voice resonated like a demonic whisper. Azwa, do not attempt to monitor or control Yin Liang's choices. The consequences are beyond your control. Yin Liang conducts her life according to her own principles. It is only with this man that she has lost her reason. I advise you not to touch what she has deemed her private possession. You may not have witnessed her descent into madness, but should you provoke him, even with 9 lives, you would witness the consequences firsthand. His tone oscillates between casual indifference and a hint of mockery, as if he were an aloof observer, detached from the fray. Yet, according to rumors, he is the defeated one, expected to grovel for Yin Liang's favor. Regardless of the rumors, Yin Han remains unconcerned. Presently, he sits in his wheelchair, his gaze fixed on a screen projecting the image of Yin Liang and Qin Jiang entering the Yin Corporation hand in hand. His eyes narrow slightly. He comprehends their conversation. Our typically indifferent Yin Liang has learned to love? Is she prepared to risk the entirety of the Yin Corporation for him? Merely a moderately attractive youth. Yet she has gone mad over him? How amusing, indeed. Though he admonishes Yanzhua against reckless actions, he has simultaneously sent a message to Yin Liang. It has been a long time since you visited the old residence. Your grandfather is gravely ill and longs to see you. Please arrange a time to return and bring a new pet along for everyone to meet. This statement drips with sarcasm and disdain. A man held in the palm of Yin Liang's hand is reduced to a mere pet in Yin Han's ridicule. Within the intricate web of the Yin family, no one truly respects Qin Jiang. Yet, Yin Liang requires no validation of her beloved from anyone in the old residence. Ever since she was cast aside at 13 by her doting father to a heartless organization, she has known that the bonds of blood within the Yin family are nothing but a farce. She no longer needs anyone to dictate her life or choices. Meanwhile, within the Yin family's old residence, the elderly patriarch sits in a sandalwood chair, observing the photo his grandson has just posted on his phone. His gaze falls indifferently upon Yin Liang's stunning visage. The old man, now aged and somewhat myopic, slowly reaches for his glasses to scrutinize the image more closely. After a lengthy pause, he sighs and speaks. If only Yin were still alive, she would surely have blossomed like little Liang. It has been months. Why hasn't little Liang come to visit this old man? Who is this person beside her? He is indeed a striking figure, quite compatible with Xiao Yang. If they were to settle down, it would be prudent to bring him home for grandfather to take a look. Old Master Yin, having retreated from the forefront of the Yin family decades ago, has always preferred to live a reclusive life, citing his declining health. He has turned away many visitors seeking to resolve internal conflicts within the family. His condition has deteriorated over the years, and he now appears to be a kind and benevolent elder. However, only those who truly understand his character realize that his ability to remain safely within the confines of the old Yin residence amidst the family chaos is a testament to his cunning and depth of thought. Sir, the young lady has married, as per your arrangement. Although the previous 7 suitors met unfortunate fates, the 8th seems to be quite to Miss A. Liang's liking. He is named Qin Jiang. His social standing is unremarkable, yet he possesses youth and vigor, likely to soon grant you the joy of a great-grandchild. Miss A. Liang is certainly more fortunate than Miss A. Yu and should be able to contribute further to the Yin lineage. The old steward, lingering nearby, bore murky eyes and a grim expression. The Yin family mansion felt little more than an extravagant cage, and it was Liang herself who had imprisoned this fierce beast, seemingly to torment him. Yet, how could a wild creature willingly remain confined? The curse of the Yin family dictates that women do not live beyond the age of 25. Perhaps it would not be amiss for a Liang to visit her sister ahead of schedule. Yes, with a Liang's fiery temperament, should she become a mother, she might soften her disposition. A woman, once a mother, often sheds much of her bitterness. In the upper office of the corporation, as soon as the door clicked shut, Liang pushed Qin Jiang towards her spacious sandalwood desk. Clad in professional attire, she exuded an exquisite sensuality. The domineering and cold-hearted CEO now transformed into a captivating enchantress. Liang leaned closer to Qin Jiang, her gaze slowly traversing his form until it settled at his waist. She extended her hand, as if preparing to ensnare him in her web. What do you intend to do, Liang? This isn't the most suitable place. Qin Jiang protested, aware that the CEO's office typically harbored hidden compartments designed as private retreats. Surely, this was more secure than the icy and serious atmosphere of the public office. Why fret? Rest assured, I have no intention of consuming you, Liang murmured, inching closer and retrieving a fingerprint recorder from the desk behind him. Qin Jiang exhaled deeply, though an undercurrent of disappointment flickered within him. It seemed he had been too frequently subjected to demands lately, leading to a perpetual state of unease. He had foolishly assumed Liang might take him at any moment. His thoughts were truly tainted, but was Liang really so innocent? Taking the recorder, Liang meticulously captured Qin Jiang's fingerprint, her eyes tracing the intricate patterns on his fingertip, a strange yearning stirring within her. She licked her lips, suppressing her restless impulses. Liang, you attend to matters. There is no need to fuss over me. I can wait for you here in the office. Today, my time belongs to you. How about I serve as your assistant for the day? Qin Jiang suggested, seeking to occupy himself. Liang, who held a rigorous stance towards work, had just abandoned a significant amount of paperwork to see him. She nodded in agreement. Very well, but you must not stray from my sight. This was her non-negotiable boundary. Once she caught a whiff of warmth, Liang would latch onto it like a parasitic flower, eager to absorb every ounce of connection, as though she longed to merge with him entirely. Qin Jiang acquiesced. The CEO's office was equipped with everything. He could prepare coffee for Liang without stepping outside. However, boredom soon crept in again. As he approached the bookshelf in search of a book, his hand inadvertently brushed against a concealed button, causing the shelf to part and reveal a hidden room. Goodness, the tales of domineering CEOs had proven true. The office indeed concealed a dark chamber. Inside, the walls were plastered with countless photographs of him, eating, playing sports, attentively listening in class, dozing off, engaging in club activities, and even sweat-drenched gym selfies. There were images of him bound and tormented at Liang Manor and, alarmingly, one from their wedding night, where he was entirely exposed, pale and breathless. Qin Jiang's mind raced with panic. The twisted reality of his situation was utterly maddening. Chapter 49. In the small dark room. The walls adorned with a plethora of his photographs. The decor consisted of vibrant, lifelike dolls. Their skin seemed almost human, their glassy eyes fixed toward the door as if anticipating his arrival. Every move he made was under Liang's watchful gaze. Upon witnessing him open the hidden chamber, a flicker of alarm crossed Liang's eyes, yet she quickly composed herself and approached him. Jiang, what troubles you? This room was arranged by Zhou Ning. I haven't personally inspected it yet. Is there an issue? As she spoke, she drew closer. Zhou Ning. In that moment, Qin Jiang could almost hear the erratic rhythm of Liang's heartbeat, a sound that betrayed her composed facade. No issues at all, he stammered. Zhou Ning appeared eager for a promotion, having accurately gauged Liang's preferences. Indeed, what more could she desire than you, Qin Jiang? Well, it seems you're tired. Would you care to take a nap with me? Liang suggested, having efficiently processed essential documents and now ready to engage with Qin Jiang on a more personal level. As she spoke, her soft body encircled him, pressing closely against him, her arms possessively wrapping around his sturdy waist. Call me, Jiang. Let me truly feel your presence. Will you? The urgency in her tone was palpable, as she feared that he might glimpse the most profound and hidden aspects of her being. Despite her apprehension, an exhilarating thrill coursed through her veins. Jiang, you are beginning to understand a more authentic side of me. How exhilarating it was to possess him so thoroughly that he had no time to entertain errant thoughts. With that, Liang pulled Qin Jiang into the room. The hidden bookshelf closed behind them, and the dim light enveloped them, causing Qin Jiang to swallow hard in anxiety. Liang, did you take all these photos? He blurted out, feeling a surge of nervousness. His past fears of Liang had taken root deep within him. and he had repeatedly convinced himself that she was merely his aunt, someone to be respected. Thus, any interaction with her had always been laden with guilt. His moral compass forbade him from crossing boundaries, and his reason would not allow him to fall into debauchery. Upon realizing his slip of the tongue, Qin Jiang's mind blanked, a sense of doom washing over him. He had crossed a Liang's line once again. Yet, astonishingly, Liang did not react with anger, but instead playfully pushed him onto the sofa, her long legs straddling him. Shoo, they were all taken by me. Even if you feel frightened, Jiang, you cannot escape this time. With the familiar sound of chains clinking, Qin Jiang felt a tightness around his wrists as he was bound, both hands and feet restrained. A wave of paralysis washed over him. Good heavens! After days of soothing his delicate wife, he found himself back at square one in a single night. It seemed he was to be photographed once again. In the photograph, he appears markedly paler, with mottled scars adorning his neck and chest. He can no longer endure the burden and sinks into a deep slumber. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovers that the sun is already high in the sky. To his astonishment, he has spent an entire night in Miss Yan's office. Qin Jiang, summoning his weakened body, rises and draws back the electric curtains, allowing the brilliant sunlight to flood the dim room. It seems as though this act might cleanse him of the hidden tribulations that Miss Yan had imposed upon him the previous night. Miss Yan is indeed quite mad. Yet, for him, it has been an extraordinary new experience. Exhausted, Qin Jiang sits up, realizing that the spot beside him has grown cold, indicating that Miss Yan has been gone for some time. His gaze drifts to a familiar black card resting on the bedside table. Leaning closer, he reaches for it. To his surprise, it unfurls to reveal not one, but 10 cards. Beside them lies a small note. Judging by the bold, assertive handwriting, it is undoubtedly penned by Liang herself. Dear Jiang, last night, I lost control and hurt you. I am sorry. I know the last black card I gave you was shredded by you. These 10 are newly issued. Feel free to cut as many as you wish. Each one is activated, and as my husband, you are entitled to use them. Of course, I have restricted the right to purchase private jets, but you can spend freely otherwise. As long as you do not leave, I will fulfill any compensation you desire. Yours lovingly, Liang. Qin Jiang chuckles softly at the playful expression drawn at the bottom of the note. Who could imagine that the aloof, domineering, and somewhat deranged heiress would secretly display such a charming side to her husband? The contrast is utterly delightful. Qin Jiang, of course, does not blame Liang for her loss of control. After all, as a man, and to speak with some conscience, he too had relished the pleasures of the night. His ears flush at the thought. The experience of being desired by a deranged heiress is something only the favored can comprehend. Holding the 10 black cards, he contemplates cutting one, but the extravagance of receiving 10 in return is beyond his expectations. Yet, he finds no reason to refuse these cards. After all, the Yin Corporation has already integrated him forcefully into its fold, ensuring that his future would be anything but mundane. With this thought, he slips the cards into his pocket and rises to shower. Opening the wardrobe, he discovers that it has been prepared with his own collection of tailored outfits, each ensemble perfectly coordinated to suit his physique. It must be said, Liang's aesthetic sense and taste are indeed exceptional. He had once donned garish attire to repel her, but the tight-fitting clothes that made him look like a spirited young man were far from comfortable. The Chelsea boots and loafers were particularly constricting. Now free from pretense, he decides to dress to impress. After half an hour of arranging his attire, he selects a well-fitted casual suit that complements his demeanor exquisitely. Just as he prepares to step out, the door swings open, revealing Liang in a luxurious silk blouse paired with a cream-colored pencil skirt. Clad in flesh-toned stockings and matching heels, she exudes an aura of poise and competence, tempered with a touch of gentility. She enters the room holding a bowl of lotus seed soup. Upon spotting Qin Jiang, her eyes brighten momentarily before she seems to recall something and lowers her gaze shyly. Jiang, you must be hungry. I made breakfast. Would you like to try it? The ever-elegant Miss Yan, who rarely engages in domestic tasks, stands before him with a small bowl, her expression unexpectedly demure. Her hands, though calloused, reveal the marks of a life spent wielding weapons rather than performing menial labor. Qin Jiang's heart softens instantly. He cannot bear to harbor anger towards the one he loves. However, such indulgence cannot be a frequent occurrence. He is a man, not a perpetual motion machine. I'm not hungry, he asserts, determined to convey that he is quite aware of the previous night's events and deeply affected by them. It is permissible on occasion, but not a habitual affair. Otherwise, he might find himself in a hospital bed within a week, having been so thoroughly satisfied the night before. How could he dare to feel hunger now? Liang considers her actions and realizes that she may have indeed overstepped. How might she appease Jiang? Ah, she has unwittingly stepped into her blind spot. She only knows one method of consolation. Chapter 50. With wealth comes recklessness. After enduring the morning's trials, Qin Jiang finally arrives at school, having been personally fed a bowl of lotus seed soup crafted by Liang. He has not discarded the 10 black cards as he foolishly did in his past life. These cards are not merely currency. They are keys to power. Brother Jiang, what is wrong? Are you unwell? Your complexion seems increasingly pallid. Shall I take you to get some traditional medicine for a remedy? Song Jie observes with concern, noting his brother's increasingly gaunt visage. While he remains handsome, it is evident that he is lacking vitality, likely due to overindulgence. Be quiet. You are the one who looks pale. You have no idea how fortunate I am. Qin Jiang retorts, commanding Song Jie to silence. He has come to school this morning to address the backlog of student council matters. As the student council president, exceptionally promoted by Huajing University, he initially felt overwhelmed, but has since mastered the management of all related affairs. Naturally, any privileges the student council could offer were often extended to Bai Chicha, allowing her to navigate the bureaucracy effortlessly. This may well have contributed to her decision not to leave him. Brother Jiang, why are we at the External Relations Department? Huajing University's student council operates with a rigorous structure, and the office areas are distinctly delineated, resembling a microcosm of societal workplaces. To make money, Qin Jiang responds curtly, seeking out Sun Ziyu in the External Relations Department. In his past life, he had come to know of Sun Ziyu's grandfather, whose artwork was unparalleled. After the elder's passing, his paintings soared in value, fetching prices that rivaled those of international masters. However, prior to his fame, Sun Ziyu's grandfather's works were poorly valued, sold for a mere fraction of their worth. Now, the future master, poised to command astronomical prices, finds himself in dire straits, needing to sell his life's work to pay for medical expenses. Qin Jiang arrives at the External Relations Department only to learn that Sun Ziyu is not present. Estimating his whereabouts, Qin Jiang inquires about his address, purchasing fruits and supplements before heading to Sun Ziyu's home with Song Jie. Upon arriving, they are met with the sounds of a heated argument. You mustn't be so excessive. My grandfather's paintings are masterpieces. To suppress the prices this way is utterly unscrupulous. Sun Ziyu exclaims, nearly beside himself with rage. Living in a modest apartment in a city village with his grandfather, who had devoted his life to art. They had lived frugally but richly in spirit. Now, with his grandfather ill, he is forced to sell their only valuable possessions to fund his treatment, only to encounter predatory pricing from the art dealers. Ah, Xiao Sun, do not be foolish. These are merely trivial scraps of paper and pigment amassed together. Our willingness to expend several thousand yuan to acquire your worthless papers is merely an act of compassion. Do not mistake our goodwill for folly. If you refuse this sum, your grandfather may not survive the night. Is this your expression of filial piety as a grandson? The manager of the Pinkei Art Gallery, impeccably attired in a suit, stood in the cramped quarters of the urban village, his gaze laced with disdain, while his words feigned persuasion. A discerning individual, his acumen sharp, he could certainly perceive that the works of the old man Sun Wulong encapsulated a lifetime of experiences and insights into the passage of time. Each painting, almost a masterpiece in its own right. Yet, he was a businessman, not a philanthropist. Craftsmanship is one matter. Compressing the price to its nadir while extracting maximum profit is the essence of commerce. He sought to morally manipulate the ignorant grandson into conceding. The atmosphere grew tense. How could these paintings be deemed worthless? To judge a piece of art solely based on its raw materials, how could one in this profession be so misguided? I advise you to retreat while you still can. Qin Jiang pushed open the door and entered the room. Having once resided in an urban village with his adoptive parents, he was accustomed to such surroundings, his gaze settling indifferently upon Sun Ziyu's face. Sun Ziyu had consistently excelled in sponsorship efforts within the External Relations Department. As a finance major with outstanding business acumen, he had always been someone Qin Jiang regarded highly. It was evident that he would indeed become a prominent figure in the financial sector. However, under his own recommendation, he had been recruited by Qin Makan. His formidable work capabilities had brought numerous significant clients to Qin Finance. Yet now, he had no intention of being a fool. Such a promising talent was far too valuable to squander. President Qin, what brings you here? Sun Ziyu inquired. I am currently dealing with personal matters. Is there a new task from the External Relations Department? Qin Jiang's capabilities within the student council were beyond reproach, aside from Li Hao's provocations. The council members generally respected him. I will offer 1 million. I will purchase these paintings. Sun Ziyu, bewildered, had been caring for his grandfather at home and had not attended school, leaving him oblivious to the school forum. Recognizing Qin Jiang as the previously flamboyantly dressed individual was already impressive. Yet, how could he not be aware of Qin Jiang's financial struggles? Every competition Qin Jiang participated in throughout the semester was motivated by monetary rewards. He often wondered about the wealth of the council president. Surely, it was not as ostentatious as he pretended. However, he lacked the spirit to engage in a charade. He was in dire need of funds. Ah, you are still a university student, are you not? How can you so casually mention 1 million? Can a poor student like you truly afford such a sum? I understand your intentions to defend your friend, but if you cannot produce the funds, you are only driving away a substantial buyer. Are you willing to endanger Xiao Sun's grandfather? The manager scoffed, looking at Qin Jiang with derision, unable to suppress a laugh upon noticing their similar ages. In this day and age, false camaraderie is worth less than nothing. Xiao Sun, does your friend intend to stir trouble? You should promptly expel him. Otherwise, for your worthless scraps, I would not be inclined to pay even a few thousand. The manager's threats left Sun Zheyu in a quandary. Seeing this, Song Jie grasped Qin Jiang's arm, preparing to leave. Brother Jiang, I suggest you cease this fruitless endeavor. You do not understand art. Are these paintings merely a means for profit? The gallery only offers a few thousand. If you genuinely wish to assist Xiao Sun, 10,000 would suffice. Why insist on offering 1 million? Money is not to be squandered so frivolously. Sun Ziyu's complexion paled as he observed their banter, which seemed to suggest they truly had money. It struck him as absurd. Yet, he lacked the energy to argue. President, please, could you leave for now? This is no time for jest. I'm truly in need of funds. Qin Jiang remained steadfast, unmoving. Jie. The 20,000 in cash I left with you this morning, give it to Xiao Sun now. Although Song Jie was puzzled, he held great trust in Qin Jiang. He obediently retrieved the money, and soon, the 20,000 was neatly placed on the table. Sun Zheyu stared in shock at Qin Jiang. Was he serious as president? Now, may we converse? Qin Jiang inquired once more. The manager's countenance darkened, with his long-term artistic vision. He recognized that the old man's paintings were worth far more than the paltry some offered. Yet, he had now encountered a rival in the field. You, young man, do you understand the order of operations? Begone, do not hinder my business at the Pinkei Art Gallery. The manager barked. It seemed that purchasing art was not merely a matter of highest bidder. There were rules of precedence as well. Perhaps I should enlighten the manager on this principle at Fenglan Auction House, the premier auction venue in the capital. Fenglan Auction House served as the high-end auction channel for the Pinkei Art Gallery, populated by affluent bidders. He dared not offend anyone with such remarks. However, how could an unremarkable university student be aware of Fenglan? What was his background? A university student casually producing 20,000 in cash must possess at least some wealth. Yet, it was only 20,000. Perhaps it was merely a ruse. Those familiar with art knew that these paintings were worth far more. Any single piece at Fenglan could fetch a base price in the hundreds of thousands, even without the artist's signature. 50,000. Xiao Sun, I am only offering this out of compassion for your grandfather's grave condition. If you can sell these paintings to me immediately, I will provide you with 50,000 in cash. The manager's offer indeed tempted Sun Zheyu. 50,000 could secure better medical care for his grandfather, far exceeding his initial expectations. He contemplated nodding. Just as he hesitated, a cough interrupted. Manager, we shall not sell to you. This young man, it seems, has difficulty earning even 2,000, yet he offers to part with his cash to prevent my paintings from being sold at such a loss. Your grandfather will thank you for this. I am willing to sell you the paintings. The old man possessed discernment. The manager had been ruthlessly devaluing the works from the outset. Now, offering 50,000 only confirmed that he recognized their worth, but was deliberately attempting to suppress the price. You old fool, do not disregard the consequences of your actions. You should be well aware of the Pinkei Art Gallery's standing in the industry. If your paintings are sold to an unknown private buyer, they may never see the light of day in the art world. The manager seethed with indignation. And you, a penniless wretch, on what grounds do you interfere with a piece valued by the Pinkei Art Gallery? Do you know whom you're challenging? Qin Jiang chuckled. I care not who you are. Speak to me only when your brain is coherent. I shall purchase for 1 million. I will also ensure your grandfather's medical expenses are covered, as I previously promised. A master such as yourself deserves the utmost respect. Sun Zheyu and his grandfather were left in astonishment. This young man truly possesses wealth? I cannot believe it. Perhaps the manager, still present, was merely putting on a facade? Song Jian noted the manager's disdainful gaze, akin to looking upon a corpse, and realized where the previous bully had ended up, buried beneath the affection of the esteemed Miss Yan. Chapter 51. Does the Qin family possess a throne to inherit? It is laughable, You, a destitute student, truly believe you can produce 1 million to purchase these worthless items? I must admit, I underestimated you. Qin Jiang retorted. Fool, who is he to require my esteem? Indifferently, Song Jie urged the manager to leave, as Jiang had already instructed him to call the hospital on the way here, and the ambulance was now waiting below. Though he was uncertain how Brother Jiang seemed to possess a prophetic insight, foreseeing that Xiao Sun's grandfather was unwell, he knew that aligning himself with Brother Jiang would undoubtedly lead to a life of indulgence and ease. There was no need for him to overthink. He simply needed to take action. Young man, what is your name? The manager venomously directed at Qin Jiang, seething at the thought that this reckless youth had inadvertently cost him a significant business deal. Huajing University, Li Hao. I shall not change my name or my surname. Should you have any grievances, feel free to seek me out. I'm always at your service. Sun Zheyu and Song Jie exchanged bewildered glances. Brother, you truly have a knack for shifting blame. The manager, grumbling, departed, unwilling to easily relinquish the deal. The artist who was to acquire the paintings had merely transformed from a solitary old man into a destitute university student devoid of any connections or power. This made him even easier to manipulate. Very well, just you wait. Inside the hospital, grandfather Sun was admitted to the intensive care unit. Sun Wulong, having retained only 2 paintings of special significance, willingly sold the rest to Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang contacted heir to arrange for the paintings to be transported back to Liang Manor for proper organization. All of them were to be framed, and professional appraisers would categorize them based on style and timeline. In a hospital corridor, Sun Zheyu remarked, President, I accept your terms. Initially, he believed Qin Jiang was fabricating stories. He was astonished to discover that everything was indeed true. Upon arriving at the hospital, his grandfather immediately received the best medical attention. After requesting his car number in the car, Qin Jiang promptly transferred 1 million to him, coupled with the 20,000 in cash earlier. Qin Jiang had gifted him a total of 1,020,000. Did he truly deserve such generosity? The additional 20,000 was a testament to my sincerity. I formally invite you to become one of the inaugural partners of my new company, JY Technology. Currently, Qin Jiang was a sophomore, and the internship tasks had already been assigned in his department. However, due to the misfortune associated with the Qin family, he struggled to find employment within the entire industry of Jing City. He was unable to secure an internship stamp. He understood this was a warning from the Qin family, but who decreed that internships could only be obtained through menial labor? Becoming one's own boss and stamping his own internship approval was equally feasible. Working for others was out of the question. He would never submit to such a fate. Is it more appealing to live off others, or to be one's own boss? President, you've established a company? I'm willing to follow you into entrepreneurship. In his past life, Sun Zheyu had chosen to follow Qin Jiang, but Qin Jiang, recognizing his strength, had hoped he could assist his sister's Qin Financial, thus recommending him to Qin Moyun for employment. Indeed, Qin Jiang was quite pleased. He had already invested 30 million to secure a floor in a central office building for the new company. Having completed these arrangements, he prepared to depart. Just as he reached the end of the corridor, a familiar figure unexpectedly emerged, nearly colliding with him. Qin Jiang hastily stepped back, a familiar aura instantly evoking a sense of unease within him. Qin Moyun, her headache slightly alleviated, had been busy with work all night and had come for a checkup. She was taken aback upon seeing Qin Jiang, adorned in a British-style long coat that exuded simplicity and elegance, complemented by a silk shirt made of linen and a high-waisted pencil skirt that accentuated her waist. She radiated an image of grace and authority. Qin Moyun paused, sensing that Qin Jiang was, in fact, concerned about her health and had followed her to the hospital. Noticing Qin Jiang turning to leave, she called after him, Qin Jiang, did you come specifically to deliver massage oil for me? I've been suffering from headaches for several days, and your timing suggests you wish to torment me further. Qin Jiang halted, a barrage of question marks floating above his head. Was Qin Moyun out of her mind? Qin Moyun, do you really think you're a delicacy just because you've been splashed with a bit of seawater? Surely there are mirrors at home. If not, I can have Song Jie provide one for you on the spot. Song Jie. Qin Jiang's crude remarks caused Qin Moyun, who prided herself on her refinement, to turn icy. Instantly adopting the demeanor of an elder sister, she admonished him, Qin Jiang, you are truly insufferable. You pale in comparison to Yun's poise and grace. After 4 years in the Qin family, you have yet to be influenced by an upper-class lifestyle. Do you intend to remain a repugnant rat in the gutter for the rest of your life? Your behavior is disgusting. You do not deserve to be my brother. Qin Moyun expressed her disdain, contemplating that had it not been for her recent headaches, she would not have stooped to seek help from Qin Jiang. Now, he seemed intent on provoking her. As the proud elder sister, she felt even more reluctant to mention the soothing oil. Coincidentally, I have no desire to be your brother. Good dogs do not block the way. You're like a nagging puppy. Qin Jiang I was infuriated, her headache intensifying as she pressed her forehead, her complexion turning pale. The more she felt this way, the less she could allow Qin Jiang to escape. Stop. I know you've been resentful of my favoritism towards Yun, but the fact remains that you cannot compare to her in any regard. As the elder sister, I do not wish to chastise you. If you leave me the soothing oil and admit your faults, I will take you back to the Qin family. You can bow to our parents, and I will personally plead your case, allowing you to return home after merely 2 days of kneeling at the ancestral hall. Qin Jiang, this is as far as I can assist you. You must be in dire need of an internship opportunity, yes? As long as you agree. You will still be a young master of the Qin family, and no one would dare deny you a job. Qin Jiang believed she had strengthened her bargaining position, her expression naturally becoming haughty, as if this outcome was the best scenario Qin Jiang could attain through desperate contrition. How ridiculous! Does your family possess a throne to inherit? Must I kneel and plead to return? The Qin dynasty has long perished. Dreaming of a favorable outcome is futile. Furthermore, you always believed that the calming oil I provided was ineffective. Was it not Yun who improved your mood and alleviated your headaches? If you have a headache, seek your good brother Yun for relief. Why should I concern myself with that? With that, Qin Jiang, without a backward glance, swaggered away. Seeing him attempt to leave, Qin Jiang rushed forward, gripping his arm and sternly declaring, Qin Jiang, did I permit you to leave? I am your elder sister, and you must heed my words. Let us set aside the soothing oil for now. Was it not you who invaded and deleted the company's confidential files? Hand over the backup immediately, or do not blame me for taking you to court. In recent days, Qin Jiang had not only suffered from headaches, but had also frantically sought hackers to restore the internal systems of Qin Financial, yet to no avail. Given Qin Jiang's prior provocations towards the family, she was convinced this was an act of revenge. Go ahead and sue. Do you have any evidence? Or are you merely believing in Yun slander? I recall you were the first to inform Yun of the password to Qin Financial's database. While I was never trusted by you, how would I have obtained the password? Qin Jiang's words, laden with significance, fell mercilessly as he exited. He had grown numb to being wronged by the Qin family. Naturally, he would no longer experience sorrow or disappointment. He felt only incredulity. Did they really believe he was still the soft target he once was? Qin Jiang and Song Jie exited the hospital, driving towards the city center building. The newly established company was directly opposite the Yin Group. Qin Jiang deliberately added an additional $5 million to the rent, securing the highest floor of the office building. While his office may not rival Yin Liang's in height, it was the closest space to the president's office of the Yin Group. Brother Jiang, we study finance. Why not establish a financial company instead of a technology firm? I know you have some minor research inventions, but that is not on par with launching a research company. Brother Jiang, are you truly knowledgeable about technology? Qin Jiang raised an eyebrow. I possess some understanding, perhaps. He recognized the continuous need for learning. Yet a path had already been forged before him. Since his rebirth, he was determined to seize the prevailing trends of the era. Song Jie felt a pang of unease. Why does it seem that Brother Jiang's substantial investment, under the stewardship of the indifferent Liang, is destined to go to waste? However, it appears that Liang is merely indulging in a whimsical expenditure for Brother Jiang. One could almost imagine him wishing to keep Jiang confined in a state of perpetual pleasure, indifferent to whether the ventures funded by her money yield significant returns or not. In the future, AI technology is poised to become the predominant trend in global technological advancement, with the current economic landscape dominated by internet celebrities and social media influencers. We must also engage in self-media. Yet I plan to proactively assemble a research team to prioritize the development of AI technology, ensuring that we remain at the forefront of the industry. Chapter 52, Brother. What is this alluring AI technology? I have not heard of it before. Song Jie, filled with skepticism, wondered what had transpired within Jiang to evoke such a transformation in him, making even Song feel that Qin Jiang had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Whatever Jiang intended to pursue, he would follow suit. I trust you. You will surely succeed, Song Jie declared with unwavering conviction. This is 1 million. Maintaining the villa and luxury car that Yan Yan gifted you must be quite burdensome, no? As a man, you must feel reluctant to sell something given to you by your wife. Yet the property fees in that villa community amount to tens of thousands monthly, certainly beyond the means of a mere student. Take this money for now. There is no need to repay it. Qin Jiang, feeling a deep-seated guilt towards the former Song Jie, meticulously arranged everything in an effort to make amends. As for his girlfriend, Jiang Kexin, she was likely already betraying him. He needed to help Song Jie accept the reality before tragedy struck. In his past life, he had contemplated suicide, burdened by the belief that Kexin's defilement by a wealthy heir was a consequence of his own inadequacy in safeguarding her. However, after his rebirth, he learned from Mo De that Kexin had been guided by Chu Chu into the clutches of the wealthy heir, but ultimately, it was Kexin's own choice. It was a mutual agreement. With this understanding, Qin Jiang had no intention of reclaiming Kexin. At the core of it, her eventual misfortune was a deliberate act to return to Song Jie and elicit sympathy, effectively dragging him into a vortex of despair. She was the architect of her own downfall, prepared to drag another down with her. If she wished to blame someone, it should be the wealthy heir who had ruined her. Ultimately, she exploited Song Jie's kindness, transforming him into a weapon for her vengeance, leading him to a fate worse than death, culminating in suicide to cleanse her image. As if this could somehow beautify her earlier choices of sacrificing her dignity for vanity. In his eyes, such reasoning was unfathomable. He would not allow Song Jie to repeat the past. As for Jiang Kexin, he respected the outcomes born of any individual's choices. He allowed everything to unfold, observing the consequences of their own actions. Brother Jiang, you are too good to me. If I were a woman, I would surely be the first to offer myself to you. Song Jie, overwhelmed by Qin Jiang's generosity, felt an overwhelming urge to leap into his embrace. Yet, in the next moment, he was firmly pushed away by Qin Jiang. I have no interest in men, and even less in cross-dressers, Qin Jiang firmly rejected. Though seeing Song Jie's joy eased the guilt he harbored towards him. The office was equipped with all essential supplies and cabinets, requiring only the addition of computers and printers. Qin Jiang transferred another sum of money to Song Jie, this time directly from the 200,000 he had acquired from Qin Jiang. He meticulously accounted for every penny spent from his wife's funds. As a man, the initial capital was provided by his wife, and he intended to repay her manifold in the future. At Liang Manor, in the study, Yan Liang was engrossed in some work, while Qin Jiang was drafting a business plan. In his previous life, he had handled many complicated projects at Qin Makin's finance company, with numerous proposals being crafted by his own hand. He was well-versed in the process of starting a company, yet it required considerable effort. However, once Yan Liang completed her tasks, she noticed that Qin Jiang's attention was diverted elsewhere, leaving her feeling somewhat unsettled. While he concentrated on his business plan, he remained attentive to his ailing yet beloved wife, ensuring she was well hydrated and provided with sweet treats even amidst his work. Sensing the hint of discontent in her gaze, Qin Jiang rose and approached Yan Liang, gently caressing her pale, delicate face with his rough fingertips. Are you hungry, my dear? What would you like to eat? I shall cook it for you right away. He glanced at the clock. It was already 1 a.m. They truly were a pair of workaholics. No need. What are you doing? I heard you started a company. If you encounter any operational difficulties, feel free to consult me. I can guide you and teach you gradually. Naturally, Yan Liang had not overlooked Qin Jiang's entrepreneurial endeavors. In truth, seeing him willing to spend his own money brought her an unprecedented sense of security. The former Qin Jiang had harbored disdain for any economic entanglement with her. Now, his willingness to spend on her indicated that he regarded her as family. Genuinely pleased, Yan Liang couldn't help but wrap her arms around Qin Jiang's firm waist, resting her face against his abdomen. Aren't you afraid that I might run away once I have money? Not at all. Jiang's little antics cannot escape my grasp, she replied confidently. Is that so? Qin Jiang was well aware that Yan Liang spoke the truth. The scale of his current company was indeed modest. Yet what of the future? He was determined to become a titan in the industry. How about you, Jiang? Challenge me tonight. See if you can escape from my grasp, Qin Jiang. After excessive exertion, fatigue set in. Chapter 53. True spouses must be candid with each other. Ahem, let us discuss matters seriously, my dear. Qin Jiang attempted a playful jest, but found himself unable to maintain the levity. His physical condition simply would not allow it. Indeed, I am quite serious. Yan Liang smiled alluringly, her eyes glimmering with an enchanting charm. She had been holding onto Qin Jiang's waist, and, at that moment, her hand slipped into his shirt as though she were about to strike at his vital points. Qin Jiang's body tensed, and a flush crept up to his neck. How do I handle such a demanding, lovesick wife? I need assistance, urgently. Yan Liang did not afford Qin Jiang the luxury of shyness, her slender fingers casually teasing his abdomen. It must be said that a well-sculpted physique is a man's finest asset. Yan Liang was thoroughly impressed by his form. Jiang, please sit tight. She suddenly vacated her seat, allowing Qin Jiang to take her place. Subsequently, the domineering and captivating woman settled herself upon his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and resting her head gently against his shoulder, displaying a surprising tenderness that caught Qin Jiang off guard. I reviewed your proposal. The ideas are excellent and highly feasible. My age Yang is indeed the man I chose. The dragon soaring high above is not a mere fish in a pond. I believe you can successfully establish this company. In contrast to the sudden softness of the once demanding young lady, her unwavering trust in him astonished Qin Jiang. In the Qin family, no one had ever believed in him. Yet here, with Liang, he had previously rejected her, telling her to leave. Yet she continued to trust him unconditionally, willing to invest everything in him. With a wife like her, what more could he desire? Qin Jiang silently vowed to treat Liang with even greater care and affection from this day forth. Yin, do you truly have such faith in me? Qin Jiang inquired, perplexed. Yes, this concept will not incur losses. Furthermore, should Jiang require assistance in recruiting talent for AI development, Qin Yin International will always be your safety net. Jiang, you are also my eternal refuge. Should you leave me in this world, I would have no one left. Liang suddenly spoke, her tone imbued with a softness and fragility that tugged at the heartstrings. The once domineering and fierce young lady, who typically exuded an overwhelming aura, appeared strikingly different tonight. What could have transpired? Liang clung closely to Qin Jiang, her slight frame nestled in his embrace, her eyes gently closed, resembling an innocuous little cherub. Qin Jiang's heart softened as he leaned down to plant a tender kiss upon her brow. The softness of the touch belied the coldness and detachment that had long characterized Liang's heart. Yin, fear not. No matter what happens, I shall never abandon you. Sleep now. Embracing Liang, Qin Jiang prepared to escort her back to the bedroom, his work project momentarily eclipsed by her presence. The tall figure of the man cradled the woman in a princess carry, guiding her toward the room. Upon entering the bedroom, Liang slowly lifted her gaze, her fingertips brushing against the buttons of his collar. Leaning in close to whisper in his ear, she murmured, Jiang, I have yet to bathe. I'm exhausted today. Could you assist me? Qin Jiang's steps faltered, nearly causing him to drop the enchanting beauty in his arms. Yet, his reason prevailed, restraining his impulse. What? Is that appropriate? He felt a blush creeping up his cheeks. After all, he had only ever known Liang as his one and only woman. In the past, Bai Chuchu had been so reserved that she wouldn't even allow him to hold her hand, leaving his exploration of intimacy solely with Liang. Each encounter had been a tantalizing revelation, yet he had seldom taken the initiative. His shyness often left him at her mercy in the dark. But now, to personally wash Liang? This was something he would have never dared to contemplate in his previous life. What was the young lady plotting? Was she testing his resolve? Is it my physique that displeases you? Or perhaps my appearance? If it were Bai Chuchu, would you acquiesce? Liang continued, Jiang, I've always understood that you once regarded me with reverence, but now we are husband and wife. As spouses, we must embrace honesty. As Qin Jiang placed Liang inside the room, she stepped onto the plush carpet with her crimson-tinted toes, leaving him no time to ponder. She swiftly unfastened several buttons on his shirt, seemingly impatient with the slow pace. With a decisive motion, she tore it open. Rip! The fabric succumbed to her strength, revealing the inadequacy of the craftsmanship from the boutique that had dressed him. Liang giggled mischievously, her laughter enchanting and playful. The once imperious heiress transformed into a captivating siren under the moonlight. Qin Jiang felt his throat tighten, warmth flooding through him. Cough, cough, you are indeed correct, Yin. I must confront this challenge. As a man, it is my duty to overcome these hurdles rather than allow you to bear the weight of them alone. I will prepare the bath. My darling, please wait for me. With that, he swiftly retreated into the bathroom, the remnants of his shirt falling to the floor behind him. Mortified by his own excitement, he felt the blood rush to his head, causing him to experience a nosebleed. He hastily grabbed a towel to clean himself up while filling the bathtub with water. The master bedroom of the Liang manor was vast, with a bathroom resembling a small swimming pool. The automated system efficiently filled the tub, the temperature perfectly adjusted. Observing all, Qin Jiang couldn't help but reflect. Being wealthy is indeed a blessing. He had once taken such luxury for granted, even contemplating his own demise in that very tub, compelling Liang to release him. What a narrow path he had tread. As the water level rose, enveloping the air in steamy vapor, he heard a sound behind him. Turning around, he felt heat rush to his face once more as he witnessed Liang, now clad in a black lace negligee, her legs long and alluring. Her dark red hair cascaded in soft waves, framing her delicate features like a bewitching enchantress, leaving him utterly spellbound. Liang's lips parted as she noticed his nosebleed, her expression shifting from surprise to a playful smile. Jiang, your vitality seems quite robust. Perhaps it's time to prescribe you some cooling herbs. She approached, gracefully settling by the edge of the tub. Darling, Why are you still standing there? First, help me out of my dress, then give my shoulders a gentle massage. As she turned, presenting her back to him, he noticed the convenient design of her negligee, tied with a bow at her neck and waist. It seemed that with a mere tug, it could be undone. Shaking his head to dispel his unruly thoughts, Qin Jiang reminded himself of Liang's trust in him. He could not let temptation cloud his judgment. After all, the flawless, porcelain-like skin of her back was a treasure not to be wasted. Resolute, he leaned closer, gritting his teeth as he simultaneously pulled the bow. A soft gasp escaped Liang's lips, sending a rush of white-hot blood through Qin Jiang's veins, painting his cheeks crimson. In the next moment, with a splash, she slipped into the tub, prompting him to gulp nervously. Since they had come this far, perhaps he should give her a massage. Conveniently, he had brought along all the calming essential oils from the Qin family, refusing to let them go to waste. Yin, stay right there. I'll fetch some oranges. No, wait, I'll grab a bottle of essential oil. Liang leisurely floated to the edge of the tub, resting her head on her propped-up arms. I had no idea you were so romantic, Jiang. It's calming essential oil. Not that other kind. Qin Jiang exclaimed as he broke into a cold sweat in the misty atmosphere of the bath, attempting to provide a soothing experience for his delicate wife. However, the effect was quite the opposite. He nearly lost control, his senses overwhelmed. Thankfully, his rationality regained the upper hand, steering his wandering hands back to the right path. Throughout the night, his dreams were haunted by the image of Liang reclining on the massage table, her gaze laden with unspoken words and affection. It was a temptation he could scarcely endure. Fortuitously, Liang had been fatigued from work lately, allowing her to find restful slumber beside him. The scent of Qin Jiang and the calming essential oil enveloped her, coaxing her into a tranquil sleep amidst the swirling steam of the bathroom. Seeing her finally at peace, Qin Jiang felt an unprecedented sense of relief wash over him. He gently rinsed her once more, wrapping her in a fresh towel before tenderly carrying the slumbering beauty back to their bed. However, instead of joining her, he approached the sides of the bed, retrieving the chains that Liang had once used to bind him, careful to make no sound that might awaken her. With a calm demeanor, he secured her limbs to the bed, ensuring no part was left unbound, and pocketed every key he possessed. Satisfied with his meticulous actions, he tiptoed out of the bedroom, convinced that his plan was foolproof. What he failed to notice was that the moment the door clicked shut, the woman who was supposed to be peacefully asleep suddenly opened her eyes, revealing a complex array of emotions, cold and calculating. Qin Jiang, how dare you lock me up? What are you scheming this time? Liang chuckled bitterly, casting a self-mocking glance at a plush doll dressed in a red gown in the corner of the room. Ayu, release me from these chains. At her command, the exquisitely adorned doll on the bookshelf seemed to come to life, its eyes sparkling with a clear, glass-like brilliance. Flickering as Liang called out to it. Sister Liang, he is wicked. He no longer wants you. But Ayu does. The doll in the red dress suddenly spoke, its voice that of a 4 or 5-year-old girl, soft and infantile, yet in the stillness of the night, it sounded profoundly eerie. Immediately after, the red-dressed doll began to move. Had Qin Jiang been present, he would have recognized this very doll as the one that Liang, in her previous life, had held drenched in blood after slaughtering the Qin family. At that time, the doll was likewise stained with blood, and near its mouth lingered what appeared to be the remnants of partially digested, torn flesh. Inside the master bedroom, the clinking of chains hitting the floor signaled the liberation of Miss Yen, a delicate yet bloodthirsty and psychotic young lady. She had changed into a red dress, her fair feet stepping softly upon the carpet as she paced slowly toward the door. After locking Liang up, Qin Jiang had thoughtfully drawn the curtains tightly, sealing the master bedroom from the outside world. He then swiftly left the room and slipped to the living room doorway. Checking his phone, he noted it was exactly 2 o'clock in the morning, the date and time correct. He was waiting patiently, anticipating the arrival of Yanzi, who in the previous life had deliberately lured him to the basement to frighten him. Sure enough, as soon as Qin Jiang concealed himself behind the door, a shadowy figure stealthily entered the Liang manor. The figure ascended smoothly to the 2nd floor, stopping before the very room where Qin Jiang had been confined as punishment. Producing a key, he promptly unlocked the door and stepped inside. I thought Qin Jiang was locked in here. Why is no one here? Yanzi muttered suspiciously. He had deliberately chosen tonight to come, bringing with him a whole packet of itching powder to teach Qin Jiang a lesson. The Yin family was no place for Qin Jiang to act recklessly. This was the domain of the Yins, not the Qins. In the previous life, Qin Jiang had incurred Liang's wrath at this exact hour and was locked in this room, chained to the bed. Starved for 2 days and deprived of food to prevent escape, he was reduced to drinking water only his body frail and weak. That very night, Yinzhua bribed a security guard within Liang Manor and, using his bloodline privileges, slipped in freely and entered his own room. He doused Qin Jiang with itching powder before dragging him to the secret basement of Yin Liang, a place he had only glimpsed before, vaguely aware of her terrifying and cruel methods. The true horror and desperate desire to flee Yin Liang's madness stemmed from that night. Yinzhua thrust Qin Jiang into the dark chamber, where Yin Liang usually restrained her own pathological madness, forcing him to behold the instruments of torture. Chains were but minor tools compared to the serrated hooks, axes thick as an arm, blood-dripping blades, and steel beds arranged in that black room. Though Qin Jiang had been locked in similar cells many times, he had never seen such a dreadful chamber before. He believed he had glimpsed the darkest, most merciless side of Yin Liang. All he wished was to escape, yet the itching held him captive. Even a small amount of itching powder could drive a person to madness, scratching to the point of tearing skin and clawing at the lungs. Yinzhua had poured an entire bottle on him. His skin itched unbearably, as if insects crawled beneath his bones, frantically scratching, tearing his flesh. He even sought relief in the pain of his bones, crawling slowly toward the so-called torture instruments belonging to Yin Liang. He wondered if cutting open his flesh might dull the maddening itch. Then, an axe was presented before him, offered by Yinzhua. Qin Jiang, use this to slice open your arm, then the itch will stop. The torment was unbearable. Driven by some mysterious impulse, Qin Jiang lifted his hand, took the axe, and prepared to strike his own arm. The itch, deep in his marrow, pierced through his skin. His nails had torn his flesh, his body covered in blood. Yet he felt no pain. The agony was completely eclipsed by the itch. The moment the axe bit into flesh, excruciating pain surged, replacing the itch and snapping his mind to clarity, halting his downward blow. Witnessing this, Yinzui's triumphant smile faltered, his eyes darkening with suspicion. Why did you stop? Keep going. Qin Jiang, you worthless trash, you don't deserve my sister. Being close enough to touch the hem of her skirt is your fortune. Yet you are ungrateful and dare to bully her repeatedly. Now you shall reap what you sow. Today, I will teach you the first lesson of the Yin family. The Yin family is no place for just anyone. As Yinzhua stepped forward to seize the axe and continue forcing Qin Jiang's self-mutilation, Qin Jiang realized bitterly, the Yin family harbored not a single sane person, all were madmen. Were it not for Yin Liang's greater madness, surely he would have been devoured by this clan of lunatics. At that moment, curled on the basement floor, the pain in Qin Jiang's arm only slightly alleviated the itch, but the relief was minimal. He writhed in agony, caught between pain and torment, feeling worse than death. He loathed Yin Liang for imprisoning him in Liang Manor, making him a plaything for the Yin family's cruelty. Yet, just before death, when Yin Liang curled his arms, she clung to his neck and whispered, "Ah Jiang, I cut off my brother's hand. They are right. I am a monster, capable of mercilessly harming even my own kin. I never wanted my hands stained with the blood of family. They forced me. Ah Jiang, if there's a next life, I hope my hands will be clean, so I can be the pure, innocent girl you love. But in the end, I cannot do that. I will never allow anyone to bully you." At that time, Qin Jiang let Yin Liang lean on him, tears streaming uncontrollably. He wished to stroke her hair in comfort, but found he lacked the strength even to lift his hand. The pain was overwhelming, too intense. Thus, in this life, Qin Jiang resolved to take matters into his own hands. Unaware of the profound changes this time, Yinzhua stood at the door. To ensure the course of events mirrored the previous life, Qin Jiang had already located and bribed the very security guard Yinzhua had once bought off, all in preparation for tonight's retribution. Yinzhua, gazing at the empty room, felt some suspicion, but as a partial master of Liang Manor, he boldly stepped inside, clutching the packet of itching powder. On the bed, a raised curve suggested Qin Jiang had succumbed to torment and fallen asleep. Perfect, just as he wished. Striding forward, Yinzhua scattered the entire packet of itching powder over the mound on the bed, just as before. Suddenly, the blanket was whipped aside, and the powder, stirred by the motion, showered Yinzhua himself. Terrified, he collapsed to the floor. "Qin Jiang, why aren't you under the blanket? How dare you trick me?" Furious, Yinzhua, the young master of the Yin family, and Yin Liang's full brother, seethed. Even if he did rough up Qin Jiang, his sister would only reprimand him lightly. But eliminating Qin Jiang was necessary to prevent him from pushing his sister into despair again. Though his sister forbade his interference, he had heard Qin Jiang's repeated escapes stirred Yin Liang's fragile health. She suffered a hereditary illness unlikely to see 25 years. If Qin Jiang continued provoking her, she might not even reach 22. Hence, removing Qin Jiang was imperative. In the previous life, Yinzhua had nearly killed Qin Jiang. But fate had intervened when Liang appeared, lunging at Yinzua with a sickle and severing 2 of his fingers. Yinzua, if you dare bully him, you're courting death. Shocked and innocent-looking, Yinzua stepped back, raising his hands in protest. Sister, he doesn't deserve you. He harbored feelings for another woman, rendering him utterly unworthy. Liang refrained from engaging in any further conversation, instructing her subordinates to bind Yinzua. Reveal who directed you to do this, or be aware of my methods. Just before Qin Jiang lost consciousness, a chilling sensation enveloped him as his life force ebbed away. Yet in the next moment, something warm suddenly touched his cold face. He found himself in Liang's embrace. The once proud and ruthless young lady now resembled a fragile glass doll, as if she might shatter at any moment. Ah, Jiang, I love you, and I forbid you to die. If you truly perish, I shall construct a double coffin, and we shall be buried together. In death, we must remain united. Qin Jiang, filled with resentment, pushed Liang away, shaking his head as he weakly protested. No, no, I refuse. You madwoman, do not taint my path to reincarnation. Now, Qin Jiang stood motionless, coldly observing Yinzua writhe on the ground in agony, much like he had in his previous life. What a self-inflicted torment. However, this mere act of retribution was insufficient. Thus, Qin Jiang advanced, retrieving a black leather whip from the bedside drawer, not something he had prepared, but rather pilfered from Liang's secluded chamber. He cast a glance at Yinzua, who was beginning to scratch at his own skin, the once pampered young master soon marked with deep, crimson scratches. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Qin Jiang leisurely donned a pair of gloves before bending down to bind Yinzua's hands with the whip. He then removed his own socks, replacing them with a new pair, and stuffed the old ones into Yinzua's mouth to muffle any noise, lest it disturb Liang. Help! Save me! Qin Jiang has gone mad. Bound by the whip, Yinzua was dragged outside, the friction against the ground exacerbating his itchiness. He yearned to scratch, but his hands were restrained. The pain was unbearable, yet this was merely a taste of his own medicine. Yinzua realized with growing dread that Qin Jiang seemed all too familiar with the methods he wished to employ against him. Why? Why did Qin Jiang know precisely how to torment him? His own plan had not even been disclosed to the bodyguards he had bribed. Inside the basement, Qin Jiang tossed Yinzua into the dimly lit chamber he knew all too well, the very place where he had been driven to sever his own arm by Yinzua in a past life. He untied the whip and, with gloved hands, grasped Yinzua's chin, disdainfully yanking off the socks. Young Master Yin, you truly are a despicable creature, harboring a heart full of malice. How does it feel to experience the torment you so eagerly inflicted? As he spoke, Qin Jiang casually approached the surgical table, retrieving a bottle of iodine. Upon witnessing this, Yinzua's heart sank. Qin Jiang, what are you planning? I merely came to play a harmless prank on you. I never intended to harm you. Besides, I am already suffering from the itching powder. I've been punished enough. Please, I beg you, spare me. Panic gripped Yinzua. He felt miserable, wanting nothing more than to roll on the ground. Yet his innate pride prevented him from performing such a humiliating act. However, when he raised his gaze, he saw Qin Jiang soaking the whip in iodine. What is he planning? Is he not satisfied with merely striking me? Does he intend to poison me as well? The more Yinzua thought, the more frantic he became, the incessant itching forcing him to rub against the ground like a worm. Dignity? It was cast aside. But compared to his life, he was willing to concede. Who directed you to treat me this way? Qin Jiang's lips parted slightly, his strikingly handsome face cloaked in shadows, resembling a bloodthirsty executioner. This familiar sense of oppression felt reminiscent of Liang. How could Qin Jiang, too, be driven to madness like her? No one directed me. It was merely my desire to play a prank. Please, Qin Jiang, spare me. Yinzua lamented, tears brimming in his eyes. How dare you address me so intimately? Qin Jiang retorted, delivering a merciless crack of the whip across Yinzua's body, the sound echoing as skin split open. Qin Jiang observed coldly, devoid of emotion. He was, in a twisted sense, being humane by applying iodine to the whip while he struck, ensuring a disinfection of the wounds inflicted. Of course, he would never admit that the blood drawn from the whip mingled with the potent antiseptic. The sensation was indescribably exquisite. Call out again, Qin Jiang commanded, raising an eyebrow. Qin, Another brutal lash fell without mercy. He was no longer the submissive Qin Jiang of his past life. In this incarnation, he intended to be the master of his fate. Ah, help! Yinzua cried out. Qin Jiang continued to strike relentlessly. In the end, the defiant young master, against his will, bowed his head. Sister's husband, I beg you, please stop. Chapter 56. Liang also wished to call him brother-in-law, and Yinzua found himself complying. Qin Jiang raised an eyebrow. somewhat satisfied with Yin Zuo's timely submission. Yet, that did not absolve the suffering he had endured in his past life. Very well. You have made the right choice. Now, I demand you answer me seriously. Who is the one behind this? Who provided you with the so-called itching powder? Qin Jiang's expression darkened ominously. In that moment, he felt his mental state edging closer to that of his beloved, deranged wife. It appeared madness was not an abrupt occurrence, but rather a culmination of endless suffering that had driven one to the brink of insanity. In his previous life, Qin Jiang had been too dazed to recall much when Liang questioned Yin Zuo. Subsequently, he had developed post-traumatic stress disorder, unwilling to confront the memories. However, he later sensed something amiss. Firstly, the itching powder was suspicious. To appease his second sister, Qin Muyun, he had taken the initiative to study traditional Chinese medicine, making him well-versed in identifying such substances. Ordinary itching powder could never induce such an almost bone-deep, maddening sensation. Even an entire bottle would only cause mild itching, not the sensation of insects crawling within his very bones. That bottle of itching powder had undoubtedly been tampered with. This conclusion crystallized long after the incident, as Qin Jiang forced himself to confront his trauma. He later approached Liang directly, yet for the first time, the usually compliant Liang evaded his inquiry. This was shortly before he planned to steal the Yin family seal and secrets, coinciding with Liang's declining health and frequent disappearances. He had vaguely sensed that something was wrong with her, her skin taking on a ghastly pallor. Yet, in his bitterness, he had wished for her demise. Naturally, he had not cared whether Liang was truly ill, but now, he was determined to unveil the truth. If he refused to speak, I can assure you that this bottle of itching powder is problematic. Ordinary itching powder could not possibly provoke such a profound distress. You must have sensed it as well. Clearly, it has been poisoned. If you do not believe me, I can take you to the hospital for an assessment, but before that, I must know who the mastermind truly is, Qin Jiang declared. Who desired for him to suffer such torment? Were the lunatics of the Yin family truly monstrous enough to derive pleasure from the suffering of others? No, that could not be the case. Bai Chuchu had merely suggested that the itching powder would teach him a lesson. I never intended to take your life. Yin Zuo protested, his guilt palpable. Even if he had not wished for Qin Jiang's demise, he had aimed to inflict harm. Alas, the tables had turned, and he now found himself at the mercy of his adversary. Yet, he was confident that Qin Jiang would not dare to harm him, for if he did, his sister would never forgive him. Qin Jiang, however, merely smiled. Bai Shushu, how naive of me to underestimate her. But soon, shadows clouded his gaze. In her previous life, Liang refrained from revealing the truth to herself, aware that her days were numbered. She chose to relinquish her hold on his feelings for Bai Chuchu, not wishing to burden him with additional sorrow during his time on this earth. Was Liang truly so benevolent? Was she not the one who would have dragged him down to death alongside her? Qin Jiang felt a sense of confusion. The love of a sickly, obsessive wife is selfish and terrifying, overflowing with possessiveness. How could she possibly allow him to maintain hope for Bai Chuchu? Qin Jiang found it incomprehensible. Is that so? You truly have no intention of killing me? Of slaughtering me? Qin Jiang approached the cowering Yin Zuo, an axe in hand. They occupied the same space, assumed the same posture. Only this time, the roles of executioner and victim had been irrevocably reversed. He advanced on the squirming Yin Zuo, raising the axe before his eyes. The dominating stance mirrored that of Yin Zuo in their previous life. Now, let you experience the helplessness of being an ant. At that moment, Yin Zuo could no longer endure it. The itch penetrated to his very bones. By some inexplicable impulse, he grasped the axe's handle. With a sudden crash, Yin Zuo retaliated. Blood splattered, staining Qin Jiang's face, yet a strange smile reflected in his expression. He would spare no one. Yin Zuo was merely the first. Suddenly, the basement door was kicked open, drawing both Qin Jiang and Yin Zuo's attention. There stood Liang, barefoot, and clutching a red dress doll. Ah Jiang, what game are you playing? I want to join too. Yin Zuo's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 57. The Mrs. Chosen Man is Fierce. Liang stood at the doorway, tilting her head as she surveyed the near-bloody scene before her. Her snow-white skin took on an eerie glow in the night, the red dress resembling blood, and her crystal-clear eyes sparkled with innocence. It was as if she had merely come to partake in a game. Qin Jiang remained silent, watching Liang approach step by step. Instinctively, he lowered the axe in his hand and, almost against his will, opened his arms toward her. You can do whatever you wish, my dear. I will accompany you. With a mindset of testing the waters, he offered himself as bait to entice his deranged wife. After all, his gaze had not overlooked the fact that Liang appeared to be clutching a doll, while the other hand held a chain, the very one he had used to bind her, in which she had once employed to imprison him. He was gambling, wagering whether Yin Liang had come to reclaim him or to side with her brother Yinzua, who appeared to be the one in distress. Of course, the latter possibility seemed quite precarious. However, Yinzua harbored a different thought. At this moment, having regained a flicker of rationality due to the axe's cut on his arm, he crawled toward Yin Liang, wailing, "Sister, sister, save me. Qin Jiang wants to kill me." Desperate, Yinzua clung to the hope of salvation, nearly weeping as he clutched at Yin Liang's legs. After all, he was only 17, still a boy who revered his sister as his faith. In that moment, Yin Liang represented his last refuge and hope. "Save you? Perhaps you should explain why you are at Liang Manor tonight. Was my last beating not harsh enough? Have you forgotten the pain so soon?" Yin Liang's gaze was frigid, as if coated in frost. The instant she grasped the entirety of the night's events, she surmised that Yinzua had been manipulated against Qin Jiang, only to fall victim to him in return. The axe's cut on his arm was but a consequence of his own actions. "Sister, I was wrong. I won't dare again." Yinzua could no longer contain his tears. Yet Yin Liang stood there, her attention unwaveringly fixed on Qin Jiang, seemingly indifferent to him. This incited his jealousy and despair. Clearly, he was the only family member still standing by Yin Liang's side in this world. How could she treat him thus? Was he not worthy of even a fraction of her attention compared to Qin Jiang? Yin Liang did not cast another glance at Yinzua. Perhaps the slaughter on the eve of her coming-of-age ceremony had rendered her merciless toward Qin. Though she had never been particularly close to this brother, she had always indulged him, as if clinging to her final remnants of conscience and humanity. Yet Yinzua repeatedly pushed her limits. Was he intent on forcing her to obliterate the last vestiges of her compassion? Fury coursed through Yin Liang, causing her to tremble. With her doubts about Qin Jiang's intent dispelled, the chain fell from her grasp, fortuitously striking Yinzua's head. "Yinzua!" In a flurry, Yin Liang dashed toward Qin Jiang's open arms. The warmth of his broad shoulders, combined with the familiar scent that haunted her dreams, enveloped her in an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Qin Jiang caught her with ease, utterly charmed by her exuberance. "My dear Yin Liang, you are simply too adorable." The way she clung to him, like a lazy, obedient calico cat, melted his heart. Yin Liang wrapped her legs around his waist, resembling a koala bear. Then, a glint of bloodlust flickered in her eyes. She lowered her head and sank her teeth into Qin Jiang's neck. The pain, the taste of blood, was the only thing that could anchor her in reality. Jiang truly did not flee. Moreover, he has learned to retaliate against his tormentors, truly deserving of my affection. How fierce! Qin Jiang gritted his teeth against the pain inflicted by Yin Liang's bite. Indeed, her claws were sharp as a cat's. Yin Liang, do be gentle. That hurts." One arm encircled her waist while the other supported her rear, allowing her to nestle comfortably in his embrace. "Umph, you need to remember the pain. Qin Jiang, you've turned wicked, daring to lock me up. Pray tell, how did you discover the location of the key?" After biting him, Yin Liang assertively seized Qin Jiang's neck. Her grip firm, yet not constricting, a pose brimming with possessiveness. She was marking him. She was taming him, ensuring that he would yield to her will. Body and soul, forever branded with her exclusive mark. Yinzua interjected, "So, am I merely a pawn in your game?" Yinzua writhed on the ground, yielding to the itching torment as if he were a worm, creating quite a commotion. It seemed that only then did Yin Liang's attention shift toward Yinzua, the instigator of this chaos. Has he succumbed to the itching powder? Not quite. I just inspected the bottle. It carries the scent of heart-eating grass, whose venom can cause excruciating torment for 3 days and nights, a potent poison that can render one more miserable than death. However, as long as blood is drawn, it is not lethal. In his previous life, Qin Jiang's arm had been severed, resulting in excessive blood loss. This misfortune inadvertently alleviated some of the poison, and as he fainted, he was spared from further suffering. Yet, the experiences of this night instilled in him a profound fear and resentment toward Yin Liang. As for Yinzua, Qin Jiang intended to teach him a lesson, but had no intention of taking his life. Yin Liang's gaze darkened as she stepped away from Qin Jiang's embrace, walking barefoot toward Yinzua, leaning down to confront him. "Yinzua, you have once again crossed a line. Do you know what must be done?" Since Yin Liang assumed control of the Yin family, an unwritten rule had emerged. Her decisions were divine mandates, and no one could defy or question them. Should one cross this boundary, they would face punishment in the water prison. It was known that when Yin Liang first took charge of the Yin Corporation, the water prison had been quite the spectacle. Yet, almost everyone who entered could not endure beyond 2 days, withering away to mere bones. Yin Liang was, from beginning to end, a beast consumed by madness. Fear gripped Yin Zhua as he curled into himself, finally resigned to his fate. Sister, just kill me. After all, you care nothing for me. In your heart, your eyes. You only have that bastard Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang's eyes narrowed. Although he understood Yin Zhua's motivation, he had never held back in his own cruelty toward him. In this regard, Qin Jiang harbored no illusions of benevolence. Well, as long as you know. Liang did not refute this. Instead, she nodded in satisfaction. The woman's dark red hair cascaded over her shoulders, her fair skin adorned in a crimson dress, and her unadorned face, devoid of the usual fierce makeup, appeared innocent and unassuming. Yin Zhua. Liang must have been bewitched by Qin Jiang. Yin Zhua, you ought to be grateful that the water prison is already at capacity. I shall find another method to punish you. Liang spoke slowly, her words to Yin Zhua akin to a divine favor. He knew it all along. His sister still cared for him. The next moment, Liang sidled up to Qin Jiang. With a swift motion, she yanked off Qin Jiang's belt, flipping it back to strike Yin Zhua. Crack! The stinging sensation was indeed more terrifying than a whip. It vividly illustrated the concept of a loving sister wielding the rod against her rebellious brother. That night, Yin Zhua's wails echoed throughout the estate. Old Su, who was sleeping beside the great white lion general, heard the cries and nuzzled into the general's plush fur with practiced ease. Although the general appeared fearsome, I have secretly fed him game every day. Gradually, we have established a beneficial feeding relationship. As long as the general is well fed, he will not cast a glance at my 100-odd pounds of old flesh. It seems the young master has been punished. Well, if he has been punished, then old Su cannot be touched. Steward Su, adhering to the philosophy of a dead comrade is better than a dead Taoist, continued to linger in the great white lion's lair. After a night of exertion, both Liang and Qin Jiang were exhausted, embracing each other in slumber until midday. Yin Zhua, however, was unceremoniously carried out of the estate early in the morning. After all, old Su was most familiar with the dealings of the hospital's intensive care unit, and thus, it was only natural for him to regain his position. When he carried Yin Zhua away, he could hardly bear to look at the multitude of bruises adorning his body. Xiaoning, the winds of change have swept through Liang Manor. It seems that from now on, it shall be Qin Jiang's dominion. Old Su lamented. Zhou rolled his eyes. The change has long since come. It's already too late to catch the warm food. Steward Su, you are the one eating excrement. With Yin Zhua temporarily taught a lesson, Qin Jiang was fully revitalized. This afternoon was the National University Student Research and Invention Competition. After waking, Qin Jiang quickly tidied himself and headed to school. Of course, before leaving, he was pulled back by Liang, who clung to his neck and fervently kissed him until she was satisfied. Qin Jiang mused, what troubles can a lovesick wife bring? Perhaps it is merely the frequent appearance of irregular bruises on my body. Those are the exclusive marks of Miss Yen. Chapter 58, Unmasking Fourth Sister. Exposing the disfigured face of the film queen at Huajing University. The venue for the National University Student Research Competition was being set up, conveniently located at Huajing University, which led to the institution placing particular emphasis on selecting research talents in advance. Within the competition area, a plethora of gifted individuals gathered, young prodigies from various schools, all of whom were the pride of their respective lineages, naturally exuded an air of arrogance. Qin Yun stood amidst the crowd. After being brought home by his parents the previous day, he had tended to his injuries, and some of the bruising had begun to fade. Yet at that moment, his face resembled a colorful palette. Anyone with eyes could tell that Qin Yun had been severely beaten. The one audacious enough to lay hands on him was undoubtedly Qin Jiang, who had recently secured a wealthy benefactor and was riding high on success. The Qin family regarded this competition with utmost seriousness. After all, they were united in their disdain for Qin Jiang, who had stolen Yun's research achievements. Since they could not punish him at home, they intended to publicly expose him on this stage, ensuring his disgrace and ruin. He should not be allowed to enjoy the fruits of Yun's labor and bask in the sense of accomplishment that rightfully belonged to another. Qin Jiang, a thief, was unworthy and had no right to such privilege. Today, Qin Jiang donned a comfortable casual outfit, a cap pulled low over his brow as he navigated through the crowd. In his pocket, he concealed a seemingly unremarkable USB drive. Just as he was about to merge into the throng, a figure suddenly blocked his path. Qin Jiang raised an eyebrow, his expression one of mild surprise. It was Qin Xiun, the fourth sister of the Qin family, once a top film queen who ruled the entertainment industry. At present, she wore a thick black mask, deliberately swathed in a heavy coat, as if she feared being recognized as the faded star she had become. Qin Jiang turned away in disgust, attempting to brush past her. Qin Jiang, stop right there, she commanded. Do not think you can escape the consequences of your actions. How could you extort 600,000 from Bai Chuchu for vehicle damages? What a heartless act. Are you still my brother? You were never this mercenary before. Now that you've climbed to great heights, your true colors are revealed. Let me tell you, we will not be compensating you for that amount. Since you believe that your luxury car has depreciated, why not give it to Ayun to drive? I heard from our parents that his car was totaled. As his brother, you should at least offer him your old vehicle. While it may be a bit of a compromise for Ayun, it is still functional enough for him to accept, Qin Jiang I asserted with an air of entitlement. Over the years, her limitless demands had only served to inflate her appetite. Once, Qin Jiang had nothing to offer. But now, having entered the prestigious Yin family through marriage to Ayun, he was reaping the rewards of a life of luxury that should have belonged to Ayun. It was merely a request for Qin Jiang to hand over a depreciated supercar to his brother. Surely, he would not be so miserly as to deny such a small favor to family? Qin Jiang was left incredulous by Qin Shiyun's line of reasoning. Qin Shiyun, did the steel wire that disfigured your face also squeeze your brain? Are you all right? Are we speaking the same language? Because I cannot comprehend your words, Qin Jiang laughed, his mocking gaze striking at her vulnerable heart. In the Qin family, her disfigurement had always been a taboo, a lifelong agony for her as a woman. Yet now, Qin Jiang had not hesitated to bring up her scarred visage multiple times. He did this intentionally to prod at her wounds. And who told you that I was demanding 600,000 for depreciation? Qin Shiyun, you truly are foolish. Let me enlighten you. I only asked Bai Chuchu for 200,000. Did Qin Yin tell you it was 600,000? Tisk tisk. That kid must be making a profit off the middleman. If that is the case, then why not just give me 600,000? I'm quite accommodating and not picky at all. Qin Jiang teased, his gaze frosty, the smile not quite reaching his eyes. Qin Jiang, do not attempt to sow discord. Ayun would never lie. You, however, are a thief. Why should I trust you? Qin Shiyun's expression darkened, yet a flicker of doubt ignited within her. According to Qin Yun's account, Bai Chuchu had merely tapped on the car window. No matter how unscrupulous Qin Jiang was, it seemed implausible that he would extort 600,000, a sum clearly beyond what Bai Chuchu could bear. Yet how could Ayun possibly deceive her? Just then, Bai Chuchu entered the venue. She donned a white dress, but her face bore no expression, appearing utterly haggard. The embarrassment she suffered in the lab had taken a significant toll on her spirit. She was the campus belle, deeply invested in her image, which she took pride in, and surrounded by suitors eager to win her favor. However, despite her fervent pleas to her classmates not to spread the news of her humiliation, she relied on her beauty to ensure many would gladly keep her secret. After all, possessing a secret about the campus belle was a source of pride for them, and they would not easily divulge it. The title of campus belle, once seemingly unattainable, might not be so in the future. Yet they overlooked one loose end, Song Jia. Song Jia, didn't see this coming, did you? I'm not falling for your green tea tricks. That very night, Song Jia registered 70 or 80 accounts, bombarding the forums with the sensational news of the campus belle's disgrace in the laboratory. The campus belle's scandal garnered significant attention. Moreover, the belle of Huajing University serves as the epitome of the prestigious institution, and such a scandal inevitably tarnishes its reputation, spreading like wildfire. Soon enough, numerous schools began to gossip about this sensational affair. Bai Chuchu, unable to endure the humiliation that shattered her self-esteem, nearly contemplated a leap from a great height. However, she quickly regained her composure, realizing that this must be the machinations of Liang's aunt. Consumed by jealousy over Bai Chuchu's acquisition of Qin Jiang's affections, she deliberately orchestrated this embarrassment. Bai Chuchu was acutely aware of her inferiority compared to Liang's aunt in numerous aspects. Yet the one domain where she triumphed was in securing Qin Jiang's heart, a treasure that Liang could never possess. Revitalized, Bai Chuchu resolved to reclaim the heart of Qin Jiang, which she had once carelessly cast aside. Qin Qian was right. Men are often unable to forget their first love. Moreover, she was as white moonlight. She intentionally adorned herself with a look of delicate exhaustion as she arrived at the competition venue, fulfilling Qin Yun's request while harboring her own secret intentions. Indeed, as soon as she entered, she spotted Qin Jiang waving at her, a sight that left her in disbelief, stifling the thrill bubbling within her. Maintaining an air of aloofness, she regarded him, amused that Qin Jiang's inherent infatuation had resurfaced. With her head held high, she approached them, reveling in the astonished gazes from those around her. Naturally, her expression was one of fragile vulnerability, evoking sympathy. "Ah Jiang, did you seek me out?" Bai Chuchu could hardly contain her excitement. The fact that Qin Jiang, having grown more handsome, continued to play the role of her devoted admirer was enough to restore her reputation as a campus belle. Are you prepared to reimburse me for the 200,000 for the car? Qin Jiang inquired deliberately. Bai Chuchu noted Qin Shiyun's presence nearby, uncertain whether she was aware of the 50,000 she had requested from Qin Yun. Yet, cautious as a woman seeking advantage, she feigned innocence. Wasn't it 50,000? A Yun said he would handle it for me in light of how I took care of him before. Qin Shiyun gasped, staring incredulously at Bai Chuchu, as though she were meeting her for the first time. She had always perceived Bai Chuchu as kind, gentle, and pure, yet now, she found her utterly unrecognizable. Even her well-meaning brother, a Yun, seemed, at this moment, to be less than simple. Oh, so you are demanding 50,000 from Qin Yun? Quite the appetite you have. Qin Jiang chuckled, then turned to Qin Shiyun. Director Qin, where did you conjure that 60,000 from? The party involved, am completely in the dark. Qin Shiyun fell silent, refraining from blaming Qin Yun. Instead, her resentment towards Bai Chuchu for daring to deceive a Yun intensified. Surely a Yun, lacking funds, must have been compelled to report a false account to her. Overwhelmed with guilt, she glared at Qin Jiang's triumphant expression. Qin Jiang, a Yun must have his reasons. I trust him, but you, repeatedly opposing a Yun and Bai Chuchu, must apologize to them immediately. Otherwise, Qin Shiyun threatened, accustomed to having Qin Jiang dutifully appease her with just a change of expression. Otherwise what? Qin Jiang smirked, a wicked gleam in his eyes. Qin Shiyun's lips quivered. The youth before her had undergone a remarkable transformation, seemingly adorned with thorns. These barbs, directed solely at his own kin, were utterly detestable. If not, do not expect me to acknowledge you as my brother again. Qin Shiyun scoffed, confident that this tactic had always worked on Qin Jiang, eager to see how he would respond. Oh, I thought you were playing a grand game. Is this all? How utterly dull. Why don't I join you in a larger spectacle? Qin Shiyun exclaimed, camera crew, get ready. Prepare to capture the retired queen of the screen, Qin Shiyun, the star who has returned to Huajing University. Hurry, hurry, we want autographs. Qin Jiang bellowed, drawing the attention of everyone in the venue. The camera crew, already arranged by Qin Jiang in his capacity as student council president, swiftly turned their lenses toward the unfolding scene. In the next moment, Qin Jiang, swift as lightning, yanked off Qin Shiyun's mask. Qin Shiyun, are you not the one who cares most about your ruined face? The more you fear, the more I revel in it. Chapter 59, Excessive? Crushing fourth sister's pride, Qin Shiyun was most sensitive about her appearance. In her quest to restore her scarred visage, she had consulted some of the most esteemed plastic surgeons worldwide, striving to return her face to its former glory. Yet, the advancements of science could not rival the beauty bestowed by nature. Her frantic attempts at restoration resulted in features that appeared rigid and distorted, with unsightly scars clinging to her skin, rendering her even less attractive than before her incident. Qin Jiang's loud proclamation proved effective. The campus was teeming with starry-eyed admirers, and among the university populace, the proportion of onlookers was undeniably vast. Within a minute, Qin Shiyun found herself encircled, her face concealed by a tight black mask that Qin Jiang had intentionally torn off. She screamed, desperately attempting to shield herself with her clothing and hands. In that moment, she felt as though her very soul were shattering. Meanwhile, Qin Jiang stood aloof, coolly observing the chaos from the periphery, his gaze detached and indifferent. Didn't you just display such bravado before me? I expected you to be far more formidable, he mused. Qin Yun soon perceived the commotion within the crowd, his steps unsteady, his body bearing the marks of both fresh and old injuries. Although some of it was theatrical, the assault from the Yin family's subordinates had been unrelenting. Now, limping and feigning weakness, he appeared comically tragic, a true character from Gotham City. Is there a star? Where? Hurry, we need autographs. The crowd buzzed with excitement. I just heard someone mention the retired queen of the screen, Qin Shiyun. Hasn't she retreated to behind the scenes to focus on screenwriting and directing? You mean to say she truly possesses talent? Her latest film has grossed over 500 million. Surely she is in line for another award. Such a gifted director. To obtain her autograph would be an honor. Yes, Director Qin is exceptionally talented, but why has she come to our Huajing University? Could it be that there is a contestant here she knows? The crowd buzzed with envy. Wait a moment. Qin Yun and Qin Jiang's fifth sister is named Qin Kinyan, and Qin Shiyun's name is so similar to that of the Qin family. Could they possibly be related? What are you thinking? Since Qin Kinyan is the fifth sister, there must be 4 older sisters before her. However, I've heard that the other 4 sisters of the Qin family are quite low-key, thriving in their respective fields. If she is here at Huajing University, it's likely out of respect for Qin Yun. After all, if the Qin family discovered that Qin Jiang was being supported by a wealthy woman, they would surely cast him out. As the crowd surged, the university students, known for their penchant for gossip, remained relatively composed. Once Qin Shiyun's mask was snatched away, she immediately crouched down, covering her face, aside from the camera capturing the moment. Few witnessed her visage. Most were captivated by her talent and renown, yearning to catch a glimpse of her true self. Yet they behaved with decorum, refraining from manhandling her. Qin Jiang, standing at the edge of the throng, toyed with Qin Shiyun's mask, his gaze meeting her fierce, narrowed eyes as she crouched. Her entire face obscured save for her eyes. That look seemed to promise him 1,000 tortures. But who cared? He tossed the mask aside, stepping forward to stomp on it. The blatant insult made Qin Shiyun, who had always held an air of superiority in front of Qin Jiang, feel as if she had plummeted from the heights of the clouds to the depths of despair. In disbelief, her fury ignited. Qin Jiang surveyed her with a smirk, his stance radiating absolute superiority, mirroring the disdainful expressions she had once directed at him. In that instant, Qin Shiyun felt an agonizing stab of pain. Come over here. Pick it up and put it back on. I might consider not exposing the photos I just captured. Otherwise, tomorrow's entertainment news could be quite sensational, Qin Jiang remarked coolly. However, the calm yet menacing tone of Qin Jiang increasingly resembled that of Liang, devoid of emotional fluctuations, yet capable of instilling fear. Qin Jiang, do not overstep your bounds. Fourth sister came specifically for Yan. Even if you cannot attain the prestigious honor of having the grand director of the film industry personally arrive for you, there is no need to deliberately unearth fourth sister's wounds, is there? You are well aware that fourth sister has chosen to retreat behind the scenes, desiring a low-profile personal life, unwilling to make public appearances. We, the students of Huajing University, are refined individuals and would never intentionally expose other scars. Could you all please step aside and allow fourth sister to rise? Bai Chu, unable to endure the injustice, stepped forward to defend her, showcasing her kind and brave demeanor. She has always maintained that persona, the pure and stubborn little flower. A single tear from her could evoke the feeling that the entire world owes her a debt. She is also adept at manipulating public opinion, skillfully deceiving many men. It must be said that Bai Chu's words were indeed effective. The crowd, in admiration of the talented director Qin Shiyun, willingly parted. Qin Jiang has gone too far. If I had such a sycophantic and ungrateful brother, I would have put an end to him. Everyone disperse. Qin Jiang's jealousy towards his brother is not a new phenomenon. After getting lost in his childhood and returning home with a host of bad habits, he likely seeks a sense of superiority by bullying the well-educated and refined Qin Yan. Ultimately, he is simply insecure. Selling himself is but another manifestation of this insecurity. Look at how he flaunts his luxury cars daily, undoubtedly to provoke Qin Yun and showcase his supposedly superior lifestyle. In reality, he is likely suffering in silence, subjected to countless humiliations by wealthy women in private. Do not be deceived by his current arrogance. The school committee has issued a report stating that if Qin Jiang does not secure a place in the top 3 of this research competition, it will confirm that his gold medal in the internal competition was indeed stolen from Qin Yun's honor, leading to his immediate expulsion. Good riddance. Such a rat's droppings would eventually taint our university's reputation. As the surrounding public opinion shifted, the crowd began to disperse. Qin Shiyun, her face concealed by a hoodie, stood up, gazing at the mask on the ground, lost in turmoil. Born with an air of pride, she is renowned for her skills in the film industry. Held in high regard, it can be said that her dignity has never been so insulted. Yet, she is also concerned that Qin Jiang might release her unflattering photos online. After all, he has gone mad. A madman, a thief, possesses no sense of morality. Will you pick it up or not? Qin Jiang, fully aware of her trepidation, seemed to press her with his tone, almost asking, how lowly are you? Qin Shiyun furrowed her brow, ultimately enduring her humiliation, taking one tentative step after another towards that filthy mask. It was not merely a mask, but a symbol of her shame, trampled upon by Qin Jiang. Yet, she could not retaliate. Fortunately, it would not be long before Qin Jiang would be expelled from Huajing University. At that point, stripped of his education, he would find himself unable to secure an internship in the city, inevitably having to humbly seek refuge with the Qin family. At that time, she would relish the chance to flay him alive. I will pick it up. Qin Shiyun lowered her gaze, her dignity and self-respect shattered. I am lowly. Qin Jiang was satisfied, watching her pick up the filthy mask and place it on her face. Soon enough, he saw tears of humiliation streaming down the corners of Qin Shiyun's eyes, fierce and mingled with resentment. Does she hate him? Tisk, she must first be worthy of that. Qin Shiyun, is this merely the beginning? Can you not endure it? Bai Chu, having steered public sentiment, believed she had successfully re-established her image as the kind and brave school flower. Even if Qin Jiang now reproached her for standing against him, he would eventually reflect and come to admire her as his white moonlight. The white moonlight should always stand on the side of justice, remaining unattainable. Such a contrast would make him yearn for her, prompting self-reflection on his own worthiness. He would become more enamored. Men must be reeled in. Jiang, cease your actions. While the competition has yet to commence, go apologize to the principal. Perhaps you will only receive a reprimand and not face expulsion. Bai Chuchu wore a naive expression, appearing completely oblivious to the truth. She had merely chosen the path of righteousness. Was she not still considering him, trying to guide him back to the right path? What a radiant white moonlight she was. Qin Jiang spat disdainfully. Spit. If you're sick, go to the hospital. If you're unhappy, go die. Stop making a fuss here. Old hag, just the sight of you turns my stomach. I can smell your urine from dozens of meters away. Why are you so eager to watch the spectacle? You'd take a spoon to taste the saltiness of a dung truck passing by, wouldn't you? Qin Jiang's loathing was unabashed. His already foul mood worsened upon seeing so many repulsive faces. At this moment, he wished only to raise his middle finger to the heavens. Today, Yu Qian dressed extravagantly in a dazzling red gown, exuding charm and maturity, her figure perfectly accentuated. She had deliberately adorned herself this way, knowing that Qin Jiang had a penchant for mature women. Naturally, she aimed to cater to his tastes. Bai Chuchu, with her bland and flavorless persona, could not possibly attract Qin Jiang, whose preferences had clearly shifted. Confidently, she positioned herself beside Bai Chuchu, purposely creating a stark contrast in styles. As the school flower, her vibrant attire suited her features splendidly, drawing the attention of the onlookers. Qin Xiao Chuchu. Just as Yu Qian began to speak, her red lips pursed enticingly. Qin Jiang was immediately blinded by her boldness. Shut your mouth. You too, leave. Chapter 60, directly calling out the thief. Qin Jiang's remark about the urine stench shattered Bai Chuchu's feigned composure. Yet now, she could not provoke Qin Jiang. He had unmistakably gone mad, launching indiscriminate attacks and inadvertently harming her, his white moonlight. When he comes to his senses, he will surely regret his actions. Thus, Bai Chuchu, in a fit of rage, shed tears as she stormed away. With the competition on the verge of starting, Qin Yun assisted Qin Shiyun towards the judging panel. Indeed, this time, Qin Shiyun leveraged her connections in the city to secure a position on the National University Research Competition's judging panel. She donned her mask once more, though she appeared significantly more haggard than when she first arrived at the venue. Qin Jiang surveyed the audience seating, noting 4 spots in total. One of these was currently adorned with an expensive cushion and exquisite leg rest. The seat's material, far superior to the other 3. Was a significant figure arriving? For university students, this research competition held substantial prestige. However, in a societal context, talent was abundant. The university students' research competition seemed like trivial pursuits. Typically, the judges are distinguished professors from various prestigious universities, revered for their integrity. Thus, Qin Shiyun's presence on the panel felt quite out of place. An outsider judging? Was she merely there for the sake of appearances? Yingzi remarked, this is quite difficult to judge. Just a modest university research competition. And yet Qin Shiyun's status was certainly impressive enough to command attention. However, upon seeing the special treatment bestowed upon the designated judge's seat, her expression soured momentarily. Was her status not worthy of such an arrangement? She was eager to discern which prominent individual warranted such grandeur. Soon enough, high-achieving students from various universities began arriving at the preparation area of the host university. Both Qin Jiang and Qin Yun were representatives of Huajing University. Unsurprisingly, facing them were students from the University of Science and Technology of China, which had long been Huajing's rival for the top university title. The physics department of USDC was globally renowned. For other universities, participating in the research competition was akin to facing off against a powerhouse in their specialized fields. It was no wonder Huajing University placed such importance on this event. Failing to secure a ranking would result in a busy admissions office the following year. The host ascended the stage and requested all contestants to present their works. Alongside each entry, a comprehensive project proposal outlining the entire patent process was required. However, contrary to expectations, an unforeseen twist emerged. The submissions from Qin Jiang and Qin Yun were astonishingly identical. What is this bulky contraption with wires? It appears utterly mundane. Shouldn't the focus be on the fact that both are representatives of Huajing University, yet they have produced identical scientific inventions? This is an utter disgrace for Huajing University on a national scale. Am I the only one curious about what this contraption actually is? Just look at the impressive entries from other institutions. In comparison, what Huajing University has presented resembles a pile of refuse. Upon witnessing that Qin Jiang's work was still a mirror image of Qin Yun's, Qin Shiyun's expression turned icy. Slamming her hand on the table, she instinctively accused Qin Jiang. You have once again stolen Yun's design. It's one thing to cheat in a local competition, but to resort to such underhanded tactics in a national university research contest? Are you intent on bringing disgrace upon our Qin family? As a judge in this competition, I hereby command you to withdraw immediately, and I will personally arrange for your expulsion from school. This way, it appears more dignified than being expelled directly by Huajing University. Furthermore, apologize to Yun at once. Stealing at home is a family matter, but now you cannot shed your thieving habits even in a school competition. Mother was right. You truly are our family's disaster, bringing shame upon the Qin clan at every turn. Qin Shiyun's anger surged, and compounded with the earlier humiliation from Qin Jiang. Her fury reached its zenith. The onlookers regarded Qin Jiang with a mixture of amusement and derision. Qin Jiang, if you lack the capability, do not put on airs. Not only will you perish swiftly, but it will also be a most undignified demise. Is this amusing? Seeing this, Qin Yun wore a familiar expression of feigned innocence and gentleness. Fourth sister, Brother Qin Jiang, did not mean it. He merely wished to secure the research competition's 10,000 yuan prize to repay debts. He is our family. We should stand by Brother Qin Jiang and support him rather than lament his lack of ambition. After all, everything that belongs to me also includes a share for Brother Qin Jiang. I have grown accustomed to sharing with my brother. Qin Yun bit her lip, shadows of loneliness and grievance flickering in her eyes. In an instant, the crowd realized the truth. Qin Jiang had been usurping everything that rightfully belonged to Qin Yun since their childhood. How does this differ from a bandit? Ultimately, Qin Jiang's return to the opulent Qin family after being lost was already a stroke of fortune beyond comprehension. He should graciously accept the gratitude for being welcomed back by Qin Yun, who was originally the rightful heir to the Qin family. Yet, he had the audacity to bully the kind and frail Qin Yun. This was utterly excessive. At that moment, Qin Jiang found himself in a precarious situation, facing the collective moral outrage of the onlookers, who denounced him as the ungrateful wolf of the Qin family, a leech. Qin Jiang smiled, a cold smile devoid of warmth. Without hesitation, he seized the nearest tuft of Qin Yun's hair and slammed her head against the table. Faced with the tea-sipping gentleman, he had his own set of countermeasures, acting out wildly to deny him the opportunity to prattle on. If his mouth merely spewed nonsense, then let him howl in pain instead. Brother Qin Jiang, this is not home. Hitting me outside is against the law. Qin Jiang's fury intensified. The crowd gasped, realizing that Qin Jiang was indeed abusing Qin Yun at home. The family dynamics were utterly explosive. Some, sensing the gravity of the situation, prepared to call the police. However, in the next moment, a striking figure clad in vibrant red stepped into the venue, her seductive high heels clicking enticingly on the floor. The woman's features were stunning, akin to a poppy flower that had blossomed to perfection, exuding a captivating allure. With each stride, she carried an air of effortless authority that held everyone spellbound. Goodness! The final judge turned out to be Professor Yin. Professor Yin had changed her style dramatically. The professional demeanor from her last appearance had left everyone in awe. And now, this alluring look was simply breathtaking. Some were utterly perplexed, overwhelmed by her beauty. But who was she? She looked as youthful as a first-year student. Could she truly be a professor? What kind of genius could achieve such a feat? At that moment, the principal, who had failed to appear even at the start of the competition, was dutifully trailing behind Professor Yin, his waist nearly folding in half with eagerness. "Miss Yin, please come this way," he exclaimed. "You old man, how can you be so lacking in awareness? Don't you see that Miss Yin, the heiress of the Yin family, wishes to enter here? Quickly make way." Qin Shiyun, who had previously basked in the spotlight wherever she went, was now overshadowed by this younger generation. Her face paled, yet she dared not retort, and was left with no choice but to rise and yield. Although Yin was still 5 meters away, she was compelled to stand aside, for the esteemed heiress of the Yin family commanded such authority that a mere glance rendered her powerless to remain seated. This was the might of the Yin family. As Yin casually strode past her, she frowned slightly and spoke in a soft yet commanding tone. "Lao Cheng, I detest ugliness. I will not sit with a hideous creature. Move her seat 1,000 meters away from me. Otherwise," Qin Shiyun felt her fury boiling over. 1,000 meters? This was tantamount to expelling her from the judge's table. Yet, as Yin sought to humiliate her, she could only smile and extend her hand to invite the slap. Principal Cheng Peng, the old man, complied very well. "I shall send her away 1,000 miles without a sound." Chapter 61. Qin Yun's Defense. Sweeping away morality. Returning to oneself, Miss Yin, you may have some misunderstandings about me. I am Qin Jiang's fourth sister, and our family's upbringing is quite strict, which is why I urged him to voluntarily withdraw from school. After all, such clumsy habits of theft could lead to further misdeeds in the future. My intentions are for Qin Jiang's own good and not targeted against him. Moreover, if we count relations, we are still relatives. I hope you can be more forgiving towards me. Qin Jiang exerted all her effort to suppress her once proud demeanor, maintaining the utmost respect in front of Yan. If one were to consider seniority, she could indeed claim to be Yan's elder, and it would not be inappropriate for her to address her as sister. As the eldest daughter of the Yan family, the foremost financial conglomerate in the capital, her status would undoubtedly be unparalleled in their circles. However, Qin Jiang did not lose her composure entirely. The woman before her appeared both noble and haughty, draped in a striking red gown that accentuated her beauty to an almost unbearable degree. When she entered, it felt as though the brilliance of everything around her had dimmed. Indeed, there existed such a person, a perfect embodiment of divine favor, sculpted by the hands of the Almighty. If Qin Jiang truly managed to survive his wedding night with Yun intact and was wholly consumed by Yan, then perhaps it was a fortune that Yun had relinquished to him. With such circumstances, how could Qin Jiang still dare to claim Yun's accolades? Yan's 10-centimeter rose-colored high heels wrapped around her elegant legs, her skin contrasting beautifully with the red silk, exuding an indescribable charm while simultaneously emanating an imposing aura. Do you believe you are worthy to converse with me at eye level? Yan's lips curled into a slight smirk. Yet, only those familiar with her would know that a storm was brewing just beneath the surface. Standing behind Yan, Zhou Ning shrugged, pondering that he would need a sweater for work the next day. Of course, it was only when Yan's icy gaze swept over him that he stepped forward, swiftly pressing Qin Jiang's head down. Mr. Qin, have you submerged your intellect in the shallow waters of Qin finance, or have you simply lost your sense of respect? How dare you stand upright before our esteemed General Liang without the slightest semblance of deference? Do you not comprehend the most fundamental rules of social etiquette, particularly in the presence of industry titans and the promising youth? Zhou Ning seized Qin Jiang by her hair, leveraging the pressure he exerted upon her to wrench her down. Ah, my hair! You, an inconsequential assistant, dare to chastise me, the president of Qin Finance? Qin Jiang could not suppress her shriek. As a prominent female CEO, she had never endured such indignity. An assistant, audacious enough to tug at her hair. The agony was akin to having her scalp torn away. Whether you deserve it or not is not for you to decide. Do you believe you possess 9 lives, acting so recklessly before General Yang? Even with 9 lives? The capabilities of the Yin family could strip you bare. Who is this interloper? Logistics department. I demand an explanation immediately. I care not from whence you unearthed this unsightly creature. She must be removed at once. If she has frightened General Liang, I shudder to think of the consequences. Principal Chung Peng observed with astonishment as Qin Jiang dared to confront the chief assistant of the illustrious Miss Yan. In an instant, the allure of the once-acclaimed playwright and director faded. A truly wise individual would never dare to offend Yan Liang. Qin Jiang's actions were nothing short of stepping on a landmine. Zhou Ning, with an utterly unremarkable visage, was nearly indistinguishable in a crowd. Yet, it was precisely such a subtle presence that allowed him to remain by Miss Yan's side for 5 years, revealing that he was no ordinary character. Now, as Qin Jiang unleashed her vitriol upon Zhou Ning, the principal silently lit a candle for him in his heart. When Qin Jiang witnessed the principal personally expelling her, she froze in disbelief. Principal Chung, Qin Finance had a long-standing relationship with the finance department of Huajing University. She attempted to threaten. Qin Finance had always made a point to recruit from Huajing University, given its status as one of the top 3 enterprises in the industry. Naturally, Huajing University had facilitated this arrangement, creating a mutually beneficial situation. However, now Qin Jiang sought to wield this cooperation as leverage against him. Unfortunately, I have no regard for your collaborations. If you offend General Liang, you shall still be expelled. Principal Chung Peng firmly declared his position. The hierarchy of power was abundantly clear. Who would forsake the leg of a pampered heiress? Very well, I will leave. But since the principal is also present, I must insist that both Qin Jiang and Qin Yun, being my brothers, share responsibility for their transgressions. Is it unreasonable for me to request that Qin Jiang accompany me to acknowledge our mistakes? Qin Jiang asserted with an air of entitlement. She sensed that this delicate heiress seemed to harbor an interest in Qin Jiang. Previously, after Qin Yun's fate had been entwined with the Yin family as a potential suitor, she had never shown the slightest interest in him. Yet now, Qin Jiang enjoyed such attention. Had he managed to captivate her in merely 2 days? Or had he unraveled her intricacies? Silence. Yan Liang's voice was calm, yet imbued with an inherent authority. Qin Jiang's heart quivered. In the next moment, Zhou Ning skillfully extracted a roll of black tape from his pocket and firmly sealed Qin Shiyun's mouth with it. Ah, the secret weapon has been unlocked, he remarked, recalling that it was once Qin Jiang's exclusive tool. It was known that when Qin Jiang was first brought back to Liang Manor, he had been as slippery as an eel, always finding ways to escape. On one occasion, he had even dug a 3-meter hole. Zhou Ning had silently applauded his perseverance, believing that even if thrown into the world's most secure prison, he would still find a way to escape. Of course, Qin Jiang had wreaked havoc in Liang Manor, but no matter how much mischief he caused, he could not escape the grip of Miss Yan. As General Liang's most capable assistant, Zhou Ning would always be the first to tape up Qin Jiang's mouth whenever he attempted to flee. You rascal, even in death, you can still chatter away. Qin Shiyun, with her mouth sealed by tape, was on the verge of asphyxiation. She had no means to escape Zhou Ning's professionally trained strength. Why are you shaking your head like a rattle? Is the tape not to your liking? Stand still, and don't disturb General Liang's eyes, Zhou Ning quipped, reveling in his triumph. General Liang sighed, recalling how, in the past, Steward Su had kept Zhou Ning somewhat restrained. Now, however, the atmosphere had grown increasingly chaotic. She chose to ignore Qin Shiyun entirely and strode purposefully toward the source of the conflict, namely Qin Jiang and Qin Yun. Qin Jiang gazed upon his delicate wife, who exuded an alluring and commanding presence, her wine-red curls framing a visage that was both youthful and soft. A cough escaped him. In truth, a careful squeeze of Yan Liang's face would reveal a hint of baby fat. She was irresistibly soft, a tactile delight. Goodness, what did the principal mean by that? Is this truly the infamous Miss Yan, the ruthless heiress reputed to have committed heinous acts against her own kin? It was rumored that she was referred to as Professor Yan because, despite being merely 20, she had been recognized as a prodigy and recruited by the Chinese Academy of Sciences at the age of 16. Who will counsel me to refrain from my infatuation with this enchanting woman, this alluring yet delicate girlfriend? General Liang was truly mesmerizing, possessing a figure that seemed almost inhuman in its perfection. The last time he had witnessed such a remarkable form was during Qin Jiang's fleeting moments with that unattractive wealthy woman. With a swift and precise movement, Qin Jiang hurled a brick, aiming for a decisive strike. How dare you covet Professor Yan? He roared, you deviant. Song Jia, adept at keeping his composure, struggled to suppress his laughter. Brother Jiang, others merely boast. You are the true rebel. By the time Qin Jiang had thrown the brick, Yan Liang had already approached him from behind. Qin Jiang, well done. What reward do you desire? Come to my office later to collect. Qin Jiang felt a surge of exhilaration. Wait, Professor Yan, I just turned 18 2 years ago. That is inappropriate. Yan Liang lowered her voice, whispering sweetly in his ear. Qin Jiang? The term sent a thrill through him. Yet, despite the overwhelming sensations, Qin Jiang had to maintain a serious facade, until his delicate wife voluntarily declared their relationship. He wished for her to dictate the terms, whether to reveal or conceal their bond. His guiding principle, the wife is paramount. Qin Jiang, please temper your insatiable sense of justice, the principal interjected. Noticing the indifferent gaze of the powerful heiress, he quickly added, this student has spoken out of turn. Deduct 20 credits. Qin Yun's face, previously adorned with color, now drained of all hue as he slumped over his desk, watching the principal and Yan Liang approach. Unable to resist, he raised his head to behold the striking figure in the eye-catching red dress. Was this truly Yan Liang? The fierce and cold-hearted Yan family heiress was known for her cruelty. Yet, he had just discerned the warmth in her gaze directed toward Qin Jiang, akin to threads of red silk weaving a connection. Could it be that he has so generously relinquished a golden opportunity to Qin Jiang? No. An immediate sense of imbalance surged within Qin Yun. Since Qin Jiang's return to the Qin family 4 years ago, he had audaciously seized everything that should have rightfully been shared with Qin Jiang. He had indulged himself in this bounty as if it were his entitlement. In his eyes, Qin Jiang was merely a beggar, a vagrant seeking alms within the Qin household. The mere act of bestowing a meager 300 yuan monthly as Qin Jiang's living allowance was already an act of excessive leniency on his part. Back when he resided in impoverished conditions with his adoptive parents, a mere 100 yuan would suffice for his sustenance for an entire month. Thus, Qin Jiang ought to feel grateful for his generosity. He raised his gaze, only to meet the indifferent stare of the ailing heiress, Yan Liang, who seemed to sweep her eyes over him with a detached curiosity. Seizing the moment, Qin Yun adorned his face with an array of vibrant expressions, feigning weakness and pain as he pleaded for understanding. Yan, it is a pleasure to see you again. I apologize for presenting myself in such a disheveled state, but my brother Qin Jiang harbors no ill will towards me. He merely. Qin Jiang appeared as though he might shatter at any moment, his eyes glistening with innocence, making it difficult for the university's students to withstand the sight. Surely, Qin Jiang must possess a propensity for violence, having usurped his younger brother's research achievements to fabricate an identical invention, thinking he could seize Qin Yun's capabilities as well. Wait, why do I get the feeling that Professor Yin has been staring at Qin Jiang with such intensity? Her gaze seemed almost predatory, as if she were a beast eyeing a tender lamb. Her look was laced with an unsettling allure, undeniably insidious. Speaking of which, aren't Qin Jiang and Qin Yun supposed to be twins? Yet, they bear no resemblance whatsoever. Especially now, with Qin Jiang only needing a slight touch of grooming to exude charisma effortlessly. As for Qin Yun, well, let us just say I shall refrain from further commentary. Oh my, did you hear that? It seems Qin Yun has some sort of private connection with Professor Yin, casually greeting her as if they were old acquaintances. He didn't even sign up for the last anatomy elective. By virtue of Professor Yin's prestigious lineage, how could Qin Yun possibly be worthy of knowing her? It's often said that university students are inherently gossip-prone, and this holds true. Some onlookers even manage to concoct their own pairings amidst the gossip. Help! I can't shake the feeling that Professor Yin's figure and demeanor bear a striking resemblance to the wealthy woman who previously supported Qin Jiang. Self-proclaimed pure and sunny male students. No, this is utterly impossible. I can accept that Qin Jiang may have struck it rich, but I cannot fathom him serving Professor Yin in such a splendid manner. The astute Song Jie nearly choked back his laughter, almost resembling Donald Duck at that moment. Let us entertain the possibility that Qin Jiang has found fortune while simultaneously being tormented daily by the ailing heiress. In response to Qin Yun's melodramatic comments, Liang raised an eyebrow. Again? Indeed, I see you are indulging in self-pity. Are you a masochist? I fear Qin Jiang might slap you just to relish your reaction. Though Liang's tone was teasing, her gaze was fixated on the two nearly identical research inventions laid out on the table. One small plastic box contained a miniature power supply device, alongside a coiled, semi-invisible plug. Pieced together, it appeared rather mundane, a simple energy storage device. A preliminary assessment indicated it could serve to briefly recharge power in locations devoid of electricity. While it constituted a minor scientific invention, the research on energy storage and conversion had long been established. Qin Jiang's concept was merely a derivative, standing on the shoulders of giants. Furthermore, this concept was quite rudimentary. However, Liang pondered for a moment without disrupting Qin Jiang's rhythm. Yes, she was attempting to extend her trust towards him, albeit at this stage. Her trust was solely placed in his talent. Liang's half-mocking words were sharp and biting. Qin Yun's expression faltered, yet his ostentatiously colorful visage rendered it difficult for others to discern the extent of his discomfort. Professor Yin, this is called a power bank. It caters to the portability needs of the populace while also connecting to personal Wi-Fi. Qin Jiang elucidated earnestly, noting that according to the timeline, he had perished later in his previous life and developed a keen interest in the trends of business operations. This period marked the onset of a whirlwind in the power bank market, presenting a ripe opportunity for growth. He had seen the burgeoning potential of this trend and aimed to capitalize on it. Wealth only qualifies as an asset when it actively generates more wealth for you. Qin Jiang sought to accelerate his pace, riding the wave of opportunity. Profiting handsomely was not merely a possibility, but a certainty. Qin Yun had long perused the project proposal, and now gazed at Qin Jiang in shock, as if to say, "Are you stealing my lines? You must be truly famished. Brother Qin Jiang, how come you're reiterating the content of my proposal?" Professor Yin, I possess a comprehensive plan for the power bank, detailing the timeline and the entire conceptual framework clearly outlined within. Perhaps my brother merely finds it entertaining, even if he has pilfered my achievements. I shall not hold it against him. Qin Yun bit his lip, tears welling in his eyes. Appearing profoundly aggrieved, as if he had been betrayed by a brother, yet he still endeavored to maintain a brave facade. It was a rather pitiable sight. Nevertheless, Liang found it unpalatable. She preferred the vigorous and spirited Qin Jiang, whose part-time endeavors had sculpted him into a robust and formidable presence. In contrast, Qin Yun appeared to be frail and lacking in vitality. Thank you, benevolent soul, for your kindness. Just because you claim this is your proposal, does that make it yours? Call it out and see if it responds to you. Brother Qin Jiang, please do not deliberately make things difficult for me, Qin Yun pleaded, his face a portrait of victimhood. Qin Jiang maintained a frosty demeanor. Do not assume that just because you call me brother, I will be inclined to cater to your whims. But do not despair. Though you may feel cornered, there is always a way out, albeit a grim one. Qin Jiang flashed a manic grin. Sweep away morality and embrace your true self. Zhou Ning and Song Jie exchanged bewildered glances. Wait, did the doctor ever mention that the heiress' madness could be transmitted through XO? The entire assembly of university students erupted into an uproar. Divine gold. What a splendid state of mind. I feel a budding affection. Heart emoji. Chapter 62. You almost brought about Qin Jiang's demise. Fourth sister panicked. Qin Yun's face turned ashen, his trembling lips betraying his distress. Brother Qin Jiang, I am innocent. Why must you feign madness to divert attention from your own misdeeds? I have already forgiven you. Even though you have wronged me as a brother, I shall not hold it against you. Qin Yun's words brought the proceedings back on track. After observing the two nearly identical designs, Liang said nothing and returned to the judges' panel. Already prepared for a role, the other two professors on the panel were irked by Qin Shiyun's intrusion as an outsider in the scientific competition, and they naturally held Liang, who appeared young and inexperienced, in low regard. This university science competition was hosted at Huajing University, and thus a professor from Huajing was among the judges. The other three positions were filled by professors from other institutions, though one had been bought off by Qin Shiyun, while the remaining two were engrossed in their research, unfamiliar with the name Liang. However, no matter how unfamiliar they were, the mention of the Yin family's wealth was enough to instill a sense of awe. As Liang settled back in her seat, she nodded slightly at the two professors beside her, as she held a deep respect for the talents within the academic research community. The two professors exchanged glances, puzzled. This young lady seems rather likable. Indeed, rumors should not be taken at face value. Now, the time had come for the competitors to present their products. Each allotted 3 minutes to introduce the invention's purpose to the audience. Of course, the ultimate goal was for the products to be practical and beneficial to society. A commendable invention. This competition had a specific theme. The essence of the design revolves around the commercial core competitiveness of the product. In simpler terms, the product you invent must be marketable and genuinely beneficial to the public. To speak more eloquently, this public benefit entails a widespread demand, while a more critical perspective reveals the ambition of commercial planning to seize market opportunities and establish a feasible distribution network on a national or even global scale. University students, being at an age ripe with creativity and ingenuity, may possess research products that, despite their imperfections, could transform into significant wealth if their ideas garner recognition. Savvy business magnates with an understanding of the market will not overlook such promising scientific competitions. Typically, the executives themselves do not attend these events, but delegate representatives from their project teams to showcase the innovations. Those with high feasibility often find their patents purchased on the spot for substantial sums. The patents held by university students are often far more cost-effective than external market prices. Qin Jiang intentionally sought to participate in this national student research competition, knowing that among the contenders, there exists an underdog destined to become an unparalleled titan in the AI technology realm. Such talent is the most coveted resource he currently lacks. As various participants began to present their research products, members of the corporate project teams were busy calculating budgets, and discussions ensued regarding the highest bids for particularly promising products, lest they be outmaneuvered by rival firms. Soon, it was Qin Yun's turn. Ascending the stage, he commenced his introduction of the portable charger concept. Qin Jiang observed this scene coldly. In his previous life, he had been expelled from Huajing University before he could even participate in this competition, despite having meticulously planned his project 3 months in advance and completed the overarching design of the product. Although it lacked refinement, it was undeniably a highly creative scientific design with broad consumer appeal. At that time, Qin Yun had personally approached him, lamenting that such a commendable design was being overlooked. He volunteered to enter the competition under Qin Yun's name. Subsequently, he found himself trapped within the confines of Liang Manor, only to receive a transfer of 2,000 yuan from Qin Yun 3 days after the competition, along with a message that the portable charger design, deemed overly simplistic, paled in comparison to the more sophisticated creations of the scientific elite. This sum was a token of comfort from his younger brother, encouraging him not to lose heart. At that moment, Qin Jiang felt deeply touched, realizing that this 2,000 yuan was indeed a substantial consolation compared to the meager 300 yuan monthly allowance he received from the family steward at the Qin household. It wasn't until he managed to escape to Song Jie's residence that he learned his brother's concept, due to its simplicity and widespread consumer appeal, had attracted the interest of numerous companies eager to obtain patent rights. Qin Yun orchestrated a bidding war among these enterprises, ultimately selling the patent for 2 million yuan. During that time, he remained skeptical of Song Jie's claims. How could he believe that his own brother, for whom he had sacrificed so much, would deceive and betray him? After all, wasn't Qin Yun inherently kind? In this second life, as Qin Jiang meticulously revisited events, he began to understand Qin Yun's true nature, and the words of Song Jie from years past began to resonate with profound clarity. My presentation is complete, and I firmly believe my innovative portable charger design will serve as an excellent assurance for facilitating convenient travel for the public. Thank you all. Qin Yun concluded his impassioned speech. The executives in attendance engaged in fervent discussions regarding the feasibility of this concept. A professor seated on the judging panel displayed a hint of uncertainty. While the design was undeniably simplistic from a scientific standpoint, its creativity and vision for enhancing public convenience were distinctly unique. Positioned in a corner of the playground, Qin Shiyun could only observe the competition through binoculars. However, witnessing a Yun's performance brought her a sense of pride. Indeed, a Yun was the best. As for Qin Jiang, I wonder how he intends to survive at Huajing University by merely plagiarizing his younger brother's design. Suddenly, a dark figure obstructed Qin Shiyun's view. Xiaoxi, what brings you to Huajing University? Qin Moyun interjected, her mind preoccupied with the internal leak of confidential information and the destruction of several secret documents, which had become a source of deep concern. After learning that Qin Jiang might possess the original files on a USB drive, she felt uneasy about allowing Qin Yun to pursue them, prompting her to take matters into her own hands. For reasons unknown, ever since their last encounter at the hospital, she had been haunted by memories of the incident 3 years prior, when Qin Jiang had suffered nearly fatal injuries from a fall down the stairs. The image of a banana peel at the foot of the stairs filled her with unease, especially as she recalled that day when Qin Shiyun leisurely enjoyed a banana salad in the living room. Was there truly no connection? The more she pondered, the worse her headaches became. Now, as the eldest daughter of the Qin family, she felt compelled to unravel this mystery personally. Eldest sister, your timing is impeccable. This Qin Jiang, emboldened by Miss Yan's favoritism, has become increasingly unruly, even disregarding me, the fourth sister. Qin Shiyun reported with biting sarcasm. She did not conceal her disdain for Qin Jiang. The entire family was aware that among them, the one who most vehemently opposed Qin Jiang was the fourth daughter, Qin Shiyun. When Qin Jiang faced punishment, she was always the most enthusiastic. She would volunteer to be the enforcer of his discipline, wielding a whip or a ruler to administer a stern lesson. Naturally, the Qin family viewed the fourth daughter as a paragon of justice, holding her younger brother to rigorous standards. It was only Qin Jiang's failure to meet her expectations that led her to chastise him out of frustration. No one would suspect that a sister would intentionally torment her brother. Wait a moment, Xiaoxi, I have a question for you. Qin Moyun, possessing the most prominent status among the younger generation of the Qin family, held absolute authority and the right to discipline her younger siblings. Thus, when she inquired with a serious demeanor, Qin Shiyun too adopted a grave expression. Qin Moyun recounted her concerns. Xiaoxi, did you deliberately throw a banana peel at the foot of the stairs where Qin Jiang was? Speak the truth. Qin Shiyun, initially expecting a grave inquiry, found the matter trivial and shrugged nonchalantly. So what if I did? It's merely a 2-story height. It wouldn't kill him. I was just playing a prank. He was the one who wronged me first. If it weren't for that little disaster suddenly returning to the Qin household, she wouldn't have accidentally fallen and disfigured her face. Grandmother was right. It was all Qin Jiang's doing. Furthermore, had it not been for a Yun's watchful eye, she would have sent that little rascal to prison long ago for plagiarizing her script and profiting from her labor. It was merely a minor prank. Look, Qin Jiang is still alive and kicking. Indeed, he is a resilient little disaster, unable to perish. Almost at the moment when Qin Shiyun admitted, without remorse, her role in Qin Jiang's fall, the eldest sister, Qin Moyun, could no longer contain her fury and slapped Qin Shiyun across the face. The resounding crack echoed through the air, knocking the flimsy mask off Qin Shiyun's face. Qin Shiyun, regardless of Qin Jiang's shortcomings, he is still our brother. You may discipline him, but harboring thoughts of harming a family member is unacceptable. That day, you happened to join the group midway. You knew he had fallen. But did you know that he lay in a hospital for 2 months, his body riddled with glass shards and nearly every bone broken? Is this how a sister should treat her brother? Qin Moyun's expression darkened to the extreme. She had initially believed it to be an accident, but it turned out that the fourth sister had intentionally set him up. The nature of the situation had fundamentally changed. Eldest sister, I truly did not intend for it to happen. I merely wanted to teach Qin Jiang a lesson. Besides, it was just 2 stories. He is only feigning severity to garner sympathy, right? After all, this isn't the first time Qin Jiang has resorted to such schemes to compete with a Yun for our parents' attention and affection. Qin Shiyun stood rigidly in place, her lips muttering complaints and conjectures, yet she felt an increasing heaviness in her chest, as if she were struggling to breathe. Every limb felt cold, her lips turning pale from biting them, and she did not even make an effort to retrieve the mask that had slipped from her face. She indeed found it hard to tolerate Qin Jiang, but she never wished him any real harm. After all, regardless of his misdeeds, they were still bound by blood. I understand your skepticism. Behold, this is the fracture report and payment receipt I specially obtained from the hospital regarding Qin Jiang's injury at that time. Qin Jiang had spoken the truth. His fall had nearly cost him his life. A critical condition notice had even been issued. Yet, astonishingly, there was not a single family member present to sign for him at the hospital. Fourth sister, you have truly gone too far this time. As the eldest sister, I implore you to personally apologize to Qin Jiang. He is simply momentarily disheartened with us. Nevertheless, as blood relatives, I believe he longs to return to the Qin family. He is merely waiting for us to extend a hand. Qin Yun was indeed the prodigal son that the Qin family had invested heavily in as an heir. His creativity was far more valuable than mere scientific achievements, akin to a collegiate competition in research and design. It essentially served as a foundation for students to step into society. And I declare that Qin Yun's ability to capture market trends foretells his future success in the business realm. Conversely, Qin Jiang, having been maintained by wealthy patrons and resorting to the shameless theft of his own brother's labor, would only become a societal parasite. Qin Yun was undoubtedly a talented individual, and I truly could not fathom how someone like Qin Jiang could ascend to the position of student council president. If it weren't for Qin Yun's frail health, Qin Jiang would merely serve as a lackey in the student council. Am I the only one who notices that the power bank Qin Jiang holds appears identical to Qin Yun's, yet seems to boast superior materials and design? Furthermore, his model seemingly incorporates a portable Wi-Fi feature. We all know that, given today's technological capabilities, achieving such compactness with both power storage and wireless Wi-Fi functionality is virtually impossible. There may be numerous intricacies in Qin Jiang's design, as one professional contestant could not help but analyze. Both Qin Jiang and Qin Yun were competing across disciplines, and for the physics majors, they hardly warranted any serious consideration. Yet, intriguingly, Qin Yun's design was indeed refreshingly original, drawing the attention of several professional contestants. A finance student managing to grasp the threshold of scientific research is commendable, especially as he integrated market trends and projected future consumer behavior into the design of a power bank. To claim he is exceptionally gifted would not be an exaggeration. Soon, the moment everyone eagerly anticipated arrived, witnessing Qin Jiang's downfall. This young man had brazenly assaulted his sick brother, revealing his vile nature. I am certain the judges would ultimately expose his plagiarism and send him away in disgrace. Qin Jiang confidently stepped onto the stage, brandishing the power bank in his hand, raising an eyebrow with an air of arrogance that was almost infuriating. I hope you aren't disappointed. After I finish speaking, you will be lining up to apologize to me. However, I am not particularly interested. Such bravado was indeed insufferable. Qin Yun, still appearing haggard and anxious, was mentally conjuring countless scenarios of Qin Jiang's disgrace and fall from grace. Ah, Qin Jiang, revel in your arrogance while you can. The industry is watching, and even if Miss Yin intervenes on your behalf, your misconduct, your character, and your theft of your brother's achievements will forever stain your reputation. As the discourse progressed, Qin Jiang began to elaborate. If his memory served him correctly, the era of power banks would commence in 6 months, and at that time, Huiyang Technology, having acquired the patent from Qin Yun for $2 million, would reap immense profits, catapulting into the Fortune 500. It was rumored that Qin Yun would later regret not capitalizing on this opportunity. However, with the proliferation of power banks, various issues began to surface, such as insufficient portability and prolonged charging times, especially with the advent of fast charging. Additionally, their functionality remained singular. These concerns were continuously addressed in the subsequent years. Nevertheless, at present, the emergence of power banks represented a significant ideological shift, rendering other issues temporarily sidelined. As Qin Jiang showcased his product to the audience, Song Jia promptly set up a weighing device on the display. This power bank weighs 200 grams and has a stored capacity of 20,000 milliamp hours, perfectly catering to consumer portability. Naturally, it also served as a portable Wi-Fi device, with the power bank stored energy sustaining the Wi-Fi's consumption, which was minimal. However, the investment cost for this feature was considerable. To ensure functionality, it could also function as a flashlight, automatically activating and switching to an SOS signal in case of danger. Qin Jiang meticulously demonstrated each feature, and the impact was undeniably astounding. In a year where the concept of power banks was non-existent, there were also no related improvement plans. More importantly, Qin Jiang had spoon-fed the improvement strategies and outcomes to the audience. Merchants, driven by profit, would naturally gravitate towards superior products with greater developmental potential. Yet, no matter how well Qin Jiang had improved upon the design, he could only be deemed a reserve talent for iterative research. True innovation was firmly in Qin Yun's grasp. The vibrant university students would undoubtedly recognize the importance of respecting originality. However, while some merchants uphold their principles, many resort to unscrupulous methods for profit. As much as one might be intrigued, superficial critiques must be made. I must concede, Qin Jiang indeed possessed considerable talent, yet his intellect was misapplied. Ultimately, his act of pilfering his brother's design would become his fatal flaw. What a pity! It was truly lamentable that Qin Yun, with such moral decay, would allow himself to be overshadowed by his opportunistic brother, whose success was built upon the hard work and ingenuity of another. Qin Yun's power bank weighed approximately 400 grams and could only store 10,000 milliamp hours, lacking any additional features. It was merely the most basic version. Qin Jiang's ostentatious display had dazzled the merchants, effectively crafting a garment for them. As Qin Yun watched this unfold, he clenched his fists tightly, his expression momentarily lost in thought, before revealing a trace of self-mockery and despondency on his scarred face. Qin Jiang, is this the reason you inquired about my design inspiration beforehand? We are brothers. I would gladly share anything with you because I trusted you. How could you? Enough, I concede this competition. You are my brother, and I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. Qin Yun had not anticipated that Qin Jiang had been holding back from the very beginning. This was hardly characteristic of Qin Jiang's usual demeanor. He had always been devoted to Bai Chu. If she desired something, he would undoubtedly provide her with the final version of the design. When did he start to hold back? When did he begin to harbor suspicions about his relationship with Chu? Wait, Ayun. The eldest sister forbids you from withdrawing from the competition. Qin Jiang could not possibly have devised such an impressive design improvement on his own. Qin Jiang, did you not steal someone else's design or enlist help? Then use this information to deliberately humiliate and target Ayun? Qin Makan approached, her high heels clicking decisively. Clad in a professional outfit that exuded confidence and authority, she had always been straightforward in her dealings. Sister C indeed owes an apology to Qin Jiang, bearing some responsibility for her inadequate discipline of her younger sister. However, allowing Qin Jiang to publicly humiliate Qin Yun in front of so many outsiders would reflect her dereliction of duty as the elder sister. Qin Jiang descended from the stage with an imposing demeanor, clearly still brimming with the energy to strike. The onlookers who had just witnessed Qin Yun being beaten wondered, surely, Qin Jiang wouldn't he resort to hitting a woman, would he? Surely not. Surely not? Nevertheless, his mental state seemed somewhat precarious. Qin Moyun, I see you're like Wu Dalin drinking medicine and asking for a refill, oblivious to the danger. With such a passion for education, why not pursue a teaching credential instead of standing here, exposed and grinding away in humiliation? Is your brain merely a decorative piece to be left as an inheritance? I have reiterated countless times, I did not design it. A brain is a tool for daily use, not an ornament. Qin Jiang strode purposefully towards the direction where Qin Moyun had appeared, casually picking up the bloodied brick he had just used to strike. The entire audience, sweating GIF. Having achieved success, Qin Jiang was indeed different, increasingly formidable. For the first time, Qin Moyun could not help but feel a twinge of regret. She had inadvertently provoked the wrath of Qin Jiang and was now in a precarious situation. Yet, as the elder sister, she had to step forward. At that moment, she found herself in a dilemma. Qin Xiun, on the other hand, seemed somewhat subdued, her gaze towards Qin Jiang flickering with hesitation. Yet, seeing his current frenzied demeanor, her anger surged. Qin Jiang, what do you intend to do with that brick? Are you actually considering striking our elder sister? Qin Xiun hastily fell silent, fully aware that Qin Jiang had the audacity to strike her. Yet, as the elder sister in the Qin family, she had never intentionally bullied him. He ought to show her more respect. Qin Jiang, Ayun is your younger brother, and the elder sister is in a difficult position. Qin Moyun attempted to placate Qin Jiang first. Oh, are you suggesting you're like a pig stuck in a fence, unable to move forward or backward? Qin Moyun, how about we make a wager? If Qin Yun truly is the owner of the design scheme, I shall grant you one condition, but if I am indeed the designer, you must don a bikini and perform a pole dance on social media for an entire day without deleting it. How does that sound? Qin Jiang was well aware of what mattered most to Qin Moyun. Her proposed condition aimed to shatter her self-perceived superiority. Do not go too far, Qin Jiang. Qin Moyun exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. She was his elder sister, dignified and graceful, managing the operations of financial enterprise with full authority. How could Qin Jiang dare to suggest that she publicly humiliate herself online? Had he lost his mind? Afraid? It seems that Qin, the CEO, doesn't he have much faith in your good brother Qin Yun's character. Qin Jiang wore a disinterested expression. He turned and walked towards Qin Yun, who was preparing to intervene and protect his two elder sisters. Qin Jiang is indeed insane, Qin Yun exclaimed. Wait, I'll agree to your terms. Qin Jiang. Yun is my good brother whom I watched grow up. He has always been outstanding in his studies and possesses a kind heart, never capable of lying. Before you returned to the Qin family, Yun received various design honors, while ever since your arrival, the family has encountered nothing but turmoil. Stop pretending. Qin Jiang, the chaos at home is all you're doing. Isn't it? Qin Moyun glared at Qin Jiang, her gaze resolute. She had always been a rational president, never allowing emotions to cloud her judgment. But Yun was different. He was her most cherished brother, a beloved relative. She chose to trust him unconditionally. As for Qin Jiang, he was merely a wild brat returning from the bottom. Her discipline of him had clearly been insufficient. Qin Jiang had long grown accustomed to the baseless accusations and blame from the Qin family. In the past, he had endured it, retreating again and again, out of respect for them as family, as sisters. But now he was done with that. Song Jia, plug in the USB. Song Jia obediently approached to insert the USB drive, a special task assigned to him by Brother Jiang before the competition. He was curious about its contents, until the files opened. Today's mental state of Brother Jiang. My life, my rules. Meddle, and you'll meet your demise. Chapter 64. The exposure of Qin Yun and by Chuchu's hotel stay. Eldest sister collapses. The large screen projected the initial timestamp of the design scheme. It was 3 months ago, detailing the theoretical discussions with the esteemed Professor Jiang, he of Huajing University, as well as the initial design process. Professor Jiang's role was crucial. He was a prominent figure in the field of physics research. Although he held a professorship at Huajing University, he earned far more from his own company through various specialized designs with his graduate and doctoral students. In academia, any exceptionally capable professor typically has their own enterprise. Being a professor is merely a side job for these entrepreneurs. How could Qin Jiang, with his cross-disciplinary prowess, possibly catch Professor Jiang's attention? Moreover, if Qin Jiang truly possessed such talent, he would have long been profiting from patent fees alongside Professor Jiang, rather than subsisting on meager meals of steamed buns and pickled vegetables. After all, he had once been promoted to president of the student council as a sophomore, an unprecedented achievement at Huajing University, where the competition was fierce among high-achieving students. When Qin Jiang first assumed that position, few were convinced of his merit. As such, many students recognized him. Observing him eating frugally in the corner of the cafeteria, some would mockingly remark, "Oh, how does the president live in such poverty? Didn't he, the External Relations Department, just secure substantial funding for the school? What is he pretending for? The position at Huajing University is so lucrative. I refuse to believe he is not cashing in. Is he merely feigning poverty to elicit sympathy from the administration?" Of course, there were also some sophomore students who defended Qin Jiang, acknowledging his unprecedented rise to the presidency as a source of pride for their cohort. They clarified, "Don't be envious. Qin Jiang has always eaten this way since he arrived at school. He is not pretending." However, this only piqued curiosity about Qin Jiang's background. When it was revealed that he was actually the biological brother of Qin Yun, the heir of the Qin family, students were left bewildered. Isn't the Qin family considered affluent? How could they treat their two sons so differently? Yet, everyone tacitly chose not to interfere. This constituted the complete timeline of the design. While the timeline released by Qin Yun was indeed accurate, it lacked many events and details. For instance, the design timeline he recorded indicated the simulation design process took place on the 53rd day of 20XX, 2 months ago, while I possess concrete evidence of his absence on that day. This includes surveillance footage of Qin Yun entering the Fuhua Hotel in Jing City, along with proof of his check-in. Curiously, half an hour after Qin Yun entered the room, the campus beauty by Chu also entered the same hotel room. The evidence presented here was submitted to the police to clear my name and does not constitute an invasion of privacy. Naturally, I have more records of discrepancies and timelines, and if everyone wishes to review them one by one, I can showcase them for your viewing pleasure. Each word from Qin Jiang resonated with authority, yet his demeanor remained exceptionally calm and rational. Clearly, he was a #1 sycophant of campus beauty by Chu, while the crowd was astonished. They were equally perplexed. How could Qin Jiang remain so composed? Or was it that he had been so deeply wounded by the campus beauty that he had become indifferent, exposing the affair between her and his younger brother? I refuse to believe it. Our campus beauty by Chu is still an untouched flower, after all. She is virtuous and kind-hearted to the extent that she wouldn't even harm an ant by accident. Her character is impeccably upright. How could she possibly be involved in renting a hotel room with someone? Qin Jiang, You are merely a toad envying the swan, deliberately slandering the relationship between Chu Chu and Qin Yun, aren't you? Indeed, Chu Chu is pure and captivating, excelling academically and besieged by admirers on campus. Perhaps Qin Yun's association with her is entirely innocent. Damn it, I can't continue fabricating this. Am I the only one who has noticed that Qin Jiang has somehow caught Professor Jiang's attention? I've heard that Professor Jiang is eccentric and extremely demanding and critical of his graduate and doctoral students. Yet Qin Jiang, a sophomore, has impressed him? No wonder Qin Jiang's design, after refinement, could be supported by such advanced technology to produce the very first prototype. The initial creation of such a product alone requires considerable manpower and financial resources, and Qin Jiang certainly doesn't possess that much money to invest. Oh my god, could this be the reason he survives on steamed buns and kimchi every meal? This is insanely competitive. Even as a provincial top scholar, I feel overwhelmed. Let us not hear such talk. Anyone who can enter Huajing University is a top scholar. ISNT among the 4 roommates. 2 are top scorers and 2 were admitted through recommendation. National and even global elite university resources are like this. Talent is never scarce. You may be the brightest in your small pond, but here, everyone is the best of their own pond, celebrated as stars. Gradually, they become accustomed to this atmosphere where everyone is a prodigy. Yet Qin Jiang manages to outshine even in this cutthroat arena, earning the title of the ultimate champion. Many classmates have begun to genuinely admire him from the depths of their hearts. Returning to the main point, is it really impossible that our pure campus belle went to a hotel with Qin Yun just to discuss their studies? Another campus belle's devoted admirer just shattered. Discuss studies? Worth billions, perhaps? Or something more scandalous? All right, the campus belle's admirers are utterly devastated now. Bai Chu Chu had been standing in the corner all along. When she saw Qin Jiang brazenly expose surveillance footage of herself and Qin Yun entering the hotel, she felt as if the sky was collapsing. She froze in place, a chill running from head to toe. Her breath felt like cotton being pulled from her lungs. Fear gripped her like invisible hands. Her face paled, and her hands trembled. No, I didn't see. Qin Jiang, please turn it off. This is slander and an invasion of my privacy. Bai Chu Chu bit her lip, fragile and shaking her head as if deeply wronged and misunderstood. But the evidence lay before her. No matter how much she tried to explain, as long as the video existed, even if she clarified with Qin Yun, speculation would persist. Many of her admirers, who once chased her reverently, believing she was untouchable and that any contact would be sacrilegious, would now likely think, what pure goddess. She has already slept with someone else. Why pretend to be innocent? If others can, then he should be able to as well. Bai Chu Chu looked desperately towards Qin Yun and the Qin family's elder sisters, seeking help. Unlike Qin Yun, her family had fallen on hard times. Yet she had long been accustomed to a life where she was the center of attention like a socialite. To satisfy her vanity, she needed to attract various men willing to make sacrifices for her, thereby maintaining her image as a pure and noble campus belle. But now, she seemed to be reduced to her true state in an instant. Qin Jiang, is this your revenge born of love turned to hatred? Bai Chu Chu suddenly burst into tears, her body nearly collapsing as she struggled to stand. Thankfully, Yu Qian was beside her, steadying her arm. Chu Chu, don't be afraid. If you're a couple, isn't renting a hotel room normal? Moreover, Qin Yun is now the sole heir of the Qin family, the elite of the capital. This is the perfect opportunity to seize. Yu Qian comforted her gently, but a mocking sneer flickered in her eyes. Tisk, Qin Jiang, I've clearly underestimated you before. She was growing increasingly attentive to her best friend's ex-boyfriend. Meanwhile, on Qin Yun's side, the elder sister's expressions instantly turned cold, as if plunged into an ice cellar. Their first concern was not even that Qin Yun and Bai Chu Chu had entered a hotel, but that Yun had seemingly lied to them. The timeline on the proposal clearly did not match his whereabouts, which proved that Qin Yun had deceived them. Moreover, he was the thief who stole Qin Jiang's proposal. They had all misunderstood Qin Jiang and inadvertently become instruments of Qin Yun's harm against him. Qin Moyun twisted her ankle in her high heels and nearly fell. No, this cannot be. Yun, you actually lied to us? What frightened Qin Moyun even more was the bet she had made with Qin Jiang to pole dance in a bikini. How is that any different from Streetwalker? She was a noble, aloof financial CEO. How could she maintain her standing in the industry after this? Slap. Qin Moyun struck Qin Yun hard across the face. She had scolded Qin Jiang many times and slapped him often, but this was the first time she had hit Yun. Her heart ached, a mixture of disappointment and dread at the impending consequences. Big sister, don't get so upset. Don't hit Yun. You must have his reasons. The surveillance only shows Yun and Chu entering the hotel. Maybe they were just discussing studies or working on assignments together. The onlookers nearly dropped their jaws. No way, Andy. This mindset is even crazier than Qin Jiang I's. Chapter 65. The possessive wife flips out. Yun, you explain yourself. I've always trusted you, but today you're pushing me to the edge. Qin Moyun felt conflicted. She had watched Qin Yun grow up. Although Qin Jiang was her younger brother, and she treated him as such, the bond she shared with Yun after years of upbringing was different. People have feelings, and sometimes favoritism is uncontrollable. Still, she kept telling herself to be the big sister who treats all siblings equally. The slap left Qin Yun with ringing in his ears, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He quickly covered his lips, swallowing his grievances and bitterness. Big sister about by Chu. Qin Yun began to explain, while inwardly puzzled how Qin Jiang had replaced the contents of the USB drive meant for by Chu. He firmly believed that Qin Jiang's unwavering devotion to her meant the power bank design on the USB was the same as the one Qin Jiang had now displayed. Qin Jiang was always meticulous and would have checked the drive before explaining. Yet, many overlooked minor details because the focus of the design was its structure and feasibility. Yet, Qin Jiang had cleverly outwitted him in this seemingly trivial aspect. Now he was caught between a rock and a hard place. Qin Jiang had suddenly ceased to be foolish. Big sister, I'm sorry. Actually, by Chu and I have been together for some time. It's just that my parents have always urged me to focus on my studies and have been strict about my romantic life. So, we chose to keep it a secret. We are still young and intend to strive for our academic and professional careers. We didn't do anything improper in the hotel room. We just wanted a quiet place to study for the graduate entrance exam. You're probably aware of the state of the library at Huajing University. That's why we decided to hold a small study session there. But Qin Jiang misinterpreted our relationship as promiscuity. Actually, I'm a traditional girl at heart and wish to keep my first time for my wedding night. Therefore, you should cease your pursuit of a Yun. His silence stems solely from a desire to shield me from misunderstandings. Bai Chu's words retained an air of lofty purity, yet they were scarcely convincing, more suitable for deceiving children. The audience she faced comprised university students, not fools. Such declarations were met with skepticism. It is no wonder that Bai Chu is renowned for her ability to manipulate perceptions. Soon enough, the sentiments of her admirers began to waver, enviously contemplating the fortune of Qin Yun, who had captured the affections of the innocent campus beauty. The mere fact that he bore the title of Bai Chu's boyfriend was enough to incite tears of envy among her admirers. Witnessing this, Qin Jiang's eyes flickered with a hint of contempt. Bai Chu traditional? This is the most absurd jest I have heard this year. The nature of their relationship was inconsequential. One had pilfered my design plans and a USB drive, while the other brazenly appropriated my work and tarnished my reputation by branding me a thief. Tisk. The collaboration is impressive. Such tacit understanding cannot be forged without years of practice. Qin Jiang's remarks elicited laughter from many, as Bai Chu's facade of a goddess crumbled further. She was no longer the epitome of purity, having lost her composure and engaged in indiscretions with men, which university beauty has not been mired in scandal. Consequently, discussions emerged on the Huajing University Forum, with calls to annul Bai Chu's title as campus belle. The voting feature was activated, and the disgruntled admirers transformed into a formidable faction denouncing Bai Chu. It must be noted that these were the very individuals who had fervently campaigned to elevate her to that esteemed position. However, that was a matter of the past. The timeline for Qin Yun's research and design had been established as fact, with his deceitful appropriation of Qin Jiang's achievements laid bare. In an instant, a deluge of condemnation surged forth. Meanwhile, the video exposing Qin Moyun's loss in the bet began to circulate through marketing channels orchestrated by Song Jia, who had secured funding from Brother Jiang. Sometimes, to thoroughly dismantle an individual, it is not necessary to bring about their demise. Rather, one must shatter their hopes and strip them of what they hold dear. For those who pride themselves on their dignity, the experience of falling from grace and wallowing in disgrace is the most devastating of all. Qin Jiang harbored no forgiveness for anyone from his past who had cast him into the depths of despair. Liang sat motionless at the judge's table, her presence commanding as she leaned back in her chair. The vibrant red of her dress unfurled like flames, her dark red hair cascading delicately against her pale cheeks, creating a stark contrast with her porcelain skin and crimson lips. She emanated a beauty that was both intoxicating and wild, akin to an enchanting demon fallen from grace. In her tranquil demeanor, she exuded an aura of superiority that instilled trepidation in those who dared to gaze upon her. She observed the unfolding spectacle as an outsider, seemingly uninterested in intervening. Zhou Ning stood obediently behind her, a look of suspicion etched on his face. The sight of Qin Jiang and Bai Chuchu together would have once driven Liang into a frenzy. Yet today, an eerie calm prevailed. Zhou Ning, when did a Jiang orchestrate this elaborate scheme? Such meticulous planning could not have been conceived overnight. He has executed these maneuvers right beneath my nose without my awareness. Am I to believe that the entirety of Liang Manor is populated by inept fools? Liang suddenly turned her gaze to Zhou Ning, her eyes sharpening like blades. The air around them seemed to freeze, and a chilling intensity emanated from her gaze, causing all within a 20-meter radius to hold their breath. Zhou Ning gasped internally. Young master, save me. This wave is directed at me. He felt a surge of panic, though his expression remained stoic. Only he knew how rigid his face had become. Almost immediately, he knelt. Miss, it is my failure. I shall personally face punishment tonight. Liang regarded his fearful demeanor with indifference, casually observing Zhou Ning's fright. Look at that. After all these years, Zhou Ning is still afraid of me. How could a Jiang have changed in less than a week? What secrets has he concealed from me? Punishment? The water prison is at capacity. There's no need for you to go in personally. Her tone remained nonchalant, her words light, yet imbued with a subtle disdain for the world. Perhaps we should consider an alternative punishment. Design a collar adorned with pink diamonds for me. If a Jiang disapproves, you shall bear the consequences. Liang languidly reclined, her hand itching to grasp a Jiang's neck and pin him against the chair, kissing him fervently until he gasped for breath, compelling him to obediently whisper her desired name. Chapter 66. The Collapse of the Innocent Image. Bai Chuchu is no longer pure. President Qin, our wager stands. I trust your employees are eagerly anticipating your performance. Qin Jiang's actions could not be deemed mere cruelty. A CEO performing such a vulgar dance would most shatter the esteem he had built in front of his staff. The humiliation would be unparalleled. Qin Moyun, unwilling to concede, turned to Qin Jiang, hoping to appeal to him as an elder sister to persuade him to relent. A Jiang. Sister understands that we have had many misunderstandings in the past, including the incident with the fourth sister that caused your injury. I brought her here to personally apologize to you. We understand your grievances, but we are family. If I were to be humiliated, it would reflect poorly on the entire Qin family, including you. Now, a Jiang, will you not accept my public apology? Qin Moyun felt a wave of embarrassment. Yet her public acknowledgement and the slander against Qin Jiang were undeniable truths. If she remained passive, it would adversely affect Qin Financial as well. Thus, she devised a compromise. Qin Jiang regarded Qin Moyun, recalling the time he had fallen from grace within the Qin family, lying in a hospital bed with broken bones, unable to afford medical care as his life hung by a thread. At that time, not a single family member had come to visit him, let alone offer assistance with expenses. With only 300 yuan for living expenses each month, he had no choice but to study tirelessly and participate in competitions while taking on physical labor to earn money. He accepted any job that could provide an income. Yet his savings dwindled, primarily devoted to supporting Bai Chuchu. Just when he believed he might perish in the hospital, the institution unexpectedly agreed to perform his surgery for free and transferred him to the most luxurious ward for recovery. At that moment, he had neither the authority nor the strength to refuse. Curiosity swirled within him. Who could possibly be aiding him? He racked his brain, but no answers emerged. For 2 months, Qin Jiang lay in the hospital, his consciousness fluctuating. In the dead of night, he often felt an overwhelming sensation of suffocation, as if ensnared by a massive serpent, its soft yet icy touch pressing against him. Every inch of his body was caressed by that strange sensation, rendering him unable to open his heavy eyelids, even as his mind screamed in terror. That year, shortly after returning to the Qin family, he had just turned 18. Had he ever encountered such an agonizing sensation, akin to ants gnawing at his heart? He desperately attempted to open his eyes, straining until his fingertips trembled. Yet, the serpent showed no intention of releasing him. The hospital gown was lifted, and the chilling, soft touch found its way to his chest, his abs, and beyond. His wounds were still healing, and the serpent seemed to possess a strange awareness, avoiding direct contact with his injuries. Yet the feeling of being shackled and at the mercy of another was utterly unbearable. Qin Jiang felt numb. This nightmare seemed as though it had only just begun. For 2 months, Qin Jiang languished in a state of confusion, still not fully recovered. Yet once he could finally walk, he fled the hospital as if pursued. He was convinced that the room he had occupied was haunted, perhaps by a seductive spirit that drained vitality from the living. It was no wonder the hospital offered him unconditional treatment. They must have intended to use him as a sacrificial offering to appease the ghost. Now, with Qin Moyun suddenly bringing up the incident from years ago when he suffered a fracture, claiming it was Qin Shuyun's doing, he couldn't help but scoff. After all, he had checked the stability of the escalator before climbing it. There was no way he could have slipped unexpectedly. So it was indeed Qin Yun's doing. Ah, how would President Qin apologize for this? Qin Jiang did not rush to refuse. He was curious to see how far Qin Yun would go to avoid a metaphorical dance on a steel pole. I'm sorry, dear brother Jiang. It was my fault for misunderstanding you. For the sake of family, could you overlook the nonsensical wager I made earlier? Qin Yun stepped forward, maintaining her poised and regal demeanor, her apology clearly directed at her younger brother, who was, by virtue of their hierarchy, beneath her. In her eyes, uttering the words "I'm sorry" should have sufficed for Qin Jiang to graciously forgive her. However, after her apology, Qin Jiang remained unresponsive. Qin Jiang, you ought to say it's all right. Qin Yun's expression stiffened, unable to fathom that Qin Jiang would leave her standing there, like a jester performing for an audience. Qin Yun could no longer hold her tongue. Qin Jiang, the elder sister has personally apologized to you. Don't be so ungrateful. She then turned to console the visibly distressed Qin Yun, her heart aching as she gently patted Qin Yun's back. Yun, please don't be upset. Fourth sister understands that your actions stem from the insecurity caused by Qin Jiang's return to the Qin family, right? I apologize. It is our fault as sisters for not providing you with enough security, leading you to act foolishly. Do not worry, regardless of how Huajing University handles this matter. Fourth sister will protect you. The stark contrast in Qin Yun's treatment of her two brothers was truly astonishing. Even with her mask on, her inner ugliness was impossible to conceal at that moment. Qin Yun raised his gaze, and a single tear shimmered, cascading down his cheek, evoking pity and sorrow. In that instant, Qin Yun felt as though her heart were shattering. Yun was so kind, yet forced into such a morally reprehensible act due to Qin Jiang's return. Surely, he must be feeling immense guilt and torment within himself. Wasn't this internal suffering sufficient punishment? Qin Jiang had erred countless times, yet Yun had only faltered once. She was well aware of whom she should protect and whom to criticize. Qin Yun, you only have one face. Can't you conserve it a bit? Who said I must accept Qin Yun's apology just because she offered it? Am I so easily swayed by mere words? If I can't stand it, shall I gouge out my eyes? If I cannot contain myself, should I sew my mouth shut? There are always more troubles than solutions, and fools always have more flaws. Qin Yun, don't hide behind the women and remain silent. If you wish to cry, do so loudly. I can lend you a trumpet to amplify your lamentations. So, has your father passed away, or your mother? Qin Jiang's tirade left both Qin Yun and Qin Yun speechless. Hearing him curse their parents, Qin Yun's anger flared, her veins bulging. Qin Jiang, our parents are also your parents. How can you wish ill upon them? Do you even understand the concept of filial piety? Yun is regretting her tears now. The elder sister has apologized, and you expect us to bow to you as well? Qin Jiang, let me remind you. Life is about taking a step back to let the sea expand. Do not push people too far. Qin Yun's words were both a moral imposition and a threat. In Huiguo, children should respect their parents, and Qin Jiang's words were undeniably blasphemous. To disregard familial bonds is to be devoid of compassion, akin to a beast. Qin Jiang smirked. Take a step back for the sea to expand? Then you should retreat. I certainly will not. He laughed mockingly. Oh, I'm so afraid of pushing you too far. Then why don't you just jump over the wall? Qin Yun was left speechless with rage. Only a desperate creature would leap from a wall, and Qin Jiang was likening her to a dog. Principal, it is now clear who has stolen whose proposal. Am I still the rat droppings you have described? Qin Jiang directed his taunt at Principal Cheng Peng, forcing him to take immediate action regarding Qin Yun's punishment. Ahem. Of course, Qin Jiang is not rat droppings. I spoke out of anger earlier. Qin Jiang, I apologize. Qin Jiang's cold gaze swept over him. Principal Cheng Peng thought, what a clever lad, forcing him to offend the entire Qin family. But the Qin family, as difficult as they may be, is still more manageable than the Yan family. Qin Yun, you have stolen a classmate's design proposal, claimed credit for it, and then turned around to slander the original creator. The situation is indeed severe. I hereby announce that I will immediately collaborate with the Board of Trustees to expel you. As for Bai Chuchu, you are an accomplice. You will receive a serious reprimand and be tasked with cleaning all the girls' restrooms for a month. Bai Chuchu's face turned ashen, her legs giving way as she collapsed to the ground. Huajing University's selection of a campus flower has an unwritten rule. The campus flower must have a pristine family background and impeccable character, with no blemishes. But now, Bai Chuchu was no longer pure. Her reputation, academic standing, and even her physicality, which had once been seen as untainted, were now irrevocably tarnished. The image she had maintained for years as a pure and innocent maiden shattered in an instant. Chapter 67. Qin Yun's desperation. The eldest and fourth sisters on the brink of collapse. Qin Yun could hardly believe he was being expelled, His breathing grew increasingly erratic, as if he might lose consciousness and collapse at any moment. And indeed, he did just that. His frail body, already beset by illness, suddenly darkened before his eyes, and he swayed precariously, ultimately falling toward the sister who adored him most, Qin Jiang I. Qin Jiang I was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, she reached out to catch him, but her mind was clouded with confusion, recalling Qin Yun's fervent assurances that he had designed the research competition's proposal himself. Though she had chosen to accept that Qin Yun's actions were forced, the moral standard she held made her hesitate for just a moment. That fleeting doubt prevented her from catching Qin Yun as he fell toward her. He crashed heavily to the ground, the back of his head striking the floor with a brutal impact, causing him to grimace in pain, a trickle of blood seeping from a wound. Qin Yun attempted to open his eyes, but everything blurred, and he lost consciousness entirely. In an instant, both Qin Mo Yun and Qin Shu Yun were thrown into a state of panic. Years of favoritism had conditioned them to prioritize Qin Yun's health above all else. Now, any critique of his theft was completely overshadowed by his condition. Qin Mo Yun was the first to rush forward, disregarding her image as she half-knelt on the ground. She cautiously reached out to support Qin Yun, but hesitated, unable to move him at all, her eyes filled with anxious concern. Yun, what is wrong? Quickly. Fourth sister, call for an ambulance. Yun's illness cannot be delayed for even a moment. Qin Jiang, you must come with us to the hospital. Yun is bleeding, and he desperately needs your blood. Qin Mo Yun's words flowed with practiced ease, as if Qin Jiang's sacrifice were a matter of course. Qin Jiang observed the scene with his usual cold indifference. Having witnessed Qin Yun feign illness numerous times, he was reluctant to indulge this performance. Yet, if this time were genuine, he would indeed have cause to celebrate. This malevolent wretch could also face consequences? How delightful, how splendid, how utterly amusing. Oh, why should I concern myself with this? You resemble a saint so much. If you need blood, why not seek it at Notre Dame in Paris? Why come to me? Are you hoping I will provide you with a professional blood transfusion kit? Qin Jiang raised an eyebrow without a hint of hesitation. I did not delete the last video, he remarked. If everyone is indeed curious, I wouldn't mind making it public. His cold smile bore a palpable threat. In his past life, he had been shackled by moral obligations and familial ties. In this life, he cast aside morality. No one would dare to bind him even a fraction. Qin Jiang, you are, after all, Yun's elder brother. Qin Shiyun spoke, her voice tinged with a hint of uncertainty. She felt a twinge of guilt in the presence of Qin Jiang, especially since her elder sister had revealed the incident where she had caused him to fall from the escalator, nearly resulting in his death. She knew she ought to apologize. Yet upon seeing Qin Jiang, with that expression as if the world owed him and he intended to take vengeance on it, her words faltered. Clearly in the past, Qin Jiang had been submissive and had not required her to apologize in person. He would have automatically justified her actions as unintentional, for he held no grudges. Let me make it clear. I have completely severed ties with the Qin family. If anyone here is unclear about this, you may refer to the severance agreement, he declared, pulling out a USB drive to project the agreement onto the large screen, specifically highlighting the date. It was recent, during the time when Qin Jiang found himself at the center of public scrutiny, nearly expelled from Huajing University due to Qin Yun's machinations. At that time, he had been falsely accused and stripped of his honors, with no family member to trust, even being cast out by the Qin family. Now, how could the Qin family demand that he provide support to those who had stolen his designs and accolades? The students of Huajing University were discerning. They immediately voiced their outrage against the Qin family's shamelessness. Qin Moyun and Qin Shiyun had never faced such public scorn. When the ambulance arrived, they left in disgrace, taking Qin Yun with them. Bai Chuchu had long since taken the opportunity to flee in tears amidst the chaos. Qin Jiang refrained from continuing to play the victim. With the issue resolved, it was time for him to lay the groundwork for his own career. The owner of a burgeoning power bank market had approached him with an offer of $2 million. Remarkably, it was the same figure as in his previous life. Qin Jiang understood, while gasps of astonishment filled the air around him. It was undeniable that his design and its level of sophistication were exceptional, and the market potential was indeed promising. But how could a mere university student command a $2 million patent fee? Do you comprehend what this means? It signifies that Qin Jiang was on the verge of prosperity. Owning a top-tier supercar would become trivial, and owning a private jet was merely a matter of time. In this technology competition, the top 3 prizes were $20,000 for first place, and $10,000 each for second and third. With one stroke, Qin Jiang sold his patent for far more than the prize money. Why had he become so enlightened? Could it be that he was blessed by a wealthy benefactor? Song Jie gazed at him, salivating with envy. Our Jiang has finally achieved something. 2 million? For a university student, that was a substantial sum to kickstart a venture. The crucial point was that this money was not earned through dubious means. It was hard-earned compensation for his research. Everyone believed that Qin Jiang should be content. However, when he met the gaze of the CEO of Huayang Technology, he unwaveringly declared, "I want 5 million. Moreover, he stipulated that he would only grant 5 years of patent usage rights. And for the renewal process, he proposed a 46% stake in the profits through a professional equity partnership with their company. If you are willing, we can sign a contract now. If not, I will not insist." Each of Qin Jiang's words was delivered while maintaining direct eye contact with the CEO of Huayang Technology, articulating his conditions with clarity and confidence. In business matters, he was resolute. Many university students' scientific patents were often snatched up by corporations at meager prices, leaving them with no recognition. When the products became successful, the original creators faded into obscurity. Qin Jiang would not fall into such folly. He needed a substantial amount of money, enough to ensure that he would not have to reach for what was out of his grasp. His partner was exceptionally capable, and thus he could not afford to be merely a lackluster figure. He did not wish for others to dismiss him as merely the man beside Miss Yen. He aspired to stand alongside her as an equal. The participants voiced their disbelief. Has Qin Jiang lost his mind? How could he possibly deserve this? Not only does he ask for 5 million for 5 years of usage rights, but he also demands 40% of the profits afterward. Why doesn't he just rob a bank instead? Qin Jiang, it is undeniable that you possess talent, but do remember you are merely a sophomore student. My offer of 2 million for the patent rights is a recognition of your ability, not an invitation for you to arrogantly proclaim your worth. The CEO of Huayang Technology, Su Cheng, was known for his astuteness and keen business acumen. His questions were merely a test of Qin Jiang's worthiness. Yet, Qin Jiang remained steadfast, his posture erect, his gaze steady and unflinching. President Su, you have misunderstood. What I seek is not 40%, but 60. I will take 60, and you will take 40. Gasps of shock echoed throughout the room. Wow, I see you are indeed quite bold. You are quite the audacious one. Chapter 68, The Enigmatic President Liang. Only Qin Jiang dared to approach her. President Su had not anticipated that such a young sophomore student would seize the reins of negotiation. He recognized the potential of this invention, but without the support of capitalists, it could never reach its full value if left solely in Qin Jiang's hands. Initially, if Qin Jiang had asked for 5 million, Su would have reluctantly agreed, especially since Qin Jiang had already revealed that the technology was backed by the esteemed Professor Jiang, he from Huajing University. While he might not regard Qin Jiang highly as a typical sophomore, being a student of Professor Jiang elevated his worth significantly. Su Cheng furrowed his brow, momentarily caught in a dilemma. Qin Jiang, your demands are rather steep. I doubt anyone else here shares my level of sincerity. How about this? I will not take advantage of your status as a student and offer you 5 million for the ultimate usage rights to your patent. What do you say? Qin Jiang, you should consider yourself fortunate. No one else will offer you a better price. The CEO of Huayang Technology, Su Cheng, presided over a considerable enterprise, yet the opportunity to ascend to prominence in the future tech industry hinged on the widespread commercialization of the power bank. Currently, there was no such product in the market. Viewing the present from the perspective of the future market, it appeared to be an ocean of opportunity. The terms he offered did not appear to be extortionate. In fact, they provided an opportunity for him to partake in future wealth. If that is the case, there is nothing more to discuss. President Su, I bid you farewell. Qin Jiang no longer dwelled on the potential partnership with Su Cheng, despite the many university students present who looked on with eager anticipation at this opportunity. Upon witnessing Qin Jiang's refusal, their expressions shifted to one of disbelief. They mocked him for seemingly lacking self-awareness. Qin Jiang paid them no mind. If Huayang Technology chose to relinquish this remarkable opportunity, then he would gladly seize it for himself, or perhaps leave it for his beloved wife to expand her business empire. I will offer 10 million. I am quite fond of your design, Qin Jiang. The Yin Group happens to have factories in the electronic sector with well-established development lines. More importantly, I admire you greatly. For the profit sharing of the patent 5 years from now, you will receive 80%, while the Yin Group will only take 20%. Would you be amenable to this arrangement? Yan Liang's voice resonated with an epic grandeur as she spoke. In merely 2 years of navigating the business world, she had elevated the Yin family conglomerate to unprecedented heights, a testament to her extraordinary commercial acumen, profoundly recognized by those within the industry. 2 years prior, a mere young girl had managed to eclipse a cohort of seasoned business veterans, a feat that inspired both awe and respect. Upon hearing Yan Liang's sudden interjection, Su Cheng, who had been poised to deliberately undermine Qin Jiang in order to secure the patent for the power bank at a lower cost, felt a jolt of disbelief course through him. Did she truly see potential in this power bank? Or was it merely the allure of Qin Jiang that captivated her? Su Cheng was flabbergasted. As a mid-level executive, he felt dwarfed in the presence of the Yin family dynasty, where even standing aside required a swift retreat. Yet, in front of an audience, he found himself publicly thwarted by the young lady, who had audaciously seized a project he had intended to claim as his own. At over 50 years of age, despite his position within the commercial sphere, he held a certain rapport with the Yin family, having engaged in business dealings with Yin Liang's father in his 30s. He had even encountered the young Yin Liang in her childhood, when she was surrounded by attendants and adorned like a perfect porcelain doll, clad in a lavish Gothic gown. Her gently curled hair evoked an image of a medieval princess emerging from a castle. Yet, despite her splendor, the weight of her attire seemed to overshadow her youth, rendering her less a cherished princess and more a decorative figure representing a prestigious family. Beautiful, indeed, but somewhat stilted, devoid of the innocence and curiosity that should accompany a young girl. What did the young Yin Liang intend by this? Was she truly so brazen as to snatch a project that Su Cheng had already prioritized? Had her father taught her to disregard her elders? Su Cheng, having only a cursory knowledge of Yin Liang's past, was aware of the rumors surrounding her enigmatic and formidable nature. Yet, she remained a mere 20-year-old girl. How formidable could she truly be? He recalled her as little more than a puppet of the Yin family, and it perplexed him that she dared to undermine his standing as an industry elder. Yin Liang's gaze, once soft as she regarded Qin Jiang, now simmered with an undercurrent of intensity. She would not allow what belonged to him to slip into another's grasp. Moreover, after encountering Qin Jiang's designs, her admiration and infatuation for him had only intensified. He was indeed the man she desired. From a rational business perspective, she would choose to invest in this project, which represented his thoughts and creations. To possess this design felt akin to commandeering the very essence of his intellect. She relished this sense of ownership. But now, someone had the audacity to defy her and invoke the name of that loathsome relic from her past. Zhou Ning felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed trouble brewing. Did Su Cheng seek to tempt fate? How reckless to address her as young Lady Liang. The Yin family was now under her dominion, and the term young Lady Liang suggested a blatant disregard for her authority. In the 2 years since she had taken the reins, few dared to provoke her so recklessly. To accuse her of snatching in the cutthroat world of business, where high bids are commonplace before deals are finalized, was absurd. Su Cheng, in his advancing years, ought to consider finding a resting place, lest he squander his remaining days with his own reckless tongue. Yin Liang's retort offered no quarter, publicly humiliating Su Cheng. Yet, the Yin family possessed the clout to effortlessly crush Huiyang Technology, a mid-tier company, underfoot. The moment Yin Liang spoke, the air grew thick with tension. Su Cheng gritted his teeth, recalling his own illustrious past and his connections with the Yin family. Yin Liang, a mere girl, was but a puppet manipulated by the Yin dynasty. What gave her the right to trample upon the dignity of an elder in the industry? Did she truly believe herself worthy of the Yin family's legacy? Were it not for her lineage, she would have long since fallen into obscurity. Su Cheng, humiliated, took it upon himself to chastise Yin Liang, emboldened by his past ties with her family. He could not abide the thought of a mere girl, raised amidst opulence, daring to confront him with such insolence. It was appalling. Little did he know the depths of her resilience, having been cast aside by her mother in favor of ingratiating herself with the heirs of influential families. Who could have foreseen that she would emerge unscathed? At the tender age of 12, she had endured the cruelties of the elite social circle, where many lamented Mrs. Yan's harshness toward her daughter. As Su Cheng invoked her past, Yin Liang's eyes turned icy. His fate was sealed. In an instant, a crimson scythe flew through the air. Before anyone could react, a synchronized cadence of footsteps echoed around them. Hundreds of black-clad bodyguards, expertly trained, swiftly encircled the venue. The blood-stained scythe cleaved through the air, severing Su Cheng's ear with brutal precision, before returning to Yin Liang's grasp. In the next moment, the woman clad in a vibrant red dress rose, her crimson heels echoing like the beat of a war drum. Yin Liang tilted her head, her expression neutral, yet an oppressive force emanated from her being. A monster? Su Cheng seemed to reminisce about his ties with Yin Rongin. He lay bedridden, half alive, for 2 years, and if he wished to accompany him, he should have simply said so. The younger generation was most understanding. She would gladly fulfill his desire to join him. Why has Su Cheng knelt? She mused. Perhaps his legs felt superfluous. No worries, I shall relieve you of them. The bloodlust ignited within Yin Liang, Reminiscent of the night she had decimated the Yin family. The echoes of pleas for mercy surrounded her, yet she could only hear her mother's chilling accusations. Yin Liang, why do you return alive? You should have perished like your sister, for then you would be free from the curse of the Yin women. Liang, mother only wishes the best for you. Would you consider ending your life now? The heart of Yin Liang had turned to stone. After that fateful night, she became an orphan, and the specter of slaughter loomed inevitable. Qin Jiang observed the chaos unraveling, witnessing the terror etched upon the faces of the onlookers as they recoiled from Yin Liang's frenzied state. Yet his heart ached solely for her. In a previous life, he too had been among the frightened masses. They deemed the madwoman terrifying, never pausing to ponder the reasons behind her madness. The crowd erupted into a frenzied retreat. This time, however, Qin Jiang defied the tide, moving toward the eye of the storm. He unsheathed the Qin at that very moment. The scattered crowd mustered their courage to glance back, nearly paralyzed by the shocking spectacle before them. The entire assembly exclaimed in astonishment, "My goodness! No wonder Qin Jiang is destined to be favored by wealthy women. This pledge of allegiance. Here, they all concede defeat." Chapter 69. Driven to sweet madness by Qin Jiang stood resolutely before Su Cheng. The sensation of two ruthless blades piercing flesh was palpably real. Yet, Qin Jiang exhibited no trace of fear. On the contrary, he felt this punishment was insufficient. Su Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that this sophomore, a mere ordinary student relying on research competition prizes to sustain himself, would dare to stab him through both legs. I forbid anyone to speak ill of Yin. She is no monster. She is merely a wounded young girl. Those who have never endured the anguish she suffered have no right to cast even a single blame upon her. Qin Jiang's knowledge of Yin Liang's past was intimate and thorough, thanks to Yin Liang's profound love for him across lifetimes, which led her to be utterly candid with him. Yet, she feared her dark past would drive him away. Thus, whenever her bleak history was mentioned, it was on nights when, after his arduous escape, she would bind him frantically and drag him back to the Liang manor, locking him in a dark chamber, shackling him tightly. Then, she would remove her bloodstained dress. Yin Liang had a fondness for Lolita dresses, not because she wished to adorn herself as a doll, but perhaps because she longed to return to a time when her parents cherished her as a little princess. Yet, was that affection ever truly genuine? Clutching her bloodied scythe, Yin Liang advanced towards Su Cheng and Qin Jiang. Upon hearing Qin Jiang's description of her, she paused briefly before a radiant, sparkling smile blossomed in her eyes. "Ah, Jiang, he is so annoying," she complained childishly, resembling a capricious child confiding in him. At that moment, the dazzling and fierce enchantress seemed to shed her venomous thorns, leaning on him as if he were her sole refuge. She trusted only Ah Jiang. "Well, then I shall silence him by removing his tongue, so he can no longer utter words that vex Yin," Qin Jiang said, lifting his gaze with a look both earnest and sincere. Prolonged proximity to the madly devoted Miss Yin Liang had begun to unhinge his own mental state, yet he found himself increasingly fond of this sensation. In this lifetime, all he cared about was Yin's life and death. "Ah Jiang treats Yin so well," she murmured. "He is wicked, yet he calls me a monster." Yin Liang, holding the blood-stained hem of her dress, drew near, her body magnetically pressing against Qin Jiang's, yearning for seamless union. Qin Jiang instinctively encircled her slender waist, strangely exhilarated by the experience of being adored by this delirious and obsessive young lady. The Yandere heiress usually dominated, but now, clinging to him as if surrendering control. After all, despite her mature and unhinged demeanor, Yin Liang was still but a 20-year-old girl. Her coquettish, soft voice contrasted sharply with her stunning and commanding visage, creating a profound duality that made Qin Jiang feel as though he had two girlfriends, one a sweet, soft-spoken Lolita, the other a fierce, domineering Yandere CEO. The perfect blend of Lolita and dominatrix, a celestial bride indeed. "Well then, let us just eliminate him," Qin Jiang mused. "Slice him up, bury the pieces." Embraced by the Yandere heiress, Qin Jiang blushed deeply. Yin Liang, satisfied with his response, extended a finger to beckon him. "Ah, Jiang, bend down." Without hesitation, Qin Jiang obediently leaned forward. "Moi, I love you." A tender kiss landed lightly upon Qin Jiang's cheek, not a soul-penetrating French kiss, but a gentle touch that sent shivers through his very bones. "Oh, Yin, you're driving me sweetly mad." Meanwhile, the nearly bleeding Su Cheng was utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 70. The Yandere bride loves to mark her territory. Qin Jiang, have you lost your mind? I was the first to appreciate your talent and offer you a contract, acting as your benefactor. How dare you repay me with ingratitude? Do you not fear suffering the same fate as Yin Liang? She is a monster, inherently unlovable by her parents, cold-blooded, heartless, and utterly mad. Do you think her capricious generosity is a gift? Mark my words, such a volatile lunatic will kill you one day, sealing your doom, just like mine. Su Cheng, furious at being used by Qin Jiang as a tool to curry favor with Yin Liang, was overwhelmed with resentment. Qin Jiang's dagger had pierced his thigh completely, a brutal strike unbefitting a mere university student. Yet, Yin Liang's tender kiss on Qin Jiang transformed him into a gentle, loyal little wolf dog, a stark and bewildering contrast, or perhaps a testament to his acting prowess. Oh, a monster? Qin Jiang retorted coolly. This tongue might as well be served cold as a new delicacy, marinated pig's tongue for the general. His eyes had lost all warmth. Yin Yin was the woman he was sworn to protect, and no insult against her would be tolerated. In a previous life, Su Cheng had inadvertently acquired Qin Jiang's talents, enabling him to rise as a tech magnate. Now, Qin Jiang was reclaiming that golden finger. Henceforth, Huiyang technology would cease to exist in Jing City, becoming merely a subsidiary under the newly established JY technology. Yes, all shall heed Jiang's command. He is the head of our family. At that moment, Yin Liang's demeanor was gentle and elegant, the murderous aura in her eyes dissipating completely upon Qin Jiang's arrival. Since he is the general's prey, take him away. Her smile was like that of a coquettish calico cat, eyes sparkling like stars, feeling that no matter how close she pressed to Qin Jiang, it was never enough. Yet, as she clasped his cold fingers, a shadow flickered across her eyes. Miss Yin Liang? Is the young lady losing control again? But wait. Isn't Qin Jiang right there comforting her? Which moment went awry? The National University Research Competition concluded with Qin Jiang, an outsider to the field, securing third place, vindicating him from accusations of cheating and preserving his academic status. Yet rumors about him spread like wildfire. He was robust, capable of charming multiple wealthy women. A master of time management, destined for fortune. Of course, these gossipers sought mere amusement, as many had been shocked into silence by the brutal scene and dared not look back. All they knew was that Yin Liang had taken Qin Jiang away, his fate uncertain. Inside the extended Rolls-Royce, Yin Liang sat beside Qin Jiang, delicately wiping his palm with a handkerchief, the spot injured during their altercation with Su Cheng. Though the wound was minor, it bled faintly. This was Qin Jiang's first time harming a living person. In his previous life, he would never have committed such a ruthless act. This was unlike anything he might have done before. Yin Liang sensed the change in Qin Jiang, repeatedly telling herself that as long as he was willing to play along, every moment they drew closer was a blessing. But now, it seemed Qin Jiang was earnest. The realization quickened her heartbeat, causing her to momentarily forget even the exhilaration and madness of dealing with Su Cheng. The atmosphere in the car was tinged with an unsettling discord. Zhou Ning broke the silence first. Miss Liang, the young master has set the date for you and the groom to return to the old family estate. It coincides with the birthday of your grandfather, the head of the family, in 2 days. He has insisted that you bring the groom home for his inspection. Grandpa Yin, the only relative within the Yin clan who still wielded some influence in Yin Liang's eyes, without any other considerations. When the 13-year-old Yin Liang was about to be sent into the organization like her sister Yin Yu by her father, only the elderly master of the Yin family opposed this fate. He stood before the young Yin Liang, leaning on his cane, his frail, hunchback seemingly creating a final bastion of protection for her in that moment. Despite his efforts, the old man ultimately could not save her. However, Yin Liang remembered this kindness and spared him during her return to exact revenge on the Yin family, providing him with the best assurance for a peaceful old age. She respected the elder, which to outsiders appeared as if the young lady of the Yin family was solely obedient to him. This was because the old man insisted she marry a man to bring her fortune, all while secretly cultivating power around her, ready to take her life at any moment. Yin Liang was acutely aware of everything, yet she bore it in silence, perhaps merely wishing for a semblance of an elder from the Yin family to remain alive. The elderly master had arranged for 7 fortune-bringing husbands for Yin Liang, all of whom met untimely ends. The first 7 were indeed his arrangements. The only man who remained vibrantly alive by her side, however, was not one of his choosing. The once domineering elderly man, naturally curious, sought to discover just who Yin Liang had openly entrusted her vulnerability to. She refused to attend his birthday. After all, it was not as significant as her sister's Memorial Day. She commanded that the entire old residence be draped in white silks for 7 days. What the old man intended was all too clear to her. He sought to place Qin Jiang in peril. Since he harbored such intentions, she vowed not to show him any mercy. With a detached tone, she draped a warm cashmere blanket over Qin Jiang, who felt the chill in the car. Liang tilted her head, her eyes slightly reddening as Qin Jiang sensed the emotional instability of the delicate young lady. He took advantage of her words to pull her into his embrace, wrapping both of them in the soft wool blanket, his warmth enveloping her entirely. "Ah, since you're here, it feels much warmer," he murmured. "Don't worry about Su Cheng. My dear Liang is no monster. She is my cherished and beloved wife." Qin Jiang tightened his arms around her, attempting to convey his genuine intentions. As soon as Liang felt the warmth of his body, she could no longer restrain herself, her long legs wrapping around his waist with fervor. Her flowing wine-red hair swirled in the air, strands brushing against Qin Jiang's cheek, tantalizing him. She leaned closer to his ear, her soft lips kissing his earlobe, her eyes glinting darkly. "Qin Jiang, is this real? I feel as though you've fallen for me." Yet, she knew that a man who had always avoided her could not possibly harbor love. However, she undeniably felt care, respect, and tenderness from him, attributes one would hardly expect from someone who despised her. Liang was bewildered. In business, she was ruthless and decisive, yet in matters of the heart, she was as innocent as a naive girl. Yet this purity of love had its merits. Its intensity was matched only by her fervent desire. The deeper it ran, the more she craved it unabashedly and possessively. "Foolish girl, it's not just a feeling," Qin Jiang declared, leaning down, his hand beneath the cashmere blanket encircling her slender waist. He drew near to her neck, planting a teasing kiss there, a kiss fraught with longing and intimacy. "That's no illusion. I truly love you. What must I do for you to believe me?" Qin Jiang's gaze softened as he felt Liang tremble against him. A dampness on his shoulder unsettled him. Had she been crying? The outside world had never witnessed the esteemed Yan lady shed tears, yet he had seen it multiple times. Each instance met with scornful laughter. A female demon. Did she think that shedding a few tears like his beloved by Chu would make him relent? Her tears were undoubtedly crocodile tears, unworthy of his sympathy. Yet at this moment, he was utterly flustered. "Why are you crying, my dear?" After what felt like an eternity, Liang finally spoke, her voice cold and hushed. "Am I worthy?" The world echoed with the sentiment that the little monster of the Yin family was undeserving of love. Yet now, Qin Jiang professed his love for her. Yes, the young lady of the Yin family was indeed worthy of love, deserving of the very best the world had to offer. Liang gazed up at him in disbelief, and before she knew it, he cradled her face and kissed her deeply. It was a kiss filled with fervor, akin to parched earth welcoming the long-awaited rain, each droplet revitalizing the thirsty soil. "Qin Jiang, my character is flawed, and my health is not robust. I may not live past 25. She hesitated, withholding this secret. Yet, she was undeniably selfish. Knowing her time was limited, yet still wanting to claim the young and healthy Qin Jiang as her own. Her eyes reflected unease as she endured Qin Jiang's gentle kisses for only a moment before craving more. Quickly, she took charge, pushing him back against the seat, her fingers threading through his short hair, deepening the kiss. She was like a leech, eagerly drawing from him. Liang was never one to restrain herself. She often indulged in her desires with Qin Jiang, which had once instilled fear in him. Now, as she lost herself in the kiss, her hands found their way to his neck, imagining how beautiful it would be to place a collar she had crafted around Qin Jiang's neck. Qin Jiang allowed her to take control, his hands gripping her slender waist. Seizing the moment when she was distracted, he pulled her back into his embrace, gently flicking her forehead as if admonishing a child. "No matter how many secrets my dear Liang holds, we can face them together. My wife, we are partners in this life. It is my duty to care for and protect you. Regardless of your flaws, they do not define you. The warmth you deserve is something this world has withheld from you, and I will provide it. Is that agreeable?" Qin Jiang grasped her fingers, warming her icy fingertips with his own. In that embrace, they resembled two incomplete souls finding solace in each other's warmth. Liang watched him intently, her breath quickening with an almost unbearable heat. "How can Qin Jiang be so wonderful? He is so obedient and belongs to me. I adore him so much." He even called her his wife. In that moment, the ice encasing her heart began to melt under Qin Jiang's gentle touch. Yet she was painfully aware of her own ugliness, stained with blood, violence, and madness. Did she still deserve to be restored? She understood she was not like others. Her madness could harm Qin Jiang, and she might even taint him, dragging him down into her own hell. She, so wicked, while he, so radiant. Suddenly, a wave of shame washed over her, yet her greed still compelled her to nod. "Yes. Qin Jiang, I love you so much. What should I do? I want your tenderness and goodness all to myself. I cannot bear the thought of you being like this with any other woman, otherwise I would go mad. In a fit of passion, Liang bit down on Qin Jiang's neck, marking him with her unique imprint. She relished in the act of claiming him, as if it could prove he was entirely hers. Zhou Ning sat in the passenger seat, maintaining his composure, almost able to envision the two merging into one in their embrace. He thoughtfully raised the partition in the car. Well, it was better that the young lady was firmly held by Qin Jiang than to suddenly act out of the blue. Though Zhou Ning appeared outwardly impassive, deep within her heart, she harbored profound sorrow for Liang. At the tender age of merely 20, when most youths are basking in the vibrancy of university life, Liang had already resigned herself to a desolate countdown toward death. Why had Qin's financial encrypted quotation documents fallen into the hands of their rivals? This year's project was monumental, reliant entirely on those precise quotations to secure maximum profit. How could such critical information have been leaked? Qin Moyun paced anxiously within her office. After Qin Yun was rushed to the hospital, she had dutifully assumed her role as the eldest sister of the Qin family, vigilantly awaiting outside the emergency room. Yet, calamity struck Qin Financial. Their adversaries abruptly seized the major deal Qin Financial had painstakingly negotiated for 3 months, offering a bid merely $0.1 higher. Such an exacting strike was clearly aimed at undermining Qin Financial, especially in light of the recent theft and deletion of encrypted files. Qin Moyun's suspicion immediately fell upon Qin Jiang. It had to be him, despite being her own younger brother. Could he be so ruthless as to drive her to the brink of ruin? What was his true intention? Desperately, Qin Moyun bombarded Qin Jiang's phone from over 20 different numbers. After being blocked more than 20 times, Qin Jiang finally answered with a tone dripping disdain. Qin, is the pole dance ready? Qin Moyun was struck dumb. Was Qin Jiang intent on driving her to despair? Chapter 71. The eldest sister's regret. Qin Jiang. I will never forgive you. You hacked Qin Financial's data and sold it to Ji Finance, stealing the project I've negotiated for 3 months. Haven to you? Qin Moyun confronted him head-on, instinctively dismissing Qin Jiang's cold mockery. Qin, that is slander. I could sue you for defamation, he retorted carelessly. I warn you, if the video you are supposed to upload on your social media isn't posted within 3 hours, I won't hesitate to have my wife personally destroy Qin Financial. Qin Moyun declared. A sinister smile curled Qin Jiang's lips, his eyes glinting with malevolence. His tone was icy and merciless, deepening Qin Moyun's sinking despair. Once, he had always treated her with respectful deference, but now he showed no respect befitting an elder sister. She understood his resentment. He misunderstood her extra care for Qin Yun due to his frail health as favoritism. Yet, no matter his grievances, family disputes should remain private. Demanding that she pole dance on social media was a blatant insult to the eldest sister. Qin Jiang, can you bear the consequences of your sacrifice? Are you not afraid of becoming the family's pariah? How dare you threaten me with the Yin family's financial empire? Qin Moyun's patience snapped. That formidable heiress, Liang, was clearly dying, yet Qin Jiang still used her as leverage. Though everyone knew Liang's days were numbered as long as she lived, no one dared to challenge the Yin family's authority in the slightest. Qin Moyun, drop that commanding tone. Do you think you're the master of this house? According to your logic, you should post that video before you die, whether you get hit by a car, choke on water, or fall while walking. Otherwise, Qin Financial will collapse. Qin Jiang threatened flippantly. Though he lacked the power to openly defy Qin Moyun, the formidable female CEO of Qin Financial, Qin Jiang was emboldened by his marriage to a top-tier financial heiress. With such backing, he held his head high, his tone unyielding. Qin Jiang pressed Qin Moyun relentlessly. Her face turned pale, a tension-induced headache tightening its grip. She instinctively sought the comforting scent that once eased her pain, only to find it had vanished utterly from her life. At that moment, Qin Moyun felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Qin Jiang, must we siblings descend to the point of regarding each other as enemies? I beg you, for the sake of the eldest sister's dignity, you know Qin Financial is the fruit of my 10 years' labor. How can you be so heartless? Her voice lost its former steel, softening into a tender plea reminiscent of coaxing a wayward younger brother. Alas, Qin Jiang no longer required such hollow affections. I'm quite patient. You have 3 hours. Either your reputation is destroyed, or the Qin Financial you've built over a decade is ruined. Choose one. Qin Jiang said coldly, a scornful smirk playing at his lips. Indeed, it was reminiscent of the kidnapping incident in his childhood when he was lost. The kidnappers had forced the family to choose between 2 children. He was only 4 then, with vague memories of his loved ones. Years of hardship and near-fatal illness had blurred those early recollections. Upon returning to the Qin family and assisting his second sister Qin Muyun with drug trials, his memories gradually resurfaced, revealing the truth behind his disappearance. The Qin family's rapid rise had incited jealousy among rivals who hired thugs to kidnap both him and Qin Yan. The kidnappers, fascinated by human cruelty, bound the two 4-year-old boys on opposite ends of a precarious tree branch at a cliff's edge. He remembered the biting sea wind stinging their skin, Qin Yan's flushed face growing faint in the gusts. The kidnappers offered the Qin family a cruel choice. Take only one child. Both parents, pale and helpless, pleaded with him. Qin Jiang, you are the elder brother. Be strong and leave hope to your younger brother. Their mother's eyes brimmed with tears. Qin Jiang, your brother is fragile and cannot be without his mother. Please, for my sake, forgive my selfishness. As the eldest sibling, Qin Muyun, still a minor, sobbed, Qin Jiang, please give your brother the chance to live. He needs to see more of this world. If you survive the fall into the sea, your eldest sister will never stop searching for you. Qin Jiang's entire body stiffened. Though a mere child, his blood seemed to freeze at that moment. He saw his grandmother, leaning on her cane, furiously demanding his rescue. My precious grandson Qin Yan must be safe. Without him, our family will no longer ascend into the upper echelons of Beijing society. You disaster-bringing Qin Jiang, is it not your curse that brought your brother into peril with you? You deserve death. Jump into the sea and let your brother live, or I swear I'll skin you alive. The grandmother raged. The entire Qin family as soon as Qin Mu, Jiang Yao, displayed sores upon her visage, she calmly sought him out for a beauty ointment. Without a moment's hesitation, he ventured into the perilous depths of the mountains in pursuit of raw materials, dedicating himself to concocting a beauty balm that faithfully adhered to the ancient texts. All along, his unwavering desire was for the Qin family to regard him as one of their own, deserving of even the slightest affection. Yet now, he found himself devoid of any longing for the Qin family, ready to obliterate everything. Upon hearing the ultimatum presented by Qin Jiang, Qin Muyun's eyes widened in shock. Her nerves taut as if stretched to their limits, only to be shattered moments later by a deafening crack. Heart racing, she attempted to articulate an explanation, but her throat betrayed her, yielding no sound. The busy signal from the phone echoed in her ears, a stark reminder that Qin Jiang had already severed the connection and that she was left with a mere 3 hours to make her choice. In that moment, the weight of despair crushed her spirit. Ah, Jiang, I am deeply sorry. It is I, your elder sister, who has wronged you, who has favored others too much, causing you endless grievances. However, Qin Muyun understood all too well that Qin Jiang would never grant her a chance for repentance again. She sat in her office, lost and despondent, for what felt like an eternity, as time slipped through her fingers like grains of sand. Ultimately, she rose, a soulless marionette stripped of all vitality. She began to unbutton her attire, discarding her formal wear upon the ground, unfastening each button of her shirt one by one. Along with her pride, her dignity, and all that she had once held dear, her very essence was cast into the unforgiving mire, forgotten and unacknowledged. Yet in her fervor, she neglected to remember that she had once trampled upon Qin Jiang's dignity and life with equal disdain. The gears of vengeance had only just begun to turn. Chapter 72. President Liang's affection for her husband? She is utterly smitten. Qin Jiang coldly ended the call, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window of the master bedroom, his emotions roiling beneath the surface, refusing to settle. It was not that he still harbored any fondness for the Qin family's ties. Rather, in that moment, he wished fervently that he were devoid of any Qin blood. Even if his family were mere rustic peasants, they would at least cherish him as their own son, offering him the familial love he had never experienced in his lifetime. His only regret was the realization that he had spent his time in the Qin family as nothing more than a beggar, kneeling in supplication only to receive a lifetime of insults and scars. It was a most unworthy exchange. Of course, this very indignation would fuel his resolve to cast the entire Qin family into the abyss. Some individuals are born as humans, yet are unworthy of the title of parent. Snapping back to reality, Qin Jiang retreated to his study, organizing his design proposal before sending it directly to Liang, who was currently engaged in a video conference. The privilege of freely entering and exiting any part of the Liangmoon Manor was a rule established by Liang herself. Hearing a sound at the door, Liang glanced up, her half-closed eyes suddenly illuminated with a soft glow. On the other end of the video conference, the executives seemed to sense the impending bonus for the year-end. Yin, are you tired? I've instructed the kitchen to prepare a bowl of medicinal soup, personally crafted by me, which is beneficial for your health and beauty. though it may be a bit bitter. I've also prepared some candied fruits for you. As Qin Jiang entered, ever since he had confessed his feelings to Liang, he felt as though her gaze was constantly fixated on him. As if she were a predator eyeing a succulent piece of meat, every inch of her attention clamoring to devour him. In haste, Qin Jiang used work as an excuse to usher Liang into the study. They quietly attended to their respective tasks in a space where they could see each other. And this harmonious coexistence brought Qin Jiang immense pleasure. However, he remained acutely aware of Liang's health concerns. Thus, fearing that the pure medicinal concoction might be too bitter for her delicate palate, he opted for a more palatable herbal remedy. Liang observed all of this with keen eyes. In truth, she could endure any bitterness, having faced far worse trials than mere flavor. Yet, as she watched Qin Jiang diligently care for her, thoughtfully selecting the herbal soup, she was momentarily struck by the notion that Qin Jiang was nurturing her anew, as if she were a young girl in need of protection. This sweetness warmed her heart, as she basked in the joy of being cherished. I want you to feed me. Liang reached out, adjusting the camera, resting her chin on her hand, her exquisite, fair face tilted upwards as her gaze locked on Qin Jiang's, her eyes smoldering with desire. She was utterly enamored. Qin Jiang's hand, holding the bowl, froze momentarily. His gaze fixated on the screen where the executive sat, stiff and formal, seemingly suspended in that instant. Not one of them moved. Was the computer glitching? The executives of Yin Corporation were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. Here was the formidable President Liang, known for her ruthless efficiency and merciless demeanor, displaying a tender, sweetly soft side in the presence of her husband. Moreover, it appeared as though her husband held a significant position in her eyes. Heavens, the world was crumbling. President Liang was actually obediently listening to a man? No, it couldn't be. Surely, they had been driven mad by the workaholic nature of Miss Yin, conjuring grand illusions. Yet, in the next moment, Qin Jiang had already taken a seat beside Liang in the plush leather chair she had prepared for him. He delicately blew on the herbal soup, taking a small taste to gauge its temperature. It is somewhat bitter. Perhaps you should try a piece of candied fruit first before he could finish his sentence. Liang had already leaned in, wrapping her arms around Qin Jiang's neck, pressing her soft, pink lips against his, which still bore remnants of the soup. It's not bitter at all. The soup you made is quite sweet. I want to drink it in large gulps. With her stunning profile, Liang kissed Qin Jiang gently, yet assertively, skillfully maintaining control of the moment. But this time, there was a tenderness that stirred Qin Jiang's heart. He felt as though his very soul was being ensnared. In a desperate attempt to mask his overwhelming emotions, his flushed ears betrayed the youthful heartbeat that raced for Liang. After the kiss, Liang took the bowl and obediently finished the herbal soup, licking her lips as if still savoring the taste, then asked, "Husband, is that enough? Should I have some more? I could drink a lot." As she spoke, her fingers playfully traced the back of Qin Jiang, poking at his waist. Though her words suggested inquiry, her clear, enticing eyes were fixed on his lips, as if poised to kiss him again at any moment. The scene was undeniably provocative, entirely unsuitable for the serious atmosphere of a video conference. Qin Jiang felt himself stirred to the core, his toes curling in response. He quickly reached out to stroke Liang's hair, tenderly comforting her. "Calm down, darling. Drinking too much of this herbal remedy isn't advisable. We must approach nourishment gradually. Caring for one's health cannot be achieved in a single leap." In that moment of earnest instruction, it seemed as though he were the master of Liang Moon Manor, the arbiter of their relationship. After all, when his delicate wife obeyed, it was simply delightful. Jiang treats me so well. Here, as a reward. Come on, give me a kiss. Liang showed no hesitation, clearly not one to share her intimate interactions with Qin Jiang with anyone else. She was fiercely possessive, wishing that every one of his reactions, every kiss, every tender caress, and every moment of affection belonged solely to her. Just moments ago, she had noticed that Qin Jiang had clearly forgotten to turn off his video feed during the conference call. His entire demeanor, reserved and bashful, ignited her destructive desires to their utmost intensity. It seemed as though he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. The executives were stunned. They were nothing more than emotionless tools. Yet, Director Liang, who would have guessed you harbored such audacious passions in private? After all, this 20-year-old heiress, the matriarch of a financial empire, was notorious for her icy demeanor. In the ruthless world of commerce, men who initially coveted her beauty inevitably met tragic ends. Some perished. Others went mad or vanished without a trace. Over time, none dared to entertain thoughts of her. Though universally acknowledged as stunningly beautiful, she was likened to a deadly, carnivorous flower. However, this new suitor was evidently different. Merely for his boldness in serving Director Liang, he earned their utmost respect and admiration. With an assertive motion, Liang claimed her reward, pressing a fervent kiss upon him. This time, Qin Jiang was pinned down on the genuine leather sofa. "Ah, Jiang, call me little." Smack. The video conference abruptly disconnected. The executives erupted in a torrent of expletives. Chapter 73. Song Jia. Your girlfriend is cheating and you've been cuckolded? What cuckolded? Damn it. They must procure a computer camera immune to the CEO's arbitrary blocking, one that allows free viewing of images. Meanwhile, in the study, Qin Jiang's hand was dominantly restrained by Liang's, their fingers interlaced tightly, radiating a fierce and passionate heat that matched the pounding of his heart. For a moment, Qin Jiang felt as though he was becoming nothing more than a plaything cradled in the palm of Miss Liang's hand. The familiar, subtle fragrance of the woman's beauty wafted around his ears, and then, in a voice tinged with an almost forbidden intimacy, Liang uttered a deeply taboo form of address. "Qin Jiang, is it really acceptable to call you that? It feels utterly embarrassing." Yet, he dared not defy Miss Liang's command. Obediently, he wrapped his arms around her waist, allowing her to settle upon his lap. "Auntie, it's not good to be discovered like this." Qin Jiang's Adam's apple bobbed nervously, his gaze darkening. "Miss Yin, you're playing with fire." Nevertheless, he suddenly realized that, aside from his seemingly reluctant yet obedient utterance of the forbidden title, was Director Liang truly blameless? What was she so excited about? Previously, whenever he dared to call her that, Liang would nearly wish him dead in a frenzy. Now she was still wild, but the flavor had changed entirely. Being discovered isn't good? Discovered by whom, my dear? Liang capriciously looped her arms around Qin Jiang's neck, a profound sense of happiness and contentment swirling within her chest. Yet, beneath it all, she could not help but feel fear. The proud and unrestrained Miss Liang seemed never to possess complete certainty regarding her feelings for Qin Jiang. She found herself compelled to bite at his neck, as though only by leaving a mark and tasting his scent could she quell the anxiety born of unrequited love. A child deprived of affection since birth, she had spent her life healing the wounds of her childhood, ceaselessly seeking a love that could bring her solace and stability. Qin Jiang keenly sensed Liang's distress. This time, he gently pressed his forehead against the woman's brow. "Yin, have you tested enough?" His eyes sparkled with a tender smile, entirely unshaken by the chaos she had wrought. In his gaze, he was her eternal son, ever present whenever she needed him. It felt surreal, yet Liang desperately craved such brazen affection. If she lacked security, it was inconsequential. He would rise each day to assure her, to affirm his unwavering presence at Liang Manor. "Yin, I love you." Qin Jiang's voice was low and hoarse, imbued with sincerity and sweetness. At that instant, he seized the initiative, reversing their roles. He abruptly severed Liang's computer connection, shutting down both video and audio, leaving them alone in the study. Liang felt as if her heart had plunged into a honeyed abyss. Seductive lies. "I'm not." Though Liang protested with words, her heart had already transformed into a turbulent sea of pink. Suddenly, her pupils contracted as Qin Jiang pounced, sealing her lips with his. The crisp, clean scent enveloped him. Thump. Liang felt as though her heart was falling for Qin Jiang, tumbling irretrievably into oblivion. "Now, do you believe me?" Qin Jiang mimicked Liang's teasing kiss, deliberately producing a loud smack. The vast study was filled with a dizzying intimacy. Her ears flushed a rosy hue. No, I don't believe you." Another kiss fell, possessive and demanding, as Qin Jiang hooked his arms around the neck of the ailing heiress, pressing her nape firmly, his lips imprinting upon her sweet, tender mouth, an unmistakable punishment. Smack! Another kiss landed. Qin Jiang gazed into Liang's expression, teasing with a playful smile. "Do you believe me now?" "No." Liang's lips were stubborn, but only she knew who truly delighted in this exchange. Outside the study, Zhou Ning and Butler Su stood at the door, their faces impassive but their spirits long numbed. What fault lay with them? They had merely come in for their usual night shift. In the kitchen, after tending to Liang's medicinal tonic, Qin Jiang departed with an air of concealed accomplishment. Liang remained immersed in sweetness, oblivious to Zhou Ning and Butler Su timidly awaiting her presence. When her gaze finally settled on their cold, expressionless faces, her mood instantly soured. The temperature in the study plummeted by 8 degrees without surprise. "What is it?" Liang asked irritably, already guessing that the elder at the old mansion was at it again. "Miss Liang, Master Yin is ill. You may need to visit the old mansion tomorrow." The eldest young master had returned there tonight, personally retrieving his wife from the psychiatric hospital. This time, he planned to celebrate his birthday early, coinciding with the day she had intended to drape white silk in mourning for Miss AU. The clan elders had been summoned as well. According to inside sources, that old wretch, cough cough, was preparing to select a new son-in-law for her, citing the current one's inability to expand the Yin family lineage. Zhou Ning's face was expressionless, though inside he had been tormented countless times. Having served Yin Liang for many years, he knew too well the repulsiveness festering within the Yin conglomerate. Familial cannibalism was routine. Thus, he felt even more sympathy for the perpetually isolated Miss Yin Liang. He alone knew the hardships she had endured, the tears swallowed in solitude, before finally finding someone she cherished, someone who offered her companionship, alleviating her loneliness and pain. In truth, as long as Qin Jiang behaved, Zhou Ning and Butler Su would gladly see him by Miss Yin Liang's side. They cared deeply for her. Who else but her parents would name their daughter Liang, meaning cold, if not for a destiny marked by emotional detachment and icy indifference? Yes, she was indeed unwell, afflicted with a madness that courted death itself. Yin Liang's heart, freshly soothed by Qin Jiang, now plummeted once more into the abyss. Yet this time, her emotions were markedly steadier, bereft of frenzy or expression. Tomorrow, I will take Jiang to the old mansion. Previously, out of concern for Qin Jiang's safety, she had never allowed him to venture into that perilous place. But now, a sudden impulse overtook her. She longed to bring Jiang into her world, no matter how desolate and dilapidated. That was her past, and she was willing to rend open even her most festering wounds before him. If it frightened him away, so be it. She could still capture him and confine him. Qin Jiang descended to the lower floor. Having already called Song Jie to prepare for the inaugural auction of masterpieces at Fengmingxian on his behalf. The artworks slated for auction would undergo professional appraisal a week in advance before being placed on the auction block. Brother Jiang, can these paintings truly be profitable? When I registered the auction house, I noticed it was surrounded by various antiques and famous paintings. Although our pieces are unique in style and possess remarkable personal flair, they are ultimately the creations of an obscure little artist, Song Jie expressed with a hint of doubt. Yet, Qin Jiang paid no heed to his concerns. Jie, you merely need to place your faith in me. Once we succeed, I shall allocate you 30% of the profits. Qin Jiang had always been generous towards his brothers, especially considering that Song Jie was a trusted confidant. He was willing to cultivate him as a right-hand man on his path to prosperity, allowing him to share in the wealth. By the way, have you been in touch with your girlfriend, Jiang Kexin, lately? Is she aware of your move to the villa, living in luxury and driving an extravagant car? Qin Jiang inquired, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Brother Jiang, you know that Kexin and I have been childhood sweethearts. As her boyfriend, how could I possibly keep anything from her? Song Jie's voice, tinged with surprise at Qin Jiang's sudden inquiry, came through the phone. Song Jie, you are courting disaster. Qin Jiang exclaimed, frustration boiling over. However, Song Jie chuckled and quickly reassured him. All right, Brother Jiang, I'm not joking with you. Kexin is still unaware of my newfound wealth. Just a couple of days ago, she mentioned that a family member fell ill and borrowed 30,000 yuan from me. Over the years, Kexin is well aware of my savings, and 30,000 is indeed all I have. But if Kexin needs it, I will certainly give it to her. Rest assured, Brother Jiang, I only provided Kexin with my past savings of 30,000. I haven't mentioned anything else. Upon hearing Song Jie's word from the other end of the line, Qin Jiang felt a slight alleviation of his anxiety. In his previous life, Jiang Kexin had clung to a wealthy heir, only to be abandoned and returned to Song Jie, deliberately taking her own life in front of him. This had driven Song Jie, who was devoted to his girlfriend, to become a target manipulated by Jiang Kexin. In this life, he had been monitoring Jiang Kexin's movements through Moda. After the wealthy heir had won her over, he had indeed found her novelty for a time. During this period, Song Jie had remained by his side. Jiang Kexin had used her studies for the graduate entrance examination as an excuse, while in reality, she was cavorting with that wealthy heir, completely unbeknownst to Song Jie. Recently, however, the wealthy heir had begun to grow weary of Jiang Kexin, treating her with indifference. The lavish gifts he once showered upon her had ceased, and he no longer spent extravagantly on her. Yet, Jiang Kexin had developed a taste for luxury, having been accustomed to a life of opulence. Her insatiable desires for lavish goods and a wealthy lifestyle could never be quenched. At this moment, she began to fabricate lies to extract all of Song Jie's savings, solely to purchase a designer handbag to satisfy her vanity. This experience led Qin Jiang to reminisce about Bai Chuchu. In his previous life, he too had emptied his pockets merely to provide Bai Chuchu with the designer handbag she desired. A devoted admirer, left with nothing in the end, even sacrificing his own life. It was exceedingly foolish. In this life, he vowed not to tread the same path and would never allow Song Jia to repeat such mistakes. Song Jia, your annual living expenses amount to only 20,000 yuan, and she is directly asking for your entire savings of 30,000. Do you truly believe she has considered your interests? Which relative of hers is ill? What ailment requires 30,000 yuan? And have you not inquired further? Qin Jiang bombarded him with questions. Song Jia could not help but furrow his brow. Of course, these matters did not concern him. He had been with Kexin for many years. Kexin was proud, composed, rational, and beautiful. She would never lose herself. She must be in desperate straits to come to him for money. Moreover, as Jiang Kexin's boyfriend, he ought to care for her, unreservedly becoming her support. Therefore, he genuinely felt there was no need to question anything Qin Jiang had mentioned. If Kexin wished to share, she would naturally tell him. His affection for his childhood sweetheart, Jiang Kexin, was fundamentally not a mistake. Qin Jiang was well aware of this. Yet, the error lay in Kexin having already changed, while Song Jia continued to trust and give without reservation. Brother Jiang, I trust Kexin. Everyone has their secrets. I too have concealed things from her, deceiving her into believing I am broke, which fills me with guilt. Once life improves, I should be the first to share with her and bring her along. Song Jia sensed the low pressure on the other end of the line and hesitated to continue arguing with Qin Jiang, even though he did not comprehend Brother Jiang's actions. He similarly trusted Qin Jiang unconditionally, just as he trusted his girlfriend, Jiang Kexin. All right. It seems you will not heed the warning until you hit a wall. Tomorrow, wait for me at the cafe opposite the Chanel store at Blue Crystal Plaza No. 1. You will be in for a surprise. Qin Jiang had already discovered that Jiang Kexin had reserved a new handbag at Chanel, priced at 120,000 yuan. Previously, the wealthy heir, Wu Yu, had readily bought her numerous bags, but she had now developed a habit of extravagant spending. In order to flaunt among her friends, she had specifically ordered a new Chanel bag. However, Wu Yu had recently curtailed her expenditures. Jiang Kexin had sold a few less valuable bags, but was reluctant to part with the others. Still, she was short on funds and had set her sights on her financially struggling boyfriend. Indeed, her boyfriend's savings from all his part-time jobs throughout college coincidentally amounted to the 30,000 she still required. Unsurprisingly, Song Jia was exceedingly easy to please. As soon as she asked, he would obediently hand over all his savings without even questioning where the money was going. Brother Jiang, do you know something? Song Jia was not foolish and had begun to suspect what Qin Jiang was trying to convey. Yet, he refused to believe it. He and Jiang Kexin were in a relationship of free will. Both were top students from their small county. They were academically accomplished and well-matched in appearance. It was only natural for them to come together, progressing to the highest institution in the big city. They were a pair made in heaven. Jiang Kexin would never betray him. Song Jia could not contain his emotions any longer. However, Qin Jiang did not afford him the opportunity to vent, leaving him with a parting remark before hanging up, "See for yourself." After disconnecting, Qin Jiang ascended the stairs. Upon entering the study, he immediately sensed an unsettling atmosphere, heavy and oppressive. Moreover, why were Zhou Ning and steward Su standing here in the middle of the night? Yin, what is going on? Qin Jiang approached, wrapping his arms around the woman seated in the leather chair without regard for her feelings, and kissed her directly. Instantly, Liang's previously troubled mood brightened, her face glowing. Zhou Ning and steward Su. The act of kissing could actually trigger such a dramatic transformation in her demeanor. Jiang, I need a hug.